Chapter 1. The Price of Vanity. My name is Li Fuxing, a quintessential farmer who has spent the better part of my life tending to a few meager acres in the verdant hills of Qingshanao. I have two sons. The elder is named Li Hong, and the younger Li Tao. From a young age, both displayed remarkable intelligence and ambition, unwilling to remain confined in this impoverished valley, and they soon ventured to the city in search of work. As the new year approaches each year, my heart flutters with anticipation, akin to a small rabbit nestled within. I eagerly await their return. They do not disappoint upon their arrival. They are resplendent in their attire and laden with an array of coveted urban trinkets, inciting envy among the villagers. My vanity swells in tandem, and I often remind them, my dear sons, maintaining our reputation in the village is paramount. Since you have earned money in the city, you ought to acquire some ostentatious items for all to see the Li family must not be seen as inferior to others. What use is money if it remains hidden? It ought to be displayed to uphold our dignity. Last year, Li Hong, gritting his teeth, brought home a shiny new car. The gleaming paint glistened as it traversed the dusty village roads, kicking up clouds of dust that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. I was overjoyed and promptly purchased a few large firecrackers, letting them explode in a cacophony of celebration, the sound reverberating through the village, as if even the old locust tree at the entrance was trembling in delight for our family's good fortune. The following year, Li Tao, not to be outdone, returned with an even fancier vehicle on an installment plan. On New Year's Eve, I urged them to take a leisurely drive around the village, encouraging them to honk the horn liberally. As they entered the village, the sound of the horn echoed like a crowing rooster, drawing the attention of every villager, young and old alike. The cars parked along the roadside, leaving only a narrow passage for the villagers, who murmured in admiration, "Fuxing, your sons have made quite a name for themselves. What impressive cars they have." My face beamed with pride, my features nearly blooming with delight, while I feigned modesty, replying, "Oh, it's merely a means of transportation, just a means of transportation." However, this glory was short-lived, for soon misfortune struck. At the break of dawn, with mist still clinging to the village, a chill in the air, Li Hong's voice pierced the tranquility, startling me so much that I nearly dropped my smoking pipe. "Dad, what happened here?" Without even slipping on my shoes, Li Tao and I rushed outside, only to find Li Hong's car with its side mirror seemingly torn off, leaving behind nothing but a bare base. Li Tao's vehicle met the same grim fate. Li Hong's face flushed crimson, veins bulging at his neck, his fists clenched tightly as he roared, "It must be someone from the village who is envious. I will report this to the police." Having lived a few more years than him, I steadied my nerves and replied, frowning, "What's the point of calling the police over two side mirrors? The priority is to identify the culprit. I suspect it's one of those families with whom we have had disagreements." Li Tao eagerly nodded in agreement. "Dad, the shop up front has surveillance cameras. Let's check it out." With that, he dashed off toward the shop. Li Hong and I stood before the cars, his frustration boiling over as he kicked a tire, muttering, "Dad, they must be jealous of us. Just wait until I find out who did this, they will pay." I took a drag from my pipe, feeling equally incensed. "Let's not act rashly. We should wait for your brother's report." After a while, Li Tao returned with his head hanging low. I inquired, "What did you find out?" Dejected, he replied, "Dad, the shopkeeper said the surveillance camera has been broken and nothing can be seen." My suspicions were aroused. How convenient. Just the other day, old Jean's family lost something, and the camera was fine then. This feels suspicious. Determined to get to the bottom of the matter, I decided to visit the shop. The owner, old Wang, held considerable respect in the village, so I dared not act impulsively. Upon entering, I found him absent, with his son, Xiao Wang, idly playing on his phone behind the counter. I forced a smile, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and after lighting one, cautiously broached the subject. "Nephew, do you think there are more good people or bad people in this world?" Caught off guard, Xiao Wang replied, "Of course, there are more good people." I squinted, shaking my head. "I beg to differ, there are quite a few bad ones. Just look at how someone vandalized our car's side mirror. Isn't that despicable?" "Enough," Xiao Wang interjected. "Uncle Lee, don't go on about this. This morning when you came to check the footage, I wasn't around. I'll be honest with you, I was the one who broke the mirror." I was taken aback, my eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. "Nephew, surely you jest." Xiao Wang replied earnestly, "No jest, uncle. Let me explain." Xiao Wang's emotions surged as he gestured animatedly. "Last night, Aunt Lu had a sudden heart attack, and when the 120 ambulance arrived at the village entrance, your two large cars were blocking the way. The driver honked incessantly, and not even the village dogs responded. I live nearby, and upon hearing the commotion, I rushed out, carried Aunt Lu away, and it took a long detour to reach the ambulance, which nearly cost her life. How could I not be furious? In a fit of rage, I broke the mirror. I felt my face flush with embarrassment, and I awkwardly attempted to apologize. "Nephew, I slept too soundly last night and didn't hear a thing. My sons are thoughtless. There are no traffic police in the village, so they parked haphazardly. This is my fault. I will have a serious talk with them." Xiao Wang was unrelenting. "Uncle Li, just because there are no traffic police doesn't mean you can park recklessly. This road isn't yours." I left feeling utterly humiliated, muttering to myself, "It's all my fault. All my fault." Upon returning home, I recounted the incident to my sons. Rather than reflecting on their actions, Li Hong stubbornly retorted, "It's wrong to park carelessly, but breaking a mirror is too extreme." Just then, the door creaked open, and old Wang entered, clutching a wad of cash, placing it on the table. "Fushing, this is for the mirror. I broke it, and my son is just taking the blame." I wanted to explain why. I was dumbfounded. "Old Wang, what are you doing?" Sighing heavily, Old Wang slowly said, "Fushing, it wasn't just anger about the cars blocking the road. The elders in our village say that if one commits a wrong and fails to repent, malevolent spirits will come knocking at night. When I broke the mirror, I thought I saw a shadow glide past the car, and I recalled this old saying, 'Your boys have been influenced by the city, becoming vain and arrogant. I fear they will face dire consequences, so I intended to give them a warning.'" Li Hong scoffed, "Uncle Wang, don't be superstitious. There's no shadow, and I didn't see anything." Old Wang shot him a stern look. "Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it's not there. The ambulance being blocked last night could very well be an omen." A sense of unease crept over me as I addressed my sons. "Hong, Tao, Uncle Wang is right. We must not be so reckless in the future. We need to be grounded." They nodded in agreement, but it was clear they did not take it to heart. However, from that day onward, strange occurrences began to multiply. At night, Li Hong frequently heard faint sounds, as if someone were whispering in his ear or the distant honking of a car. Each time he opened the window, he found nothing. One evening, while driving back to the village, he passed a dark patch of woods at the village entrance when suddenly, the radio crackled with static and a chilling voice emerged declaring, "The vain shall be punished." Li Hong nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel, racing home in a panic. Upon his return, he was pale as a ghost, trembling as he recounted the incident. Li Tao laughed at him. "Brother, you must have been scared silly. Someone is definitely trying to scare you." Little did he know, just days later, Li Tao encountered something equally eerie. While driving, he caught a glimpse of a vague figure in the rearview mirror, dressed in ancient attire, grinning ominously at him. Startled, he slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with a tree. Now thoroughly shaken, both of them ceased their ostentation, parking their cars properly outside the village. Yet, the bizarre occurrences did not cease each night. It felt as though unseen eyes were watching them, accompanied by strange noises, as if someone were pacing heavily outside their door. One day, a wandering Taoist priest passed through our village and, upon reaching my home, furrowed his brow, assessing the house. He remarked, "Your home exudes a malevolent aura. You may have attracted some unclean entity." I hurriedly recounted the events leading up to this point, and after a moment of contemplation, the priest advised, "The cars were parked haphazardly, obstructing the path of certain entities, which has brought about this misfortune. You must locate the person whose path was blocked, sincerely repent, and properly park the vehicles. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption." My sons were filled with remorse, racing to apologize to Aunt Lu and hosting several tables of drinks in the village to make amends. They moved their cars to the newly constructed parking lot outside the village, hoping this would bring peace. However, the eerie whispers and strange honking sounds at night only intensified, as if something was gathering strength in the shadows, poised to engulf us. One night, while making my way to the restroom, I passed by their room and heard suppressed sobs emanating from within, causing my heart to clench painfully. Gently pushing open the door, illuminated by the moonlight, I found them huddled under the covers, trembling uncontrollably. Li Hong looked up at me, tears streaming down his face. "Dad, we understand our mistakes, but what is happening? It feels as though something is clinging to us, and we cannot shake it off." My eyes brimmed with tears as I reassured them. "Do not fear, my children. Dawn will surely come, and we will find a solution." Yet, even as I spoke those words, I felt uncertain that chilling presence had embedded itself deep within the roots of the Lee family, leaving our future shrouded in mystery, obscured from all sight. A few days later, an elderly woman from the village, leaning on her cane, came to seek us out. Her eyes held a mysterious glimmer as she pulled me aside and whispered, "Fushing, in my youth, I heard of similar occurrences. It is said that there was once a family in the village who flaunted their wealth upon returning from the city, blocking the path of the spirits. They ended up haunted by the vengeful apparitions of their ancestors, and within a few years, their family was left in ruins. You must act quickly to resolve this." My heart raced with dread as I implored, "Elder, how can we break this curse?" She merely shook her head. "I am not entirely sure. Seek out someone knowledgeable and inquire further." Upon sharing these words with my two sons, their despair deepened. Li Tao, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Dad, could it be that our family is truly doomed? Had I known, I would not have heeded your advice to flaunt a car." Regret gnawed at my heart, yet I mustered the strength to reply, "Do not speak such nonsense. There must be a solution. Let us inquire further." Li Hong recalled a friend in the city who had a penchant for the supernatural and might possess some insight. He quickly dialed the number, tearfully recounting our predicament. After a lengthy pause, his friend replied, "It sounds as though you have provoked the resentment of a spirit. Are there any abandoned ancestral halls or old temples in your vicinity? If so, pay your respects and offer some heartfelt sacrifices. It may alleviate your troubles." Taking this advice to heart, we prepared a lavish offering and made our way to the dilapidated ancestral hall at the rear of the village. As we walked, the wind howled around us, as if countless unseen hands were tugging at our very beings. Upon entering the hall, a fetid odor assaulted our senses, and in the dim light, the ancestral tablets leaned askew, shrouded in cobwebs. My sons, trembling with trepidation, arranged the offerings and were about to bow when, suddenly, a chilling gust extinguished the candles, and a sinister laughter echoed through the darkness, sending us scurrying from the hall in terror. Upon returning home, we collapsed onto the floor, our faces ashen. Li Hong, in utter despair, declared, "Dad, it seems there is no hope left. We are being driven to the brink." I gazed at the ceiling, feeling utterly helpless. Was it truly the fate of the old Li family to succumb to this bizarre curse? I was unwilling to accept it, yet devoid of any direction. I could only await the verdict of an unknown destiny, each moment a torment akin to residing in a hellish purgatory. Chapter 2. The Strange Happenings at the Bathhouse. On the old street of Yu Mountain Town, there stood a bathhouse named Mu Ching Chi, its sign precariously hanging, the dim yellow light barely illuminating a small patch of brightness, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. This bathhouse had seen better days, its walls marred by water stains, akin to weeping ghostly faces, while the floor tiles were cracked, resembling dried wounds. Jose had recently moved to the old street. A nostalgic soul who relished a good soak, he found the bathhouse quite charming. Within Mu Ching Chi, two bath attendants worked. The burly Zhao Laoda, muscles bulging, with a voice like thunder, and the lean Qian heir, whose quick, darting eyes betrayed a shrewdness. In their quest to earn extra income, they relentlessly pestered customers to purchase various overpriced products, such as their secret scrub and skin-softening milk, leaving patrons dizzy with confusion. Jose, with a meager salary and a family to support, felt his heart bleed each time he succumbed to their sales tactics. Yet his timid nature prevented him from voicing his objections, leaving him to stew in silent frustration. As the year-end approached, his cousin Su Yang came to stay for the winter break. A young college student with a straightforward personality, Su Yang could not tolerate injustice. One evening, as the biting cold wind howled through the old street, Jose and Su Yang, wrapped in bath towels, entered Mu Ching Chi. The bathhouse was shrouded in steam, creating an eerie, indistinct atmosphere. Upon spotting Jose, Zhao Laoda grinned widely, exclaiming, "Zhougu, look at you. All greasy irregular scrub won't do. You must try our special scrub. I'll leave you feeling refreshed." Jose sighed inwardly, but replied defiantly, "No need. Just a simple back scrub will suffice." Zhao Laoda, deflated, slowed his motions, muttering under his breath. Jose turned to see Qianair already applying the special scrub on Su Yang, who offered no resistance. Softening, Jose reluctantly acquiesced, resulting in yet another painful expenditure. On their way home, Su Yang fumed, "Brother, those two bath attendants are nothing but greedy swindlers." Jose could only manage a rueful smile and nod. "Alas, our timidity prevents us from standing firm." A few days later, the night was as thick as unyielding ink, the lanterns hanging outside, Mu Qingqi swaying violently in the wind, as if they might be consumed by the encroaching darkness at any moment. Once again, Jose and Su Yang entered the bathhouse, but tonight felt particularly ominous. They were the only customers, and the silence was chilling. Zhao Laoda and Qianair loomed in a corner, their expressions foreboding, resembling two zombies poised to pounce on their prey. Su Yang leaned closer to Jose, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Brother, those two are despicable tonight. I shall teach them a lesson." Jose quickly grasped his arm. "Xiao Yang, do not act rashly. Let us simply have our bath and leave without causing trouble." Throughout the bathing process, Jose kept a watchful eye on Su Yang. He observed as Su Yang summoned Qianair, lying down obediently while requesting several services. After Qianair finished, Su Yang sat up, winking at Jose, "Brother, no matter what happens, you must remain silent." He then called over Zhao Laoda, ordering the exact same services. Jose's suspicion grew, but he refrained from questioning. When it was time to settle the bill, the owner examined Su Yang's receipt, frowning. "Why are there two identical charges?" The scrub attendants must have made a mistake. He only charged them for one. On their way home, Jose eagerly inquired, "Xiao Yang, what scheme are you plotting?" Su Yang smirked, "Brother, just wait, those two will surely turn on each other." As predicted, the following day, news broke that Zhao Laoda and Qianair had engaged in a brawl at the bathhouse and were subsequently fired by the owner. However, this was not the end of their troubles. That night, Jose, in a state of half-sleep, was suddenly stirred by a faint, sorrowful wailing that seemed to emanate from the direction of Mu Qingqi. The sound was heart-wrenching, clawing at his very soul. He rose to investigate, but found his feet frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his back. After regaining his composure, he attempted to call for Su Yang, only to discover that Su Yang was not in bed. Panicking, Jose rushed towards Mu Qingqi, finding the door ajar, a foul stench wafting out. He hesitantly pushed the door open, and through the mist, a ghostly figure in tattered service attire materialized. Her hair clung to her face, and her pallid cheeks glistened with water droplets, while her hollow eyes radiated endless sorrow. Jose collapsed in terror as the ghostly figure spoke. "You men are all the same, devoid of virtue." It turned out that this ghost was named Xiao Yin, a former attendant of Mu Qingqi. She had been a beautiful young woman, often harassed by unruly patrons. On one fateful occasion, a drunken customer had assaulted her, and in her struggle, she was struck in the temple, losing her life. Her body was unceremoniously discarded in a dried-up well in the backyard, left to rot unnoticed. Jose stammered, "Miss, it was not me. I just moved here." The ghost let out a chilling laugh. "Men are all liars." As she glided closer, Jose felt an icy dread enveloping him. Just as the ghostly hand reached for his throat, a talisman soared through the doorway, igniting in golden flames, causing the ghost to recoil with a shriek. Su Yang burst in, shouting, "Brother, we must flee." It turned out that Su Yang had awakened in the middle of the night, realized Jose was missing, and deduced he might have gone to the bathhouse. He hurriedly brought along a talisman borrowed from the school library. The two fled from Mu Qingqi, their hearts still racing with fear. The following day, Jose intended to find a Taoist priest to resolve the matter once and for all, only to discover Mu Qingqi closed tight, the neighbors tight-lipped about the situation. Su Yang insisted, "Brother, that ghost is surely still nearby. We cannot ignore this." Jose nodded in resignation. They began to inquire about Xiao Yan's background and eventually located her friend, Ajun. Ajun wept as she recounted. Xiao Yan was a tragic soul. The bathhouse owner is no good either. To protect his business, he concealed her death and hastily buried her. Jose and Su Yang, filled with righteous indignation, resolved to return to Mu Qingqi, both to offer Xiao Yan peace and to unearth the truth of her demise. As they stepped once more into Mu Qingqi, the oppressive atmosphere thickened. Jose called out, "Miss Xiao Yan, we are here to help you and rectify the wrongs you suffered." From the shadows, the ghost emerged, her eyes still wary. "Why should I trust you?" Su Yang earnestly replied, "We are aware of your plight and will ensure that the wicked are punished." After a moment's silence, the ghost divulged more details of her tragic past and directed them to the location of the dried-up well in the backyard. At the well, they began to dig, and indeed, they unearthed a skeleton. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, the temperature plummeting as a shadow lunged from the darkness. It was the very man who had taken Xiao Yan's life. He had somehow learned of their investigation and rushed to stop them. Jose and Su Yang fought back, and in a moment of chaos, Su Yang threw the remaining talismans, causing the assailant to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Jose struck him with a shovel, rendering him unconscious. They brought the skeleton and the assailant to the police station, where an investigation was swiftly initiated. In the days that followed, Jose enlisted the help of a skilled master to perform a ritual at Mu Qingqi to guide Xiao Yan's spirit to peace. On the day of the ceremony, light flickered throughout the bathhouse, and Xiao Yan's figure gradually became translucent. She bowed slightly to Jose and Su Yang, saying, "Thank you, may you both find safety." Chapter 3. Secrets of the Duck-Raising Soldier. In the remote and tranquil town of Muyun, Chen Feng and Zhao Ming, childhood friends inseparable since their youth, spent their days indulging in carefree adventures, climbing trees to raid bird nests and wading through rivers to catch fish and shrimp. Their lives were filled with exuberance and joy. That year, the news of conscription arrived, igniting a fervent spark in their youthful hearts. With a passionate yearning for military life, they resolutely stepped into the army. Upon entering the camp, the commander inquired about each person's past skills. Chen Feng's eyes lit up at the memory of the tractor he frequently tinkered with at home, standing tall with confidence. He reported, "Commander, I am well versed in small machinery. I have never encountered a problem with the farming equipment I've handled, and I am quite adept at repairs." His demeanor exuded the assurance of a top-notch mechanic within the ranks. The commander nodded with satisfaction, and thus, Chen Feng was smoothly assigned to the transport company, relishing the daily companionship of formidable trucks, his heart swelling with pride as he strode with a newfound swagger. As for Zhao Ming, his honest and simple nature resembled that of a silent, unyielding old ox. When asked about his skills, he turned crimson, stammering for what felt like an eternity before finally managing to utter the words "duck raising." Laughter erupted around him, and he buried his head lower, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Thus, he was allocated to the duck farm at the rear of the camp, feeling both disheartened and helpless. Upon discovering this, Chen Feng swaggered over to Zhao Ming, grinning as he teased, "Why are you so stubborn? At this point, you could have spun a more impressive tale to avoid being sent off to tend ducks. Now, for the next few years, you'll only be dealing with those quacking creatures." As he spoke, he tilted his military cap askew, flicking the brim with glee, his pride nearly overflowing. "When I return to the town, with my skills in driving and repairing vehicles, everyone will look up to me. You can just stick with your ducks." Zhao Ming felt a sharp pang in his heart, a mix of bitterness and pain. Yet all he could manage was a timid, "I really only know how to raise ducks." He quietly gathered his belongings and trudged toward the duck farm's small cabin, his silhouette exuding a sense of desolation. A few days later, Zhao Ming received a letter from home. The familiar yet rough handwriting of his father scrawled across the paper, filled with frustration and helplessness. "Because of your identity as a duck-raising soldier, our family has become the subject of ridicule in Muyun town. Wherever we go, people point and laugh, turning you into a laughingstock, and I hear it was your good buddy Chen Feng who spread the word. How could you have turned out like this?" Zhao Ming clutched the letter tightly, his knuckles turning white, his brows furrowed into a tight knot, and a sudden fire ignited within him as he silently cursed. "Chen Feng, you bask in the limelight, yet why do you have to step on me?" But upon reflection, He could not deny the truth. He was indeed just a duck raiser, and Chen Feng had merely spoken the truth. Who could he blame? He sighed heavily, like a deflated balloon, stuffing the letter under his pillow and forcing himself to focus on his work with the ducks. Initially, Zhao Ming continued with the old ways, feeding the ducks leftover scraps from the mess hall. The ducks, receiving such meager rations, appeared lethargic and unwell, their feathers dull and lifeless, huddled listlessly in corners. Observing these little creatures, Zhao Ming felt a pang of sympathy and worry. Akin to a parent helplessly watching their sick child, he scratched his head, deciding to think creatively. That he scoured for bran and water plants, meticulously mixing feed like a skilled apothecary. And during his spare moments, he fetched clean water to thoroughly wash the duck house, leaving no corner untouched, as if he aimed to wash away all misfortune. Within a few months, the results were remarkable. The ducks seemed to have been enchanted, their plumage gleaming like fresh silk, each one plump and robust, waddling with an air of confidence. The duck house was free of any foul odor, filled only with the refreshing scent of water mingling with a hint of grass. On a particularly sweltering afternoon, with the sun blazing like a fiery orb, Zhao Ming, drenched in sweat after feeding the ducks, leaned against a tree trunk for a brief nap. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke through the air, jolting him awake. "Big brother, help!" The frantic cry pierced his ears, and Zhao Ming sprang to his feet, grabbing a nearby bamboo pole like a soldier rushing into battle, hastily making his way toward the source of the commotion. He saw a girl, her expression fraught with panic, her hair in disarray as if ravaged by a tempest, racing towards him. Zhao Ming quickly raised his hand in a calming gesture, reassuring her, "Sister, don't panic." "What happened?" The girl, panting heavily, managed to catch her breath after a moment, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "Big brother, my car is stuck in a mud pit up ahead. No matter how I press the gas, it won't budge, and I'm at my wit's end." Zhao Ming followed the girl to her car, assessing the deep, sticky mud pit, feeling a wave of worry wash over him. The vehicle was ensnared like a trapped beast, and he felt utterly helpless. Just then, a military truck sped towards them, with Chen Feng at the wheel. Zhao Ming felt as if he had found a lifeline. His eyes brightened as he hurriedly waved to flag down the vehicle. Chen Feng rolled down the window, his brow furrowed. After hearing the situation, he waved dismissively. "I have urgent orders to fulfill. Military commands are paramount and cannot be delayed, that you'll have to find a way to resolve this yourselves." With that, he pressed the accelerator, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust fumes that felt like Chen Feng's cold mockery, enveloping Zhao Ming in its stench. Fuming, Zhao Ming watched the vehicle disappear, stomping his feet in frustration, muttering under his breath, "What kind of brother is that?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. As if a lightning bolt had flashed through his mind, he dashed back to the duck house, rummaging through to find several sturdy ropes. After tying them into loops, he opened the duck house's gate and slipped the ropes around the necks of a few robust ducks, calling out, "Big gray, second white, third ma, let us go." The ducks obediently followed him, wobbling their way to the car, their antics almost comical. The girl gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as saucers, disbelief etched across her face. "Can this really work?" Zhao Ming scratched his head, chuckling. "Let us give it a try. A dead horse can be treated as a live one." Then he secured the rope to the car's front, cautioning the girl not to move the vehicle lest she frighten the ducks. Together, they pushed from the back, calling out commands, and to their surprise, the wheels slowly emerged from the mud, splattering water and mud all around. The girl was immensely grateful and returned the next day with pastries to thank Zhao Ming, her face lighting up with a beaming smile as she said, "Big brother, I owe you one. I truly didn't know how I would have managed without your help." Zhao Ming, feeling a flush of embarrassment, scratched his head. It was nothing, just a small favor. Their interactions grew more frequent, and they gradually became acquainted. The girl was named Xiao Yao, hailing from a nearby village, her personality as refreshing as a summer breeze. One day, Xiao Yao leaned in close to Zhao Ming, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Zhao Ming, I've heard some big news. The army has internal slots for military academy admissions being discreetly released. You should give it a shot." Zhao Ming's expression faltered, and he shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm not academically inclined. Ever since I was young, I've struggled with studies that I fear would be in vain." Xiao Yao grabbed his arm, assuring him, "Don't worry. I'll help you. If you get in, it'll be a great opportunity. Zhao Ming, captivated by the earnestness in Xiao Yao's bright eyes, hesitated before nodding in agreement. From that moment on, Zhao Ming embarked on a relentless study regimen, dedicating every spare moment to his books apart from caring for the ducks. Xiao Yao kept her promise, often visiting to tutor him. As she explained the material, her eyes sparkled with seriousness, her voice clear and resonant, and Zhao Ming listened intently, occasionally proposing novel ideas. Days turned into weeks, and when the examination results were announced, Zhao Ming had indeed passed. However, on the day he received his acceptance letter, he noticed Xiao Yao's eyes were red, resembling a distressed little rabbit. She hesitantly confessed, "Zhao Ming, I lied to you that my father is a high-ranking officer in the army, and I begged for this slot." Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, reaching out to tap her lightly on the head. "I suspected as much, but regardless, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Xiao Yao blushed, lowering her head as she softly admitted, "Ever since you helped me with my car, I've developed feelings for you." Zhao Ming's face turned crimson, warmth flooding to his ears. News of Zhao Ming's acceptance into the military academy spread through Muyun town, silencing the mockery that had once surrounded him. Yet on the eve of his departure for the academy, an eerie incident unfolded. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable, enveloping the duck farm in an unsettling silence. The air was so still it sent chills down one's spine, with only the occasional anxious quacking from the ducks breaking the stillness, their calls sounding like whispers of sorrow in the night. Zhao Ming awoke in a daze, and through his half-closed eyes, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure moving ominously in the duck house, its shape grotesquely distorted, resembling something neither human nor beast. As if a demon had crawled forth from the abyss, that he rubbed his eyes vigorously. His heart raced, yet the shadow vanished in an instant, leaving him to ponder whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Though fear gripped his heart, a stubborn resolve compelled him forward, and he steeled himself to approach the duck house. That as he stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, piercing through him like countless icy needles. The ducks, startled, began to flap their wings in a chaotic frenzy. In the pale light of the moon, he noticed a trail of wet footprints on the ground, exuding a nauseating stench, winding deeper into the duck house. A curse left by some malevolent creature. Zhao Ming's legs felt weak, trembling like two sticks, yet curiosity propelled him onward. Shivering as he followed the trail, to the end, beneath a dilapidated feed trough, a faint, eerie green light flickered, pulsating in a manner that was inexplicably sinister. As if ghostly flames were dancing in the darkness, that he trembled as he pushed aside the feed trough, revealing a dark and unfathomable abyss beneath, from which an eerie glow seeped forth, accompanied by a faint, ghostly wailing sound, as if countless tormented souls were lamenting their plight. That moment, a cold, chilling hand stealthily rested upon his shoulder, its touch reminiscent of ancient ice. Zhao Ming gasped in horror and spun around, only to find emptiness. Only the biting wind howled past, as if something sinister were rushing towards him. Terrified, he fled the duck shed, barreling into the dormitory, slamming the door shut behind him. That he slid down to the floor. Back against the door, huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Yet that strange wailing seemed to permeate the walls, echoing throughout the room, each sound striking at his very heart. As dawn broke, Chen Feng came to find Zhao Ming and was startled to see his face ashen and his demeanor lost. "Zhao Ming, what on earth happened? Have you encountered something supernatural?" Zhao Ming, shaking uncontrollably, recounted the events of the previous night. Chen Feng's eyes darted nervously as he replied, "There's no such thing as ghosts. You must have misinterpreted it. Let us return to the duck shed and check." Yet cold sweat formed in the palms of his hands. Upon their return to the duck shed, everything appeared normal. There were no footprints, no dark abyss, and the duck swam placidly as if last night's ordeal had been but a frightful nightmare. However, when Zhao Ming inadvertently glanced at the flock, he noticed that the very ducks that had once assisted the girl were now imbued with an indescribable fear. They cowered in a corner, their feathers trembling slightly. What had they witnessed? After entering the military academy, Zhao Ming had hoped to embark on a new chapter of his life, leaving those eerie occurrences behind. Yet he soon realized that strange happenings were his constant companions. One night, while returning a book to the library alone, the dim, flickering hallway lights cast an ominous glow, buzzing as though they might extinguish at any moment. Passing by a storage room, he faintly heard the quacking of ducks. Zhao Ming halted abruptly, a chill running down his spine. How could there be ducks in a military academy? He crept closer to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen. The quacking grew clearer, interspersed with ghostly wails, identical to those he had heard in the duck shed. After much hesitation, he slowly pushed the door open, the creaking hinges sounding like anguished moans. A musty odor enveloped him as he stepped inside, where the dim light revealed a pile of dilapidated military supplies in the corner. The quacking emanated from behind this heap, mustering his courage. He circled around, only to find a tattered toy duck lying quietly on the ground, emanating a chilling aura. Just as Zhao Ming sighed in relief, the toy duck suddenly let out a sharp, ear-piercing quack, its eyes flashing with an eerie red light. In shock, he stumbled backward, knocking over a nearby shelf, causing a cacophony of clutter to scatter across the floor. That moment, a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene. Patrolling soldiers. "What are you doing here?" one soldier asked, frowning. Zhao Ming stammered an explanation, but the soldier, skeptical, picked up the toy duck, examining it carefully, yet finding nothing amiss. "You must be exhausted from studying. You're seeing things. Go back now." Confused, Zhao Ming made his way back to the dormitory, his steps unsteady, frequently glancing over his shoulder, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was also in turmoil. During a transportation assignment, he drove along a remote mountain road as night fell, the surroundings desolate and empty. Suddenly, without warning, the vehicle stalled, refusing to start. Frustrated, he stepped out to inspect the engine, only to spot a string of wet footprints beneath the car. Identical to the ones Zhao Ming had described, a putrid odor wafting up to him. His face drained of color as he stood up abruptly, realizing that a thick fog had enveloped the area, drastically reducing visibility. In the distance, a distorted shadow flickered within the mist. Trembling, Chen Feng fumbled for his phone, only to find it devoid of signal, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of isolation and dread. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Ming was unable to sleep, his mind racing with those bizarre images as dawn approached. He sought out Chen Feng to inquire if he had experienced any strange occurrences. Upon meeting, they exchanged looks of exhaustion and fear, each knowing that they had both fallen victim to the same eerie curse. Chapter 4. A haunting home. Visit. The twilight hung like an ancient veil, gently draping over the mountains surrounding Taoyuan village, adding an air of hazy, sinister mystery to this remote locale. Kindergarten teacher Wang Zhina concluded her day of lessons, her spirits sunk as if mired in quicksand. In class, she had been teaching the children basic traffic rules, her voice ringing clear like a lark frolicking in the mountains. "Children, repeat after me. Red light means stop, green light means go." The children responded in their tender voices, resembling a chorus of cheerful fledglings. Only little Su Yao muttered a peculiar phrase. "Red light means wait, green light means go back." Wang Zhaona was taken aback. Bending down to Su Yao with a gentle smile, lightly patting her head, "Su Yao, why are you different from everyone else? Who taught you to say that?" Su Yao shrank back, her shoulders hunching, fingers twisting her braid, eyes glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, "My mom said so." Her timid demeanor resembled that of a frightened little rabbit. Wang Zhaona sensed that something was amiss and decided to visit Su Yao's home after work. Driving her aging sedan along the winding dirt road, the night thickened like ink outside the window. The trees lining the roadside loomed like silent giants, rustling in the occasional breeze, as if they whispered secrets of the night. Wang Zhaona gripped the steering wheel, her palms slick with cold sweat, an inexplicable chill creeping into her heart. At last, the car came to a halt with a creaking sound in front of Su Yao's solitary old house at the edge of the village. The walls of the house were peeling, moss overgrown like the scars of time. The door stood ajar, a dim yellow light seeping through the crack like a drowsy eye. Wang Zha took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock. The door creaked open, revealing Su Yao's mother, Lin Saw. She appeared gaunt and weary, like a withered vine drained of life, her hair disheveled with strands clinging to her sweaty cheeks, her eyes weary yet guarded, resembling a mother hen protecting her chicks. "You must be Teacher Wang. Please come in," Lin Saw said, her voice hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Wang Zhaona stepped inside. A musty odor assaulted her senses. The dimly lit room featured a swaying light bulb, resembling a drunken man. Broken chairs and tables leaned against the corners like wounded soldiers, unable to rise again. Clutter was strewn everywhere. Wang Zhena steadied her nerves and forced a smile. Lin saw, today in class, Su Yao mispronounced the traffic rules, saying it was you who taught her. I wanted to clear up any misunderstandings. Lin Saw remained silent for a moment, her cracked lips trembling as she pointed to a dilapidated water dispenser in the corner. The old dispenser was yellowed and battered, resembling an elderly man nearing the end of his life, with a crumpled note affixed to it that read, "Red light means wait, green light means go back. Do not drink cold water." Just then, the light turned green, and Lin Saw hurried forward to fill a cup with water, muttering, "Only when the green light is on can we go back. Drinking unboiled water will surely lead to illness." As Wang Zhena opened her mouth to speak, the door swung open with a bang, and Su Yao's father, Zhao Dage, stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and dressed in shabby work clothes. He headed straight for the water dispenser, causing Su Yao's face to flush with urgency as she rushed to cling to her father's leg. "Daddy, what about the red light? Don't run the red light." Zhao Dage, bleary-eyed, waved her aside and mumbled as he reached for the unboiled water. Lin Saw's anger flared instantly, her eyes blazing as she rushed over to snatch the cup from him, shouting, "You fool! Don't you know the situation at home? If you drink that, how will we survive?" Wang Zhena quickly intervened, grasping Lin Saw's arm. "Calm down, Lin Saw. It's just once. It's not that serious. Don't let it affect your health." Tears welled in Lin Saw's eyes as she lamented. "Teacher Wang, this dispenser is something we found. The bucket contains our well water, and if we don't boil it, we can't take that risk that we can't afford to fall ill in a poor household." As night deepened, Wang Zhena declined the offer to stay overnight and prepared to leave. Upon stepping outside, a chilling wind sliced through her like a blade, causing her to shudder. Approaching her car, she found it wouldn't start, and her phone had lost signal. With no other option, she reluctantly returned to the house to re-entering. The cold intensified, the lights flickering incessantly, as if they might be consumed by darkness at any moment. Wang Zhena called out, but there was no response. Her heart raced as she cautiously made her way toward the inner room, each step feeling as though she were treading on the edge of her own heartbeat. In the dim light, she spotted Su Yao's family standing stiffly in the corner, pale and devoid of color, their eyes hollow, mechanically repeating, "Red light means wait, green light means go back." Wang Zhena's pupils dilated in shock, her hands clamping over her mouth to stifle a scream. As she turned to flee, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, as if an evil spirit had slammed it shut. That a chilling whisper emanated from behind her, as if rising from the depths of hell. "Why don't you listen? Drinking unboiled water means you'll join us." Wang Zhena collapsed to the floor, catching a glimpse of the blood-soaked note on the water dispenser. The red light flashing wildly, the room bathed in a sinister crimson hue. Terror gripped her heart as her mind raced, attempting to recall the exorcism method she had once heard. Suddenly, she remembered her grandmother mentioning that vermilion could ward off evil. In her panic, she discovered a red pen in her pocket, unscrewed the cap, and flung the vermilion ink around her, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Don't come any closer." Su Yao's family seemed momentarily frozen, pausing in their mechanical repetition. Wang Zhena seized the opportunity to lunge at the door, desperately attempting to pry the lock open. Sweat soaked her back, and just as despair threatened to engulf her, the lock clicked open with a resounding snap. She burst through the door, only to be met by a thick fog that obscured her vision just a few steps ahead. In a blind panic, Wang Zhena fled into the mist, when suddenly, her foot was ensnared by something, causing her to tumble to the ground in a disheveled heap. Looking down, she discovered a tattered cloth doll, damp as if freshly pulled from water, its mouth gaping wide and two black button eyes exuding an eerie glimmer. Wang Zhena yearned to rise and continue her escape, but felt a frigid grip tightly clutching her ankle. Terror surged within her as she glanced back, where a pale visage emerged from the fog, its mouth moving silently, repeating the haunting phrase, "Red light waits, green light goes. Help." With all her might, Wang Zhena struggled, using her other foot to kick at the hand that held her captive. After breaking free, she staggered to her feet, the faint echoes of wailing filling her ears. Shadows seemed to flit through the fog, and in her frantic state, she collided with a large tree, her head spinning in a daze. Through the haze, a glimmer of weak light appeared, resembling a lighthouse amidst the darkness. Wang Zhina stumbled toward the light, discovering it to be an abandoned shrine. The door was ajar, and as she pushed it open, the stale scent of incense ash permeated the air. Hiding behind a statue, missing both arms and legs, she covered her mouth, striving to stifle her frantic breaths, her gaze fixated on the shrine's entrance, fearful of any entity that might pursue her. After what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped the outside, and just as Wang Zhina exhaled a sigh of relief, she heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from outside, slow and heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. Her heart leapt into her throat, fingers tightening around the red pen in her hand, her body trembling uncontrollably, uncertain whether the newcomer was human or ghost, and whether she could survive this night of terror. Chapter 5. The cursed laboratory in the medical university's laboratory building. The dim streetlights shivered in the biting wind, their faint glow barely illuminating a small patch of warmth before being swiftly engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Lin Yu and Su Yao, two close friends, had just been liberated from the oppressive weight of their anatomy class, and were conversing idly as they exited the building. Su Yao, do you think studying medicine is exhausting enough to save lives in the future? Lin Yu wrapped her old cotton coat tighter around herself, watching her breath dissipate into the cold air. Su Yao retorted with a smirk, you think too much. First, let's just get through tomorrow's pharmacology test. Oh, and I still need to grind through my studies in the lab tonight. That a mischievous idea struck Lin Yu, a sly smile creeping on her lips. While you're studying alone tonight, why not toss your pen behind you? You might hear something amusing to liven up these dreary days. Su Yao rolled her eyes in response. Enough with your ridiculous ideas, that I'm not falling for that. Their laughter faded into the night as their silhouettes disappeared into the darkness. The following day, the campus erupted in chaos. The shrill wail of an ambulance shattered the tranquility, and a crowd gathered in a frenzy before the laboratory building. Lin Yu stepped onto campus. Her heart clenched violently, and she urgently inquired of a nearby classmate. What happened? The classmate's eyes widened in terror as they stammered. Su Yao is dead. She was in the lab last night, and when they found her, her face was unrecognizable. Lin Yu felt a deafening buzz in her head, disbelief flooding her thoughts as her feet felt as if they had been nailed to the ground, icy dread coursing up her spine. The school quickly sealed off the news, claiming that Su Yao had succumbed to a sudden heart attack. Yet Lin Yu knew well that Su Yao had always been in robust health. Such an ailment could not strike without warning, to end the countless nights that followed. Every time she closed her eyes, Su Yao's distorted, terrified face would emerge from the darkness, suffocating Lin Yu with guilt and fear. Time marched on relentlessly, and the pressure of graduate school loomed like a mountain, forcing Lin Yu into the lab late into the night. That on yet another frigid winter's eve, the lab's harsh, white lights made her head spin. Surrounded by countless jars and bottles, the pungent scent of formaldehyde stinging her nostrils one by one, her classmates departed, the sounds of chairs scraping and hushed conversations fading away, leaving Lin Yu alone, grappling with a mountain of textbooks. When she finally lifted her head from the mire of knowledge, the once bustling laboratory lay in oppressive silence. The wind howled outside, as if lamenting, and the condensation on the glass blurred the outside world into an indistinct haze. Strangely, Su Yao's figure invaded Lin Yu's thoughts, and in a fit of compulsion, she tightly gripped a pen, slowly raising her hand and hurling it behind her with force. Her heart raced, the ticking of the second hand echoed ominously. Yet no anticipated sound of impact followed. Breathing quickened. Her fingers instinctively dug into the table's edge, every hair on her body standing on end. With a tense rigidity, she turned her head, and there stood Su Yao. As pale as a ghost, her eyes sunken and dark, long hair clinging to her cheeks, droplets of water cascading down, soaking the ground beneath her as Su Yao's lips moved soundlessly, a frigid aura enveloping Lin Yu. She longed to scream, yet her throat felt constricted, only managing to emit a faint gurgling sound. Desperately, she recoiled, the legs of her chair scraping against the floor with a grating noise. Her eyes remained locked on Su Yao, her limbs icy, her mind blank, as a torrent of horrifying thoughts raced through her. Was Su Yao's spirit unwilling to depart? Or was she being drawn into another dimension? Lin Yu, help me. A faint voice pierced her ears, as if coming from a great distance, yet somehow near. Lin Yu's eyes widened, And in a daze, the scene before her flickered, Su Yao vanished, and the laboratory returned to a semblance of normalcy. Though the chill lingered heavily, trembling, she rose to her feet, only to find her legs give way, collapsing back down as her gaze fell upon the pin that had rolled to the corner beneath an old cabinet. This cabinet, rumored to have been in place for many years, served as a repository for old experimental equipment, exuding an air of foreboding. After much hesitation, the instinct to survive compelled Lin Yu to inch closer and reach for the pin. Just as her fingertips brushed against its surface, an unseen force yanked her abruptly toward the cabinet. She struggled in terror, but it was futile. In an instant, darkness enveloped her, and from the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a shadow that resembled Su Yao, yet bore a more horrific, unknown presence that lay in the depths of the darkness. Time lost all meaning, until faint footsteps approached and a beam of flashlight pierced through the gloom. It was the night security guard, miss. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, extending his hand toward Lin Yu, but the moment he touched her, a bone-chilling cold passed through him. Lin Yu was pulled from the cabinet. Gasping for air, her words tumbling out in a rush. Su Yao is haunting me. The guard's brow furrowed, his gaze darting to the depths of the cabinet where a shadow flickered, his complexion paling. This place is cursed. We must leave. Together, they fled the laboratory, the faint sound of weeping echoing behind them. Back in her dormitory, Lin Yu found her roommates fast asleep, yet she dared not close her eyes. For each time she did, the endless darkness and Su Yao's anguished visage would return. With the dawn barely breaking, Lin Yu received notification from the school that the laboratory would be temporarily closed for repairs. Staring out at the lightening sky, confusion and dread filled her heart. Had she truly encountered a ghost, or was it merely a manifestation of her own unraveling sanity? Before she could unravel the mystery, her phone vibrated suddenly, an anonymous message flashing across the screen. It's not over. You are next. Lin Yu's hand trembled, almost dropping her phone as a wave of new terror crashed over her. Chapter 6. Shadows behind high walls. The dilapidated government buildings in the town appeared as colossal, desolate tombs beneath the waning moonlight, exuding a chill that seeped into the very bones. Su Ran, a young civil servant newly appointed to the town's judicial office, was filled with youthful arrogance, often secretly criticizing the older generation for their lackadaisical approach to work, contrasting sharply with the meticulousness of the present. Recently, the office received a troublesome lead regarding irregularities in legal aid funding. After some investigation, Su Ran and his colleagues determined that certain aspects required referral to the neighboring finance office, and thus hurriedly prepared the case files to deliver. The hallway was dimly lit, sporadic sparks flickering ominously, the crackling sounds reverberating in the silence, as if unseen eyes lurked in the shadows, watching their every move. Upon reaching the finance office, the atmosphere inside was dark and oppressive. Several staff members wore grim expressions, their eyes darting nervously, stubbornly refusing to accept the case files that Su Ran, flustered and flushed with embarrassment, found himself in a stalemate when his phone suddenly erupted with a piercing ring, startling him nearly into a panic. The call was from the town's disciplinary committee, their voice harsh and reprimanding for their negligence. Su Ran hastily defended himself, but the committee insisted on immediate verification. While the finance office workers obstinately denied responsibility, demanding evidence that Su Ran had no means to provide. Frustrated, he returned home. Upon arrival, his father noticed Su Ran's dejected demeanor and inquired about the situation. After listening intently, his father suggested, "Next time, send the documents via postal service. The tracking number will serve as proof, and they can't wriggle out of it." Although Su Ran felt it was an overreaction, he nodded in agreement. The next day, Su Ran summoned the postal worker and sent out the documents, vigilantly tracking the logistics information, feeling somewhat relieved as he saw the package gradually move. However, a few days later, a large parcel was returned, accompanied by a letter from the finance office, asserting that the matter still belonged to the judicial office, listing a multitude of regulations and rules that ATA lost. Su Ran reported back to his supervisor, and after several discussions, the office decided to submit the case for a ruling from the town government. This delay stretched on for nearly half a month. Coincidentally, the town was hosting a Chonyang festival to honor the elderly, and the judicial office's director Chun gathered retired staff and younger colleagues to hear the wisdom of their elders, with Su Ran among them. When it was time for Su Ran's grandfather to speak, He recounted how Su Ran had dragged out the case for nearly a month, while he himself had resolved similar matters in just 2 minutes, drawing puzzled looks from the audience. Director Chen, intrigued, requested the old man to demonstrate that Su Ran's grandfather slowly rose, taking the file bag and walking toward the backyard. The crowd followed him outside, where the cold moonlight illuminated the weathered walls. Wild grass thrived in the cracks. Swaying eerily in the night breeze, the old man reached the base of the wall, tiptoed, and placed the file bag atop the wall, raising his voice. "Old buddy, here is the case for you." His voice echoed into the stillness of the night, carrying a hollow resonance that sent chills down the spines of those present. In that instant, a fierce wind howled past, enveloping them in a bone-chilling cold. Su Ran was suddenly seized by a shiver. In a daze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow flickering at the wall's end. The figure was grotesque, emanating a palpable aura of resentment. Almost immediately, a chilling scream pierced the night sky. Reminiscent of a cry from the depths of hell, Su Ran's eyes widened in terror. But when he looked again, only a veil of indistinct darkness remained. The old man, seemingly oblivious to the unusual occurrence, turned and strolled back into the house, muttering, "This is how it has always been done. There has never been a problem." The young men exchanged fearful glances, visibly shaken. Su Ran, trembling, asked, "Grandfather, did you truly not see anything on that wall?" The old man's footsteps faltered momentarily, a flicker of alarm and recollection flashing in his eyes. After a long silence, he softly replied, "That wall conceals unclean things. It bodes no good." That night, Su Ran lay in bed, haunted by the terrifying scene, unable to find rest. After a prolonged struggle, he finally drifted into a dream, only to find himself ensnared in a murky quagmire. In the dream, towering walls loomed, shrouded in dense mist, the air resonating with anguished wails and vicious curses. He attempted to flee, but his legs felt as though they were shackled by iron chains. Suddenly, a ghastly specter with a contorted face emerged from the wall's crest, hair billowing wildly, blood streaming from its eye sockets, extending a skeletal hand tinged with ashen hues, and brutally grasping his throat. Su Ran fought desperately to break free, but to no avail. The specter exhaled a putrid breath, whispering ominously, "Mind your own business, and forfeit your life." Awakening from the nightmare, Su Ran was drenched in cold sweat. Outside, the night remained deeply somber, and though shaken, he felt an inexplicable compulsion driving him to dawn. He ventured alone to the back courtyard, where the wall appeared even more foreboding in the dim light. He tiptoed to peer over, only to find a tangle of weeds. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a ragged piece of cloth wedged in the wall's crevice. Trembling, he pulled it out. The fabric was worn and decayed, but faint, indistinct characters could be discerned, seemingly chronicling a tragic incident from the past. A crucial passage detailed how someone in town had embezzled relief funds, cursed, and met a horrific end, with subsequent caretakers plagued by misfortune. Su Ran's heart raced. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a colleague's sudden shout broke the silence. "Su Ran, the director is looking for you." He hastily concealed the cloth and turned to respond, unaware that a wisp of black smoke had silently gathered atop the wall, transforming into a pair of vengeful eyes that fixated on him. After attending to matters at the office, Su Ran returned to search for the cloth, but it had vanished without a trace. Just as confusion set in, a chilling voice emanated from the phone. "If you dare to dig deeper, the vengeful spirit will claim your life, and your entire family shall follow." The call abruptly ended, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Gripping the phone, Su Ran's legs weakened. He realized he had become ensnared in a terrifying vortex that transcended time, and the malevolent spirit lurking in the darkness awaited to consume him. Yet he dared not contemplate the unknown calamity that lay ahead. Chapter 7. The midnight vengeful spirit. In the remote and tranquil town of Yushui, there resided a young couple. The husband, Qin Lang, was tall and sturdy, possessing a rugged yet gentle demeanor. He was a diligent craftsman. His wife, Lin Wan, was graceful, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and her laughter akin to blossoms blooming in spring. She maintained their home with meticulous care. The couple had opened a modest carpentry shop on the outskirts of town, and although their lives were not affluent, they were filled with stability and sweetness. As autumn descended upon Yushui, The days retained a hint of warmth, yet the nights brought a damp chill that wrapped around one like a specter, that on a night devoid of stars or moonlight, the oppressive sky resembled a heavy leaden sheet, suffocating the entire town. Qin Lang and Lin wanted to close their shop early, sharing a simple dinner in the warm glow of their home, occasionally exchanging tender glances and smiles. Wan, once we save enough money, let us expand the shop and have a plump little baby, Qin Lang said, placing a piece of food into Lin Wan's bowl, his eyes gleaming with hope. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed with warmth as she nodded softly. I will follow your lead, as long as we are together. However, this tranquility was soon to be ruthlessly shattered point for notorious ruffians. Lu Biao, Chenhu, Wang Xie, and Zhao Ergo arrived in town, known for their penchant for trouble, thievery, and deceit. They were a malignant presence in Yushui. Big brother, look at that carpentry shop. It's secluded, and the couple seems weak. We can definitely score a good haul, Chenhu said, rubbing his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed as he addressed Lu Biao. Lu Biao, with a sidelong glance and a grin revealing his yellowed teeth, replied, let us strike tonight. Take everything of value that if that little lady knows her place, she might even amuse us. The group erupted in lewd laughter, their mirth echoing disturbingly in the still night. That as the night deepened, Qin Lang and Lin Wan were fast asleep, their rhythmic breathing filling the room. Suddenly, a violent banging on the door shattered the stillness, akin to a demon's roar. The four thugs stormed in like ravenous wolves. Lu Biao brandished a knife, pressing it against Qin Lang's throat. Startled awake, Qin Lang's eyes widened in terror, electricity coursing through his body. Lin Wan, jolted from her slumber, opened her mouth to scream, only to have Wang Xie cover her mouth, leaving her to emit muffled whimpers. Dare to make a sound, and I will slit your throats, Lu Biao hissed, his gaze sharp as a poisoned arrow, aimed directly at the couple. Qin Lang, gritting his teeth in fury, momentarily forgot his fear. You scum! Robbing in broad daylight, is there no law left? His voice trembled with rage, his body instinctively tensing. Tears welled in Lin Wan's eyes as she looked desperately at Qin Lang, her heart filled with helplessness and dread. She could never have imagined such calamity would descend upon them so suddenly. The thugs bound the couple tightly with coarse ropes and began ransacking the house. The clinking of coins and the clattering of furniture merged into a symphony of crime. Big brother, we've struck gold, Zhao Ergo exclaimed, his eyes glistening with excitement as he surveyed the gathered loot. But don't get too ahead of yourself. There is something even more entertaining, Chenhu leered, approaching Lin Wan, his gaze sticky and repulsive, causing her to feel both disgusted and terrified. She wriggled desperately, casting a pleading glance at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's fury boiled as he struggled against the ropes, the bindings biting into his flesh. You beasts, let her go. I'll fight you. Lu Biao kicked Qin Lang in the chest, causing him to crash to the ground, feeling as if his very insides had been rearranged. The atmosphere in the room turned frigid, as if winter had suddenly descended. The breath of the assailants was visible, and Lu Biao shivered, an inexplicable sense of dread creeping upon him. Why is it so unnaturally cold? Chenhu, too, was unnerved, glancing around nervously. Big brother, do you think we've disturbed something? Should we retreat? Lu Biao spat, attempting to maintain his facade of bravado. What are you afraid of? We'll finish this and then leave. Yet his voice betrayed a subtle tremor. What followed was an unspeakable torment. Chenhu and Wang Xie unleashed their vile intentions upon Lin Wan, her sobs mingling with Qin Lang's curses, transforming the room into a hellish purgatory. As the brutality ended, fear lingered, and the four men, fearing exposure, turned to murder, cruelly ending the lives of the couple and concealing their bodies in an old cellar in the yard, covering them with a thick layer of dry grass. The next day, the carpentry shop remained closed, and neighbors grew suspicious. Upon investigation, they discovered the scene was a chaotic horror, immediately alerting the authorities. Experienced Detective Su Feng led a team to the scene, his brow furrowed as he vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice. After arduous sleuthing, within a few days, Lu Biao and his accomplices were apprehended and imprisoned in the town's jail. Upon entering the jail, Lu Biao remained audacious, boasting, "What's a few years? When I get out, I'll still be a man." Leaning against the cell wall with a nonchalant demeanor, he projected an air of indifference. The others echoed his bravado, though internally they felt a twinge of unease. Night fell, enveloping the cell in oppressive silence. Initially, only a faint whisper of wind could be heard, as if it were emanating from a great distance, a haunting wail. Lu Biao awoke suddenly, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered, "What is that noise? It's eerie." Chunhu rolled over, irritated. "Big brother, stop overreacting. We're trying to sleep." Before he could finish, a bone-chilling gust of wind howled through the cell, extinguishing the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. "What is that?" Wang Xie shrieked in terror, his finger trembling as he pointed towards the corner of the cell. The others followed his gaze, and a hazy white figure began to materialize. It was Lin Wan. Her hair was disheveled, cascading over her face, her features twisted beyond recognition, blood and tears streaming from her hollow eyes, clad in the blood-stained nightgown she had worn. "Return my life, you beasts!" Her ethereal, yet mournful voice resonated within the cell, each word as though emerging from the abyss of hell, piercing the hearts of the men. Lu Biao turned pale, his legs quaking, attempting to stand and flee, only to find himself immobilized as if bound by invisible ropes. "Don't come any closer!" Lu Biao screamed, his voice sharp with terror. As Lin Wan's figure advanced, the air grew ever colder, their breaths crystallizing into frost. Suddenly, Lu Biao's body lifted uncontrollably, his limbs twisting at grotesque angles. The sound of cracking bones echoing in the stillness, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter coherent words, only able to emit horrifying shrieks. Chun, who had long since collapsed onto the ground, a wet patch spreading from his groin as he incoherently begged for mercy. "Great and spare my life. It was all Lu Biao's idea. It has nothing to do with me." Yet the vengeful spirit paid no heed to his pleas. In the next moment, Chun-Hu's eyes bulged as if they were about to burst from their sockets, staring fixedly ahead. His body convulsed violently a few times before he drew his last breath. In a state of panic, Wang Xie fled in all directions, only to be ensnared by an invisible force that violently hurled him against the wall. Blood erupted from his 7 orifices, splattering against the wall and creating a grotesque, bloody tableau. Zhao Ergu, utterly shattered, wept inconsolably, his hands clutching his head as if being torn apart by countless unseen hands, his skin rupturing, muscles protruding, a scene too horrific to behold. Hours passed, and the 4 once arrogant men had transformed into lifeless corpses, their deaths exceedingly macabre. Their faces were frozen in an expression of unfathomable terror, as if they had glimpsed the most horrifying sights of existence in their final moments. Yet, this was not the end. From that night onward, whispers of soft sobs and piercing screams echoed through the prison, sending shivers down spines. The guards were filled with dread, rotating in and out, yet none dared linger near that cell. The residents of Yushui town whispered among themselves, some claiming that the vengeful souls of Qin Lang and Lin Wan were still wandering the earth, unable to find peace. Others speculated that a grander conspiracy lay beneath, and that the mysterious force of vengeance would not cease easily. How this curse would reach its conclusion remained shrouded in the ominous haze hanging over Yushui town, awaiting revelation. Chapter 8. The dead of requital inside the police station. The pallid lights flickered ominously, as if they might extinguish at any moment, casting shadows on the walls that danced like monstrous apparitions. When Zhang Minhui burst in, she appeared utterly disheveled, once a young woman accustomed to a life of luxury. At 23, she had a fair and delicate visage that typically radiated vibrancy. Yet now, her makeup was in disarray, streaked by tears, and her meticulously styled long hair hung messily about her shoulders. Her expensive leather boots were splattered with mud, and her costly mink coat had lost several buttons, gaping open to reveal a wrinkled dress beneath. "Officer, please, I implore you, help me find my boyfriend. He has vanished." Zhang Minhui's voice trembled, thick with sobs, her eyes red and frantic, her hands twisting helplessly together. The officer attending to her, a composed middle-aged man named Li Zheng, frowned slightly, signaling her to calm down. "Miss, please collect yourself, sit down and explain the details clearly." Zhang Minhui, still sobbing, sat down and took a moment to compose herself before speaking. "My boyfriend Guyu and I met 6 months ago at a charity gala. That moment, the lights illuminated him, and he resembled a prince stepped from a painting. I was instantly captivated that we have always had a wonderful relationship, never quarreling, nor entangled in financial disputes. But 3 days ago, he suddenly vanished as if he had evaporated. His phone is unreachable, and when I visited his supposed workplace, they claimed no such person exists. Li Jing took notes as he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you certain the information he provided was accurate? Did you notice anything suspicious?" Zhang Minhui shook her head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. I trust him. Something must have happened to him. He wouldn't just disappear without reason." Li Jing sighed, resigned, sensing that the situation likely pointed to a romantic scam. However, observing Zhang Minhui's state, he could only attempt to reassure her. "Miss Zhang, please try not to panic, that we will verify the information and inform you as soon as we have news. However, you must prepare yourself. Many cases like this involve deceit." Zhang Minhui returned home, her heart heavy. That IT was a grand mansion in the southern outskirts, typically impressive, but now appeared eerie and desolate. The surrounding overgrown grass shivered in the wind, resembling a group of frightened specters. Inside, the housekeeper, Sun Jingyin, emerged from the laundry room. In her 40s, she was gaunt and expressionless, as if drained of vitality by time, but her deep-set eyes seemed capable of absorbing all light. "Son Andy, just put it down," Zhang Minhui said weakly. Sun Jingyin nodded, placing the clean garments on the sofa. Her gaze lingered on Zhang Minhui for a moment before she quietly inquired, "Miss, what troubles you? You look quite unwell." With tears welling up in her eyes, Zhang Minhui nearly broke down again. "Son Annie, Gu Yu is missing. I went to report it, but the police said his identity might be false. What should I do?" A flicker of concern crossed Sun Jingyin's eyes as she comforted. "Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily." Yet her tone was so flat, devoid of emotion, that it sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. On November 15th, the sky hung heavy like a vast leaden plate, pressing down on the city. Sun Jingyin returned with the last batch of clothing, but Zhang Minhui, in a flurry of agitation, hastily paid her and attempted to send her away. It was only after Sun Jingyin exited that she noticed the old handbag left at the doorstep. Grabbing it, she pursued Sun Jingyin, and upon reaching the door, her gaze fell upon an ancient key hanging from the bag, its design alarmingly identical to the one Gu Yu had cherished. Once hidden close to his heart, her heart plummeted into despair. Zhang Minhui bit her lip, resolutely deciding to secretly follow Sun Jingyin. The cold wind howled, causing the branches by the roadside to lash out at the air like whips. Sun Jingyin's home was adjacent to an abandoned factory area, where dilapidated walls stood like specters, and the crumbling houses seemed ready to collapse at a mere breeze, suffused with an air of decay and stagnation. As if time itself had halted in desolation, Zhang Minhui concealed herself behind a crumbling wall, her heart racing. Peeking out, she fixed her gaze on Sun Jingyin's dwelling. As darkness descended, it spread like ink, gradually swallowing the remaining light. She felt both anxious and terrified, longing for a clue about Gu Yu while fearing the sight of something horrific. By evening, a dim glow struggled to pierce through the clouds. Sun Jingyin ambled into the yard, carrying a rusted iron basin. She bent down to open a dog cage, releasing a disheveled, fierce-looking large gray dog. A twisted smile graced Sun Jingyin's face, her expression resembling a mask as she tossed scraps into the basin. Zhang Minhui squinted, her stomach churning as she realized the gray dog had a human hand in its mouth. The hand was pale and swollen, fingers dangling as if futilely pleading for help. Zhang Minhui clamped her mouth shut to stifle a scream, frantically fumbling for her phone to dial 110, her voice trembling with terror as she cried, "Please, someone come quickly. There has been a murder near the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs." The police arrived swiftly, led by none other than Li Jing. They burst through the rickety door, and the stench of blood assaulted their senses. The interior was dim and filthy, with a half-dismembered corpse in the corner, evoking a sense of horror. The body appeared to have been carelessly disassembled, chunks of flesh scattered, blood splattered everywhere, resembling a gruesome masterpiece of a devil's hand. Upon investigation, the deceased was identified as Gu Yu, whose real name was Chen Lin, a homeless orphan, closely associated with Sun Jing. In the interrogation room, the lights flickered incessantly, seemingly frightened by the sinister atmosphere. Sun Jingyin sat in the cold interrogation chair, her hands cuffed, her head bowed, hair obscuring most of her face, silent as a stone statue. Li Jing slammed his hand on the table. "Sun Jingyin, the evidence is irrefutable. Will you not confess? We found the murder weapon in your home." along with uncleaned bloodstains. The deceased, Chen Lin, had a significant relationship with you. Why did you kill him? Slowly, Sun Jingyin raised her head, the light illuminating her pale, haggard face, her eyes vacant and lifeless, resembling two deep, empty wells. Her cracked lips moved, her voice rasping like sandpaper. He came to collect a debt. I couldn't escape. Li Zheng furrowed his brow. That a debt. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Sun Jingyin offered a bitter laugh, her mirth echoing eerily in the silence of the interrogation room. In my youth, I was impoverished and greedy that a passerby once asked for directions, and I noticed a gleaming jade pendant in his bundle. My heart turned dark. When he wasn't paying attention, I struck him dead with a hoe and snatched the pendant, hastily burying the corpse in my cellar. Ever since that day, my home has been haunted. Every night, I hear wretched wails, and at nightfall, I see the face of the dead man. That I fled here and encountered Chen Lin. I sensed the malevolent aura surrounding him, realizing it was the vengeful spirit seeking me out. As she spoke, the temperature in the room plummeted, the breath of those present instantly forming white mist. The lights began to flicker violently, crackling as if they might explode. Yet, Sun Jingyin appeared oblivious, murmuring to herself, "What is destined to come will come. I shall pay with my life." Before she could finish, a fierce wind burst through the window, enveloping the room in a chilling darkness accompanied by blood-curdling screams. Reminiscent of a legion of malevolent spirits charging forth, the officers recoiled in fright. Instinctively stepping back as the wind subsided, they turned to find Sun Jingyin still seated in her chair, but her body was devoid of warmth. Her hollow eyes stared blankly ahead, as if her soul had been forcibly dragged into an endless abyss. The recording device used to document the interrogation now emitted only a cacophony of static and eerie wails, leaving no one to fathom the dreadful secret that Sun Jingyin had ultimately revealed. Upon learning of Sun Jingyin's sudden demise, Zhang Minhui's mental state deteriorated further, plagued by nightmares that haunted her through the night. In her dreams, Guyu stood at her bedside, bloodied and sorrowful, his eyes filled with lamentation as he murmured, "Why did you not save me?" Each time she jolted awake from these nightmares, she was drenched in cold sweat. One fateful night, as a tempest raged outside, raindrops pounded against the window with ferocity, resembling a horde of demons attempting to breach her sanctuary. Zhang Minhui once more awoke from a nightmare, her nightgown soaked with perspiration, trembling as she peered fearfully into the darkness. Just then, a slow, dragging sound of footsteps resonated from the living room below, advancing step by deliberate step towards the staircase, each sound seemingly pressing upon her fraying nerves. Zhang Minhui clamped her mouth shut to stifle any sound, trembling as she reached out to feel for the bedside lamp. When her fingers brushed against the switch, she flicked it with a decisive click. Yet the lamp remained unlit in the oppressive darkness. She could barely discern the outline of a shadow at the doorway, which gradually became more defined. The silhouette was tall, resembling a man, with damp hair clinging to his face, obscuring his features but radiating an overwhelming chill. "The Guu," Zhang Minhui whispered, her voice barely audible. The shadow remained silent, standing motionless, rainwater dripping from its clothing onto the floor, each drop echoing eerily in the stillness of the night. Tears welled in Zhang Minhui's eyes as fear gripped her. She longed to cry out, yet her throat felt constricted, as if ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. Suddenly, the dark figure slowly raised a hand, its movement stiff and sluggish, fingers elongated and pale, reaching out towards her. Zhang Minhui erupted into tears, frantically retreating into the corner of her bed, wishing desperately to vanish into the wall. Just as the shadow's hand neared her, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, flooding the room with blinding light, causing the shadow to vanish as if scorched by the brilliance. Zhang Minhui collapsed on her bed, gasping for breath, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Terrified to remain in the room, she stumbled into the darkness, rushing towards the adjacent room in search of the old caretaker. Upon reaching the caretaker's door, she found it ajar, faint sounds of weeping drifting from within. Pushing the door open, she glimpsed the caretaker curled up in a corner, her face etched with terror. "Caretaker, what has happened to you?" Zhang Minhui inquired. The caretaker trembled, pointing towards the window. "Miss, I saw a ghost. a blood-soaked man floating outside, staring directly at me to this revelation. Zhang Minhui's complexion paled further, and she and the caretaker huddled together, shivering through the long night. The following day, Zhang Minhui resolved to seek the counsel of a medium. The medium, a frail old woman draped in vibrant garments, possessed dull eyes that belied a sharp intellect. She scoured the premises, muttering incantations as her compass needle spun wildly. "My dear, your abode is tainted, having attracted a vengeful spirit. The deceased harbors immense resentment." Unwilling to depart, the medium stated, her brow furrowed. Zhang Minhui, desperate, implored, "What must I do?" "You must help me." The medium clicked her tongue thoughtfully. "There is a remedy, albeit a challenging one, that you must locate the remains of the wronged spirit, grant it a proper burial, and perform a grand ceremony to release its grievances." Zhang Minhui recalled the gruesome scene at Sun Jingyin's residence, her face contorting with reluctance, yet driven by the desire to end her torment. She steeled herself and nodded. "Very well, I shall attempt it." Summoning her courage, she ventured to the dilapidated house of Sun Jingyin, now sealed off by the authorities. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she climbed over the wall. The yard was permeated by a foul stench, and a large, chained dog growled menacingly at her from the corner, its gaze fierce. With utmost caution, she evaded the dog and entered the house. Inside, the dim, foreboding atmosphere enveloped her as she wielded a flashlight, searching for clues. Suddenly, her foot landed on a loose floorboard, creaking ominously beneath her weight, nearly causing her to stumble. Looking down, she noticed a trapdoor beneath the board. Summoning her bravery, she pried the board open, and a putrid odor assaulted her senses, covering her nose. She shone her flashlight down into the cellar, where a skeleton lay starkly visible, a gaping hole in the skull, presumably that of the passerby whom Sun Jingyin had harmed. Zhang Minhui recoiled in horror, inadvertently colliding with a nearby table. A tattered notebook fell to the ground, and as she picked it up, she discovered it was a diary, filled with Sun Jingyin's scribbled confessions of her sins and her subsequent fears upon encountering Chen Lin, whom she believed to be the embodiment of the vengeful spirit come to claim her life. With the notebook and the grim discovery in hand, Zhang Minhui hurriedly departed, contacting the medium to arrange the ceremony. The ritual was set for 3 nights later, under the full moon, at a clearing behind the estate. On that night, the medium, accompanied by several assistants, set up incense burners, candles, and offerings, commencing the ceremony, clutching a peach-wood sword. The medium chanted incantations, dancing around the bonfire. "Vengeful spirit, do not linger here. Depart to the afterlife." The assistants beat wooden fish and burned joss paper, creating a cloud of smoke that enveloped them. As the ceremony reached its midpoint, a fierce wind surged, extinguishing all the candles and causing the bonfire to flare dangerously high, nearly igniting the onlookers. From the darkness, a chilling wail arose, a haunting blend of male and female voices that sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Minhui cowered behind the medium, trembling. "Medium, what is happening?" The medium's face turned ashen, yet she feigned composure. "Do not panic. The spirit's resentment runs deep. It struggles still. Continue." With that, she resumed her incantations. Yet the wails intensified. And suddenly, a shadow lunged from the darkness, charging towards the medium. The medium was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the large dog, its eyes glowing crimson, saliva dripping from its jaws, seemingly controlled by some malevolent force. The dog lunged at the crowd, chaos erupting. In the midst of the turmoil, Zhang Minhui stumbled and fell, witnessing the dog pounce towards her. Just as despair threatened to envelop her, a mysterious light suddenly illuminated the area. The dog, as if struck by an unseen force, howled in agony before collapsing, twitching, and ultimately falling silent. As the light faded, silence blanketed the surroundings, the wind ceased, and the moon re-emerged from behind the clouds. The medium, disheveled and gasping for breath, remarked, "This matter is far too sinister. My powers are insufficient. You must seek assistance elsewhere." With that, she and her assistants hastily departed. Zhang Minhui sat despondently on the ground, gazing at the chaotic and bloody scene before her, filled with despair. She was at a loss for whom to turn to for help. And the haunting nightmares continued to loom over her, the lurking dread in the shadows poised to drag her deeper into despair. Chapter 9. The vengeful spirit of the old street in the remote town of Qingping. There lay an ancient and tranquil old street, bustling with life and thriving commerce. Chen Xueli, a young and beautiful vocational school graduate, filled with dreams and courage, opened a cozy bun shop on this very street. One morning, while the sun had yet to fully pierce the morning mist of the old street, the shop's door creaked open, and two unsavory young men sauntered in. The leader, Wang San, was stout with bulging eyes, while the other, Li Si, was tall and lanky, his gaze shifty. They were notorious henchmen of Zhao De, a local bully who had gathered a band of ruffians known as the 18 Night Demons, engaging in all manner of nefarious deeds in town. Wang San, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Xueli, spoke in a mockingly high-pitched voice. "Boss lady, business is booming on this old street, and your little shop ought to contribute some monthly fees. Don't you think?" "Just 800 kuai." Chen Xueli, taken aback, had never heard of such a fee, and with confusion, she replied, "What monthly fee? I haven't heard anything about that." Wang San, growing impatient, shouted, "Quit the nonsense. It's protection money. You pay it. Or else." Li Si chimed in with a sinister smile. "Don't rush, San. Look at this girl, so delicate and terrified. It wouldn't he do to scare her too much?" With that, he approached Chen Xueli with a lecherous grin. Trembling, Chen Xueli felt tears welling in her eyes, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a regular customer appeared at the doorway. Spotting the scene inside, he raised his voice intentionally. "Oh dear, what is going on today? Why are there so many police officers here?" Wang San and Li Si exchanged startled glances, fearing actual police had arrived, and hastily fled the scene. The old customer stepped inside, and Chen Xueli stood frozen, her mind racing, before she finally burst into tears. The next day, with a heart full of trepidation, Chen Xueli opened her shop once more, only to find Wang San and Li Si waiting at the entrance. Wang San brandished a cardboard sign, tauntingly declaring, "Little miss, you dared to play us yesterday. Today we shall teach you a lesson." Fearful, Chen Xueli stammered, "What do you want from us?" Li Si sneered, "What do we want? We read just helping you hang a sign, so everyone knows what kind of shop you run." With that, he hung the sign on the door, boldly proclaiming prostitute meat bun shop in large characters. Furious, Chen Xueli protested, "What right do you have to do this? I've never done anything like that." Li Si utterly disregarded her explanations, reaching out to tear at Chen Xueli's collar. Despite Chen Xueli's desperate resistance, she, a mere fragile woman, stood no chance against him. Chen Xueli was forcibly ushered into the store, and the door was shut behind her. The subsequent hours were nothing short of a nightmare for Chen Xueli. Her cries for help and agonized screams echoed within the confines of the shop, yet no one dared to come to her aid. Ultimately, they left, thoroughly satisfied with their cruel deeds. Chen Xueli collapsed onto the ground, her eyes brimming with despair and hatred. Slowly, she rose to her feet, gazing at her battered body in the mirror, silently vowing, "You beasts, I shall haunt you even in death." With that, she donned a red dress and resolutely chose to take her own life. After Chen Xueli's demise, the nights in the old street turned particularly eerie and terrifying. Every midnight, the faint sounds of weeping and wailing could be heard emanating from the bun shop. Rumors spread that under the moonlight, a woman in red could be seen wandering at the entrance of the shop. Days later, Wang San, Li Si, and Zhao De began to encounter a series of bizarre events done on his way home. Wang San constantly felt a pair of cold eyes watching him. Turning around, he found nothing as he walked down a secluded alley. A chilling wind swept past, and he beheld a woman in red materializing before him. Her face was as pale as snow, her eyes radiating boundless hatred. Wang San, terrified, collapsed to the ground, yearning to scream for help, yet found his throat constricted, silencing him. The woman glided towards him, chanting, "You beasts, return my life to me." Wang San struggled with all his might, but it was in vain. He ultimately succumbed to his overwhelming fear, his visage frozen in terror. Lic was not spared from this grim fate either. One night, as he slept alone at home, he was abruptly roused by an odd noise. Opening his eyes, he discovered a thick fog suffusing the room, within which a hazy figure flickered. Lic sat up in panic, attempting to turn on the light, only to find it unresponsive. The figure gradually approached him, and Li Si finally recognized it as Chen Xueli. Her hair obscured her face, her hands outstretched, emitting a chilling laugh. Paralyzed with fear, Li Si attempted to escape from the bed, only to find himself utterly immobile. Chen Shiweli floated closer, coldly stating, "Li Si, do you remember me? Everything you did to me shall be repaid in kind." With that, she grasped his neck that Lic fought desperately, but soon his breath ceased. Upon learning of Wang San and Li Si's deaths, Zhao De was engulfed by terror. He resolved to invite a Taoist priest to exorcise the spirits. When the priest arrived at Zhao Da's home, he set up a ritual altar and began his incantations. However, just as the priest was performing the rites, a sudden gust of wind extinguished all the candles on the altar. The priest, terrified, glanced around, muttering, "This ghost is too powerful. I am powerless against it." With that, he packed his belongings and hurriedly departed. Despairing, Zhao De sat on the floor, aware that his end was imminent at that moment. Chen Shuili appeared before him. Coldly, she regarded him and declared, "Zhao De, you have committed numerous wrongs. Today marks your demise." Zhao De knelt, pleading earnestly, "Shuili, I beg you, spare me. I acknowledge my faults." Chen Shuili paid no heed to his pleas. Extending her hands as a powerful force drew Zhao De closer, he struggled, but was quickly consumed by her wrath. With the deaths of Zhao De and the others, it seemed Chen Shuili's vengeance had reached its conclusion. Yet, the residents of the old street discovered that every night, a sinister aura still lingered around the bun shop. Some claimed that Chen Shuili's resentment was too profound, preventing her spirit from finding peace. Others whispered of a hidden secret buried within the shop's basement, a secret that was the root of all this tragedy. From that day forth, whenever the townsfolk passed the bun shop, they would unconsciously quicken their pace. Fearing the wrath of Chen Shuili's ghost, the bun shop became a forbidden zone in the old street, and no one dared to approach it again. Whether Chen Shuili's spirit had truly vanished or if other secrets remained, became an eternal enigma for the residents of Qingping Town. Chapter 10. The cursed coins in the quiet yet somewhat eerie Haiyan town. Lin Chong operated a moving company, tirelessly navigating the streets and alleys in pursuit of a livelihood. Although Lin Chong appeared astute and capable, he had a penchant for petty gains, a flaw that would ultimately lead to his downfall. That on the outskirts of town resided Wang Dashan, an honest and simple bag wholesaler. Last year, Lin Chong had procured a substantial order of woven bags from Wang Dashan, amounting to 20,000 yuan. They had agreed on cash on delivery, but once the goods arrived, Lin Chong began to renege on the payment. Casting aside the matter entirely, Wang Dashan visited repeatedly to demand payment, but Lin Chong either refused to see him or feigned indifference, infuriating Wang Dashan to the point of filing a lawsuit against him. When the court summons arrived, Lin Chong dismissed it, brazenly proclaiming, "No money, no life." However, when the notice of judicial detention arrived, he was struck with panic and promptly called his wife, Zhao Hong. "Wife, quickly bring 2,000 yuan to the courthouse. From the money in the wardrobe. If you delay any longer, I may be imprisoned." Zhao Hong, frantic and furious, had no choice but to comply. Wang Dashan received the court notification and arrived early to the reception area. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Hong appeared with two burly movers, who together hoisted a large burlap sack, heavy and unwieldy. Zhao Hong entered, her expression dark as a storm cloud, and unceremoniously dropped the sack onto the table. Grumbling, "Here is the money. Now release him." With that, she gestured for the workers to empty the sack. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as an assortment of coins of various denominations spilled forth, flooding the entire table. The clerk assisting, Xiao Zhang, couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this not a deliberate torment?" Wang Dashan's face flushed with anger, his eyes widening in disbelief as he silently cursed, "You Lin Chong. Such a devious way to repay your debts." Judge Ma Hui observed the scene with a shake of his head, realizing that there was no choice but to count the money. The crowd gathered around, counting the coins one by one. That the coins seemed endless. Hours passed, and they were exhausted, yet still had not finished counting. Wang Dashan, losing patience, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough, let it be. I'll accept it as is." He then hired a vehicle to transport the troublesome coins back home. That a few days later, Ma Hui was diligently organizing case files when he received a call from Lin Chong. That on the other end, Lin Chong's voice trembled, tinged with despair. "Judge Ma, please help me. I've truly fallen into the depths of misfortune. Among that pile of coins were 3 commemorative coins I have treasured for years, worth a considerable sum. Please speak to Wang Dashin and let me search for them at his home. Hui furrowed his brow, recognizing the trouble this would bring, yet feeling pity for Lin Chong. He acquiesced. All right, I'll call Wang Dashin and ask. Wait for my news. After hanging up, Lin Chong and Zhao Hong anxiously awaited at home. Soon enough, Ma Hui called back, confirming that Wang Dashin had agreed. The couple hurriedly prepared a lavish gift and rushed to Ma Hui's office. Upon entering, Lin Chong fell to his knees, his eyes reddening with desperation. Judge Ma, I'm counting on you this time. I truly don't know what I'll do otherwise. Zhao Hong chimed in, nervously handing a thick red envelope to Ma Hui. Judge Ma, thank you for your trouble. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please don't mind it. Judge Ma's expression darkened, and he firmly rejected. No such dealings here. Take this away, that my duty is to assist you, not for personal gain. Lin Chong, seeing this, reluctantly pocketed the envelope, expressing his gratitude profusely. When they arrived at Wang Dashin's home, the sky had grown dim, and the oppressive air felt almost stagnant. Lin Chong, steeling himself, knocked on the door. Wang Dashin opened it, regarding them with a bemused smile. Lin Chong hastily bowed in apology. Brother Wang, I'm truly sorry. I was in the wrong before. This time, we've brought cash, plus an extra 2,000. We just wish to exchange it for that pile of coins. Wang Dashin scoffed, stepped aside to let them in, and pointed to a shed next to the restroom. They're all over there. Search for yourselves. The shed was small and dilapidated, exuding a nauseating stench, as if it harbored countless filth. Lin Chong and Zhao Hong held their breath as they squeezed inside, squatting on the ground and searching one coin at a time. Lin Chong cursed himself for his greed, lamenting how he had been enticed by those peculiar coins, leading to this miserable predicament. Zhao Hong was equally anxious, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as her frantic searching grew increasingly desperate. From the blazing sun to the setting sun, they toiled until drenched in sweat, dizzy and exhausted, yet failed to catch even a glimpse of the commemorative coins. Overcome with despair, Lin Chong slumped to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It's over. What shall we do now? Zhao Hong, sobbing, rushed outside, grasping Wang Dashin's sleeve in desperation. Brother Wang, please think again. Did you truly not see those commemorative coins? We're utterly at our wit's end. Wang Dashin shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. I truly didn't touch them. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The couple, Lin Chong and Zhao Hong, returned home in a state of utter despair. Before they could regain their composure, the sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air as 2 police cars blocked their path. Several officers swiftly approached, brandishing their credentials. Lin Chong, Zhao Hong, come with us. The couple, stricken with fear, turned pale, their legs trembling as they were escorted into the police vehicle. It turned out that the police were investigating a case of casino chip smuggling, with the main perpetrator on the run. Ma Hui had inadvertently discovered that the 3 so-called commemorative coins were likely stolen goods and promptly notified the authorities. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Chong and Zhao Hong, having never encountered such a situation, quickly divulged everything. With a sorrowful expression, Lin Chong recounted, Not long ago, I took a moving job, and the client was peculiar, dressed heavily even in the sweltering heat, with a large mask obscuring their face. However, they paid generously in cash, which led me to not think too much of it. Afterward, I found 3 strange coins left in the car that a quick online search revealed they might be quite valuable, and I was overtaken by greed. Before he could finish, Zhao Hong struck him fiercely, exclaiming, You fool! Your greed has brought ruin upon us all. With the case in sight, the police swiftly identified and apprehended the mastermind behind the smuggling. Yet, Lin Chong and Zhao Hong felt as though their souls had been snatched away. Particularly for Lin Chong, whenever he closed his eyes at night, he felt a pair of sinister eyes watching him from the darkness. One night, jolted awake from a nightmare, Lin Chong hazily perceived a shadow standing at the foot of his bed, its form indistinct yet emanating an icy chill. The shadow seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 years of resentment. And in a haunting voice that echoed as if from the depths of hell, it spoke. Do you think that by repaying the money and going to the police, this matter is resolved? You dare to touch my belongings? Lin Chong tried to scream, but his throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless, as he could only watch helplessly as the shadow gradually faded away. The following day, Lin Chong appeared utterly haggard, his face ashen, and he stumbled as he walked. Zhao Hong, terrified, hurriedly took him to seek the renowned feng shui master, Chen Xiazi. Upon entering their home, Chen Xiazi furrowed his brow as the needle of his compass spun wildly. With a grave expression, he declared, "The resentment in your home is exceedingly intense, stemming from those casino chips. They are no ordinary items. They are cursed, and those who come into contact with them will meet a grim fate." Upon hearing this, the couple fell to their knees, clinging to Chen Xiazi's legs in desperate supplication. "Master, we beseech you to save us. We recognize our wrongdoing." Chen Xiazi sighed. "I can only temporarily suppress this resentment. To achieve complete liberation, you must locate the owner of the chips, sincerely repent, and return them." Desperately seeking information, Lin Chong and Zhao Hong went to great lengths and eventually discovered the whereabouts of the mysterious man in black at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. The factory stood solitary in a desolate area, surrounded by overgrown weeds, and its crumbling walls exuded an air of decay and foreboding. Trembling, they entered the factory, where the dim lighting was permeated by the acrid scent of rust and decay. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the air as the man in black appeared seemingly out of thin air before them. His gaze was as cold as a stagnant pond, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Ah, you truly have the audacity to come." Lin Chong fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly. "Brother, we were blinded by greed. Please spare us." Zhao Hong joined him in lamentation. The man in black coldly chuckled. "Spare you? Perhaps, but first, you must do me a favor." He produced a finely crafted box from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. "Deliver this to the cemetery in Heiyan town, placing it before the central gravestone before midnight. If you miss the deadline," his eyes glinted with a threat that sent shivers down Lin Chong and Zhao Hong's spines. Shaking, Lin Chong picked up the box, and he and Zhao Hong ran frantically towards the cemetery. The chilling wind howled around them, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in their ears. The branches of trees on the roadside clawed at the air, resembling grotesque apparitions. Lin Chong clutched the box tightly. His palms slick with sweat, his legs trembling, yet refusing to falter. Zhao Hong, terrified, sobbed beside him, murmuring pleas for mercy. Finally reaching the cemetery, just as the midnight chimes rang out, Lin Chong quivered as he placed the box before the gravestone. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, sand and debris swirling about, and a distorted face slowly materialized upon the gravestone, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the night. The horrifying sight caused Lin Chong and Zhao Hong to recoil in terror, their vision fading to black as they collapsed. When they awoke, the sun was shining brightly, and they found themselves lying in their own bed, as if everything that had transpired was merely a nightmare. Days passed, and the home seemed to return to tranquility, devoid of strange sounds or sinister chills. Yet, each night as silence enveloped them, Lin Chong could not help but ponder. What was contained within that box? Who was the man in black? Had the vanished chips truly disappeared without a trace? Or did they still lurk in the shadows, poised to unleash a new wave of calamity, gazing out at the profound darkness? He felt an unsettling sense that countless unknown fears were still watching their lives in silence. From that point on, every time Lin Chong passed through dimly lit alleys or abandoned houses, an inexplicable panic surged within him. Zhao Hong was similarly affected. Any noise in the home would leave her ghostly pale. Once, while cooking in the kitchen, she accidentally knocked a spoon to the floor, the sharp sound reverberating through the stillness, causing her to drop her spatula and clutch her chest, gasping for breath. Lin Chong rushed in, and as their eyes met, they both recognized the profound fear reflected in each other's gaze. When will this nightmare end? Zhao Hong choked out, her eyes welling with tears. Lin Chong gritted his teeth, attempting to reassure her. "Do not fear. It has been so long without incident. Perhaps the worst is past." Yet he too felt uncertain, his words lacking conviction. One day, while sorting through old items at the moving company, Lin Chong inadvertently opened a dusty ledger, from which a slip of paper fluttered down. Picking it up, he noticed it bore a series of unfamiliar addresses, accompanied by a vague symbol that bore a resemblance to the pattern on the casino chips. That a jolt of apprehension shot through Lin Chong. his hands trembling involuntarily. After much contemplation, he resolved to investigate further, keeping it secret from Zhao Hong. Following the address led him to a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of town. The gate was tightly shut, and the rusted door knocker exuded an air of antiquity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chong knocked. After a long pause, the door creaked open to reveal a stooped old man with murky eyes. Peering out suspiciously. "Who are you?" Lin Chong forced a smile, presenting the slip of paper. "Sir, I came upon this and wondered if you might know what it signifies." The old man snatched the paper. His face instantly contorting into a grimace, he pulled Lin Chong inside and swiftly closed the door. "Where did you find this?" The old man whispered urgently, his voice trembling with tension. Lin Chong recounted the events in detail, and upon hearing them, the old man sighed heavily. "What a calamity! This is a curse mark left by a sorcerer long ago, linked to that casino. It is said that the casino harbors unspeakable secrets, using sorcery to amass wealth. Those chips are the key, and anyone associated with them will be plagued by misfortune." That a chill crept down Lin Chong's spine as he asked, "Is there any way to break this curse?" The old man shook his head. "It is difficult. You must find the source of the sorcery and destroy its focal point, but that place is fraught with peril, and those who venture there seldom return." Returning home in a daze, Lin Chong's troubled demeanor caught Zhao Hong's attention, prompting her to inquire. Unable to conceal the truth, he revealed everything. Zhao Hong, upon hearing this, sank onto the sofa, her eyes filled with despair. Are we truly unable to escape this fate? Just as despair enveloped them, the phone rang. A call from Ma Hui. The police, during their ongoing investigation into the smuggling case, had uncovered leads regarding the casino's sorcery and sought to gather more information from Lin Chong and Zhao Hong. This call, like a glimmer of hope breaking through the darkness, reignited a flicker of optimism in the couple. However, they remained unaware that as the investigation deepened, even greater terrors awaited them, and the path ahead grew increasingly shrouded in mystery. Chapter 11. The car that could not be cleaned. The car wash's location was exceedingly remote, nestled within a shadowy, narrow alley that a tattered sign hung by the entrance, creaking and swaying in the wind, reminiscent of a dying man groaning in agony. The car wash attendant was a gaunt, middle-aged man, perpetually wearing a sullen expression, his gaze dark and hollow, akin to two bottomless, desolate wells. Each time Lin Yu handed over the car keys, he would not utter a word, merely accepting them in silence, his icy demeanor sending shivers down Lin Yu's spine. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and the municipal leaders unexpectedly arrived in the town for an inspection. This time, Lin Yu felt a swell of pride as he gazed at the gleaming vehicle, convinced that he would surely receive commendation. To his dismay, however, as soon as the municipal leaders finished their rounds, their expressions soured noticeably. "Xiao Lin, this car is perhaps too clean, isn't it? We, as officials, ought to engage more with the grassroots, rather than merely presenting a facade." Upon hearing this, the town leader shot Lin Yu a piercing glance, as sharp as an eagle's talon, causing a chill to race up Lin Yu's spine. His knees weakened, and he nearly crumpled to the ground, inwardly cursing the car wash attendant with fervent disdain. Back in the office, Lin Yu was consumed by worry, to the point that he felt he might pull his hair out. After much contemplation, he devised what he believed to be a clever solution. When he returned to the car wash, he discreetly pulled the attendant aside and gestured, "Master, for this wash, please clean everywhere as usual, but leave some mud on the wheels, making it appear as if the car has been to the construction site a few times. Is that agreeable?" The attendant raised his eyes slightly, a glint of ancient frost hidden within them, and a strange, elusive smile tugged at his lips as he replied in a low voice, "Understood." Days later, a highly esteemed elder leader from the county visited the town for a reunion. The elder walked along, engaging warmly with the crowd and praising everyone. He completely overlooked Lin Yu, passing him by without a glance. Lin Yu felt a jolt of anxiety. After escorting the elder to his vehicle, he summoned his courage and quietly inquired, "Elder leader, do you think my work has any shortcomings? With your vast experience, could you guide me towards improvement?" The elder merely scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Xiao Lin, you arranged for that car to be washed, didn't you? It looks utterly shabby, money spent. Yet the task lacks any semblance of quality." Lin Yu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, filled with grievance, yet he dared not utter a word, only nodding submissively. That night, Lin Yu toiled in the office until the wee hours, grappling with a mountain of paperwork. Rubbing his weary eyes, he rose to head home. But as he stepped outside the office building, a chilling wind swept in, as if an invisible hand had seized his collar. The dim streetlights in the courtyard flickered weakly, casting bizarre shadows that danced ominously. Instinctively, Lin Yu tightened his coat and quickened his pace towards the exit, but his peripheral vision caught sight of several government vehicles. And in an instant, his feet felt as though they were bound by an unbreakable spell. What usually appeared as ordinary vehicles now seemed like sinister apparitions risen from the depths of the underworld. Exuding an eerie chill that a thin veil of mist enveloped the car, swirling as if it were a serpent of icy white coiling around it. The wheels, which he had deliberately left muddy, began to ooze dark red liquid, drop by drop, pooling on the ground like a vile, putrid bloodbath. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. His heart raced as if it would burst from his chest, and his breath came in ragged gasps. Akin to a battered bellows, his mind blanked, consumed by primal fear. He longed to flee, but his legs felt as limp as strands of noodles. The sound of the liquid dripping amplified in the dead silence of the night, each drop resonating like a death knell. Lin Yu's gaze was transfixed on the vehicle, and in a daze, he watched as indistinct faces began to materialize on the windows. Faces of weary, dust-covered laborers and anxious officials, their expressions rife with resentment and fury, silently howling at Lin Yu. Mouths agape, as if to devour him whole, that a few disjointed cries escaped Lin Yu's throat as he flailed his arms in desperation, attempting to grasp something to steady his faltering form. Just then, he collided with a solid object behind him, and to his terror, it was the car wash attendant. The attendant's face was shrouded in shadow, his features indistinguishable save for his eyes, which glimmered with an unsettling light. His voice, deep and hollow, drifted forth. "If it isn't clean, don't expect to live in peace. Those vehicles have soaked in the blood from the construction site. They can never be cleansed. Blood? What blood? Master, please clarify." Lin Yu's voice trembled uncontrollably as he clutched the attendant's arm, his nails digging into the fabric of the man's clothing. The attendant took a slow step forward, each movement shattering Lin Yu's courage. His voice, raspy and grave, emerged as if from the bowels of the earth. Years ago, when Qingshan Town sought to develop that barren land, the deadline was pressing. One night, the construction site collapsed, burying several workers. Those vehicles transported their bodies, and the weight of their resentment cannot be washed away. Lin Yu's mind buzzed with realization. He recalled stumbling upon documents about past construction accidents during his early days in office, having dismissed them at the time, but now they manifested as a living nightmare. He gazed at the increasingly ominous vehicle, the faces in the windows growing clearer and more grotesque, as if they were about to shatter the glass and pounce upon him. Terror surged within him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing rooster's crow echoed from afar, like a ray of dawn breaking through the night. The sky began to lighten, revealing a faint glimmer of dawn that in the blink of an eye. The mist, the bloodstains, and those horrific faces vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Yu collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. When he looked up again, the car wash attendant had disappeared, as though he had never been there at all. Lin Yu struggled to his feet, feeling lost and disoriented as he made his way home. His mind a chaotic whirlwind, but he knew this matter was far from resolved. As long as those vehicles remained in the courtyard, each night might conceal unspeakable horrors awaiting him. Yet he was at a loss as to how to deal with these vehicles, filled with confusion and dread. The following day, Lin Yu arrived at work with dark circles under his eyes. When colleagues greeted him, he seemed oblivious to their presence. The entire day passed in a haze, his thoughts frequently drifting to the vehicles in the courtyard, and each recollection of the previous night sent shivers down his spine. Finally, the workday ended, and he hurried home, eager to escape, as soon as he entered his home. His wife rushed to him, her concern evident in her expression. "What happened to you? Are you exhausted from work?" Lin Yu opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, mumbling vaguely, "Just a lot on my plate." That night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him, and every time he closed his eyes, those terrifying faces resurfaced. His wife's patience wore thin, and she muttered, "What on earth is wrong with you? Can't you let me sleep?" Lin Yu, feeling defeated, remained wide awake until dawn. Several days later, a young journalist arrived in the town, eager to write a piece on the daily workings of grassroots government. The spirited and cheerful reporter, Xiao Zhou, quickly engaged everyone in conversation. Somehow, the discussion turned to the government vehicles. Xiao Zhou curiously asked, "Director Lin, I noticed those cars parked here seem to have quite a story. Can you share it with me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned pale, stammering, "There's nothing special about them. They're just ordinary government vehicles." Xiao Zhou, noticing his unease, resolved to dig deeper. That night, Xiao Zhou stealthily entered the courtyard, armed with a flashlight to inspect the vehicles. Lin Yu, feeling anxious and guilty, chose to stay in the office rather than return home. Hearing movement outside, he cautiously peered out, only to see Xiao Zhou circling the cars. Alarmed, he rushed out. "Xiao Zhou, what are you doing out here at this hour?" "It's dangerous." She turned, grinning. "Director Lin, I'm just curious. Why does it seem like there's some dark red stain on the wheels?" Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yu's forehead as he forced a calm facade. "It's probably just rust from the construction site." Xiao Zhou was not so easily deceived. As she crouched down to examine the wheels, a sudden gust of wind extinguished her flashlight. Both startled, they heard a distant, sorrowful wailing, fluctuating in proximity. Xiao Zhou trembled. "Director Lin, what is that sound?" Lin Yu's teeth chattered. I don't know." The two fumbled to find their way back to the office. But it felt as though they were trapped in a labyrinth, unable to find their bearings. Did I end their moment of despair? Lin Yu suddenly remembered that the rooster's crow had dispelled the eerie atmosphere before. He fumbled for his phone, hastily locating a recording of a rooster's crow, and pressed play. Instantly, the mournful wailing ceased, and the surrounding darkness seemed to lift as if a veil had been removed, gradually revealing light. Xiao Zhou, still shaken, gazed at Lin Yu with eyes full of confusion and fear. "Director Lin, what on earth is happening? You must know something." With a heavy sigh, Lin Yu realized he could no longer conceal the truth and recounted the entire story, the events leading up to that moment in vivid detail. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou furrowed his brows tightly and remarked, "Director Lin, this matter must be resolved. Otherwise, we cannot fathom the chaos that may ensue in the future." Lin Yu, wearing a pained expression, replied, "I too wish to find a solution, but I am utterly at a loss as to how to proceed." As the two engaged in conversation, they were suddenly startled by the sound of several cars starting up. Turning to look, they were astonished to see the official vehicles moving slowly on their own, heading towards the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Yu and Xiao Zhou, taken aback, instinctively gave chase. Though the vehicles maintained a leisurely pace, they perpetually kept their distance, as if intentionally leading them on. Upon exiting the courtyard, the cars turned onto a desolate path, winding through twists and turns, before finally coming to a halt at an abandoned construction site. Cautiously approaching, Lin Yu and Xiao Zhou observed a thick mist enveloping the vehicles, within which shadowy figures loomed indistinctly. One figure, seemingly the leader, gradually spoke, his voice echoing as if it had emerged from the depths of a netherworld. "We died unjustly, hastily buried without a word of explanation. Over the years, we have watched as vehicles were washed repeatedly, yet no one has acknowledged our grievances." Summoning his courage, Lin Yu asked, "What must we do to grant you peace?" The shadow fell silent for a moment before responding. "Reinvestigate the incident from years ago, restore our dignity, and afford us a proper burial." Lin Yu and Xiao Zhou exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of the complexity of the situation. However, before they could respond, dark clouds suddenly surged in from the horizon, obscuring the moonlight entirely, while a fierce wind howled around them. The shadows emitted furious howls, appearing ready to lunge at them. In a state of panic, Lin Yu hastily played a rooster crowing audio, seizing the moment when the shadows hesitated briefly, pulling Xiao Zhou to flee back. Upon their return to the courtyard, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Yu understood that he had to fulfill the promise made to the shadows, yet he was uncertain of the number of vested interests that might be stirred by reopening old wounds. Gazing at the still desolate entrance of the courtyard, his heart was heavy with trepidation, pondering the uncertain path ahead. Should he confront the truth bravely, or continue to evade it? Everything remained unresolved. Chapter 12. The Curse of Infancy. Su Yao was born in 1999 in a forgotten corner of the town of Mu Ai. Nestled among towering mountains, Mu Ai resembled a frail, aging elder, long abandoned by the passage of time. With poverty and isolation as its inescapable labels, during her childhood, her parents' relationship shattered like fragile glass, leaving her as a helpless fledgling, clinging desperately to her mother, in her second year of middle school. Her mother remarried, and her stepfather regarded her with a disdainful gaze reserved for an unwelcome burden. Her mother, gradually entranced by her new life, grew increasingly indifferent towards her. IT school, Su Yao's grades plummeted like an out-of-control kite, leading her to abandon all pretense and associate with the city's delinquents, sinking deeper into a whirlpool of rebellion. Eventually, she enrolled in a vocational high school, where she drifted aimlessly, easily enchanted by a smooth-talking boy. Ultimately losing her most precious innocence, at the age of 19, Su Yao found herself unexpectedly pregnant, sending the boy into a panic, his face drained of color. Without a word, he dragged her to the hospital for an abortion. Post-surgery, Su Yao's already frail body felt as weak as a leaf in the autumn wind, teetering precariously. Meanwhile, the boy vanished faster than a rabbit, leaving no trace behind. That Su Yao returned home in tears. And upon seeing her disheveled state, her mother's eyes widened in shock as she shouted, "How dare you come back? You shameless girl! You've brought disgrace upon our family." With that, she dragged Su Yao to confront the boy's family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, both families hastily organized a banquet to cover up the scandal. But due to their ages, they could not obtain a marriage certificate. 2 fleeting years passed, and when the time came to marry, their hearts had drifted so far apart that they parted ways with little hesitation. Su Yao found a dilapidated house on the outskirts of town, working as a cashier in a small grocery store. In 2020, the pandemic struck like a ferocious beast, and the store's doors were shut with a resounding clang. Trapped in her rented room, her heart filled with despair, she downloaded several dating apps that in the virtual realm. She encountered Gu Chuan, whose sweet words soon left her dizzy. When they met in person, sparks of love ignited rapidly, and Su Yao, filled with bliss, quickly moved in with Gu Chuan by the end of July. Su Yao sensed something was amiss with her body, and upon visiting the hospital, she discovered she was pregnant once again. Dreaming of a stable future, she shyly asked Gu Chuan, "Brother Chuan, we have a child now. Could you possibly give me 50,000 as a betrothal gift? It would give me peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan's brows furrowed deeply, and with a pained expression, he replied, "Sweetheart, I truly don't have that kind of money. My parents have always lived frugally. It's simply impossible to come up with it." Su Yao's heart sank at his words, and she murmured, "I'm carrying your child. What is wrong with asking for a betrothal gift?" From that moment on, their quarrels became incessant, and the warmth of their little home gradually succumbed to shadows, with cracks forming in their relationship. One day, Gu Chuan, wearing a serious expression as if he had made a monumental decision, told Su Yao, "Let us break up. This life is unbearable." Angered, Su Yao's eyes glistened with tears, and defiantly she declared, "Fine, let us separate, but you can't shirk your responsibility for the abortion fees and the costs of my care." Gu Chuan scoffed dismissively, avoiding her as if she were a plague, and within a few days he vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Staring at the empty, desolate room, Su Yao felt as though her heart had been tightly squeezed. Filled with despair, after much contemplation, she devised a reckless plan to ensnare another man and shift the responsibility of the child onto him. Thus, she returned to the dating app, quickly igniting a passionate conversation with Su Yang. Enchanted by her sweet talk, Su Yang hurriedly came to her side, and they soon established a romantic relationship. Not long after cohabiting, Su Yang discovered Su Yao was pregnant. Initially taken aback, he soon erupted with joy, embracing her tightly and exclaiming, "Yao Yao, we're having a baby. This is wonderful news. Let us get married and give you and the baby a proper name." Su Yao forced a smile and nodded in agreement, this time daring not to mention the betrothal gift. However, during a prenatal checkup, when the doctor casually remarked that the baby was nearly 3 months along, it struck Su Yang like a thunderclap, leaving him dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Su Yao, demanding, "What is going on? We didn't even know each other 3 months ago." With her head bowed, fingers twisting her clothes, Su Yao hesitantly revealed the truth that Su Yang's face turned a sickly shade of green with anger as he clenched his fists, shouting, "Divorce! Do you think I'm a fool?" With that, he stormed out, severing all contact with her. Her belly grew day by day. Su Yao searched for work, but faced rejection at every turn. Entering a restaurant, the manager, upon noticing her pregnancy, recoiled as if confronted by a natural disaster, repeatedly shaking his head. "Sister, you're pregnant. If anything were to happen, I can't bear the responsibility. Please seek employment elsewhere." Dejected, Su Yao emerged, her heart heavy with bitterness. Finally, in sheer desperation, she turned to her mother for help. That on the phone, her mother's impatience was palpable as she retorted, "Aren't you embarrassed enough? Don't come back here and tarnish my reputation." With that, she hung up. Su Yao clutched her phone, tears streaming down her face, reaching an ultimate low. After much hesitation, she mustered the courage to call Gu Chuan, sobbing, "Gu Chuan, I have nowhere else to turn. I am about to give birth. Can you help me with some delivery expenses?" Gu Chuan's response was as cold as ice. "When you were insisting on that 50,000 betrothal gift, did you ever consider this day? I want to acknowledge this child. Stop bothering me." After hanging up, her subsequent calls were met only with the mechanical sound of a shutdown. Determined, Su Yao decided to visit Gu Chuan's home in search of a glimmer of hope. The taxi fare was 400 yuan, but she could only scrape together 70. Undeterred, she took a leap of faith and boarded the taxi. Upon arrival, she pleaded with the driver, bowing and begging, but the driver, infuriated, could only resign himself to his misfortune. Ji Chuan's parents met Su Yao with unabashed disdain. Having heard of her scandalous past from their son, Gu Chuan's father, upon seeing her, erupted in rage, pointing a finger at her and berating, "How dare you come here asking for money? Who knows if that child is even my son's illegitimate offspring?" Su Yao fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Uncle, Andy, I swear it's Gu Chuan's child. I beg you, save my baby. I truly have no other way." The elderly couple remained as unmoved as stone statues, with Gu Chuan's father coldly stating, "If you don't have money, get an abortion. Don't cling here shamelessly." Yet, with the child already 8 months along, Su Yao could feel the little one moving inside her, making it impossible to let go. On April 26, 2021, Su Yao gave birth to a baby girl in the hospital. The delivery costs were begrudgingly covered by her mother, who, after paying, did not even glance at her granddaughter, fleeing the scene as if avoiding a plague. In the hospital room, while other new mothers were surrounded by family, joy and laughter filling the air, Su Yao lay alone, with only the faint cries of her daughter providing solace in this indifferent world. With no money for formula, Su Yao resorted to feeding her child rice porridge. After her discharge, she took a job as a parking attendant, standing under the scorching sun or biting cold, earning a meager wage to barely make ends meet. The old building where Su Yao lived was eerily gloomy, with the corridors imbued with a decaying, damp odor, and the flickering yellow lights occasionally blinking like the gasps of a dying person. In the stillness of the night, after her daughter had drifted into a deep slumber, faint echoes of an infant's cries would invariably infiltrate her ears. The sound seemed to waft from the abyss of hell, ethereal yet unsettling. Each time, summoning her courage, she would follow the sound in search of its source, only to be met with the profound darkness of the corridor, utterly devoid of presence. One evening, as torrential rain lashed against the windows with a cacophony of noise, Su Yao had just lulled her daughter to sleep and rose to prepare some hot water. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a small handprint slowly materializing on the glass, the condensation forming a chilling imprint that sent shivers down her spine. She gasped in terror, whirling around, yet the room remained enveloped in silence, her daughter still peacefully asleep, attempting to reassure herself that it was merely a trick of the storm. Her heart, however, raced uncontrollably. On another deep night, without warning, her daughter burst into tears, and no amount of soothing could quell her distress. In a flurry of panic, Su Yao scrambled for a diaper, but upon lifting her gaze, she was confronted by a bloodied infant hovering in midair, its gaze fixed on her, devoid of pupils, its mouth emitting a piercing, shrill wail. Overwhelmed by fear, Su Yao collapsed to the floor, her consciousness gradually fading into the shadows of terror. When she regained her senses, the eerie infant had vanished, and her daughter had ceased her cries, yet the temperature in the room plummeted to a frigid chill. From that moment onward, her daughter's behavior grew, increasingly peculiar, often giggling at invisible entities, her small hands flailing in the air as if something unseen were playfully teasing her. that a deep-seated dread consumed Su Yao, yet she felt utterly powerless to end the stillness of the night. She would hold her daughter tightly, tears silently streaming down her face, whispering to herself, "Baby, what have I done wrong? How could we find ourselves in such a predicament?" One evening, while Su Yao cradled her daughter at the entrance of their community, she encountered Aunt Zhang, a neighbor. Upon noticing the child, Aunt Zhang's expression shifted abruptly, and she hurriedly walked away. Confused, Su Yao chased after her, asking, "Aunt Zhang, what is wrong?" After a moment's hesitation, Aunt Zhang whispered, "Little Su, your child seems a bit uncanny. Always laughing at empty spaces. This neighborhood was once a mass grave. You must be cautious." That Su Yao's face turned ghostly pale upon hearing this, and she rushed home, clutching her daughter tightly. Back at home, the more she pondered, the more her fear escalated. Resolute, she decided to seek counsel from someone knowledgeable in such matters. Through a recommendation, she met the eccentric Lu Banshan. Upon seeing Su Yao and her daughter, his brow furrowed as he chanted incantations with a grave expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Your child has attracted unclean spirits, likely a consequence of past misdeeds, haunted by the souls of those infants." At this revelation, Su Yao collapsed to her knees, weeping. "Great Master, I implore you, save us. I understand my transgressions." Lu Banshan sighed, saying, "To resolve this, you must return to the site of the abortion, offer sacrifices, and sincerely repent. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope." Without delay, Su Yao complied. That night, trembling, she arrived at the hospital where the procedure had taken place. The dark, eerie corridor loomed ominously, her footsteps echoing in the silence, each step feeling like a tread upon her own heart. After arranging the offerings, she closed her eyes in repentance. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, accompanied by anguished cries, as if countless small hands were tugging at her. Paralyzed by fear, she quaked on the ground as a vague figure began to materialize. It was the very infant she had terminated, gazing at her with resentment, murmuring, "Mother, why did you abandon me?" Su Yao broke down in tears, desperately explaining, but the infant paid her no heed, drawing ever closer. Just as she believed her life was at an end, her daughter's cries erupted, imbued with an inexplicable force that caused the infant's figure to gradually dissipate. Su Yao scrambled back home, gazing at her daughter, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain if they had merely postponed their fate or if a more horrific tempest was brewing. The future stretching before her like an impenetrable darkness, filled with dread and uncertainty. That as the days passed, her daughter grew, beginning to call her mama in a garbled manner, yet the strange occurrences showed no sign of abating. Su Yao found herself restless at night, waking at the slightest sound. Each glance toward her daughter's crib filled with trepidation, fearing another frightful encounter. That on one occasion, while basking in the sun at the park with her daughter, she overheard a group of elderly women chatting. One of them, upon spotting her daughter, intended to offer compliments but suddenly froze, whispering to another, "This child has darkening features. She may be afflicted by something malevolent." The word struck Su Yao's heart like a dagger, and she hurriedly departed, clutching her daughter closely. Once home, Su Yao gazed at her daughter's cherubic face, tears cascading down her cheeks. She could not comprehend why. Despite her previous acts of contrition, she remained ensnared in this nightmare. At that moment, her daughter unexpectedly reached out, wiping away her tears, and sweetly said, "Mama, don't see our why." Su Yao held her daughter tightly, as though grasping the last thread of hope. Determined to uncover the truth, Su Yao began to inquire about the history of Muai town. She learned of an elderly woman residing at the western edge of the town, who had lived a long life and possessed knowledge of many secrets. Accompanied by her daughter, Su Yao sought her out. The old woman scrutinized the child intently before finally stating, "The site of the abortion is steeped in malevolence. You have attracted not just one infant spirit, but also other wronged souls. They are united in their deep-seated resentment, and ordinary methods cannot dispel them." Su Yao, in despair, queried, "Is there any way to remedy this?" After a moment of silence, the old woman handed her a tattered sachet, saying, "This is a charm I acquired in my youth. It can provide temporary protection for your child. You must seek out a master capable of a thorough resolution." Gratefully accepting the sachet, Su Yao departed. Yet before she could take further action, her daughter suddenly developed a high fever, her body burning hot, muttering incoherently. Anxious and frantic, Su Yao rushed her daughter to the hospital. In the emergency room, the doctors were overwhelmed, unable to discern the cause of her condition. Watching her daughter suffer, Su Yao collapsed to the floor, crying helplessly. She realized that this strange calamity was gradually consuming her daughter's vitality, while she remained lost in the darkness. Unable to find a way out, uncertainty loomed over her future. Fear clung to her like a shadow. Chapter 13. The elevator in the deep of night at 11 o'clock at night. The aging community seemed to have been swallowed whole by a monstrous darkness, exuding an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. The dim bulbs in the corridor flickered weakly, reminiscent of frail, old men at the end of their days, each flicker accompanied by a mournful crackle, as if they would extinguish at any moment. Zhao Jingyu stood shivering at the elevator entrance, his thin clothing offering little protection against the night's chill, leaving his nose red and his hands and feet icy. Having just stepped out to dispose of some trash, a sudden gust of sinister wind slammed the door shut behind him, locking away his keys and warm coat. Filled with regret, he could only wait anxiously for his roommate to return and rescue him from the cold. For half an hour, the corridor remained eerily still, as if in a vacuum where even a pin drop would shatter the silence, and not a single soul appeared. Ding! The elevator doors swung open unexpectedly, a blinding light spilling forth, causing Zhao Jinghu to squint. As he adjusted to the brightness and perceived the scene within the elevator, his heart felt as though it had been grasped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly leaping from his throat. The compartment was crammed with people, all heads bowed, their white eyes rolling upwards, gazing at him with hollow stares akin to an abandoned well, unfathomable and chilling. Zhao Jinghu intended to muster his courage to retrieve his coat. But as he opened his mouth, fear rendered his words clumsy. "I need to go up quickly. Could you all make a little room?" He managed to force a smile that resembled a grimace. Cautiously scrutinizing the crowd, the elderly woman at the front appeared like a mechanical puppet, slowly shifting backward to create a narrow gap. Only then did Zhao Jinghu observe that the individuals were dressed in an odd manner, mostly in vintage Zhongshan suits, with several ladies clad in retro ensembles, as if they had stepped straight out of a film from the 1970s or 80s, exuding a musty, decaying aura. Just as he hesitated to step inside, a bone-chilling wind sliced through him from behind, penetrating his spine like a sharp blade. He shivered involuntarily, his teeth chattering. Resolutely, he squeezed into the elevator. The elderly woman beside him emanated a nauseating stench, a mix of rot and dampness, akin to decayed wood soaked in a sewer for years. The middle-aged man appeared ashen, his eyes sunken, his face devoid of color, resembling a wax figure drained of life. Nearby, a young girl of about 10 wore a pallid countenance, akin to the first snow of winter, with an unhealthy grayish hue. She clutched a tattered doll and was barefoot, her legs speckled with mud, as if she had just crawled out of a swamp. Suddenly, the little girl slightly lifted her head, a flicker of urgency flashing in her deep-set eyes. Her lips quivered as she whispered, "Hurry, don't stay here." The voice was so faint, it resembled a wisp of smoke on the verge of vanishing. Had Zhao Jingyu not been close, he would have missed it entirely. Confused, he turned to the girl, about to inquire. When the elevator began its unsteady descent, his heart dropping in disbelief that he had clearly boarded on the first floor, yet the elevator continued to plunge downwards. What on earth is happening with this elevator? Zhao Jinghu's eyes widened in terror as he frantically scanned the faces of those around him, desperately seeking answers. Yet, those individuals remained bowed, as if they had not heard his pleas, enveloped in an eerie silence. Cold sweat beaded on his palms, and his legs felt weak. Had he not been clutching the elevator wall for support, he would have likely collapsed to the floor. It was impossible to gauge how much time had passed when, with a creaking sound, the elevator doors slowly opened. The peculiar group drifted out one by one, as if in a dreamlike state. Zhao Jinghu had turned around in haste, only to be struck with horror. The elevator's indicator lights had gone out completely, and darkness surged over him like an overwhelming tide, submerging him instantly. Trembling, he fumbled for his phone, his fingers clumsily pressing the buttons until he finally managed to turn on the flashlight. That a feeble beam of light struggled to pierce the darkness, revealing dark red liquid seeping from the cabin walls, each drop falling heavily to the floor, splattering in a silent expression of terror, the sound echoing in the stillness of the elevator like a hammer striking against Zhao Jinghu's heart. With a steely resolve, Zhejiang stepped out of the elevator, finding himself in a fog-laden corridor where lights blurred into hazy spots amidst the mist, resembling a surreal dreamscape. The peculiar group halted before a door at the end of the hall, and the little girl turned back, her pale face now etched with urgency. Raising her voice slightly, she urged, "Hurry! If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Yet, Zhejiang's legs felt as though they had been ensnared by a spell. Moving uncontrollably towards that door. "What is happening to me?" he thought, filled with dread as his voice trembled, revealing his despair and helplessness, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and soaking his collar. Pushing open the door, an overpowering stench of mildew assaulted him, nearly suffocating him and triggering a fit of coughing. In the center of the room stood a dilapidated table, its surface uneven, upon which lay a dust-covered photo album. Zhejiang felt an inexplicable pull, drawing him closer to the table, that he reached out, flipping open the album. The photographs depicted residents' group pictures, but each face had been viciously marred, as if slashed by a vengeful enemy, leaving a ghastly mess that churned his stomach. Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound emanated from behind him, reminiscent of an old bellows being drawn. Panic surged as he turned to find the peculiar group had silently encircled him, drawing ever closer, their chilling presence palpable. Zhejiang frantically searched his surroundings, his gaze landing on a tattered, yellowed newspaper clinging to the wall, its edges frayed as if ravaged by time. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a vague account of a horrific fire that had consumed the building 30 years prior, leaving no survivors among the residents. That a wave of terror washed over him as a dreadful thought exploded in his mind. Could these souls be the vengeful spirits of those lost in the inferno? With no time to ponder further, instinct propelled him to whirl around and dash towards the window, that he crashed through it with a shattering sound, tumbling uncontrollably downwards. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height, and he landed heavily in a patch of grass below, pain jolting through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, fear clung to him like a parasite, urging him to ignore the agony as he gritted his teeth and limped desperately towards the community entrance. As he neared the exit, his phone suddenly blared to life, its shrill ring slicing through the night's stillness. Jolting Zhejiang. Trembling, he answered the call, hearing his roommate's anxious voice on the other end. "Tiger, I've just gotten home. The security guard said something strange is happening with the elevator. Something about blood seeping. Are you all right? You didn't take the elevator, did you?" Just as Zhejiang opened his mouth to respond, a fleeting glance caught his eye. In the reflection of the security booth's mirror, the little girl was perched on his back, her voice cold and whispering, "It's too late," before he could utter another word. A wave of icy fear gripped his throat, as if a pair of frigid hands were firmly clasping over his mouth, choking back his next sentence. The world around him began to fade into darkness, the faint glimmer of hope at the community entrance receding further away. Zhejiang struggled fiercely, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to dislodge the girl. "Who are you? Why are you haunting me?" he cried, his voice sharp and distorted with terror. The little girl merely gazed at him with a chilling sadness, offering no reply, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow and obsession. "Please spare me. I have no connection to what happened back then," Zhejiang pleaded, his voice cracking, nearly stumbling to the ground that moment. The stray dogs in the community seemed to sense something amiss, erupting into a frenzied chorus of barks, adding to the night's eerie atmosphere. Recognizing that pleas had proven futile, Zhejiang steeled himself and sprinted towards the security booth. Old Zhang, the guard, was dozing inside, startled awake by the commotion, peering out with bleary eyes. "What is going on? Why the ruckus at this hour?" Upon seeing Zhejiang's disheveled state, old Zhang furrowed his brow. "Uncle Zhang, help me. There is a ghost in the elevator." Zhejiang rushed to the booth window, rambling incoherently. Old Zhang, skepticism etched on his face, shone his flashlight behind Zhejiang but saw nothing. "You must be out of your mind. There are no ghosts here." Zhejiang turned back, only to find the little girl had vanished. Just as he exhaled in relief, a chilling howl echoed from the direction of the elevator, reminiscent of a mournful wail from a horde of specters. Old Zhang's face drained of color. "What was that noise?" Before either could react, the community's lights began to flicker wildly, as if manipulated by some sinister force. Zhejiang's heart raced as he scanned the area. noticing the previously still fog now creeping toward them like a legion of malevolent specters. "Uncle Zhang, we need to run." Zhejiang tugged at old Zhang's arm, dragging him toward the community exit. Just as they reached the threshold, an invisible force slammed into them, akin to colliding with an unyielding glass wall, sending them both reeling back. "Why can't we get out?" Old Zhang exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Zhejiang pounded on the unseen barrier in desperation, his heart racing. "It must be the vengeful spirits not wanting us to leave. Uncle Zhang, what do we do?" In the midst of their panic, Zhejiang's phone suddenly illuminated, displaying a message from an unknown number that read, "The debt from 30 years ago must be repaid." Without warning, a powerful force yanked at him, pulling him into a swirling abyss, and the world around him spun wildly. When he finally regained his bearings, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm. The surroundings were shrouded in gloom, the sky pressed down like a massive leaden sheet, devoid of any light. The air was thick with a suffocating atmosphere, each breath laden with decay and despair. On the streets, people moved about like marionettes, their faces ashen and their gazes hollow, mechanically dragging their feet. Upon noticing Zhejiang, they merely rolled their eyes before continuing their aimless wanderings. Panic surged within Zhejiang's chest, the fear crashing over him like relentless waves that he glanced around frantically, searching for an escape, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Brother, over here." The familiar yet frail voice reached him, and Zhejiang had turned to see the little girl from the elevator standing at a nearby street corner. Her pallid complexion and frail form appeared even more spectral against the gray backdrop, and the tattered doll in her arms seemed increasingly sinister. Zhejiang staggered towards her, grasping her shoulders with desperation. "Where is this place? Why have you brought me here?" His eyes were wide with fear and urgency, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The little girl sighed softly, her gaze heavy with sorrow. 30 years ago, the people in this building were consumed by a catastrophic fire. They perished tragically, their resentments binding them to this dark space. Originally, vengeance had a rightful target, but you have inadvertently become mistaken for an enemy due to a trigger you carry. "What trigger? I haven't done anything," Zhejiang protested, his frustration boiling over as he stomped his foot and flailed his arms helplessly. "The cotton-padded jacket you wear, its fabric originated from the tailor's household that perished in the fire. They had intended to profit through dark arts, but instead, it ignited disaster. The fabric, infused with malevolence and the essence of that time, has drawn the vengeful spirits to you," the little girl explained softly, as if fearful of alarming something unseen. Zhejiang suddenly recalled the jacket locked away in his home, regret washing over him. "What do I do now?" His brow furrowed, sweat trickling down his face, pooling onto the grim ground. "I will guide you to the source of the fire from that time, and if we can dispel this resentment, perhaps we can escape." The little girl took Zhejiang's hand, her touch icy and piercing, like a shard of cold jade. Together, they traversed the ominous world, eerie whispers occasionally rising from the shadows, as if unseen souls lamented their fates. Zhejiang followed closely behind the little girl, holding his breath in trepidation as they passed by an abandoned dwelling. The door creaked open slowly with a haunting sound, and a shadow suddenly lunged out. Zhao Jinghu gasped, instinctively shielding the little girl behind him. Once he discerned that it was merely a black cat, he exhaled in relief. However, the cat's eerie green eyes fixated on him, emitting a low, threatening growl, as if it were attempting to drive away this unwelcome intruder. "The Dio, not be afraid. We are almost there," the little girl softly reassured, tugging him onward. Eventually, they arrived before a structure that had been ravaged by fire, where the flames seemed to smolder faintly, with ghostly blue flames dancing, neither scorching nor warm, but instead emanating a chilling aura. It was here that the fire ignited, fueled by the cursed fabric, and the blaze spiraled out of control in an instant, the little girl remarked. Zhao Jinghu gazed upon the remnants of the crumbling walls, a wave of trepidation washing over him. "How can we resolve this?" The girl retrieved a tattered comb from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Jinghu. "With this comb, brush away the malevolent energy clinging to you and cast it into the flames. Perhaps it will quell the lingering resentment." Zhao Jinghu accepted the comb, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he began to comb through his clothes, wisps of black smoke rising from the fabric. Drawn into the comb. After he finished, he steeled himself and hurled the comb into the fire. In that instant, the flames surged dramatically, and the surrounding gloom seemed to lighten. Run, the little girl urged, pulling him into a frenzied escape. Behind them, the world disintegrated like collapsing blocks, pieces falling away. Zhao Jingyu felt an overwhelming brightness before his eyes, a sharp pain in his head, and then he succumbed to darkness. When he awoke again, the scent of antiseptic filled his nostrils, and he found himself lying on a hospital bed. His wife sat vigil at his side, her eyes swollen from tears. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, she wept with joy. "Oh, you finally woke up. You've been in a coma for several days. Security guard Lao Zhang didn't he make it? He died from fright." As she spoke, she wiped away her tears, her face a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Zhao Jinghu recalled that harrowing experience, a shiver of dread coursing through him. He grasped his wife's hand, his voice hoarse. "It's all right now. It's all behind us." Yet he knew deep within that the dark memories lurking behind that spectral staircase would likely remain etched in his heart forever, occasionally stirring him to a cold sweat. Life appeared to return to a semblance of calm, and Zhao Jinghu resumed his daily routine. However, each night, he would find himself haunted by dreams of that shadowy realm. Those numb souls wandering aimlessly. One evening, as he returned home from work, he instinctively flinched as the elevator doors opened, before stepping inside with trepidation. The lights flickered momentarily, and in a daze, he thought he glimpsed the pale face of the little girl, her faint voice echoing in his ears. "Do not associate with malevolent entities." Zhao Jinghu jolted awake, the elevator coming to a steady halt at his floor. He rushed out, exhaling deeply, silently praying that the terrifying ordeal had truly come to an end. Chapter 14. The Haunted House Next Door. On an autumn night in Kanagawa Prefecture, Yokohama City, the atmosphere was thick and foreboding, as if a colossal, sinister curtain had descended. The icy wind sliced through the cracks in the windows and doors, desperately infiltrating room 703, wailing like famished specters lamenting their plight. Yamamoto Aoki and his girlfriend Suzuki Eriko had recently moved into this dilapidated apartment, already on edge, and the wind only heightened their anxiety. Eriko, like a startled bird, clutched Aoki's sleeve tightly with her slender fingers, her wide eyes brimming with fear as she nervously surveyed the dim surroundings. After a few days of uneasy settling in, Eriko encountered a troubling predicament. Her intimate garments, hung out to dry on the balcony, vanished one after another. Initially, she comforted herself, attributing it to the strong winds, but after several days of missing brand-new underwear, her heart sank, panic setting in as she confided in Aoki. Upon hearing this, Aoki's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato ready to burst, his eyes widening with indignation as he clenched his fists. "It must be that perverted man from room 702. How shameless," he declared, ready to confront their neighbor. Eriko quickly grasped his arm with both hands, anxiety and fear evident in her eyes, her voice tinged with desperation. "But we have no evidence. If you charge over there recklessly, he will surely deny it. And what if he retaliates?" Aoki, filled with rage, stomped his foot, his chest heaving like an enraged bull caught in a trap. Yet ultimately, he was restrained by Eriko's grip. Meanwhile, the occupants of room 702 were far from peaceful. One evening, as the sunset painted the corridor in eerie hues, Eriko returned from work and, just as she inserted her key into the lock, a violent bang erupted from behind her door. Upon opening it, the man from 702 erupted forth like an erupting volcano, swinging his hefty fists and spewing profanities. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to drive me insane? This noise is giving me a headache." Eriko, terrified, stumbled backward, her complexion as pale as paper, tears welling in her eyes as her body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. Aoki rushed to her side, shielding her with his own body, suppressing his fury as he said, "Look, we really haven't done anything loud. Please don't be so aggressive." The man scoffed disdainfully, casting a menacing glare at them before retreating into his apartment, slamming the door with a force that sent dust raining down the corridor. Eriko, shaken, lay in bed that night, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Aoki, deeply concerned, gently stroked her back, speaking softly. "Do not worry. Tomorrow I will have a proper talk with them, that we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied like this. Eriko bit her lip, hesitating, and then said, I have an unsettling feeling about those two. Something feels terribly off. Perhaps we should move away. Aoki furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before replying. We cannot just flee in fear. We need to get to the bottom of this, or we will never feel at ease, no matter where we go. The following day, the sunlight filtered weakly into the corridor. Aoki and Eriko stood before the door of room 702. Aoki inhaled deeply and raised his hand to knock. After a prolonged silence, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of damp, decaying odor that assaulted their senses, reminiscent of an ancient, long-sealed tomb. The man peered out, his gaze sharp and piercing like two lethal arrows aimed directly at Aoki. What do you want? Aoki forced a smile, striving for a calm tone. Look, we are neighbors, and it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this amicably. Also, my girlfriend's intimate garments have gone missing. If you happen to see them, please let us know. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had been gravely insulted, his face flushing a deep shade of purple as he bellowed. You must be joking. Why would I care about that worthless stuff? Stop slandering me. He stepped forward menacingly, his towering figure casting an oppressive shadow over Aoki. Eriko, hiding behind Aoki, cautiously peeked out, her voice trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. Please, we are not here to cause trouble. We just want to live in peace. That a woman emerged from the apartment, her gaze wandering, muttering incantations that sounded like warnings. Stop this. Stop this. If you continue, there will be dire consequences. The man turned sharply, barking at her to be quiet, then fixed a menacing glare at Aoki and Eriko, growling through clenched teeth. If you dare provoke me again, you will regret it. With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. That night, just after 10 o'clock, the darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded from next door, as if a heavy object had plummeted, followed by the sound of dragging weights and muffled voices, eerily whispering from the depths of hell. Be quiet. What if room 703 hears us? The voices grew louder, accompanied by the man's chilling laughter, which slithered into the stillness of the night like a cold serpent creeping up the spine. Eriko, startled, dove into Aoki's embrace. Covering her ears tightly, her body curled up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aoki held her close, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest, his gaze fixated on the wall, his mind uncontrollably conjuring horrifying images of the scene unfolding next door. Cold sweat soaking his back at 11 o'clock, Eriko, overwhelmed by fear, slipped into a troubled slumber while Aoki, wearing headphones, remained at her side, unable to focus on anything but the escalating chaos. Just as he was about to retire for the night after finishing a conversation with a classmate, a thunderous knock echoed through the hall. Aoki opened the door to find the woman from room 702 standing there, her appearance more gaunt, her face tinged with a sickly pallor, her eyes hollow like dark voids. After scrutinizing Aoki, she coldly inquired, Who are you? Wasn't he that woman claiming to live here? No wonder it's so noisy. Aoki, his face contorted with frustration, replied in a hushed tone, You are the ones making all that racket. My girlfriend was trying to sleep. Why should we be the ones disturbed? The woman, glancing nervously around, leaned closer to Aoki and whispered, Keep your voice down. My husband can't tolerate noise that we haven't slept in days. In that moment, the man burst forth, unkempt and wild-eyed, fury radiating from him as he pounded on the door, roaring, No noise. Do not toy with us. You will regret it. His voice reverberated through the corridor. Yet not a single neighbor stirred, as if the entire floor had been swallowed by an oppressive silence. Eriko, awakened by the commotion, curled in fear on the bed, her blanket distorted from her grip. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Aoki reached for his phone to call the police, but Eriko lunged at him, crying, We have no evidence. The police want to believe us that it might only create more trouble. Clenching his teeth, Aoki slammed his phone onto the bed, shouting, Are we just supposed to endure this? The next day, filled with grievances, they sought out their landlord, Mr. Watanabe. With red, swollen eyes, Eriko exclaimed in indignation, Mr. Watanabe, the tenants of room 702 have gone too far, harassing us and stealing our belongings. We cannot continue living like this, that we must terminate our lease. Upon hearing this, Mr. Watanabe's eyes widened, astonished, as if he had seen two copper bells. Staring at Eriko for an extended moment before slowly responding. The only occupied units on this floor are 703 and 701. Room 702 has been vacant for quite some time. Have you perhaps encountered a curse? The two individuals were rendered speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Eri, refusing to succumb to superstition, rushed to press the doorbell of room 702, yet the corridor was enveloped in a deathly silence. Watanabe, the elderly man, appeared to recall some horrifying past, his complexion instantly paling to a ghostly hue as he murmured, "That couple should have been executed long ago." Eri's legs weakened, and had it not been for Aoki's timely support, she would have crumpled to the ground. It turned out that many years prior, room 702 was inhabited by a couple. The man was plagued by paranoia, driven to the brink of madness by the incessant noise around him. At that time, a young couple with a baby resided in room 704, their infant's relentless cries tormenting the man of room 702 to the point of insanity. One fateful night, while the young couple slept, the man stealthily infiltrated their room like a specter and drowned the infant in the bathtub of room 703, leaving the body there. The police expended tremendous effort to solve the case. The man was executed, and the woman, in her despair, took her own life in prison. However, their lingering resentment seemed to pervade the apartment like thick ink, refusing to dissipate. That night, Eri insisted on staying one final night to sort through her belongings. As if she could not extract the thorn from her heart without uncovering the truth, that as night fell, the lights in the room remained unlit, and the pale moonlight squeezed through the window, casting eerie, distorted shapes on the floor. While Eri was in the bathroom gathering her toiletries, suddenly, the faucet seemed to be controlled by a malevolent spirit, spewing forth a stream of fetid, bloody water that splattered across her face. She let out a piercing scream and, disregarding everything, bolted out, throwing herself into Aoki's arms. Aoki held her tightly, his heart nearly stopping, his gaze darting towards the bathroom, where a vague shadow began to materialize. Resembling the deceased couple, their eyes filled with vengeful fury, like two flaming green fires, clawing their way towards them. That moment, the doorbell rang abruptly, the crisp chime piercing through the tense atmosphere like a haunting tolling bell. Aoki hesitated, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Eri pleaded with him through tears not to go, her hands gripping his arm painfully. Yet the doorbell continued to ring insistently, as if a mysterious force was tugging at Aoki. Gritting his teeth, he slowly made his way to the door, and the instant his hand grasped the doorknob, the room fell silent, the shadow vanishing without a trace. Aoki flung the door open, only to find the space outside empty. A chilling wind swirling with mist rushing past. The corridor was shrouded in thick fog, within which echoed the heart-wrenching cries of an infant, a sound that pierced the soul. Aoki turned to flee with Eri, only to discover she had vanished, leaving behind only the dripping sound of water in the bathroom, as if counting down to an impending dread that would consume everything. Aoki called out frantically for Eri, his voice laced with desperation and fear, reverberating through the empty room. Trembling, he searched every corner, yet there was no sign of her. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of blood seeping slowly from beneath the bathroom door. Spreading ominously, Aoki's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, his mind blank, staring vacantly at the ever-expanding pool of blood, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Time slipped by unmeasured until a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Slow and heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. Aoki snapped back to reality, straining his ears to listen. The sound grew nearer, eventually stopping at the door of room 703. Following this, a gentle knocking resonated, each rap striking Aoki's heartbeat with a jarring impact in the oppressive silence. Trembling, he rose and cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole, only to see a blur of darkness. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the door, revealing an elderly woman with silvery hair, her gaze imbued with an indescribable sorrow and mystery. She spoke softly, "Young man, this place is tainted. The malevolent spirits of that couple are deeply vengeful. Once entangled, it is difficult to escape." Aoki's eyes widened in alarm as he grasped the woman's arm, urgently asking, "Do you know where my girlfriend is? Please help me." The elderly woman gently shook her head. Sighing, I am helpless in this matter, that if you wish to survive, you must leave at once. With that, she turned and departed slowly. Aoki watched her retreating figure, torn between conflicting emotions that on one hand, his concern for Eri's fate compelled him to stay. On the other, the relentless terror of the events unfolding around him rendered his legs weak. Ultimately, his love for Eri prevailed. He steeled himself, turned back into the room, grabbed a baseball bat, the only weapon he had, and headed towards the neighboring room 702. He resolved that no matter what, even if ghosts truly existed, he would find Eri within that room. The door to room 702 stood ajar, emanating a profoundly unsettling aura. Aoki swallowed hard and gently pushed the door open. A potent, rancid odor assaulting him, as if a decaying creature had extended its slimy claws to invade his nostrils. The dim light of his flashlight quivered as it illuminated the space, the damp floor glistening like a visage that had just wept. In the corners, slugs and snails sluggishly crawled, leaving behind glistening trails, as if inscribing eerie symbols, a bloody handprint. Aoki's voice was suddenly constricted, letting out a sharp scream. The beam of light flickered on the wall, revealing a massive bloodied handprint, its palm as large as a fan, fingers resembling thick, gnarled branches reaching out from the wall to seize him. Following this, a series of bloodied prints extended downwards, culminating in two horrifying streaks. As if a giant had despairingly slid down. Aoki gulped, mustering the courage to compare his hand against the print, mumbling, "This is too exaggerated." Yet, Chun-Ming felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, a shiver penetrating his very flesh, rendering his legs weak. At that moment, a chilling wind whistled past, carrying a heart-wrenching plea. "Let me out! Please, let me out!" The voice was hollow and despairing, as if it emerged from the depths of an ancient well. Each word striking Aoki's heart with a heavy impact that in a daze. He spotted an iron door not far away, the heavy, cold bolt firmly in place. The voice surged forth from behind that door. As he was about to take a step forward, Ion's mocking laughter fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. "Chun-Ming, have you been frightened, silly? What door is there?" Chun-Ming suddenly came to his senses, confronted only by a damp and mottled wall. The two returned to the living room in a daze, where Ion was harshly reprimanded by his father, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. Head bowed in silence, that as for Chun-Ming, the entire night was consumed by the haunting bloodstains and pleas that churned violently in his mind, rendering him utterly sleepless. Just when they managed to endure until they returned to the city, those terrifying images clung to him, like an inescapable shadow. Days passed, yet the eerie tales of the old house grew increasingly absurd, and suddenly, Ion fell gravely ill, suffering from a relentless fever, mumbling incoherently about pleas for mercy. His father, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, scoured for a way to break the curse and, somehow, summoned a young woman named Lin Xianxian. Upon entering the old house, Lin Xianxian captured everyone's attention. Adorned in a simple qipao, her graceful figure complemented by an ancient compass in her hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief, exuding an air of mystery. Whispers spread in the village. Is she really the renowned goddess of fortune? Is she reliable? Lin Xianxian seemed unconcerned, leisurely strolling around the peach orchard, muttering incantations as the compass needle swung wildly. She looked at Chun-Ming, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Little brother, you are tainted with negative energy. You cannot escape your connection to this house's troubles." Chun-Ming, startled and frightened, could not help but retort, "Double am I tainted with negative energy?" Lin Xianxian raised an eyebrow, gently. "You have ventured into the basement, haven't you? That place is not to be tread lightly. You have angered something sinister that as night fell. The old house was shrouded in darkness, resembling a monstrous beast with its mouth agape." Lin Xianxian lit an incense stick at the entrance of the basement, the smoke swirling upward like a dance of spirits. She closed her eyes, reciting incantations as she began her ritual. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, sending incense ash swirling like a flock of startled black birds. Eerie howls echoed from the basement, as if vengeful spirits were raging in fury. Lin Xuanxuan's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her composure, urgently grabbing Chun-Ming. "Little brother, stay close to me. We must find the source, or we shall all suffer." Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the basement, the flashlight flickering like a candle in the wind. Lin Xianxian occasionally pulled out yellow talismans from her pocket, tossing them into the air while chanting, "Spirits of heaven and earth, may all evil stay away." However, as soon as the talismans floated out, they seemed to be torn apart by invisible hands, losing their potency, approaching the wall marked by the bloodstains. Chun Ming's keen eyes caught a fleeting shadow, moving as swiftly as a bolt of black lightning. Moments later, Lin Xuanxuan's compass let out a sharp crack, shattering into several pieces. She exclaimed, "Oh no, the spirit's resentment is overwhelming." Beyond imagination, in an instant, the temperature plummeted, sending chills through Qin Ming, his teeth chattering like bickering cubs. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth, pulling out a peachwood sword from her bag, brandishing it with a hint of bravado. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly emerged, resembling two flickering flames of vengeance. Heavy footsteps approached, each thud echoing in Qin Ming's heart. Lin Xianxian whispered urgently, "Stay calm. It seeks to use the living to break its curse and be reborn. If we show fear, it will be our end." With that, she lunged forward, thrusting the peachwood sword into the darkness. After a harrowing struggle, the peachwood sword shattered with a sharp crack, resounding like the shattering of hope. Lin Xianxian, exhausted, staggered backward, forcing the two into a corner. Just as the malevolent spirit lunged at them, a mysterious light burst forth, akin to dawn breaking through the clouds, temporarily repelling the evil. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, exchanging terrified and bewildered glances, filled with the shock of survival. Still shaken, Qin Ming, his voice quivering, asked Sister Lin, "What on earth is happening? Why is this spirit fixated on me?" Lin Xianxian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, panting, "I have yet to grasp the entirety of it. All I know is that something significant occurred in this house years ago. The one who died harbored deep resentment, which has coalesced into this formidable evil. You stumbled into the basement, and it sensed your life force, thus latching onto you." Chun Ming lamented, "If only I hadn't acted recklessly back then, none of this would have happened." Lin Xianxian placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Regret is futile now. We must devise a way to resolve this completely." After a brief respite, Lin Xianxian picked up a shard of the broken compass from the ground, her brow furrowed. This malevolent spirit is no ordinary foe. Its hidden grudges far exceed our imagination. That light we saw was merely a temporary seal and cannot hold for long, but we must take advantage of this time to search for clues within the old house. Unravel the mysteries of the past, and perhaps find a method to subdue it. Chun Ming nodded. Though fear gripped his heart, he understood there was no other path to take. They began scouring the basement. Chun Ming's eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single corner, his palms slick with sweat. Lin Xianxian rummaged through old boxes, muttering to herself, "What on earth happened back then? Surely there must be some trace." Suddenly, Qin Ming discovered a dusty, tattered diary in a neglected corner. Its pages yellowed and fragile, as if they would disintegrate at a mere touch. He exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Lin, look." Lin Xianxian leaned in as they carefully opened the diary. By the dim light of the flashlight, they discerned the faint script, likely left by a previous owner of the house. The diary vaguely mentioned that many years ago, a strong man from outside had offended a local bully and was falsely accused of theft, leading to his imprisonment in this basement. Left to fend for himself, to die in the darkness, the strong man struggled in despair, uttering curses to ensure the house would never find peace and that all who stood idly by would pay the price. Chun Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Such injustice. No wonder the resentment runs so deep. Lin Xianxian pondered thoughtfully. It seems the key lies in resolving his grievances, but how do we do that? Just then, a chilling gust swept through, extinguishing the flashlight, and darkness engulfed them like thick ink. Qin Ming instinctively grasped Lin Xuanxuan's arm, his voice trembling. "Sister Lin," Lin Xianxian, though anxious, feigned calmness. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to let's feel our way along the wall to find the exit." The two navigated carefully along the wall, each step taken with utmost caution, their hearts racing. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt something soft beneath his foot, akin to a tattered cloth, or perhaps a living entity. Before he could react, it abruptly coiled around his ankle and yanked him down. Qin Ming cried out as he fell, scraping his palm and feeling a sharp sting. Lin Xianxian quickly crouched down to pull at the thing, discovering it to be damp strands of hair, exuding a foul odor. "It's a trick of the spirits," Lin Xianxian exclaimed, tugging fiercely until she finally severed the hair and helped Chen Ming back to his feet, urging him to run. Yet, just a few steps later, a faint sobbing echoed ahead, a mournful weeping reminiscent of a woman's lament, reverberating in the empty basement and sending chills down their spines. Chen Ming's legs felt weak. What now? Lin Xianxian gripped the remnants of the peachwood sword tightly. Whatever it is, we must charge ahead. As they drew closer, they discovered an ethereal woman in white, her face pale, eyes hollow and devoid of life, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Upon seeing them, the ghostly figure extended her bony fingers, her nails sharp and elongated. Lin Xianxian raised the peachwood sword to defend herself, declaring, "This spirit likely met a tragic end due to the same injustice." Entwined in the strong man's resentment, her mind clouded that we must try not to harm her, but rather awaken her. Chen Ming's mind raced. How do we awaken her? By reasoning with her, rekindling her memories of the living. Summoning his courage, Chen Ming called out loudly, "Sister, do not let resentment control you. We understand your unjust death, and we wish to help you find peace and reclaim your dignity." They shouted repeatedly and gradually. The ghost's movement slowed, a flicker of clarity appearing in her vacant gaze. Just then, the malevolent spirit's roar echoed once more, sensing the ghost's awakening and rushing to intervene. The evil spirit, shrouded in dark energy, was now more powerful than before. With a single swipe, it sent Lin Xianxian flying against the wall. Chen Ming's heart raced as he hurried to help her up, only to see blood trickling from her mouth. Lin Xianxian, weakened, said, "Little brother, it seems we must take a risk. Give the diary to the ghost. Perhaps it will help her fully awaken, and together we can confront the evil spirit." Without hesitation, Chen Ming took the diary and rushed towards the ghost. The malevolent spirit, enraged, lunged at him, and Chen Ming shut his eyes, extending the diary forward. The ghost caught the diary, and as she opened it, a gentle light enveloped her, as if memories were returning. She raised her head and let out a piercing wail before charging toward the evil spirit, engaging it in a fierce battle. Though the ghost was weaker, she was familiar with the evil spirit's nature and managed to momentarily hold it at bay. Lin Xianxian struggled to her feet, pulling Chen Ming along. "Now's our chance. Let's find something in this basement to subdue the evil spirit." They resumed their frantic search and finally discovered a smooth jade pendant hidden within a secret stone niche, inscribed with strange runes and radiating a peaceful aura. Lin Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. This is it. There's hope. But just then, the ghost began to falter against the malevolent spirit, being violently thrown aside. The evil spirit turned, its eyes blazing red, charging toward the two with the jade pendant. Chen Ming clutched the pendant tightly, feeling a surge of power within his palm, but he shouted at the malevolent spirit, "You have suffered so much injustice. We understand. But if this continues, you will never find peace. Only remain trapped in your hatred." The malevolent specter appeared momentarily stunned. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xianxian recited an ancient incantation, awakening the power of the jade pendant that a radiant light surged forth, piercing through the darkness and striking the malevolent spirit. The specter writhed in agony amidst the brilliance, its anguished roars echoing through the air. Just as it seemed the fiend was on the brink of being subdued, a sudden crack marred the surface of the jade pendant, causing its luminescence to wane dramatically. Chen Ming, filled with desperation, felt tears welling in his eyes. "What shall we do, Sister Lin?" Lin Xianxian bit her lip resolutely. "We shall risk it all. Let us infuse our yang energy into the pendant and force it to activate." The two clasped the pendant tightly, feeling the warmth of their bodies surge forth, revitalizing the pendant's glow, which gradually chipped away at the malevolent spirit's resentment. Ultimately, the specter emitted a final, defiant howl before dissipating into the ether, while the female ghost bowed slightly to the two, transforming into motes of light and vanishing. Exhausted, the pair collapsed to the ground, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. Lin Xianxian managed a wry smile, stating, "This is but a temporary solution. However, this old residence harbors too many secrets that we must investigate further to prevent future troubles." Before she could finish, a faint, eerie sound emanated from afar, as if something lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. The two exchanged a weary, yet vigilant glance before rising to their feet. Chapter 16. The Changing Room, Lichuan County, Yueying Middle School, nestled on the outskirts of the town, exuded an air of antiquity and tranquility on ordinary days that on May 11, 2010, a tempestuous wind, akin to an enraged beast, swept across every inch of the campus, causing the aging classrooms to tremble and emit mournful creaks, reminiscent of a frail elder lamenting in despair. Lin Zheng, who taught physical education, had just concluded a grueling day of back-to-back classes that he hastily shoved his lesson plans into the desk drawer, rubbing his weary eyes. His mind set on the comforting image of a hot bath followed by a languid sprawl on the sofa. As he approached the school gate, a sudden gust of malevolent wind rushed into his collar, sending a shiver down his spine. In that instant, a flash of realization struck him. His precious sportswear had been left in the boys' changing room after the afternoon volleyball class, but he muttered a curse under his breath. Reluctantly turning back to AT this hour, the campus was unnervingly quiet. Students were engrossed in evening self-study, leaving only Lin Zheng's footsteps to resonate along the desolate stone pathway, each step reverberating through the stillness. The dim streetlights flickered erratically, resembling dying fireflies struggling against the dense night. The boys' changing room on the second floor lay shrouded in shadow, its door ominously shut. Lin Zheng approached and pushed against it with all his might. But the door remained obstinately immovable, like a stubborn little mountain. In the past, this door had always been as welcoming as an old friend, never guarded. What could possibly be amiss today? Doubts crept into Lin Zheng's mind as he rapped on the door, the sound echoing through the silent corridor, only to be met with a hollow, lingering response, reminiscent of a voice emerging from a deep, ancient well, carrying a chill. Is anyone there? Lin Zheng raised his voice, laced with a hint of trepidation, yet only silence answered him. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he made his way to the logistics department to seek help from Old Li. Finding Old Li dozing in his chair, Lin Zheng's call jolted him awake, his demeanor rife with impatience. What is the matter? Is it an emergency? Lin Zheng replied urgently. Master Li, the boys' changing room, door 1T opened. It's never done this before. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, Old Li's brow furrowed deeply, muttering, That's impossible. That door I had even locked. What kind of trouble could there be? The two hurried back to the changing room, pulling and tugging at the door, yet it remained obstinately shut. Old Li, now exasperated, stomped his foot. Let us just tear it down. After considerable effort, the door finally gave way, unleashing a wave of frigid air that sent goosebumps racing down Lin Zheng's arms. In the dim light, he caught sight of a figure lying on the ground, face down, with a javelin protruding from its abdomen, resembling a fish pinned to a cutting board. Gathering his courage, Lin Zheng approached to discern the face. Nearly collapsing in shock, it was his colleague, Chen Yu, an expert in javelin instruction. Lin Zheng distinctly remembered jesting with Chen Yu just hours earlier. Now, that vibrant spirit lay lifeless and cold. The police arrived promptly, led by Zhang Hong, a seasoned detective with over a decade of experience. His keen gaze swept over the scene, swiftly assessing the situation. Forensic experts busied themselves examining the body, while detectives fanned out to search for clues. Zhang Hong, standing to the side, bore a somber expression, akin to a stoic, oppressive statue. The forensic examination yielded shocking results. Chen Yu's cause of death was not due to the javelin, but rather cyanide poisoning, with toxic residue lingering in his respiratory tract. Beside the body lay a handkerchief tainted with cyanide, as if it were a Grim Reaper's calling card. The investigative team scoured the teaching building. But the second-floor changing room, usually bustling with activity, was now a chaotic tapestry of footprints and traces, rendering the investigation nearly impossible. Zhang Hong crouched beside the door frame, discovering another javelin propped awkwardly against the door, explaining why it had been impossible to open earlier. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered, was this a deliberate murder, contrived to create the illusion of a locked room? As night deepened, the wind continued to howl, resembling a mournful wail echoing through the night sky. That a few teachers remaining to assist with the investigation gathered in a makeshift rest area, their faces as pale as paper. Lin Zheng cradled his head in his hands, consumed with regret. If only I hadn't forgotten my clothes this afternoon, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Beside him, math teacher Zhao Xiao offered a comforting word. Don't dwell on it. Who could have anticipated this? Yet her own voice trembled, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Suddenly, a piercing scream, laden with despair, erupted from the direction of the changing room, slicing through the night like a sharp blade. Startled, the gathered individuals jumped to their feet, Zhang Hong seizing his flashlight and dashing toward the sound, with Lin Zheng and the others tremblingly trailing behind. Before they reached the changing room, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, as if they had stepped into a crypt filled with decaying corpses. Upon entering the changing room, the flickering yellow light cast an eerie glow, disorienting everyone as if they had stumbled into a haunted house. In the dimness, a shadow flickered in the corner, taking on a human shape, yet remaining elusive and ethereal. Zhang Hong called out forcefully, "Who is there?" Yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his composure. The shadow did not respond, slowly drifting closer, exuding an icy aura that made one feel as though they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Lin Zheng's eyes widened in horror, his legs turning to jelly. Frozen in place, he beheld the shadow, which bore the visage of Chen Yu, yet his face was ashen and gray, his eye sockets hollow like a void, lips darkened in seeping blood, as if he had clawed his way from the depths of hell. "Why did you do this to me?" The chilling voice reverberated, akin to countless icy serpents slithering into their ears. Zhang Hong mustered his courage, shouting, "Chen Yu, cease this charade. If you have grievances, speak them." Yet Chen Yu merely laughed. A haunting, dissonant sound that ricocheted within the confined space, causing the listeners' eardrums to throb painfully, their minds buzzing. That moment, an elderly janitor, old Wang, stammered into the silence. Decades ago, during the reconstruction of this changing room, a student died here, reportedly from a javelin accident. They say someone covered his mouth with a handkerchief, and he died unjustly. Ever since, at night, some have claimed to hear cries emanating from this place. Could it be that the child's tormented spirit has lingered, claiming the life of Teacher Chun? As he spoke, a frigid chill swept through the room, as if countless icy hands were caressing their spines. Though Zhang Hong professed disbelief in the supernatural, the scene before him sent beads of sweat trickling down his palms, his heart racing. Just as tensions mounted, Chen Yu suddenly lunged at the group with the speed of a black lightning bolt. Chaos erupted as everyone scattered, their screams and shouts intertwining, shaking the dilapidated changing room to its very core. When they dared to look again, the shadow had vanished, leaving only the acrid stench behind. As calm returned, the group hastily fled the changing room. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, deciding to suppress the incident for the time being, vowing to address it further at dawn. Yet that night, none found repose. Nightmares plagued them relentlessly. Lin Zheng, upon closing his eyes, envisioned Chen Yu's terrifying visage, waking repeatedly in a cold sweat that soaked his nightclothes. The following morning, the sun shone softly, yet it could not dispel the gloom that hung over the group. Zhang Hong returned to the campus with his team, where he noticed the changing room door had inexplicably shut once more, tendrils of dark mist seeping through the cracks, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour anyone who dared approach. As Zhang Hong reached for the door, a bone-chilling cold surged through him. An overwhelming sense of dread welled within. The secrets behind this door felt like an unfathomable abyss, poised to swallow them whole. "Officer Zhang, are we going back in?" Young Officer Xiao Lu gulped, his eyes filled with trepidation. Zhang Hong inhaled deeply. "We shall proceed. We have come this far. We cannot retreat now." Slowly, the door creaked open, releasing a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The changing room was enveloped in an indescribable eeriness, the walls emanating an unmistakable chill. Zhang Hong scrutinized the surroundings, noting that the once chaotic changing room appeared to have been tidied. Miscellaneous items were neatly stacked in the corners. This abnormality only heightened their unease. Lin Zheng followed closely, his gaze landing on a series of damp footprints on the floor, as if someone had recently emerged from water. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Officer Zhang, look at this!" Before he could elaborate, a strange sound arose from behind them, akin to low sobbing or a heavy sigh. The group spun around, but found nothing but emptiness. Xiao Lu's face drained of color. "It's haunted." "It must be haunted!" Zhang Hong snapped. "Stop with the nonsense. Stay calm." Yet even he could feel his resolve wavering as the stench of decay thickened and the shadow reappeared, accompanied by a swarm of buzzing flies. Resembling a moving cloud of darkness, that a shadowy figure extended its emaciated hand, pointing at Lin Zheng while muttering indistinct words. Lin Zheng, terrified, collapsed to the ground, incoherently exclaiming, "Chinyu, no, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me." Zhang Hong stood protectively in front, loudly demanding, "What do you wish to convey? If there is a grievance, we shall assist you in uncovering the truth." The shadow seemed to comprehend, pausing momentarily before slowly drifting towards a wall in the changing room. Passing through it, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, and after a brief hesitation, Zhang Hong led the way forward. Behind the wall lay a cramped storage room, thick with dust and cobwebs that in a corner of the room. They discovered a tattered diary, its pages yellowed and fragile. Zhang Hong carefully opened it, revealing a few scrawled lines. "They all deserve to die. Those who watch coldly, those who acted. None shall escape my wrath. My cold vengeance." Before the group could further investigate, the diary suddenly ignited, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Emerging from the storage room, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Zhang Hong realized that this case concealed a labyrinth of past events. Perhaps the death of that student years ago entangled many lives that was as if an invisible hand was meticulously orchestrating a plan of retribution, unfurling terror bit by bit in the afternoon. Zhang Hong summoned the retired teachers from that era to the police station for questioning. Upon hearing the news, a retired teacher, Mr. Li, turned pale, his hands trembling as he removed his glasses. Years ago, there was a student named Xiao Hui, introverted and frequently bullied. Once, in the changing room, a group of mischievous children were playing and accidentally injured him with a javelin. Fearing responsibility, they covered his mouth with a handkerchief to stifle his cries. And thus he perished. Chinyu was also present. We thought the matter would be forgotten, but alas, retribution has come. Zhang Hong furrowed his brow, demanding, "Who were those mischievous children?" Mr. Li hesitated before responding, "Two transferred away. And one is Wang, our school's maintenance staff." Zhang Hong immediately dispatched someone to find Wang, only to discover that Wang had gone missing the previous night, his dormitory in disarray, as if he had fled in haste. Foreseeing trouble, Zhang Hong hurried back to the school. Upon entering the campus, he sensed something was amiss. The playground, usually lively, was eerily silent, and a flock of crows circled ominously above the teaching building, cawing as if proclaiming death. In the changing room, the stench of decay was overwhelming, nauseating. Pushing open the door, they were met with the shocking sight of Wang's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, mirroring Chinyu's fate, impaled by a javelin and poisoned with cyanide. Scattered around were several old photographs depicting students frolicking in happier times, each face marked with a large red cross. That moment, the sun was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the campus into gloom. The shadow reappeared, its form towering, emanating an icy aura that threatened to freeze the very IT roared at Zhang Hong and the others. "Not enough, still not enough." Zhang Hong clenched his fists, asserting they were wrong back then. "But you cannot indiscriminately kill the innocent." The shadow, ignoring him, unleashed a powerful force, sending the group sprawling to the ground. As they struggled to rise, the shadow vanished amidst a whirlwind. Zhang Hong gazed at the chaotic changing room, filled with a sense of defeat and confusion. The case felt like an endless descent into darkness. Was the murderer a vengeful spirit or someone else entirely? Where would the mysterious shadow appear next? And whose life would it claim? All remained suspended over the ominous campus, an unsolvable enigma weighing heavily on the hearts of all, suffocating them. Chapter 17. The Pen Fairy in the dilapidated, yet suffused with a sense of melancholy Ping and community. Room 1408 of Building 33 resembled a silent, antiquated box, containing the mundane daily lives of the Su family. Mother and three daughters, Su Yaolon, slender and weary, bore the weight of concern as her husband toiled far away on a remote construction site. With no word of his return, she was left to care for their three daughters, their lives reminiscent of faded, monochrome fabric, monotonously gray and white. The eldest daughter, Yi Shirhan, was in her rebellious teenage years. Yearning for excitement and novelty, that on this stifling weekend evening, the oppressive heat clung to her skin, inducing a sense of restlessness. She rummaged through drawers until she unearthed a dusty old comic book. Conspiratorially approaching her younger sisters with bright eyes and a hushed tone, "I heard about something thrilling called the Pen Fairy. It supposedly reveals many mysteries. Shall we give it a try?" The second daughter, Yi Shiqing, spirited and lively, bounced up at the suggestion, her ponytail swaying. That sounds amazing. We've been cooped up at home for too long. We're practically growing roots. The youngest Yi Shiwan, timid as a startled rabbit, clutched her sister's ham. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whispered, "Sister, I've heard from classmates that it's terrifying. Let's not play IT." Dawai Shirhan chuckled, ruffling her little sister's hair to reassure her. "What are you afraid of? Wan, it's all just a game. With your sisters here, you'll be safe." That I in the dimly lit living room, the atmosphere felt as though it might extinguish at any moment. The three sisters gathered around a weathered coffee table. Yi Shirhan and Yi Shiqing wearing expressions of eager anticipation, each extending a finger to lightly rest upon a ballpoint pen. After much hesitation, Yi Shiwan finally mustered the courage to join them. The instant her finger made contact with the pen, a chilling wave enveloped the room, as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. Yi Shiwan shivered, nearly withdrawing her hand. Taking a deep breath, Yi Shihan quietly inquired, Pen Fairy, are you present?" Her voice trembled, dissipating into the silence. Remarkably, the pen began to move languidly, scrawling the character yes on the blank page. Dawai Shiwan's eyes widened in shock, almost crying out, but Yi Shiqing swiftly covered her mouth, signaling for silence. As the rounds of questions continued, the initial intrigue was gradually consumed by fear. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Shihan's forehead as she sought to conclude the game. Yet her mind felt paralyzed, unable to recall the crucial phrase to send the Pen Fairy away. Outside, a tempest suddenly roared, resembling a furious beast battering the windows, glass rattling ominously, while dark shadows danced in the gloom. Panic gripped Yi Shihan's heart, her voice quivering. "Oh no, we must send it away quickly." In a flurry of frantic movements, fear constricted their throats, rendering them immobile. That night, Su Yaolan tossed and turned in her sleep, her brow furrowed in distress. As if trapped in a nightmare, Dawai Shihan lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her heart racing with dread. She wanted to call for her mother, but her voice felt stifled. Yi Shiqing cocooned herself under the covers, trembling violently, her teeth chattering. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwan wept quietly under her blanket, her tears soaking the pillow. As dawn broke, sunlight struggled to pierce through the curtain seams, casting feeble rays. Yi Shihan rose, her steps unsteady, and approached the mirror, startled by her own reflection. Her face was as pale as paper, dark circles under her eyes resembling abyssal pits, her gaze hollow and vacant. The family descended the stairs, but as they reached the community garden, Yi Shihan suddenly froze, her body moving uncontrollably, arms flailing in the air as she mumbled incoherent words. Neighbors stared in shock, and Su Yaolan, both alarmed and embarrassed, reached to grasp her daughter, only to find Yi Shihan possess surprising strength. "Shihan, what's wrong? Don't frighten your mother," she cried in desperation. Soon, Yi Shiqing and Yi Shiwan also succumbed to the same plight, their bizarre antics drawing whispers and pointed fingers from the onlookers, piercing Su Yaolan's heart like icy needles. As night descended once more, the darkness thickened and became almost palpable as Su Yaolan sat beside her daughters, who were lost to delirium, her heart heavy with despair. In a daze, she glimpsed a ghostly figure clad in a Republic of China school uniform gliding toward her, hair damp and dripping, leaving a trail of water that seemed to reflect eternal sorrow. The ghost spoke in a voice reminiscent of a creaking old wind instrument. "A century ago, I was wronged by a heartless lover, perishing in anguish. My soul is bound to these pen and paper. You have summoned me without cause, yet you do not send me home." Su Yaolan wished to plead for mercy, but her teeth chattered, rendering her speechless as she helplessly watched the ghost extend its gaunt hand, the nails elongating menacingly as it reached for her. In the days that followed, the four women descended further into madness, their peculiar behaviors becoming a common sight in the community, sometimes walking stiffly like marionettes, other times laughing vacantly into the air or cursing at unseen phantoms. Su Yaolan sought answers, consulting various shamans and Taoist priests, only to be met with derision and deceit, leaving her purse empty and her hopes shattered. Each midnight, the house became a horrifying spectacle, furniture rattling on its own, blood-curdling screams echoing, as if the depths of hell had manifested on earth. Once, in a dazed state, Yi Shiqing felt as though she had wandered into a misty forest, the surroundings eerily silent, with the ghost ahead laughing coldly, its voice like the hiss of a serpent whispering in her ear, "Come, little girl, accompany me." Countless shadowy hands seemed to tug at her feet, attempting to drag her into the endless darkness. When she suddenly regained her senses, she found herself teetering on the edge of the rooftop, the wind nearly causing her to stumble, just when hope seemed utterly extinguished. Su Yaolon stumbled upon a tattered ancient text at a second-hand bookstall, its yellowed pages exuding a scent of decay. Trembling, she opened it, discovering a method to exorcise the pen fairy. Though the required materials were rare and elusive, she needed to venture into the deep mountains to gather a century-old Ganoderma, seek a copper mirror blessed in an ancient temple, and procure blood from a child's brow. Gritting her teeth, Su Yaolon resolved that for her daughters, she would brave any peril. After enduring numerous hardships, the materials were finally gathered in the dead of night. The four women sat together in their home, a mix of tension and determination in the air. Following the ancient text's instructions, Su Yaolon lit specially prepared candles. Chanting incantations in an instant, a tempest roared, objects within the room flew about chaotically, and the ghost howled, "You wish to send me away? It will not be so easy." The lights extinguished abruptly, plunging them into darkness, where only the sounds of struggle and cries could be heard. The four women battled the pen fairy for over 3 hours, their physical and mental limits pushed to the brink. Su Yaolon clutched the bronze mirror tightly, its faint reflection serving as a feeble shield against the onslaught of the female ghost. Yi Shihan gritted her teeth, wildly wielding a peach-wood sword. Yi Shihan collapsed to the ground, yet still made an effort to scatter the powdered Ganoderma around her. Meanwhile, Yi Shiqing, engulfed in sheer terror, experienced a complete mental breakdown. Her gaze became vacant, drool trickling from the corners of her mouth. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, the pen's spirit finally disintegrated into ash under a brilliant beam, dissipating into tendrils of blue smoke. However, Yi Shiqing had succumbed to madness, her eyes hollow, occasionally breaking into a silly giggle or frantically stripping and running amok. Yi Shihan and Yi Shiwan embraced their deranged sister, tears streaming down their faces filled with regret. If only they had never played that cursed game, how much better it would have been. In the aftermath, the neighborhood lost some of its eerie quality. Yet the pain and shadows of the Yi family remained a heavy burden in the passage of time, lingering ominously, uncertain of when they might finally fade. The image of madness and cries of despair became a story whispered among neighbors, evoking chills whenever it was recalled. Chapter 18. A dead of Sinjuja village, a small settlement nestled within the folds of the mountains, was typically filled with the sounds of livestock, simple and tranquil. The state-run Fumangxiang restaurant at the heart of the village was once a bustling gathering place, where Chef Zhou Defu, with his exceptional culinary skills, attracted patrons from afar. The owner, Zhou Deju, a burly man with a shrewd glint in his eyes, managed the restaurant with great success. Yet, as fate would have it, an economic downturn swept through, and Zhoujia village was not spared. Business at Fumangxiang plummeted, transforming the once crowded dining hall into a sparse gathering devoid of customers. Zhou Defu, observing the desolate scene, furrowed his brow in worry, his heart heavy with despair. Each morning, he dutifully prepared ingredients in the kitchen, but on one particular day, he spotted several large bags of meat tucked away in a corner. Scratching his head in confusion, he called out, "Where did these bags of meat come from?" Zhou Deju hurried over, his chubby face quivering, his beady eyes darting suspiciously as he lowered his voice. "Defu, don't worry. This is a rare find I procured through a contact from afar that IT will bring us plenty of customers. Just focus on cooking and don't ask too many questions." Doubts crept into Zhou Defu's mind. Could this mysterious meat be trustworthy? Yet, seeing his boss's confidence, he swallowed his misgivings and moved the meat to the chopping board. The meat appeared vibrant and fresh, but upon closer inspection, a faintly sinister odor wafted from it, reminiscent of something festering in a dark corner. From the moment this new batch of meat was introduced, Fumangxiang's business soared, as if under a spell. Customers devoured the dishes with glee, exclaiming, "Wow, how did this food suddenly become so irresistible? I can't wait for the next meal." Zhou Defu stirred at the stove, listening to the praises, yet unease gnawed at him. This meat seemed to appear out of nowhere, popping up like spring bamboo shoots. On one occasion, while Zhou Deju counted money at the counter, Zhou Defu approached him with a smile. "Boss Deju, I'm quite curious about the origins of this meat. Why is there no delivery person in sight? Zhou Dezhu, engrossed in his calculations, erupted in fury at the question, slamming the abacus down, causing the account book to rattle, and glared, Zhou Defu, have my words fallen on deaf ears? Ask again, and you'll be out on your ear. Zhou Defu, taken aback, shrank back, his face flushed, and hurriedly retreated to the kitchen, his heart racing like a trapped rabbit. Days passed, and rumors swirled through the village like wildfire, claiming that children from nearby villages were mysteriously disappearing, vanishing into thin air on their way to school in the early morning. The police conducted a widespread investigation, but they found not a single clue. Zhou Dafu felt a chill run down his spine, pondering whether there were human traffickers at work. Yet as business picked up, the matter faded from his mind. One stormy night, with dark clouds looming over Zhoujia village, fierce winds rattled the windows, creating an eerie atmosphere. Zhou Defu remained in the restaurant, counting stock while tidying up the kitchen. The surroundings felt ominous, the flickering lights casting strange shadows. Just as he reached to turn off the lights, he caught a glimpse of dark figures flitting in the corners. Small in stature, resembling a swarm of little ghosts, that a shiver ran down his spine, and summoning his courage, he shouted, "Who is there?" He pressed the light switch, and in an instant, the kitchen was flooded with bright light, revealing nothing but emptiness. That he exhaled in relief, attributing it to his imagination. But as he turned to switch off the lights, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears, chilling him to the bone. The sound pierced through the cold winter air, striking directly at his heart, and Zhou Dafu fled from the restaurant in terror. The following day, still reeling from the previous night's events, Zhou Dafu learned that Zhou Dezhu had gone mad. In a frenzy, he rushed to the restaurant, only to find Zhou Dezhu disheveled, huddled in a corner, muttering, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, please forgive me." His eyes were vacant, filled with terror, as if he had seen the king of hell. Zhou Dafu's mind raced, a sense of foreboding flooding over him as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Soon, the police intervened, and after thorough investigation, the shocking truth detonated like a bombshell in Zhoujia village. It turned out that in a desperate bid to save his business, Zhou Dezhu had lost all sense of humanity, resorting to the unspeakable. The mysteriously appearing meat was, in fact, the flesh of the missing children. Zhou Defu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Collapsing to the ground, his stomach churning violently as if he might retch his very insides, he recalled preparing and cooking the meat himself, covering his face with his hands as tears of remorse streamed down. He cursed himself. "What sin have I committed? I have become an accomplice to this monstrous killer." Fumenxiang was swiftly condemned, becoming a place to be avoided, and within months, it was shut down. Zhou Dezhu faced the full weight of the law. And on the day of his execution, the skies over Zhoujia village darkened, the clouds hanging low as if threatening to crush the rooftops. Villagers gazed toward the execution ground from afar, feeling both vengeful and fearful. Zhou Dafu lost his job, becoming a pariah. Reviled by all, he secluded himself in his home, unkempt and vacant-eyed. Nightmares plagued him, visions of children with bloodied faces surrounding him, their small hands reaching out in anguish, crying for their lives. Each waking moment was drenched in cold sweat. Huddled in a corner of his bed, his sanity fraying at the seams. One fateful night, overwhelmed by his inner torment, Zhou Defu drifted like a lost soul to the abandoned Fumenxiang restaurant. The pale moonlight cast a ghostly glow on the dilapidated door, the name Fumenxiang crooked and sinister, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. That a gust of wind creaked the door, echoing with the sound of a mournful wail. Zhou Dafu inhaled deeply and pushed the door open, the stench of decay assaulting his senses, mingling with an overpowering, rancid odor that made him cough violently. As he stepped into the kitchen, the wooden floorboards creaked ominously beneath him, as if treading upon the backs of countless little ghosts. Suddenly, eerie green flames erupted from the stove, casting an unsettling glow around him. Zhou Dafu's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the walls adorned with twisted, writhing silhouettes of children, seemingly enduring immense suffering. Their mouths agape in silent screams that an innocent voice, "Uncle Zhou," echoed in his ears, and he turned sharply to find a small girl in a blood-soaked dress standing behind him. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes dark and fathomless, fixed on him with an unwavering gaze. Zhou Dafu's legs buckled beneath him, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, hands clasped in desperate supplication. Little girl, I was also kept in the dark. Please spare me. The girl tilted her head, a sinister smile creeping across her lips as she whispered, kept in the dark? You were the one who chopped us up, cooked us, and feasted with delight. As she drifted closer, an icy chill enveloped him, paralyzing his legs like overcooked noodles, rendering him incapable of escape. The girl extended her bony hand, her icy fingers curling around Zhou Dafu's neck, tightening with an unrelenting grip. Zhou Dafu's eyes bulged, and he clawed at her hand in vain, like an ant trying to shake a tree. His breath came in ragged gasps, his face turning a deep crimson as he spluttered incoherently. Let me go, please. The girl merely regarded him with cold, unyielding eyes, filled with hatred and determination, her grip tightening further. Zhou Dafu's vision began to fade, consciousness slipping away into darkness. Chapter 19. The question of origins in the fog-shrouded town of Wuyin. Enveloped in twilight, a young advertising planner named Jiang Fan led a slender existence, his gaze often imbued with a hint of melancholy that he lived a life both mundane and solitary, his WeChat contact list containing a mere 13 names, most of whom were fleeting acquaintances from the internet, with conversations limited to a few sparse sentences, like a flickering candle, momentarily illuminating but failing to warm his frigid reality that on a particularly gloomy morning. Heavy gray clouds loomed ominously above the town, as if intent on crushing all vitality beneath their weight. A.S. Jiang Fan stepped into the office, still shivering from the chill. He logged into WeChat, and abruptly, an eye-catching unfamiliar name, Mo Sun Laichu, appeared. The name was like a sudden wound, slicing through the previously dreary interface. Upon clicking on the profile, he found the gender marked as female, and the age field bizarrely filled with 999, while all other information remained blank, exuding an aura of unsettling mystery. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Who is this prankster?" He quickly dismissed it and immersed himself in the arduous task of crafting advertising copy. A few days prior, the company had taken on a peculiar assignment, promoting an infamous information hotline through outdoor advertising in the town of Wuyin. Rumors have long circulated that at the stroke of midnight, the sound information station emits a chilling wail from the receiver, as if it were a conduit to the underworld, causing anyone who mentions it to shudder in fear. Yet, in the pursuit of sustenance, the proprietor steeled his resolve and accepted the job. Jiang Fan sat at his desk, his fingers tapping restlessly on the surface, lost in thought. After considerable effort, he finally crafted a promotional message. In the clamor of Iron City, amidst the throng of humanity, unlock a hidden realm of phantasms, enigmatic and exhilarating. Access code 888888. That the central image featured a graceful woman, her face veiled in sheer fabric, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an otherworldly light, reminiscent of two ghostly flames in the dark night. During the review, a representative from the sound information station arrived, a man with a sinister gaze that he added the phrase Mo Sun Laichu beside the woman, and thus the copy was approved. However, Jiang Fan inexplicably shivered, as if an ice shard had lodged itself in his heart. That night, Jiang Fan returned to the old house he shared with his roommate. Zhou Ran, a radio producer, was currently shouting at a sports match, filling the room with a fervent and chaotic atmosphere. Jiang Fan curled up in a corner and opened a chat window with his online friend, Xiao Yin, a gentle smile gracing his face. They had met at that peculiar sound information station 3 months prior when Jiang Fan had been unceremoniously dumped by his girlfriend of many years. And his job had also fallen through, leaving him adrift like a kite without a spine. By chance, he dialed the number for the sound station and encountered Xiao Yin. Their conversations grew increasingly intimate, eventually transitioning to WeChat. Yet they had never met in person. Mo Sun Laichu's profile picture appeared dim and foreboding. Jiang Fan texted Xiao Yin. "Xiao Yin, shall we video chat? I really want to see you." His voice carried a hint of anticipation as his fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the table. Xiao Yin responded with a voice message, her tone sweet. "Jiang Fan, voice chats are so much more comfortable. We don't have to worry about expressions. It allows us to relax." Jiang Fan acknowledged her and stood up to pour himself a cup of hot tea, his mind still pondering her words. Upon returning, he found a flurry of messages from Xiao Yin, ending with, "Handsome guy, are you still juggling several chat windows?" Jiang Fan hurriedly typed, his fingers darting across the screen. "I just want to make tea." I don't have many contacts on WeChat. Xiaoyan inquired further. Guess how many friends I have? Jiang Fan estimated. Around 100? Xiao Yin replied. Subtract 2 zeros. Jiang Fan gasped, his face revealing astonishment. So few? Xiao Yan's tone was sweet. Meeting you makes everyone else irrelevant. I've deleted them all. Warmth flooded Jiang Fan's heart, and he couldn't help but smile that as midnight approached, Xiao Yin grew tired, and they exchanged goodnights before logging off. In that instant, Mo Sun Lai Chu's name lit up, like a wicked eye suddenly opening in the darkness. Jiang Fan's heart raced, and he messaged, Who are you, and why are you on my list? His fingers trembled slightly. The reply came instantly. Look at my name. Jiang Fan mustered his courage. I don't know. Please explain. His brow furrowed in confusion. The other party's tone turned hostile. I told you to look at my name. Why are you still asking? Jiang Fan softened slightly, pouting in resignation as he replied. Fine. I won't ask anymore. But the reply was harsh. Too late. You won't survive the week. The message abruptly ended. Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine, as if struck by an electric shock, muttering, Am I cursed? Zhou Ran turned, noticing Jiang Fan's pale face, and asked in surprise, What's wrong? Jiang Fan handed over the message record. And after reading it, Zhou Ran patted his shoulder reassuringly. Just a prank by someone you know. Don't be scared. Jiang Fan glanced back at his friend list, his voice trembling in shock, eyes wide. Zhou Ran. I originally had 13 contacts. How did it become 14? The following day, Jiang Fan arrived at work and confided in a female colleague, his face drawn with anxiety. I've encountered something truly uncanny. Someone has appeared on my WeChat inexplicably. Before she could respond, colleague Ahao approached, curiosity etched on his face. What are you discussing? Jiang Fan sighed, feeling defeated. It's about Mo Sun Lai Chu. It's very strange. Ahao's face turned pale, as if covered in a layer of chalk, and he pulled out his phone. What? I have that too. Jiang Fan rushed over, and sure enough, Ahao was trembling, his teeth chattering. I thought I was the only one having bad luck. How did you end up with it too? Others gathered around, each sharing that they too had been visited by that ominous name, with differing numbers that a somber cloud descended upon the office, everyone on edge, resembling a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. That night, Jiang Fan huddled in his room, fixated on Mo Sun Lai Chu's name, his gaze intense as if he could burn a hole through the phone's screen. As the profile picture illuminated, he gathered his courage to ask, his voice betraying a hint of fear. Who are you really, and why are you cursing me? The reply came swiftly. Who I am is irrelevant. Your time is running out. Anger surged within Jiang Fan, his face flushed. Why? I haven't done anything to you. The response was chilling. You serve that sound information station. This is your karmic debt. Jiang Fan pressed for more information, but the other side fell silent. Bewildered, he was convinced that the sound information station harbored a monumental secret, and he resolved to delve deeper, fists clenched with determination. The sound information station was nestled in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town, surrounded by overgrown weeds, as the cold wind howled through the crumbling walls, emitting a wail akin to a ghost lament, as if the ruins were mourning their past. Upon entering, a stench of decay assaulted Jiang Fan, causing him to cough violently, but he found the person in charge, a tall, gaunt man with a calculating gaze. Jiang Fan feigned interest in collaboration, plastering a smile on his face. Boss, I believe we could explore more innovative promotional strategies. Could you offer some guidance? After chatting for a while, he seized the moment to probe about Mo Sun Lai Chu. The man's demeanor shifted instantaneously, his eyes flashing with menace, akin to a ravenous wolf guarding its prey, as he hissed, Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. Returning to his residence, Jiang Fan was beset by nightmares. In the darkness, a chill wrapped around his neck, reminiscent of a cold serpent, that he could hear a woman's wailing. You can't escape. Your time is limited to 7 days. That he awoke in a cold sweat, switching on the light to find nothing there. Yet the chill still seeped into his bones, his body trembling uncontrollably. That in the ensuing days, Jiang Fan was gripped by terror, his mind restless even at work. His colleagues appeared equally ashen-faced. Ahao approached, his voice trembling. I heard that the sound information station once drove someone to death. Perhaps the vengeful spirit has come to collect. This statement, like a curse, spread among them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly grim as they exchanged fearful glances. One evening after work, as Jiang Fan walked through an old alley, The flickering streetlights cast twisted shadows on the ground. Clawing at the the corner, he spotted a woman in a simple white cheapao, her back turned to him, her figure alluring yet exuding an unexplainable dread. The woman spoke in a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. Jiang Fan. The 7 days are drawing near, that he felt an urge to flee, but his legs felt like lead, helplessly watching as her form faded into the mist, his heart racing in his chest. That night, Jiang Fan stared at Mo Sun Lai Chu's name on WeChat, his finger hovering above the screen, hesitating whether to send another message. Suddenly, the other party sent a picture, a hauntingly gruesome interior of the abandoned factory, accompanied by the words, "Your fate lies here." Just as panic surged within him, his phone dialed automatically, and upon connection, a piercing scream echoed from the other side, reminiscent of 100 demons howling, causing Jiang Fan to drop his phone. The screen flickering before going dark, in the darkness. It felt as though countless eyes were watching him. He curled into a ball on his bed, scarcely daring to breathe. The origins of Mo Sun Lai Chu and the terrifying conspiracy it concealed remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Unknowable in the following days, Jiang Fan felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. Each moment consumed by dread, work, his colleagues huddled together, the conversation inevitably circling back to the enigmatic Mo Sun Lai Chu. Jiang Fan. What are we to do? I can't even sleep with the lights off anymore. A howl clutched Jiang Fan's arm, his palms slick with sweat, his eyes pleading as if Jiang Fan were their only hope. Jiang Fan smiled wearily, shaking his head. I have no solution. I asked the station's manager. But I couldn't extract anything useful. Just met with disdain that he rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed deeper, his thoughts a tangled mess that a female colleague, Xiao Lin, murmured from the sidelines. Could it be a vengeful spirit? I've heard from the elders that such inexplicable occurrences are never good. Her gaze flitted nervously around the room, as if the mysterious figure lurked in the shadows. Upon returning home, Zhou Ren approached with a grave expression. Jiang Fan. I've inquired around. Many of the older folks in town believe this matter is cursed. Shouldn't you find someone knowledgeable to help? Zhou Ren scratched his head, worry etched on his face. Jiang Fan slouched on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Where would I find such a person? Even if I did, could they truly confront this? His eyes were vacant as he gazed at the ceiling, feeling utterly hopeless. That moment, Xiao Yan's message chimed in, her voice filled with urgency. Jiang Fan, you've hardly spoken to me these past few days. Are you still troubled by that Mo Sun Lai Chu? Don't bear it alone. Talk to me. Hearing her voice warmed his heart, and he replied, Xiao Yan, I'm genuinely afraid of dragging you into this. It's too sinister, and I don't know how many days I have left. After sending the message, tears brimmed in his eyes. Feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness, Xiao Yan replied instantly, Don't be foolish. We'll find a way together. How about we visit the old site of the sound information station tomorrow? Perhaps we can uncover some new clues. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Fan finally agreed. All right, let's give it a try. The next day, they met outside the abandoned factory. The factory lay enveloped in an unsettling silence, its gates ajar, rusted and mottled. Resembling a gaping maw of blood, Jiang Fan, a tinge of fear coursing through him, felt Xiao Yan clutching his arm, her body trembling slightly that he patted her hand, feigning calmness as he reassured, Fear not, I am here. Yet his own heart raced uncontrollably, palms slick with perspiration. The pair cautiously ventured into the factory. In the dim light, dust danced through the air like a host of restless specters. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through, causing the decrepit windows to creak ominously, echoing a sound akin to a pained groan. This place is utterly chilling, Jiang Fan murmured, casting wary glances around. That moment, Xiao Yan stumbled upon a notebook at her feet. Bending down to retrieve it, she dusted it off and opened it, her face paling instantly. Jiang Fan, look. The pages were densely filled with names and dates, each entry marked with the word sacrifice, and to his horror, Jiang Fan's name stood prominently among them, the date glaring back at him. A mere 7 days away, the numbers starkly red, reminiscent of congealed blood. What on earth is happening? Jiang Fan's voice quavered, an icy dread coursing from his feet to his head. Before they could ponder further, a heavy footfall echoed behind them, each step resonating like a hammer against their hearts. Startled, they turned to behold a shadowy figure advancing slowly, its features obscured, yet exuding an aura of palpable malice. Chapter 20. Curse of Vengeance. In the old, musty high school of Nara, Japan, the figures of Hoshino Sakura and Sakamoto Aoi painted a unique tableau. Sakura was like the first bloom of cherry blossoms in spring. Delicate and gentle, her slender form adorned in a pale moon-white kimono-style uniform, a soft pink obi cinching her waist, reminiscent of a babbling brook, imbuing her with an air of ethereal grace. Behind her exquisitely crafted silver-rimmed glasses lay a pair of clear, expressive eyes brimming with emotion. Passionate about painting, her canvas was her dream stage. Her cherry blossom rain-themed artwork had once captivated many at the Nara High School art exhibition, akin to a refreshing breeze wafting into the hearts of onlookers. Aoi, on the other hand, was a vibrant flare amidst the summer heat, tall and spirited. Clad casually in a black baseball jacket and ripped jeans that spoke of her rebellious nature, she walked with a confident stride, serving as the ace pitcher on the school's girls' baseball team. Each time she stood on the mound, her raised arm resembled a falcon preparing to soar, and when the ball was hurled, it shot forth like a bolt of lightning, drawing cheers from the crowd below. Their dorm mate, Matsushima Miho, was akin to a delicate flower struggling to bloom in barren soil. Following her parents' unemployment, the family's dire circumstances cast a shadow over her life. Yet, fate was kind, bestowing upon her the sweet beauty inherited from her mother, her visage resembling a rose glistening with morning dew, strikingly radiant. However, her lack of financial acumen often led her to seek assistance from Sakura and Aoi. And the three girls navigated their school days through playful banter and mutual support, until that fateful holiday arrived, shattering their tranquil existence. As the holiday approached, Sakura and Aoi eagerly planned a trip to the Aizu Peninsula, dreaming of sunlit beaches and sandy shores. On the day of departure, however, Miho was nowhere to be found. Aoi furrowed her brow, hands on her hips, grumbling that Miho must be glued to Fujiwara Hiro again. Completely forgetting about us, Sakura lowered her gaze, her eyes dimming, and softly replied, "Perhaps she is simply happy." The train rattled along, the scenery outside blurring past, while Sakura leaned against the window, her spirits seemingly drained, filled with a melancholic heaviness akin to the overcast clouds beyond. Aoi, noticing her friend's despondency, rummaged through her backpack and produced a box of wagashi, offering it to Sakura with a smile. "Sakura, your favorite wagashi. Perhaps a little treat will brighten your spirits." Sakura lifted her gaze, mustering a faint smile, akin to the last remnants of snow melting in winter, and set the wagashi aside, murmuring, "Thank you, Aoi, but I lack the appetite." Aoi settled beside Sakura, tearing open a package of senbei and crunching away, attempting to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. She gently patted Sakura's shoulder, encouraging her, "Don't dwell in sadness. It's just that Fujiwara Hiro, he's like a mindless gust of wind. Here one moment, gone the next. He isn't worth your sorrow." Sakura's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her lips trembling as she remained silent for a long while, finally summoning the courage to whisper, "Aoi, I had an abortion for him." Aoi's hand, which had been reaching for the senbei, froze mid-air, her smile vanishing instantly. Her eyes widened in shock, and as realization dawned upon her, she grasped Sakura's cold, trembling hand tightly, letting out a heavy sigh filled with compassion. "Sakura, you foolish girl." Sakura had met Fujiwara Hiro by chance in an online chatter room. It was a warm spring afternoon, sunlight streaming through the cracks in the window and casting a golden hue over her desk. Bored, she had clicked into a drawing exchange chat room, where Fujiwara Hiro's avatar popped up first. His opening line was witty and humorous, like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Sakura's heart. As they got to know each other, she learned of his affluent background, handsome looks, and cultured demeanor. Each chat was filled with his flattering words, sweet as honey, intoxicating her. When they met offline, Fujiwara Hiro watched her paint with eyes bright as a child discovering treasure. Praising her seemingly magical fingertips, their feelings blossomed swiftly. Yet, just before the holiday, Fujiwara Hiro had been swept away by Miho, flaunting their relationship and leaving Sakura in despair, a veritable nightmare. On the night of their arrival in Aizu, the seaside was shrouded in thick mist, resembling a colossal, damp net that enveloped everything, the chills seeping into their bones. Lying on the tatami mat, Sakura listened to the waves crashing against the shore. The sound had transformed from a romantic melody into a relentless drumbeat, pounding against her heart, preventing her from closing her eyes. Aoi, however, seemed unfazed, soon drifting into a deep slumber, her gentle snores punctuating the silence of the night. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped Sakura, akin to a serpent slithering up her spine. She jolted awake, fleetingly glimpsing a grotesque, distorted face pressed against the paper sliding door, its hollow eyes like deep wells, threatening to consume her. Terrified, she covered her mouth, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. When she looked again, the face had vanished, as though it had never existed, leaving only her racing heart as proof of the nightmarish vision. Heart pounding wildly. She curled up tightly, daring not to breathe, cocooning herself in her blanket, as if that would shield her from all fear. Upon returning to school after the holiday, bizarre occurrences surged forth like a tidal wave. Each night, Sakura would hear faint whimpers, reminiscent of a wounded creature lamenting in the shadows, lingering in her ears. One night, as she ventured to the bathroom, the dim corridor lights flickered ominously, like a candle flickering in the wind. Poised to extinguish at any moment, at the end of the hall, a pale figure flashed past her, and when she mustered the courage to approach, only emptiness remained, a lingering chill still palpable in the air. Even more horrifying, one night, Sakura awoke from a nightmare, Fujiwara Hiro's indifferent face still vivid in her mind. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Miho, clad in a drenched white nightgown. Her hair plastered to her face, her countenance ashen as if it were lifeless, standing eerily in the middle of the dorm room, staring unblinkingly at her. Miho's gaze pierced like icy daggers, penetrating Sakura's heart. Sakura wished to scream, yet her throat felt constricted as she watched helplessly as Miho glided towards Aoi's bed, her bony hand resting lightly on Aoi's shoulder, murmuring, "Why? Why did you harm me?" The voice seemed to emanate from the abyss. Chilling to the bone, laden with profound sorrow, Sakura squeezed her eyes shut, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking her nightgown, gripping the blanket tightly until her nails turned white. When she dared to open her eyes again, Miho had vanished, yet the chilling presence lingered in the dormitory. Sakura, trembling, relayed the harrowing incident to Aoi. Initially skeptical, Aoi laughed it off, attributing it to Sakura's sleep-induced hallucinations. Yet that very night, Aoi encountered her own terrifying ordeal. The hairband she had placed beside her pillow flew up in the middle of the night, seemingly manipulated by an unseen force, wrapping around her neck and constricting her breath. Panicking, she tore it away, gasping for air, only to glance up and find a pair of eerie green eyes fixed upon her from the corner of her room, sending shivers down her spine, nearly causing her to leap from her bed. Her back pressed against the wall, eyes glued to the darkness as she fumbled for something to defend herself with, in a state of utter panic. The following day, they approached Suzuki, the most well-informed classmate. Seeking answers that in a hushed tone, Suzuki shared, "I heard that Miho's death during the holiday was quite mysterious. Someone claimed to have seen her at the seaside cliff, disheveled and seemingly insane, before she fell into the sea." Since that rumor spread, whispers of Miho's restless spirit haunted the campus, speculating that she had returned as a vengeful spirit. Aoi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? It's too terrifying. Meanwhile, Sakura's pallor deepened, her lips quivering as she muttered, "Could it be because of us?" In search of protection, Sakura and Aoi sought out charms from a temple, solemnly plastering them throughout their dorm. Yet it proved utterly futile. As the nightly terrors escalated, Sakura immersed herself in the library, combing through ancient tomes on the supernatural, her fingers traversing the dust-laden shelves, until she stumbled upon an old journal, its pages yellowed and exuding an air of antiquity. The above account chronicles a tragic incident that occurred many years ago, involving a girl who endured relentless torment at school. The cruel words of her tormentors pierced her like venomous arrows, ultimately leading to her unjust demise in the dormitory, clutching a blood-stained pair of scissors, with her blood seeping into the tatami mat. The girl's likeness bore a striking resemblance to Misa. Sakura scrolled through her phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably, her heart sinking to the abyss. That night, the dormitory was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by their rapid breaths as both girls anxiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes stinging yet unwilling to blink. Suddenly, the old wardrobe creaked ominously, its sound jarring against the stillness, and it slowly opened, releasing a foul stench akin to that of a long-sealed tomb. In the darkness, something seemed to writhe silently. Aoi abruptly seized the flashlight from the table and directed its beam towards the wardrobe. In the fleeting moment of illumination, a shadow darted past, followed by a chilling laughter echoing through the dormitory. Days later, the school organized an outdoor sketching trip near an abandoned mansion. The students buzzed with excitement. Yet only Sakura and Aoi felt a heavy sense of dread, reluctant to appear overly anxious as they trudged along with the group. Upon arrival, the ancient mansion loomed ominously, its weathered walls resembling a face etched with the wrinkles of time, narrating the sorrows of the ages. Surrounding them, wild grass thrived, rendering the place desolate as if it had been forsaken by the world. During the sketching session, Sakura felt a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, her hand hovering over the brush, unable to bring herself to paint. Aoi, sensing her unease, leaned closer and whispered, "Sakura, do you feel something again?" Sakura nodded, her expression filled with terror. "Aoi, I'm so frightened. It feels as if something has followed us here." Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, sending their sketch papers fluttering into disarray, prompting the students to chase after them in chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Sakura stumbled over a stone. Scraping her knee, Aoi quickly helped her up, and at that moment, they spotted Misa's silhouette at the mansion's entrance, still clad in that damp nightgown, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. "Mise," Sakura cried out in horror, but the figure merely gazed coldly at them before turning and drifting into the mansion. "What should we do, Aoi? Should we go inside?" Sakura asked, trembling. Aoi gritted her teeth. "Let us go in and see. Perhaps we can find a way to resolve all of this." The two girls supported each other as they ventured into the mansion, where a pungent, moldy odor pervaded the air, enveloping them in darkness. Occasionally, beams of light pierced through the dilapidated ceiling, slicing through the gloom like swords. As they cautiously moved forward, they heard faint cries echoing through the halls. Following the sound, they entered a decrepit room. In the center stood a rickety table, upon which lay a diary. Aoi reached out and opened it, revealing Misue's scrawled handwriting. "I hate this. Why must they treat me this way? Fujihara Hiro deceived me. I lost everything and can only seek liberation in death. Yet I die with resentment that I want you to taste the agony as well." Upon reading this, an icy chill crept over them as they turned to behold Misue's vengeful spirit lunging towards them, her nails elongating like sharp blades. Aoi instinctively shielded Sakura, grabbing a wooden stick nearby and shouted, "Misue, wake up! We are your friends." But the vengeful spirit paid no heed and continued her relentless advance. In the panic, Sakura noticed an old pair of scissors hanging on the wall, eerily reminiscent of those described in the diary. She dashed forward, snatched the scissors, and thrust them towards Misue's spirit. As the scissors pierced the spirit's form, a blinding light erupted, and with a piercing scream, the spirit vanished. The two girls collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Aoi, can this be the end?" Sakura wept. Aoi shook her head. "I don't know, but we must find a way to be truly liberated." After returning to school, a few days of calm ensued, yet unease lingered in their hearts. One day, Fujihara Hiro suddenly approached them. Looking haggard and with sunken eyes, he pleaded, "Sakura, Aoi, I've been haunted by dreams of Misue. She is terrifying. She's seeking revenge on me. Please help me." Aoi, filled with anger, stood up. "How dare you come to us for help? If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened." Fujihara Hiro hung his head, repeatedly apologizing. Sakura's heart softened, and she gently said, "We are also trying to find a solution. You must tell us everything about your relationship with Misue, in detail." Fujihara Hiro slowly recounted that during the holidays, he and Misue had gone to the beach, where a heated argument led him to accidentally push her off a cliff. Fearing responsibility, he concealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Sakura and Aoi were filled with shock and fury. Just then, the classroom lights suddenly went out, and in the darkness, Misue's voice echoed, "You cannot escape." Desks and chairs began to shake violently, causing students to scream and flee in terror. Sakura, Aoi, and Fujihara Hiro found themselves cornered as Misue's vengeful spirit re-emerged, radiating an even stronger aura of malice. Fujihara Hiro collapsed in fear, muttering pleas for mercy. Aoi and Sakura exchanged resolute glances, knowing they could no longer avoid this confrontation with the spirit. They had no choice but to muster all their strength in the darkness, uncertain of the outcome that awaited them. Chapter 21. Twin killings in the biting chill of February. The cold wind clawed at the small town in Shizuoka Prefecture like a beast with sharp fangs. The moonlight was dim, stingily casting a few eerie silver glimmers upon the scattered houses, adding to the already palpable sense of dread in the streets. Inside the police headquarters, seasoned Detective Suzuki Toru sat before a desk piled high with case files, his brow furrowed in frustration. Within a mere few months, 3 pairs of twins had vanished in a thin air, as if swallowed by the dark night, leaving no substantial leads behind. The first to go missing were 14-year-old brothers Takahashi Yuma and Takahashi Kazuma. On the evening of February 22, under the warm yellow light, the brothers hurriedly finished their dinner, exchanged greetings with their parents, and rushed to the town's internet CAF, claiming they were meeting twin sisters known online as beyond the twin charms for a gaming session. Their parents dismissed it as typical youthful exuberance, unaware that this would be the last time they would see their children. The police, tracing online leads, found the sisters' information to be as elusive as smoke, with only a temporary number and an abrupt end to their contact records, leaving no further traces to follow. This case is quite sinister. Suzuki Toru rubbed his temples in exhaustion and frustration, while his assistant Watanabe wore a similarly troubled expression. Shortly thereafter, on March 22, 16-year-old sisters Miyamoto Misaki and Miyamoto Rika also disappeared without a trace. These girls were generally well-behaved, yet that day they had met twin brothers online, known as Yomi's Twin Return, and were invited to their home to admire newly acquired limited-edition anime figurines, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Suzuki slammed his fist on the table. This must be the work of the same scoundrel. The methods are too skillful, leaving no traces behind. On April 22, 17-year-old brothers Fujino Kenta and Fujino Koda faced a similar fate. After chatting with the Lingyuan twin sisters online, they eagerly set out to meet, only to evaporate from existence. The entire police headquarters was shrouded in gloom, the atmosphere stifling, and Suzuki was increasingly frantic, the case entangled in a web of confusion that only grew more complex. Suzuki frequently visited the victims' families, wearing down his voice in pursuit of answers until finally, the mother of the Miyamoto sisters recalled a crucial detail. That day, Misaki told me they were going to a classmate's house in Sakura Alley. But I didn't think much of it that Suzuki's eyes brightened, and he immediately led his team to Sakura Alley to in the dilapidated Kaiki apartment. Room 303, the elderly neighbor Watanabe trembled as he gestured. On the night of the 22nd, I saw 2 identical, delicate girls enter that room. After that, it was like a haunted house. No one came or went. Contacting the owner, they discovered it was an elderly woman residing in a rural sanatorium. Over the phone, she sounded utterly terrified. "Oh dear, that room has been empty for nearly a year. When I left, everything was in order. How could this happen?" The scene yielded no clues. The doors and windows were intact, and there were no foreign footprints or fingerprints. Based on the neighbor's description, a sketch artist rendered the suspect's likeness. A man in his late 20s or early 30s, with elongated eyes that seemed to harbor a chilling depth. A prominent nose above thin lips like blades, skin pale as snow, a slender frame, often clad in a dark blue kimono jacket, black pleated trousers, and wooden sandals. After much effort, the suspect, Kurizawa Hayato, was apprehended. In the interrogation room, the harsh fluorescent lights buzzed ominously, unsettling the atmosphere. Kurizawa sat handcuffed to the chair, his gaze vacant yet frenzied, his lips occasionally curling into a disconcerting smile. "Where have you hidden the twins?" Suzuki slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to rattle, spilling a few drops of tea. Kurizawa chuckled oddly, his voice reminiscent of an owl's hoot. "They're all dead. I dug out their hearts, stuffed them into talisman papers, and buried them underground. Heh." His tone was flat, as if discussing mundane matters. "Why would you do such a thing?" Suzuki's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Kurizawa. There was no choice. It had to be done. A flicker of pain crossed Kurizawa's face, quickly replaced by indifference, his head drooping as he fell silent. Taking Kurizawa to identify the scene, they found only a blood-stained dagger in the old drainage system. With no sign of the bodies, a chill coursed through Suzuki. This case felt unspeakably sinister, Even unnerving for this seasoned detective, to their shock. On May 22, yet another pair of twins went missing. The news struck like a bombshell, immediately reverberating throughout the town. In families blessed with twins, an atmosphere of impending dread pervades, with doors and windows tightly sealed, and parents vigilantly escorting their children to and from school. Fear spreads like ink dispersing in water. The interrogation of Kurosawa retains its monotonous script. Even more bizarrely, investigations reveal uncertainties surrounding Kurosawa's identity. An elderly woman, claiming to be his mother, calls with a voice trembling like leaves in a tempest. I severed ties with him long ago. I birthed only him. How could there be twins? Toru Suzuki re-examines the interrogation footage, noting that Kurosawa's every response bears an uncanny resemblance, as though molded from the same cast, suggesting the existence of two overlapping souls. Just as confusion sets in, a call from the detention center announces that Kurosawa has escaped. Suzuki hastily rushes to the facility, where the dim, flickering lights cast an eerie glow, and the cell bars appear inexplicably warped. The on-duty officer, pale as a ghost, stammers. Detective, something sinister has occurred. A chilling wind swept through, and he vanished. Exhausted, Suzuki returns home, and en route he contacts his old friend Yamamoto, a scholar of the arcane, proposing a meeting at an izakaya. The warm yellow light of the izakaya fails to dispel the chill in his heart. As he recounts the case to Yamamoto, his friend's expression grows increasingly grave. Just as Yamamoto is about to speak, Suzuki's phone suddenly rings. It's an urgent call from the police headquarters. Detective Trouble. There has been activity at the abandoned shrine on the town's outskirts. Two red-eyed shadows resembling Kurosawa were seen dragging several children. Without delay, Suzuki and Yamamoto rush to the scene. The night is thick as ink, and the forsaken shrine looms like a monstrous gaping maw, exuding an ominous aura. Stepping inside, the stench of decaying wood mingles with a nauseating metallic scent, making Suzuki's head spin. He steels himself, gripping his flashlight tightly. The beam of yellow light reveals the dilapidated torii gate and deity statues casting twisted shadows, reminiscent of clawing phantoms. Yamamoto, what malevolence do you think this is? Suzuki whispers, his voice quaking, the flashlight trembling in his grasp. Yamamoto produces several talismans, chanting as he approaches one of the Kurosawas, only to be violently repelled by an unseen force, crashing to the ground. Suzuki watches in horror as his friend lies motionless, panic washing over him, his steps faltering. That moment, a chill grips Suzuki's spine. He turns to find a colorless face mere inches from him. Kurosawa. An icy breath envelopes him as Kurosawa grins, his mouth a dark abyss, the voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Detective, the game has only just begun. The vengeful spirits of these twins shall not find peace. I am merely following orders. Before he can finish, a swarm of shadows spills forth from the depths of the shrine. It's the missing twins. Their eyes vacant, bodies rigid, tethered by ethereal black threads, they slowly encircle him. Terror constricts Suzuki's throat, causing him to drop his flashlight and collapse to the ground. The shadows threaten to engulf him. He catches a fleeting glimpse of the talismans on the twins' chests, glowing faintly as if concealing a cursed past. Despair grips Suzuki as he closes his eyes, bracing for the impending doom, but the anticipated attack does not come. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself surrounded by an oppressive silence. Kurosawa and the twins have vanished, and Yamamoto is nowhere to be found. Staggering to his feet, he gropes his way out of the shrine, where dawn begins to break. Yet the horrors of that night have indelibly etched themselves into his soul, that he understands that this malevolent nightmare is far from over. The town of Shizuoka remains shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying curse. Just as the investigation reaches an impasse, the ace Inspector Kudo intervenes, that a legendary figure in the police force. Kudo has achieved an astounding 98 case closure rate, thanks to his high intellect, keen insight, and decisive action. Tall and stern, with eyes that seem to penetrate the very soul, he is always clad in impeccably tailored black suits, exuding an aura of authority. Upon taking over the case, Kudo immediately summons Suzuki to discuss the details. The atmosphere in the conference room is tense as Suzuki recounts the entire saga, from the initial disappearance to the apprehension of Kurosawa, culminating in the bizarre events at the shrine. Excitedly gesturing, he exclaims, "Chief, this case is deeply sinister. It cannot be addressed by ordinary means. Kudo furrows his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. There are no unsolvable mysteries in this world, whether the cause is human or supernatural. There will always be a flaw to exploit. Let us begin by investigating Kurosawa's identity, his relationships, his background. Nothing must be overlooked. Thus, the detectives embark on a thorough exploration of Kurosawa's past. After several days of fruitless digging, they discover only that he was an orphan raised in a children's home, wandering aimlessly after reaching adulthood. Just as morale wanes, an elderly officer stumbles upon a revelation. Kurosawa once worked briefly at a mysterious folk goods store. Kudo promptly leads a team to the shop, which is dim and damp, cluttered with an assortment of antiquities that dust-covered shelves hold talismans, figurines, and charms in disarray. The shopkeeper, an ominous old man, appears flustered at the sight of police officers. "Old man, do you know Kurosawa? Speak the truth," Suzuki barks. The old man shrinks back, mumbling, "He worked here, but he was eerie. Didn't he dare engage much? Once, I saw him in the back room chanting over some yellow papers. Like he was casting a spell. It was quite frightening. Did he ever mention twins or anything related?" Kudo presses, his gaze piercing. The old man scratches his head, recollecting, "I think one time when he was drunk. He mumbled something about twins being the keys to opening a door, allowing those things to return. I didn't understand what he meant." Emerging from the shop, Kudo contemplates, opening a door, bringing back what? There lies a monumental conspiracy behind this. Meanwhile, Suzuki contacts a caretaker from the orphanage who once looked after Kurosawa in a cozy parlor. The caretaker reminisces. "Little Kuro was always reclusive, never played with the other children. Once, he fell gravely ill and was in a coma for several days. When he awoke, he became even stranger, staring into space and murmuring as if conversing with something unseen. Did he have any contact with twins or related matters?" Kudo inquires further. After a moment's thought, the caretaker replies, "There were twin volunteers who visited the orphanage, and afterward little Kuro often followed them around. But they never returned, and I don't know what happened." As clues begin to converge, the mystery deepens. Just then, another bizarre incident occurs that a night shift officer calls in, trembling. "Chief, trouble! Strange noises have emerged from the detention center, and shadows are moving." Kudo and Suzuki rush back to the precinct. Inside, the lights flicker ominously, casting a chilling atmosphere. In a corner, shadows seem to writhe, accompanied by faint sounds of children laughing. Yet the laughter carries an unsettling edge. "Stay alert," Suzuki shouts, hand resting on his firearm. Though his fingers tremble slightly, Kudo, flashlight in hand, cautiously approaches. Suddenly, a white figure darts from a cell, lunging toward them. Suzuki instinctively closes his eyes and fires. Bang. The echo reverberates in the confined space, and as the smoke clears, they discover it was merely an old prison uniform caught in the wind. "Remain calm," Kudo urges, regaining composure as they continue their search. In the very cell where Kurosawa once resided, strange symbols have appeared on the walls, glowing faintly like ancient incantations. "What is this?" Suzuki exclaims, eyes wide with confusion. Kudo takes out his phone, snapping photos for later analysis. "We must consult an expert. This could be a crucial clue." The expert's prompt response reveals that these symbols are reminiscent of a cult ritual from centuries past, which purportedly required the pure souls of twins to open a gateway between realms, summoning malevolent entities. Kudo's heart sinks. Could it be that Kurosawa is a remnant of this cult, attempting to complete this dark ceremony? To prevent further incidents, Kudo orders patrols throughout the town, especially in areas with families of twins. That night, the wail of police sirens pierces the town's silence, yet fear lingers like a shadow. During their patrol, Kudo and Suzuki encounter a frightened little girl. She clutches Kudo's coat, crying, "Uncle Officer, I saw two identical bad men by the river, dragging a big bag." It was so terrifying. The group rushes to the riverbank, where the moonlight dances off the water's surface, casting an eerie glow. Indeed, drag marks mar the muddy ground, along with suspicious strands of hair. Kudo kneels to examine the evidence. Quickly, follow the trail, following the marks. They arrive at an abandoned factory. The rusted doors stand ominously closed, and the silence is unnerving. They gently push the door open. A cacophony of cawing crows erupts, startled in a flight in the darkness. They hear whispered incantations, as if someone is casting a spell. Kudo signals for silence, and they cautiously infiltrate the space that in the dim light. They see Kurosawa standing amidst a circle of sinister symbols. Several pairs of twins lying nearby, their fates uncertain, each adorned with talismans. Kurosawa, at last, you reveal yourself. Toru Suzuki roared in fury, raising his gun to aim. Yet Hayato Kurosawa remained unfazed, instead erupting into maniacal laughter. You have arrived too late. The ritual is nearly complete, and those entities are about to descend, and no one can stop it. Seiji Kudo coldly retorted, You madman! To sacrifice so many children for the absurdities of a cult, today marks your demise. As he spoke, he slowly advanced, attempting to breach the circle of incantations. That moment, the temperature plummeted, and a fierce wind howled as shadows surged forth from all directions, manifesting as the vengeful spirits of the missing twins. The spirits clawed and lunged at the police, their wretched wails resonating painfully in the ears. Open fire, Suzuki shouted, and gunfire erupted, but the bullets passed through the spirits, proving utterly ineffective. Kudo shielded the officers behind him, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the elderly shopkeeper's words. Kurosawa's incantations relied on yellow paper. Perhaps destroying those talismans could turn the tide. Seizing the moment, he charged at Kurosawa, kicking the burning talisman from his grasp and swiftly snatching a talisman, tearing it to shreds. In an instant, the spirits emitted anguished howls, their forms flickering as they dissipated. Witnessing this, Kurosawa's eyes widened in rage, and he lunged at Kudo. The two grappled fiercely, while Suzuki attempted to assist but was ensnared by the spirits, unable to break free. After a fierce struggle, Kudo spotted an opening and struck Kurosawa with handcuffs, rendering him unconscious. Simultaneously, as the final talisman was torn apart, the spirits vanished completely, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Breathing heavily, Kudo gazed at the unconscious Kurosawa, believing that all was finally over. However, at that moment, a plume of black smoke erupted from Kurosawa, shooting skyward and vanishing from sight. Suzuki was left in utter disbelief. Had he escaped? Kudo looked up at the night sky, his expression grave. I fear the matter is far from simple. This black smoke exudes an eerie aura, suggesting that a greater malevolence lurks behind the scenes. Chapter 22. The Midnight Ballad. As the heavy drums struck the hour of 3, the capital of the Liang dynasty, Yingdu, seemed tightly enveloped in an impenetrable shroud of darkness. A stillness so profound it sent shivers down one's spine. Page Yusin, having labored tirelessly in the embroidery workshop throughout the day, was curled up on her intricately carved bed, already in a deep slumber, when she was suddenly roused by an eerie melody that seemed to drift from the depths of the underworld. The crescent moon shines over the 9 provinces. Some families rejoice while others mourn. The voice was laced with an indescribable chill, sending tremors through her heart. Page Yusin's complexion turned ashen, resembling someone who had just encountered a specter. Her eyes widened in horror as she frantically scanned the surroundings. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her hair, and she trembled, clutching her blanket tightly, her mind racing with confusion. What is happening? Why such terrifying sounds out of nowhere? Memories surged through her mind like a chaotic sieve. Eventually recalling an incident from the previous autumn in Yinzhou, that time, she had delivered an embroidery piece, and during a banquet hosted by the Merchant Guild, a silk merchant's wife accompanied by her husband, Lin Hechuan, had mingled with the crowd, but after that encounter, there had been no further interaction. How could such bizarre circumstances arise now? The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated, her body trembling uncontrollably. In Yingdu, the young nobleman Chu Yi, possessing striking features and remarkable talent, had developed an infatuation for Page Yusin. Coming from a prestigious family, he was accustomed to having his wishes fulfilled, yet he repeatedly faced rejection from Yusin. Each time he confessed his feelings, Yusin deftly countered with her embroidery skills, leaving him thwarted yet undeterred. As he continued to send gifts and tokens her way, one day, Chu Yi arrived bearing a box of exquisite jewels. Beaming as he said, Yusin, look at this treasure I found, perfectly suited for you. Page Yusin feigned annoyance. Chu Yi, you're squandering money again, that I am too busy with my embroidery to wear such things. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively. You toil day and night. It pains me to see you so weary. Consider these trinkets a means to alleviate your burdens. Just then, a thought struck Yusin. and her expression darkened as she recounted the recent unsettling incidents involving the haunting melody. Upon hearing her tale, Chu Yi's demeanor shifted drastically. His brow furrowed into a tight knot, fists clenched in anger. "Which scoundrel dares to frighten you so? I shall go to Yunzhou and uncover the truth. I will see how many heads they have." Pei Jiasen grasped his sleeve, urgently imploring, "Chu Yi, do not act rashly. We do not yet know the cause that we must avoid trouble." Chu Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and gently reassured her, "Do not worry. I will exercise caution and ensure your safety." Chu Yi hastened to Yunzhou, enduring great hardships to locate the library where Lin Heshuan worked. Disguising himself in simple scholar's robes, he infiltrated the establishment. Upon encountering Lin Heshuan, Chu Yi observed him closely. The man was tall and slender, resembling a bamboo stalk, with a pallor akin to a face coated in white powder. His gaze was shrouded in shadows, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down Chu Yi's spine. After spending several days in the library, Chu Yi noticed a tattered pouch on Lin Heshuan's desk, bulging as if it concealed a significant secret. He also frequently observed Lin in clandestine meetings with a frail youth, whose gaunt frame mirrored that of a wilted sprout, and whose complexion was as white as freshly fallen snow, his eyes hollow as if abandoned for ages. Curiosity gnawed at Chu Yi, prompting him to feign casual interest and inquire, "Mr. Lin, who is the young man that often accompanies you?" Lin Heshuan, engrossed in his reading, lifted his gaze, his icy stare piercing through Chu Yi, who shivered involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, Lin coldly replied, "He is my distant nephew, here to study." Chu Yi forced a smile and nodded. Yet doubts lingered in his mind. What sort of eerie nephew is this? One day, as the other scholars left early, only the two remained in the library. Chu Yi feigned grinding ink, his eyes darting toward Lin Heshuan. Noticing Lin preparing to leave, Chu Yi seized the opportunity. "Mr. Lin, a friend recently asked me to seek you out, mentioning an urgent matter to discuss, but I couldn't find where you often appear." Lin Heshuan, who had been tidying up his scrolls, suddenly froze at the mention of this, slowly turning to glare at Chu Yi, icy words escaping his lips. "Young Master Chu, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." With that, he hurriedly exited, his footsteps stirring a gust of wind that chilled Chu Yi to the bone. Once Lin Heshuan's figure had completely vanished, Chu Yi swiftly rummaged through his desk to eye in a hidden drawer. He discovered a yellowed notebook, its scrawled handwriting resembling twisted centipedes, adorned with peculiar and sinister symbols. Upon reading, he stumbled upon a mention of an evil incantation. It turned out that Lin Heshuan had inadvertently trespassed into an ancient tomb in the wilderness, triggering a curse that had allowed a vengeful spirit to possess him, one that bore a grudge against Pei Jiasen from a past life, intent on disrupting her peace. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Yi's brow. This situation was indeed dire. He resolved to return immediately to Yingdu to inform Pei Jiasen. In a frenzy, Chu Yi rushed back to Yingdu, finding Pei Jiasen and recounting the entire story. Her face drained to color, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled. "How can this be? What sins did I commit in my past life?" Chu Yi gently embraced her, whispering comfortingly, "Do not fear. There is always a way out." The notebook mentions an abandoned temple outside the city that may conceal a solution. "Let us seek our fortune there." Pei Jiasen nodded, her grip on Chu Yi's sleeve tightening, as if clutching a lifeline. The two anxiously approached the forsaken temple on the outskirts of the city. Upon entering, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, causing Pei Jiasen's stomach to churn violently. In the dim light, the flickering candle flames struggled to survive, occasionally sputtering sparks like the final gasps of a dying soul. Shadows loomed ominously around them, as if malevolent spirits were lurking in the dark, leaving Pei Jiasen too terrified to breathe, her hands clutching Chu Yi's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. "Chu Yi, I am afraid." Chu Yi gently patted her hand, feigning calmness. "With me here, there is no need to fear that we shall overcome this together." As they cautiously searched, the deathly melody suddenly erupted within the temple, resonating painfully in their ears, as if countless malevolent spirits were shrieking beside them. Pei Jiasen let out a terrified scream, her face as pale as paper. Her legs buckled, nearly collapsing had it not been for Chu Yi's quick reflexes to catch her. Drawing his sword with determination, he declared, "What vile creature dares to threaten her? As long as I, Chu Yi, am here, no harm shall befall her." In that instant, the temperature within the temple plummeted, frost visibly spreading as the walls seemed to boil with countless ghastly faces surging forth, clawing at them like famished wolves. Chu-yi swung his sword valiantly, but the overwhelming power of the spirits quickly encased the blade in frost, numbing his hands, just as Chu-yi was on the verge of being overwhelmed. And Pei Jiesin despairingly closed her eyes. A figure streaked through like a shooting star. It was Lu Yuming, his athletic form clad in fitted attire, his eyes radiating courage and determination. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "You wicked fiends, cease your rampage." His long knife, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, cleaved through the horde of ghostly faces. Each strike was precise, illuminating the darkness with glimmers of ethereal light, scattering the spirits as if slicing through the night. Pei Jiesin opened her eyes, filled with awe and astonishment, gazing at Lu Yuming as if he were a divine warrior descended from the heavens. Lu Yuming glanced back, offering her a reassuring smile, that radiant expression warming the eerie temple like the sun. "Do not fear, young lady. I am here for you." Pei Jiesin hesitated, her lips moving as if to express her gratitude. Yet the tension rendered her speechless. Observing her plight, Chu-yi felt invigorated and fought valiantly alongside Lu Yuming. In a flash, the clash of blades and the glint of swords forced the malevolent spirits to retreat. Lu Yuming, a masterful warrior, moved with the grace of a leopard, deftly neutralizing the onslaught of vengeful apparitions. After several exchanges, the ghostly figures began to dissipate, and the oppressive aura within the Taoist temple lightened somewhat. As the immediate danger subsided, Lu Yuming sheathed his sword, turning elegantly to face Pei Jiesin. It was then that she regained her composure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reverently bowed, expressing, "Thank you, noble savior, for your life-saving grace. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Lu Yuming hastily assisted her to her feet, responding with a hearty laugh, "It is but a trifling matter. Nothing to be concerned over. Take care of yourself, my lady." With a nod to Chu-yi, he strode away with purpose, his tall figure swiftly vanishing at the temple's entrance, leaving Pei Jiesin and Chu-yi in a state of astonishment. Chu-yi gazed in the direction of Lu Yuming's departure, genuinely exclaiming, "He's indeed a true hero." Pei Jiesin nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with gratitude. After a brief moment of gathering themselves, the two resumed their search for a means to dispel the malevolent forces. With the specters no longer a hindrance, they soon uncovered an ancient tome in a secluded corner, containing clues related to the vengeful spirits, seemingly pointing towards a remote, ancient tomb on the outskirts of the city. The trio set off towards the desolate tomb, the atmosphere thick with tension. Pei Jiesin was beset with worry, frequently stealing glances at Chu-yi. Noticing her unease, he took her hand in his and gently reassured her. "Do not wear such a troubled expression. With the Taoist's aid, we shall surely succeed." The old Taoist suddenly halted, his demeanor grave. "We have arrived. This place is steeped in vengeful energy, so remain vigilant." The ancient tomb lay before them, surrounded by overgrown weeds, the yellowed blades trembling in the chilling wind, as if fearing the malevolence that permeated the area. The entrance loomed dark and cavernous, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour. Just as they were about to enter, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed from within, reminiscent of the mocking of malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Pei Jiesin shivered involuntarily, instinctively shrinking into Chu-yi's embrace. He held her tightly, offering comfort. "Fear not, for I am here." The old Taoist stepped forward, and Chu-yi, hand in hand with Pei Jiesin, followed closely behind. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by a foul, decaying odor, with the occasional drop of water echoing eerily in the silence. As they cautiously advanced, a swarm of shadowy figures suddenly surged forth, claws bared and fangs glinting. Chu-yi drew his sword to defend, while the old Taoist wielded his peachwood sword, shouting, "A mere trick." Pei Jiesin, frantic, searched for a way to assist in the fray. Chu-yi's arm was grazed, blood trickling down, causing Pei Jiesin's eyes to brim with tears as she cried out, "Chu-lang, be careful." After a strenuous struggle, they managed to repel the shadows and pressed deeper into the tomb, where they encountered a stone platform adorned with a softly glowing box, presumably the talisman to quell evil. However, before they could approach, thick fog surged from all sides, and a familiar voice echoed, "You cannot escape." Pei Jessen's face paled in terror as she exclaimed, "Why is he here?" Chewie gritted his teeth. "It must be the work of the vengeful spirit." "Do not panic." The old Taoist, his expression serious, began to chant a spell, gradually dispersing the fog. Seizing the opportunity, Chewie dashed to the platform and grasped the box that in an instant. A blinding light erupted, revealing the vengeful spirit in a horrific form. Roaring, "Return my freedom!" Holding the box tightly, Chewie declared, "With this talisman, you shall not harm others again." The spirit lunged furiously, and the old Taoist leaped forward to confront it once more. Pei Jessen, consumed by urgency and disregarding her fear, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the spirit, shouting, "Do not harm them." As the spirit was momentarily subdued by the old Taoist, weakened, Chewie opened the box, unleashing a mysterious force that engulfed the spirit completely. In that instant, the tomb was filled with radiant light, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. The old Taoist sighed with relief. "It is done. All is well." Pei Jessen, overcome with joy, wept as she threw herself into Chu Yi's arms, exclaiming, "Chu Lang, it is finally over." That he embraced her tightly, his eyes reflecting the gratitude of having survived their ordeal. The three emerged from the ancient tomb, sunlight flooding down, warming the air. Pei Jessen glanced back, realizing that the once nightmarish place no longer appeared as terrifying. She understood that this experience had deepened her bond with Chu Yi, and with him by her side in the days to come, no hardship would be insurmountable. Yet occasionally, in the depths of night, the haunting melody would echo in her ears, stirring her to cold sweats, but knowing Chu Yi's warm embrace would swiftly soothe her fears. As for the enigmatic old Taoist, he departed into the vastness of the world, and the gallant assistance of Lu Yuming became a tale of valor, shining brilliantly amidst the shadows of their harrowing journey. A story to be recounted in moments of leisure. Chapter 23. Blood for blood in the waning years of the Ming Dynasty, amidst the chaos of war and the fracturing of the land. The southern regions, though spared the direct onslaught of ironclad cavalry, were nonetheless enveloped in an atmosphere of unrest, far removed from their former prosperity and tranquility. That in Qingyan town, a place once bustling with trade and lively chatter, now exuded an air of decay and apprehension, with a stifling atmosphere permeating the streets and alleyways. Lin Wanyang and Su Miaoqing were daughters of ordinary families, having grown up in this town. Lin Wanyang had lost her father in childhood and helped her widowed mother manage their household. The trials of life had shaped her into a spirited and forthright young woman, her bright eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, imbued with a resolute strength. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth resembled ripples on a spring day, sweet yet imbued with a certain audacity. She was always the first to lend a hand, uninvited, during neighborly troubles or joyous occasions, earning her considerable goodwill in the town. That in stark contrast, Su Miaoqing hailed from a slightly better-off family, possessing a delicate and gentle demeanor, her slender figure reminiscent of a frail willow in spring. She was timid, easily frightened by even the slightest rustle, resembling a startled fledgling. That time, Su Miaoqing had fallen for the heartless Chen Sheng, believing she had found her ideal partner, only to discover that he was nothing more than a rogue of questionable character. Soon, the novelty faded, and Chen Sheng callously discarded her, publicly humiliating her with cruel words, casting her out in disgrace. Heartbroken, Su Miaoqing wandered the streets, tears streaming down her face, when she unexpectedly encountered Lin Wanyang. Lin Wanyang seized her arm, concern etched on her face. "Miaoqing, do not demean yourself like this. Come to my home. That I have enough to share, and you shall not go hungry." Her eyes radiated sincerity and warmth, leaving no room for refusal. Initially, life was bearable as the two girls supported one another, scraping by. Yet fate's cruel hand struck one fateful, chilling night, when they had gone to a wealthy household on the outskirts of town to wash clothes. Hoping to earn a few coins to supplement their meager means. That on their way back, the biting wind howled, akin to the mournful cries of a night owl, its icy grip penetrating their garments and chilling them to the bone. Just as they reached the edge of town, Su Miaoqing caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, the acrid stench of alcohol wafting toward them, her heart sinking as she recognized the loathsome Chen Sheng. With bloodshot eyes, Chun Sheng resembled a frenzied beast, spewing drunken curses. Su Miaoqing, you shameless harlot, where have you been hiding? His voice pierced the still night air like a dagger. Su Miaoqing turned pale, trembling as if caught in a tempest. Instinctively clutching Lin Wanyang's sleeve, her voice trembling with fear, Wanyang, what should we do? Before she could finish, the primal instinct for survival surged within her, propelling her to flee toward her home, slamming the courtyard door shut to shield herself from danger. Leaving Lin Wanyang to confront the madman. Lin Wanyang's heart raced, akin to a drumbeat of war, fear enveloping her, yet thoughts of the trembling Su Miaoqing ignited a spark of courage within her. Drawing a deep breath, she steeled herself and shouted, Chun Sheng, do not act recklessly. How can you wreak havoc at this hour without fear of divine retribution? Chun Sheng paid her no heed, his eyes ablaze. Drawing a short knife from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the dim moonlight, akin to the fangs of a ravenous wolf, shimmering with a thirst for blood. Wretched girl, prepare to meet your end. He roared as he lunged at her, in a frantic attempt to shield herself. Lin Wanyang raised her hand, only to feel the blade slice through her arm, blood gushing forth and staining the night with a vivid crimson. As the cold steel pressed against her neck, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief, struggling to utter, Miaoqing, save me. Her voice grew weaker, and ultimately, she succumbed, collapsing into a pool of her own blood, the crimson liquid snaking across the cold ground like a meandering river. Behind her door, Su Miaoqing clamped her mouth shut, tears streaming down her face as she slumped against the door, listening helplessly to her dear friend's cries for help. Fear wrapped around her limbs like heavy chains, rendering her immobile. Overwhelmed by guilt and terror, her mind waged a war between the desire to save Wanyang and her paralyzed legs, which felt as though they were made of cotton, when silence fell outside. She cautiously peered out, only to find Lin Wanyang lifeless, and she broke into a heart-wrenching wail, her cries piercing the stillness of the night, tearing open wounds of sorrow that cut through the thick veil of darkness. The town's constables, alerted by the commotion, swiftly arrived and soon apprehended Chun Sheng in the courtroom. He initially resorted to desperate lies, attempting to evade culpability, shouting, Your Honor, I am innocent. Someone must have framed me. Yet the testimonies of the townspeople were indisputable. The bloodstains and murder weapon all present, each piece of evidence a mountain of truth that left him without a leg to stand on. Lin Wanyang's mother, Granny Li, was assisted into the courtroom. Her hair white as snow, her face a portrait of despair, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. With each word of Chun Sheng's denial, her frail body swayed as if a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. She trembled as she pointed at Chun Sheng, her voice choked with tears. You wicked scoundrel, return my Wanyang's life. Ultimately, Chun Sheng was sentenced to death and confined in a dungeon. Awaiting execution, Su Miaoqing returned home, her heart heavy with thoughts of escaping this nightmare. She even contemplated relocating from Qingyan town to start anew. During the day, she was lost in a daze. And at night, plagued by relentless nightmares. Each time she dreamt of Wanyang's tragic demise, she would awaken in the dead of night, her sheets drenched in cold sweat. Li Momo searched for her everywhere, her heart full of sorrow that morphed into a roaring fury. One day, Li Momo found Su Miaoqing at home, staring blankly, and shouted in anger. My Wanyang lost her life to save you. How can you hide away like this? You owe me an explanation. Su Miaoqing shivered in fear, stammering. Momo, I was truly terrified at that moment. I didn't know what to do. Li Momo scoffed. Humph. You only cared about saving your own skin, forgetting Wanyang's kindness. With that, she turned away, leaving Su Miaoqing to weep alone. The townsfolk, upon learning of this matter, were filled with righteous indignation, and whispers of gossip surged like a tidal wave, exposing Su Miaoqing's coldness and selfishness. Whenever she ventured out to buy necessities, she would hear pointed remarks behind her. When she tried to defend herself, it only elicited more fervent accusations from her neighbors. If it weren't for Wanyang protecting you, you would have perished long ago, and now you dismiss it all with a mere claim of fear. Exhausted yet stubborn, she retorted. I was also faint with fright. What else could I have done? Yet, the guilt within her grew like rampant vines, slowly entangling and consuming her. Then on a night beset by torrential rain, As the wind howled and threatened to uproot the house, the windows rattled as if demons were pounding on them. Su Miaoqing curled up in bed, clutching her blanket, her eyes darting around in panic. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed through the night, startling her nearly out of her skin. Trembling, she shuffled to the door and peered through the crack. All she could see was an impenetrable darkness outside. After much hesitation, she slowly opened the door. A gust of cold wind mixed with rain rushed in, yet no one stood there. Frantically, she shut the door, only to turn and find Lin Wanyang standing in the corner of the room. That a chill ran down Su Miaoqing's spine, her hair standing on end as she gaped, her breath quickening like a worn-out bellows. Lin Wanyang's face was as pale as paper, the wound on her neck still oozing blood, droplets falling and echoing against Su Miaoqing's taut nerves. Lin Wanyang spoke, her voice haunting, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. "Why did you not save me?" Su Miaoqing shook her head desperately, her tongue stumbling. "Wanyang, I was too scared." Lin Wanyang drifted closer, her gaze filled with wrath that seemed capable of igniting flames. "Scared? I risked my life for you, yet you locked the door and saved yourself. Where is your conscience?" Su Miaoqing wanted to flee, but her legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground as she flailed her arms. "Wanyang, spare me." As dawn broke, Su Miaoqing awoke from her stupor on the floor, the room in disarray. Her neck throbbing with pain, revealing a faint bruise. Bewildered, she realized that the events of the previous night were no mere figments of her imagination. From that day forth, Lin Wanyang's apparition would appear each night, sometimes wailing in anguish, questioning her why she had stood by and done nothing. At other times, she would glare with such fury that it chilled Su Miaoqing to the bone. Su Miaoqing was tormented to the brink of collapse, her spirit waning, devoid of vitality even in the daylight, appearing as though her soul had been cast adrift. Desperate, Su Miaoqing visited every nearby temple and shrine, beseeching the gods and seeking help from various spiritual practitioners. Yet none could resolve her plight. With each encounter with a priest or monk, she pleaded tearfully, "Master, I beg you, save me. I cannot endure this torment any longer." That vengeful spirit is relentless, but all she received in return were solemn shakes of the head. As they lamented that this was a karmic debt, difficult to unravel, she sank deeper into despair, her past guilt intensifying, often murmuring to her reflection, "Wanyang, I have wronged you." On one occasion, she stumbled upon a mysterious old Taoist in the mountains. Clad in tattered robes, yet possessing an ethereal air, his gaze penetrating as if it could see through her very soul. Clutching at what felt like a lifeline, Su Miaoqing knelt before him. "Master, I implore you, have mercy and save this wretched soul of mine. I am haunted by a vengeful spirit and cannot find peace." The old Taoist furrowed his brow, lifting her gently as he sighed. "My dear girl, this is a karmic debt. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. You owe a life and others cannot intervene." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoqing sat on the ground in despair. Li Momo, upon learning of Su Miaoqing's plight, was filled with mixed emotions. A flicker of satisfaction mingled with a complex sorrow. She whispered softly to her daughter's memorial, "Wanyang, are you the one punishing her? If this alleviates your resentment, then so be it." Meanwhile, Su Miaoqing had been entirely consumed by fear, her once lively demeanor now reduced to a mere shell of existence. That on another eerily silent night, Su Miaoqing sat at home, feeling as though countless hidden eyes were watching her. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered violently before extinguishing, plunging her into darkness. Lin Wanyang's voice echoed eerily, resonating throughout the room. Su Miaoqing broke down, crying, "Wanyang, spare me. I know I was wrong. I am willing to trade my life for yours." A fleeting white shadow passed, and Lin Wanyang appeared, her hands claw-like, reaching for Su Miaoqing's neck. That Su Miaoqing's eyes widened in terror as she futilely struggled, her breath waning until silence enveloped her. The room fell silent once more, save for the mournful wind outside, as if lamenting the end of this tragic connection. Yet, none could know if this enmity would continue in the depths of the underworld. Days passed, and Qingyan town persisted in its struggle amidst turmoil. Occasionally, Li Momo would pass by Su Miaoqing's forsaken house, unable to resist pausing to sigh. Neighbors reminisced about the past, some declaring Su Miaoqing deserved her fate, while others lamented the capriciousness of destiny. Two vibrant young women had vanished into the cold night, leaving behind a chilling legend that spread throughout the town, warning future generations to remember their debts of gratitude, lest they abandon their companions in times of peril. For the inevitable retribution would surely follow. Chapter 24. The blood-soaked campus, Yueying Middle School in Tingyan City, which should have been a cradle for youthful dreams, had transformed into a hellish nightmare on this night. Ominous clouds loomed heavily over the campus, obscuring the cold moon, as if even the moonlight feared the impending bloodshed. The wind howled through the school grounds, causing the dilapidated windows to rattle, heralding the prelude to death. Li Ting, who once entered this school filled with hopeful aspirations, had now morphed into a vengeful spirit consumed by resentment. Her form flickered, emanating a chilling aura, her damp hair clinging to her palate. Paper-like face, blood dripping steadily onto the ground beneath her. Hollow eye sockets glowed with ghostly green flames, fixating on every fleeing figure, driven by a hatred that birthed resolve. Zhou Hu, once the arrogant class monitor, now drained of all bravado by fear, stumbled chaotically down the corridor, his sneakers clattering on the floor, each step kicking up dust that he gasped for air, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with despair. Li Ting. I was truly wrong. Spare me. All he received in response was the increasingly chilling presence closing in behind him. Inside the classroom, students screamed as desks and chairs toppled over at a group of girls huddled in a corner. Their cries piercing. Among them, a short-haired girl covered her eyes tightly, trembling. I don't want to die. Next to her, a ponytailed girl, pale as a ghost, stammered in an attempt to comfort her. Maybe she won't find us. Yet the tremor in her voice betrayed the fear deep within. In the hallway, two boys attempted to force open the block's safety door, their shoulders repeatedly slamming against the iron barrier, only to be met with muffled groans and futility. The taller boy, red-eyed, shouted, "How can this be? Why won't this door open?" The shorter boy, his voice quavering, echoed, It's over, we can't get out." Meanwhile, Li Ting's former friends, Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Xiao Yan, frantically searched the campus for a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu, determined and furrowed in thought, displayed an unwavering resolve. "We must find a way to stop Ting. If this continues, the entire school will suffer." That Su Yao, already in tears, spoke with a quivering voice. "But how can we stop her? She's already become a ghost. It's too terrifying." Xiao Yin bit her lip, fists clenched. No matter what, trying is better than waiting for death. The scent of blood grew stronger on the playground, and Li Ting's figure appeared like a specter. Her withered fingers piercing through a boy's chest, his eyes widened in shock, yet before he could utter a scream, his life force was drained, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood gushed forth, staining the once verdant grass. More students rushed toward the gymnasium, glancing back in terror, their legs trembling, faltering. Inside the gym, students who had hoped to evade the chaos found themselves trapped in darkness by the suddenly closed doors. Someone quivered as they turned on their phone's flashlight, the faint beam shaking in the vast space, illuminating terrified faces. Suddenly, the basketball hoop above shook violently, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, and then basketballs rained down like hail, accompanied by the students' screams. Zhou Hu continued to flee through the teaching building, bursting into a storage room and hiding behind a mountain of old equipment, covering his mouth in an attempt to stifle his heavy breathing. Yet Li Ting still sought her out. She glided slowly into the storeroom, an aura of malevolence surrounding her that caused the temperature to plummet. The old broom beside Zhou, who was instantly coated in frost. Through the gaps in the equipment, Zhou Hu glimpsed her feet halting before him, and in despair, he shut his eyes tightly, urine uncontrollably soaking his trousers. Lin Yu and the others arrived at the teaching building, and as they stepped into the corridor, Zhou Hu's desperate scream pierced the air. Lin Yu quickened her pace. Upon witnessing Li Ting reaching towards Zhou Hu, she shouted, Ting, don't kill him." Li Ting abruptly turned her head, her eerie green gaze directed at the three, causing Su Yao to collapse in fear, while Xiao Yan cowered behind Lin Yu, peeking out with a timid and anxious voice. Ting, do you remember us? We are your friends. Do not let hatred blind you." Ting hesitated momentarily, her voice emerging as if dragged from the depths of hell. "Friends? Where were you when I was at my lowest?" Lin Yu's eyes reddened as she stepped forward. "We were wrong. We lacked the courage to stand up then, but we cannot watch you make a grave mistake now that if you kill Zhou Hu, you will find no solace. The malevolent energy around Li Tingting seemed to wane slightly, but just then, the school broadcast blared abruptly, a piercing electric sound that assaulted their eardrums, as if triggering some wicked banishment. Li Tingting's gaze turned fierce once more. She released Zhou Hu and drifted toward the broadcast room. Along her path, any student who dared to obstruct her was ruthlessly flung aside, their bodies crashing against the walls with a dull thud. Inside the broadcast room, a terrified boy fumbled with the equipment, and upon Li Tingting's entrance, she seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. After a few futile struggles, he fell silent. The broadcast ceased, replaced by a chilling scream. Lin Yu and her companions hurried to follow, and upon reaching the broadcast room, the horrific scene before them made Xiao Yin retch uncontrollably. Lin Yu gazed at Li Tingting, her tone pleading, "Tingting, please stop. Look at what you have done to this campus. Those students are innocent." That Li Tingting howled in response, "Innocent? Who will pity me? The suffering I endured shall drag everyone down with me." Outside the teaching building, blood pooled into small streams, trickling down the steps. Only a few students remained, huddled in the corners of the campus, afraid to breathe. The entire Yueying Middle School was suffocated by death and fear, each breath infused with despair. Yet Li Tingting continued to wander through the campus, the flames of hatred still ablaze, the carnage ongoing. Seizing the moment of chaos, Zhou Hu stealthily crawled toward the school gate, nervously glancing around with each inch he moved, fearful of Li Tingting's sudden reappearance. Lin Yu understood that the confrontation with Li Tingting could not wane. She took a deep breath. "Tingting, even if you kill everyone, what you have lost will not return. Let us find a way together to ensure Zhou Hu receives his due punishment, and bring your grievances to light." That a flicker of hesitation crossed Li Tingting's eyes. But at that moment, an eerie lightning bolt streaked across the sky, striking the campus clock tower. The tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air as a mysterious force surged through the ruins, seemingly intent on consuming the last remnants of Li Tingting's sanity. Would she succumb to endless slaughter, or could she reclaim a sliver of clarity? The fate of Yueying Middle School hung precariously in the balance, as the lives of all teetered on the edge of the unknown. When Li Tingting first set foot in Yueying Middle School, her heart brimmed with dreams of the future. She resembled a budding daisy, shy yet innocent, yearning for a tranquil space amid a sea of knowledge to sketch the contours of her aspirations. Zhou Hu, as the class monitor, wielded his physicality and family background to become a tyrant within the class. Initially, it was merely verbal harassment. During group discussions, when Li Tingting softly expressed her views, Zhou Hu would tilt his head mockingly. "With your dim-witted brain, what useful thoughts could you possibly conceive? Don't hold us back." A few sycophants around him would join in the laughter, causing Li Tingting's face to flush crimson. Her head bowed in humiliation, overwhelmed by embarrassment. During physical education class, as the teacher instructed everyone to practice shooting hoops, Li Tingting, frail and lacking strength, couldn't even touch the backboard. Zhou Hu strode over, snatched the ball from her, and derisively remarked, "Look at your pathetic self, occupying the court and wasting time." With that, he forcefully hurled the ball at her, knocking her to the ground, scraping her palms and bruising her knees. That Li Tingting bit her lip, stifling her sobs as tears welled in her eyes. The situation grew even more terrifying during a field trip. In the depths of the forest, the group had become scattered, and Zhou Hu seized the opportunity to drag Li Tingting into a secluded corner with his cronies. Trembling in fear, she stammered, "Zhou Hu, you can't do this." Yet Zhou Hu, with a sinister grin, covered her mouth, trampling her dignity with impunity. After his vile act, he threatened her, "Dare to speak of this, and you'll regret it." Li Tingting felt as though her spirit had been drained, left in a state of utter despair. Upon returning to school, Li Tingting mustered her courage to confide in her homeroom teacher. The teacher merely adjusted her glasses, dismissively saying, "Conflicts among students are normal. Don't take it to heart too much. Perhaps you should also reflect on yourself." Those few flippant words fell like cold stones, heavy upon Li Tingting's heart. When she returned home to share her plight with her parents, their responses only deepened her despair. Her mother furrowed her brow and scolded, "Why are you the one being bullied? Did you provoke him? Girls should be more composed." Her father chimed in, Stop crying over trivial matters. Focus on your studies instead. In that moment, Li Tingting felt utterly isolated from the world, her cries for help swallowed by indifference. Her life plunged into a dark abyss, her grades plummeting, her gaze perpetually hollow and sorrowful. Influenced by Zhou Hu, her classmates began to distance themselves from her, rendering her an invisible presence in the school. Countless nights, Li Tingting hid beneath her covers, silently weeping, as despair and helplessness gradually consumed her. On that blood-red evening, Zhou Hu, incensed by Li Tingting's evasive gaze, dragged her to the rooftop of the teaching building. With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Zhou Hu, please, let me go." Zhou Hu, visibly annoyed, shoved her. Her frail body fell like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting to the ground below. With a dull thud, her life was extinguished, blood pooling on the ground, yet her grievances and unyielding spirits surged in the air. With her eyes still open, Li Tingting's heart burned with resentment, transcending the boundaries of life and death. The injustices, fears, and despair she once endured converged into a torrent of hatred, compelling her to return to the campus as a vengeful spirit, vowing to make those indifferent and cruel pay a heavy price, thus commencing a horrific chapter in the history of Yueying Middle School. Surrounded by a swirling darkness, Li Tingting exuded an ominous energy. Her ghostly green flames flickering wildly in her eyes, suspended in midair. Her wet hair danced like an enraged serpent. Upon hearing Lin Yu and the others' entreaties, she paused briefly, only to coldly retort, "You all deserve to die. What were you doing when I was being tormented? Watching from the sidelines, indifferent. Avoiding me? Ha! Go die." Her laughter echoed like a night owl's cry, piercing through the silence and chilling the very marrow of their bones. Lin Yu, frantic, felt beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She stepped forward, her hands waving urgently. "Tingting, we know we were wrong. We were cowardly and didn't dare to stand up, but now we want to make amends." Her voice trembled with emotion, filled with regret and urgency, as she faced Li Tingting's overwhelming wrath despite her fear. Su Yao had already collapsed, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Tingting, every time I saw you being bullied, it felt like a knife stabbing my heart. I was afraid of Zhou Hu. I felt so helpless." Gripping her hair, the weight of guilt nearly suffocated her, her makeup a disheveled mess, resembling a forlorn child. Xiao Yin, hiding behind Lin Yu, peered out timidly, her lips quivering. "Tingting, you were once so kind. Don't let hatred destroy your last vestiges of goodness. Let us find a way to ensure Zhou Hu faces 1,000-fold punishment and restore your justice." Her calves trembled, a mix of fear and a glimmer of hope in her eyes, yearning to awaken a hint of warmth in her former friend. Yet Li Tingting remained unmoved, with a swift flick of her sleeve. A chilling force surged forth, like a tumultuous black tide, instantly toppling Lin Yu and the others to the ground. Lin Yu fell heavily, scraping her palm, yet she gritted her teeth and rose again, unwilling to surrender. "Tingting, if you kill us, what will you gain besides accumulating more sins? Think back to our past. The times we laughed and talked on the playground, the nights we studied together." Memories flashed through Li Tingting's mind like an old film. And for a brief moment, the ghostly light in her eyes dimmed. However, the overwhelming tide of hatred soon crushed that flicker of warmth, and she roared, "The past. Those beautiful moments were all destroyed by Zhou Hu. By your cowardice, it's too late to speak of such things now." She extended her emaciated finger, her nails elongating and glinting menacingly, reaching out towards the nearest Su Yao. Su Yao's eyes widened in terror. Desperately scooting backward, her feet leaving shallow marks on the ground. "No, Tingting, I beg you." Just as her nails were about to graze Su Yao's throat, Lin Yu lunged forward, shielding Su Yao with her body. Closing her eyes and shouting, "If you must kill, take me first." Li Tingting's hand froze in midair, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze as she coldly replied, "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Seeing this, Xiao Yin, fueled by an unknown courage, picked up a broken table leg from the ground and swung it at Li Tingting's back, shouting, "Tingting, wake up!" The table leg pierced through Li Tingting's ethereal form, leaving her unscathed yet thoroughly enraged. She whirled around, grasping Xiaoyan by the throat and lifting her off the ground, but Xiaoyan's feet dangled in the air. Her face flushed crimson as she futilely clawed at Li Tingting's hands. struggling to articulate. Even if I were to perish here today, I refuse to witness you transform into a complete and utter fiend. The scent of blood in the campus grew increasingly potent. While the surviving students cowered in various corners, too afraid to make a sound, a boy, peering through a crack in the door, witnessed this scene and was so terrified that he wet his pants. Silently chanting, "It's over, it's over. No one will survive that moment." Zhou, who was stealthily inching towards the school gate, each step taken with utmost caution, like a bird startled by an arrow. Suddenly, a stray cat darted past his feet, nearly causing him to cry out in fright. Regaining his composure, he muttered curses under his breath, blaming Li Tingting, the harbinger of calamity, for her continued torment even in death, utterly oblivious to his own sins. Listening to Xiaoyan's words, Li Tingting's grip on her loosened slightly. She observed her former friend's desperate and disheveled appearances, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. The malevolent aura surrounding Li Tingting thickened, her ghostly green eyes resembling two burning orbs of fury. After unleashing a resolute roar towards Lin Yu and the others, she suddenly pivoted, darting like a streak of black lightning towards Zhou Hu, who was stealthily inching toward the gate. Zhou Hu caught a glimpse of this and felt his heart lurch in terror. He longed to leap up and flee, but his legs felt as feeble as noodles, rendering him incapable of exerting even the slightest strength, leaving him to writhe helplessly on the ground. Li Tingting, "Spare me! I was wrong, truly wrong." Zhou Hu cried, tears streaming down his face. The arrogance he once exuded had long since vanished, replaced by the primal instinct to survive. He clasped his hands in prayer, desperately bowing towards Li Tingting, his forehead striking the ground with a series of loud thuds, soon drawing blood. In an instant, Li Tingting seized Zhou Hu by the neck, hoisting him high into the air. Zhou Hu's feet left the ground, his hands clawing frantically at her bony yet powerful wrists, his legs flailing in the void, his face turning a deep shade of purple, eyes bulging, cough. "Please, I'm begging you." He managed to force out each syllable, as if they were being wrenched from the depths of his throat. Li Tingting's expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze as unyielding as iron. The pressure of her grip intensified, her nails embedding themselves into Zhou Hu's neck, blood oozing in beads that dripped onto the floor. Through gritted teeth, she whispered, "Now you know how to beg for mercy. When I pleaded for my life back then, did you ever feel a shred of compassion?" Each word was laden with years of resentment and anguish, reverberating through the silent campus. Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Xiaoyan stood by, anxious and distressed. Lin Yu wished to intervene further, but Su Yao tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Let Tingting vent her frustrations. After all these years of suffering, if she isn't allowed to release it, she'll never find peace." Xiaoyan silently nodded in agreement, and the three could only watch in a mix of concern and trepidation. Zhou Hu's struggles grew increasingly feeble, his tongue lolled out, eyes rolling back, making desperate gasping sounds like a fish on the brink of death. As his last breath escaped him, his body went limp, and with a flick of her wrist, Li Tingting cast him aside like a rag doll. Devoid of life, the moment Zhou Hu expired, the tumultuous resentment that had surged within Li Tingting found its outlet, beginning to dissipate in wisps. The previously chilling campus gradually warmed, the howling wind transformed into a gentle breeze, as if to cleanse this place steeped in blood and fear. The surviving students remained huddled in their corners, too scared to breathe. One girl was hiding beneath a classroom desk, her eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, she felt the oppressive chill recede and cautiously open her eyes, peeking out. Upon realizing that the air no longer held that bone-chilling aura, she burst into tears, fleeing towards the exit. In a moment, students emerged from their hiding places, exhaustion and relief etched on their faces, exchanging glances filled with lingering dread. Some averted their eyes from Zhou Hu's lifeless body in disgust, while others murmured quietly, "Is it finally over? Did Li Tingting spare us?" Lin Yu and the others rushed to Li Tingting's side, who now appeared increasingly ephemeral, her once fierce demeanor considerably softened. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently said, "Tingting, it's all over now. You can find peace." Li Tingting gazed at her former friends, her lips moving as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately, only a faint smile graced her features before she completely dissipated into the air, as if she had never unleashed such bloodshed upon this campus. Sunlight slowly poured into Yueying Middle School, golden rays inching forward to dispel the darkness, illuminating the disarrayed campus. The bloodstains had yet to dry, and shattered furniture lay strewn about. Yet the students understood that this nightmare had finally drawn to a close. Those who had endured it all would likely spend the rest of their lives striving to embrace the hard-won tranquility and light in the shadow of such harrowing memories. Chapter 25. A Night of Terror. My name is Zhang Jingliang, a delivery worker braving the elements in this city, where every street and alley feels as familiar as the lines on my palm. I often pride myself on my bravery, believing I have seen and heard it all, yet I never anticipated that on an otherwise ordinary autumn night, the Sini Jiayushan community would thrust upon me a spine-chilling experience that seemed to transport my very soul. That night, a torrential downpour raged as if the heavens were embroiled in a fierce quarrel, finally subsiding after a fit of rage. The air was saturated with moisture, the dampness creeping into my bones like countless icy fingers, sending chills through my very core. That I was nestled at the entrance of a small shop, exhaling warmth into my hands while glancing at my phone, when suddenly a new order popped up on the screen. The destination was Building 7, Room 707 of the Sini Jiayushan community, and the delivery fee was tantalizingly high, igniting a surge of excitement within me. Without a second thought, I tapped to accept the order. As I entered the community, the streetlights were shrouded in mist, casting hazy halos of light that rendered the surroundings dreamlike. Yet this dream felt ominously unsettling. Occasionally, I would step into a puddle, the splash echoing like thunder, causing me to shiver involuntarily as my heart raced. How unfortunate! I muttered a curse under my breath, quickening my pace. Upon reaching Building 7, I discovered the elevator was out of service, its screen dark. I sighed in resignation, tilting my head to gaze at the pitch-black stairwell before I began my ascent. The corridor was as dark as the mouth of a monstrous beast, with the motion sensor lights flickering erratically. With each step I took, the sound of my footsteps reverberated eerily in the silence, as if some unseen entity was shadowing my every move. After considerable effort, I finally reached the 7th floor. Just as I stood before room 707, the door creaked open as though possessed, releasing a gust of cold air laden with damp mildew, crashing against me and sending a shiver down my spine. "Your delivery has arrived," I called out, my voice echoing within the room, yet it met with an eerie silence akin to a graveyard that I swallowed hard, steeling myself as I stepped inside, that my eyes scanned the area. Landing on a white candle flickering on the coffee table, its flame wavering in the breeze like a feeble child on the verge of extinguishing, before I could fully process my surroundings. The door slammed shut behind me with a resounding bang, and my phone screen abruptly went black, losing signal, the darkness impenetrable like the bottom of a pot, devoid of any light that moment. A series of low, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor, rhythmic and ominous, each sound striking my heart like a hammer, as if a horde of soldiers was advancing menacingly. That I pressed my back against the wall, eyes wide with fear, fixated on the source of the sound, barely daring to breathe, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. Before long, a group of shadowy figures came into view, each towering and clad in ancient armor, the frost of ages seemingly clinging to them, exuding a chilling aura. Their expressions were stern, glowing with an eerie luminescence, resembling specters risen from the underworld that my mind spun. This was exactly what the elders spoke of as the ghostly soldiers passing through. I had always dismissed it as mere folklore, never imagining I would encounter it myself. They marched in a precise formation, oblivious to my presence, as if on some mysterious mission. That my legs trembled uncontrollably, my knees nearly buckling beneath me, cold sweat trickling down my forehead and soaking my back. Suddenly, one of the spectral soldiers appeared to notice me, slowly turning its head. Its face was largely obscured by a helmet, revealing only a pair of eyes that seemed to plunge into an abyss, coldly fixating on me. Then, to my horror, its mouth slowly curled into a grotesque smile, revealing teeth that glimmered like the fangs of a wolf in winter snow, sending my hair standing on end and freezing my blood in my veins, every nerve screaming in terror. Overwhelmed by sheer fright, I frantically scanned my surroundings, spotting that the window was unlocked. Without a second thought for how many stories high I was, I leapt towards it like a crazed rabbit, forcefully pushing the window open and diving out. The wind howled past my ears. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped me. In that moment, I thought for certain I would splatter upon impact. Fortunately, below lay a thicket of bushes that broke my fall, the branches protesting under my weight, but at least I had managed to cushion my descent, that I fell and was engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as though several of my bones had fractured. Yet, the primal instinct for survival compelled me to struggle back to my feet, using both hands and feet in a desperate bid to dash toward the entrance of the community. I sprinted wildly, my clothes tattered and disheveled, my hair a chaotic mess tangled by branches, and my face marred by several scratches that oozed blood. Upon reaching the entrance, I found the security guard leaning against his booth, idly chatting. The sight of my condition nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. "What happened to you?" an older guard exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he hurried towards me, gasping for breath. I leaned on my knees, struggling to regain my composure, my words tumbling out in a disjointed rush. Ghosts in 707. They are using the path." The guards exchanged bewildered glances, their faces initially painted with skepticism. But as they observed my sheer terror, their expressions gradually paled. The younger guard instinctively reached for his baton, his voice trembling. "Hey, don't make things up. What ghosts? This is a new era." The older guard furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave. "Don't speak carelessly. The Unit 707 has a history of bizarre incidents. Ever since that tragedy, strange rumors have persisted." Upon hearing his words, the younger guard fell silent, fear flickering in his eyes. I took a moment to recount my harrowing experience in 707, gesticulating wildly as I spoke, and their fear only deepened with each word. Eventually, a heavy silence enveloped us, no one daring to utter another sound. From that night on, every time I passed by the Sini Jayushan community, the horrific scenes replayed in my mind like a disturbing film that I continued to deliver food, as survival demanded. Yet as night fell and I received orders from remote neighborhoods, anxiety gripped my heart. The terrifying image of the ghostly figure grinning at me felt like a thorn embedded deep within, haunting me for a lifetime. Today's days turned into weeks. My fellow couriers initially regarded my tale with amusement, playfully suggesting that perhaps I had mistaken a few children in costumes for ghosts. One day, while waiting for an order with my close colleague Xiao Li, he teased me again. "Liangzi, those ghosts you mentioned, surely there were just a few kids in costumes scaring you, right?" I shot him a glare, replying tersely, "You wouldn't understand. The atmosphere was so frigid it could freeze a person. It wasn't just kids that I tell you." That fear felt like an invisible net ensnaring me, leaving no escape. Seeing my serious expression, Xiaoli dropped his playful demeanor and scratched his head. "Is it really that eerie? Didn't you try to investigate what happened in 707 afterward?" "Investigate? I was too busy hiding," I sighed. "But sometimes I dream about in that dark room. The footsteps of the ghosts grow ever closer that I want to scream, but no sound escapes, that I wake up in a cold sweat every time. Why not consult a master to dispel the evil spirits?" Xiaoli suggested that I wave my hand dismissively. "Let's leave it be for now. Perhaps with time, I'll forget." Yet, deep down, I knew that shadow wouldn't dissipate so easily. After a while delivering food near Sini Jayushan, I chanced upon an elderly man setting up a fortune-telling stall on the street. He exuded an aura of wisdom, his long beard flowing and eyes twinkling with keen insight. Compelled by an unseen force, I stopped my electric bike and approached his stall. The old man glanced up at me, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Young man, I see darkness clouding your brow. You must have encountered something unclean recently." My heart tightened, and I recounted my experience at Sini Jayushan in a rush. The old man listened intently, his face growing more somber as he calculated with his fingers. "That place is steeped in resentment. The past tragedy left a lingering spirit unwittingly entering. You've absorbed much of the negative energy. What should I do?" I asked anxiously. "There's a way," he replied slowly. "Prepare some incense, candles, and yellow paper. Choose a midday, with abundant sunlight, to respectfully offer your apologies at that house's entrance. Perhaps it will help disperse the negative energy." Skeptical yet tormented by the experience, I resolved to follow his advice. Finally, on a bright sunny day at noon, with the sun blazing overhead, I gathered my supplies and approached the entrance of 707 once more. My heart raced, each step growing heavier as I neared my destination. Arriving at the door, I took a deep breath, Lighting the incense and candles that as the smoke swirled around me, I bowed respectfully, murmuring, "To the restless spirits, I mean no offense. I hope you may show mercy and spare me." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the corridor, causing the flames to flicker wildly that I nearly collapsed in fear, bracing for another encounter, but the wind subsided just as swiftly. After that, while I still occasionally recalled that dreadful night, the bone-deep fear seemed to have lessened. However, each time I passed the community, I couldn't help but quicken my pace. That night of terror had etched an indelible scar in my heart, a constant reminder of the unfathomable mysteries that inhabit our world. Chapter 26. The Eerie Incidents in the Community. My name is Li Mingting, and I have lived in Jiayushan community for several years. Upon my arrival, the neighborhood appeared tranquil, with lush trees and vibrant flowers, resembling a warm and inviting family, where neighbors often shared laughter and conversation. Yet, who could have imagined that beneath this seemingly peaceful facade lay chilling stories that send shivers down one's spine? Just recalling those experiences makes my hands tremble involuntarily, my heart racing as if it holds a frightened little rabbit within. The first tragedy occurred several years ago on a deep, silent night. The community, once as quiet as a slumbering giant, was abruptly shattered by a fierce argument that I had just begun to drift into slumber when that cacophony yanked me back to consciousness, its piercing sound clawing at my eardrums, inciting both irritation and unease. "Why can't you understand me? You're always busy with work. Do you even care about this family?" The woman's voice was laced with tears and fury, her screams echoing through the hallway, ricocheting off the walls and invading every ear. "That I'm working for our family. Can't you stop being unreasonable?" The man's response was equally defiant, his voice rough as a raging bull. Charging back at her, lying in bed, I tossed and turned, contemplating the couple above, who usually seemed so affectionate. What could have sparked such fury? I sighed, pulling the covers over my head in a futile attempt to block out the aggravating noise. But the argument only escalated. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated, as if something heavy had fallen to the floor, followed by an agonizing silence that my heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over me that I hesitated, torn between the urge to check and the fear of intruding. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, accompanied by frantic shouts urging someone to call an ambulance. That my heart leapt to my throat, and I clutched the blanket tightly, scarcely daring to breathe. Later, I learned that in a moment of impulse, the husband had harmed his wife, and by the time the ambulance arrived, it was already too late. The wife lay there, a lifeless form in a pool of blood, resembling a flower battered by a storm, stripped of its former vitality and color. From that day forward, the apartment remained vacant, and each time I passed the closed door, an inexplicable dread would weigh heavily upon my heart, as if a stone pressed down on me. That door, silent as a grave, seemed to conceal endless sorrow and secrets, rendering it untouchable. The second tragedy unfolded near the community garden, once the most vibrant and lively spot in the neighborhood, where children frolicked and the elderly basked in the sun, exchanging everyday tales, a picturesque scene of life. That day, the sun bathed the garden in warmth, and a little boy flitted like a joyful bird among the flowers, chasing butterflies and crouching to admire the unknown blooms, exclaiming, "Wow, this flower is so beautiful. Mommy, come look." His mother, seated on a nearby bench, watched her precious child with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection, responding, "Be careful, darling, don't fall." But amid this seemingly ordinary and beautiful moment, disaster struck unexpectedly. The little boy, caught up in his play, failed to notice the edge of the ornamental pond and stumbled, plummeting into the water with a resounding splash. The sound reverberated like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all present. The boy's mother gasped, her eyes widening in horror, her face paling to a ghostly white. She dashed forward, screaming. "Baby, baby," with outstretched hands, she desperately attempted to rescue her child. But the edge of the ornamental pond was too high for her to reach. Overwhelmed by panic, tears welled up in her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably as her voice rose in pitch. "Please. Someone help. Save my child." It was only then that the onlookers snapped back to reality and rushed over to the young man, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the water and managed to bring the little boy back to the surface. Yet the child lay still, his small face a ghastly shade of blue, resembling a colorless doll, limp and lifeless upon the ground. The boy's mother flung herself forward, clutching her child tightly, her wails piercing the air, reverberating through the garden as if to darken the very sky above. The once vibrant garden, filled with laughter and joy, was suddenly shrouded in gloom. The brilliant sunlight appeared to dim, and the flowers bowed their heads in silent mourning for the lost life. Initially, I thought this was merely a tragic accident that, over time, would fade from memory. However, I soon found myself confronted with inexplicable events that felt like a portal opening to a mysterious and terrifying realm, plunging me into an abyss of fear. One evening, after working late, I returned home to an eerily quiet neighborhood, the only sound being the echo of my solitary footsteps in the corridor, each step resonating in the stillness like a drumbeat in the night. As I entered the elevator and pressed the button for my floor, it ascended slowly, the mechanical whirring sounding unusually muffled in the confined space, akin to a heavy breath lingering in my ear. Leaning against the elevator wall, I rubbed my tired eyes, yearning to collapse in a bed after a long and exhausting day. Suddenly, an unmistakable chill crept up my spine, reminiscent of a cold serpent slithering along my vertebrae, or as if someone were exhaling a frosty breath upon my neck, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, I turned my head, scanning the corners of the elevator, yet found nothing. The bright light illuminated the interior, yet an inexplicable eeriness pervaded the air. Furrowing my brow, I muttered to myself, "How strange that am I simply too fatigued and imagining things." Yet the sensation of cold intensified, as if invisible hands were beckoning me into an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the elevator lights flickered ominously, their strobing resembling the eyes of a monstrous creature winking in the dark, bright one moment, dim the next, casting an even more terrifying atmosphere within the confined space. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, I caught a glimpse of a vague figure in the corner, appearing to be a woman, her disheveled hair cascading down to obscure most of her face, revealing only a pair of hollow eyes that seemed to bore into me, akin to two profound black holes that my heart raced, threatening to leap from my throat. I widened my eyes and opened my mouth to scream. Yet no sound emerged, as though my throat were constricted by an unseen force. When the light stabilized, the figure vanished, as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, I knew with certainty that what I had witnessed was no mere figment of my imagination. My back was drenched in cold sweat, my shirt clinging to me, and my legs felt weak. Leaning against the elevator wall, I gasped for breath, striving to regain my composure. Thoughts raced through my mind. What on earth was happening? That figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the mistress of the tragic incident that had occurred upstairs that I dared not dwell on it further. As the elevator reached my floor, I bolted out like a fugitive, fumbling for my keys to unlock the door, slamming it shut behind me with a resounding bang, leaning against it as my heart pounded fiercely, feeling as though my very soul had nearly been snatched away. On another occasion, I found myself near the edge of the community woods. It was dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun draped the neighborhood in a warm orange hue, casting elongated shadows of the trees that resembled monstrous figures with outstretched limbs. Seeking a moment of respite, I ambled toward the woods, unwittingly venturing deeper into the thicket. Upon nearing the woods, I was startled by the faint sound of a child sobbing, echoing through the trees. Heart-wrenchingly forlorn, like a lost little spirit weeping in despair, stirring a deep pang of sorrow within me, I halted, straining my ears to listen, contemplating whether a child had become lost in this wooded expanse. Following the sound, I called out, "Little one, where are you? Fear not, I am here to help." Yet strangely, the further I ventured, the more distant the cries seemed, perpetually just beyond my grasp, while the trees, devoid of wind, rustled ominously, their branches seeming to tug at one another, as if warning me to retreat. A sense of trepidation crept in, my footsteps faltering, brow furrowed, eyes darting anxiously around me, fingers nervously twisting my clothing, muttering, "This is far too strange. What could be happening?" Still, the thought of a lost child spurred me onward, pushing me to delve deeper into the woods. When I finally regained my bearings, I realized I had wandered quite far into the thicket. The trees grew denser, blocking the sun's fading light, casting an oppressive gloom that sent a shiver down my spine. Panic surged within me, and I turned to flee, but the sobbing seemed to follow closely behind. Like an inescapable shadow, the faster I ran, the closer the cries grew, as if an unseen child pursued me. Weeping all the while that I in my frantic escape, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind me, echoing like thunderous drums. As if something were rapidly closing in, fear gripped me, and I dared not look back, tears welling in my eyes. I cried out amidst my sobs, "Please don't come any closer." Yet the footsteps drew nearer, and a chilling presence enveloped my neck, as if I were on the verge of being consumed. That I, in a moment of sheer desperation, I glanced back, and the sight nearly stole my breath away. A vague figure resembling a child raced toward me, enveloped in an eerie grayish hue, reminiscent of the ethereal spirits depicted on television. Its face contorted in anguish, mouth agape in a silent scream. Yet no sound escaped its lips. Yet I could almost hear its voiceless wail, its hollow gaze filled with a haunting resentment, as if it were blaming me for not rescuing it, frozen in place. My legs felt leaden, immobilized by terror, my mind a blank slate, consumed by the thought that this might be my end. The ghostly child drew ever closer, its outstretched hands resembling two frigid, withered branches, flailing in the air as if reaching for me. Just as I resigned myself to the impending horror, an unexpected surge of energy jolted through me that I snapped back to reality, mustering every ounce of strength to sprint away. My cries for help reverberating through the woods, infused with primal fear and a desperate will to survive that I had no sense of how long I ran. But eventually, the footsteps and the terrifying figure seemed to fade into the distance, allowing me to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, heart racing as if I had narrowly escaped death itself. That I, in my heart, I sensed a connection between the cries and the child from the garden incident, sending a wave of chills coursing through me. And from that moment forth, I dared not approach the woods again. Since that day, each night, as I traversed the neighborhood, I did so with utmost caution, my eyes instinctively darting to the shadowy corners, fearing the sight of something best left unseen. The haunting memories of the tragedy and those two eerie encounters loomed over me like a persistent nightmare, refusing to dissipate. That I often pondered whether something unseen truly dwelled within the community, and the mere thought sent shivers down my spine, longing only for peaceful days devoid of such horrors. That I attempted to confide in some of the longtime residents. And one elderly gentleman, upon hearing my tale, sighed deeply, his expression grave. He spoke slowly. "Ah, this neighborhood is old, and some occurrences are indeed peculiar, that we cannot quite explain it, but it's wise to be cautious at night." Another elderly woman shook her head, patting my hand gently, her eyes filled with concern, advising, "Dear girl, what you've encountered is quite frightening. Perhaps you should consult someone knowledgeable about these matters. They might help alleviate your fears. So you need not live in constant dread." Their words resonated within me, and I found myself grappling with uncertainty, contemplating whether to seek assistance, yet feeling overwhelmed by the inexplicable nature of it all, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Nevertheless, residing in this community, the feelings of dread cling to me like shadows, ever present and rendering each day a cautious endeavor. I earnestly wish to escape this state of being soon, to restore my life to its former tranquility and serenity. Days continue to pass, and the community remains outwardly calm. Yet only I am aware of the multitude of secrets and fears hidden beneath that calm. Secrets I dare not confront. Thus, I can only persist in this state of trepidation, guarding what was once a haven of warmth but has now become a source of unease. Chapter 27. Strange Tales of Nagoya during the Republican Era. The vast lands of China were engulfed in turmoil and uncertainty. The country's ambitious youth, akin to moths yearning for the dawn in the dark of night, harbored various aspirations and ideals, striving to pierce through the thick veil of confusion in search of new possibilities in the world beyond. Among this fervent group was Qin Yuming, who, through his diligence and intellect, bolstered by the unwavering support of his family, secured the invaluable opportunity to study abroad in Nagoya, Japan. Upon his arrival in Nagoya, a city steeped in exotic charm, it appeared to Qin Yuming like a beautifully bound tome of profound mysteries, each page awaiting his exploration and interpretation. The streets of Nagoya pulsated with a unique vibrancy and order, where traditional architecture intertwined with modern facilities, captivating the eye at every turn. Understanding the rarity of his study abroad opportunity, Qin Yuming plunged into the ocean of knowledge at school, eagerly absorbing professional knowledge and consistently ranking among the top of his fellow international students. However, his gaze extended beyond academics. The city's rich martial arts culture acted as a powerful magnet, irresistibly drawing him in. Particularly, the distinctive allure of karate and kendo, embodying both strength and grace, ignited his passion. In a renowned dojo, Chin Yumming embarked on his martial arts journey. It was here that he met Sato Ken and Yamaguchi Eiko. That day, sunlight streamed through the dojo's windows, casting golden patches of light upon the polished wooden floor. Chin Yumming was intently practicing the fundamental kata of karate under his instructor's guidance when Sato Ken approached him. His bushy eyebrows and bright eyes radiating warmth, he clapped Chin Yumming on the shoulder and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, I see you're quite serious in your practice. I'm Sato Ken. We should spar together sometime." Chin Yumming looked up at the vibrant young man before him and replied with a smile, "Sure. I'm Chin Yumming. I'll have to learn from you." Meanwhile, Yamaguchi Eiko gracefully wielded a bamboo sword in the kendo practice area, her long, lustrous black hair flowing like satin in the breeze. During a break, she noticed Chin Yumming and Sato Ken and curiously approached them, her sparkling eyes alight with interest. "What are you two discussing?" "It sounds lively." Sato Ken chuckled and replied, "We were just talking about practicing martial arts together. With your impressive kendo skills, you must show us a thing or two, Eiko." Eiko blushed slightly and smiled. "Oh, I've only just begun learning. We can all improve together." Thus, the three grew closer through their shared passion. Often gathering during their free time in the little park adjacent to the dojo, they would sit on benches exchanging martial arts insights or practice techniques on the grass. Their laughter echoing in the air on a sunlit weekend, with the sky as blue as a sapphire and wisps of delicate white clouds floating gently, Sato Ken excitedly proposed, "We've been cooped up in the city. Let us venture out to the countryside today. I've heard the scenery there is breathtaking, and there are many intriguing spots yet to be discovered." Eiko's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Chin Yumming and asked, "What do you think, Yumming-kun?" After a moment of contemplation, Chin Yumming nodded. "That sounds great. A chance to unwind and experience the rural beauty of Japan." And so, the trio set forth on their countryside adventure. Hearts brimming with joy, they meandered along a winding path, the wildflowers and grasses lining the road, swaying gently in the breeze like enthusiastic hosts. First, everything brimmed with novelty and delight as they playfully pointed out unfamiliar flowers and shared tales from books about the countryside. However, as they continued, they unwittingly strayed from the well-trodden path and gradually ventured into a desolate mountain area. The trees grew denser around them, and sunlight could only filter through the leaves, casting scattered patches of light, shrouding the forest in an air of mystery. Eiko furrowed her brow, a hint of worry etched on her face as she tugged at Sato Ken's sleeve and whispered, "Ken-kun, I think we're lost. The path is nearly gone." Sato Ken scratched his head, feigning bravado. "Oh, don't worry. There must be a way out of this wilderness. Let us keep walking." Chin Yumming felt a twinge of uncertainty, but reassured them. "Perhaps if we go further, we'll find our way back. Let us just be cautious." Yet, as they delved deeper, an eerie atmosphere began to permeate the forest that a sudden chill swept in, causing the leaves to rustle ominously, as if the woods were whispering warnings to them. Without warning, a thick fog surged forth, rapidly enveloping the entire forest like a monstrous beast, swallowing them whole. Within the mist, disquieting sounds echoed faintly, shouts mingling with the clash of weapons, creating an unsettling symphony that resonated eerily in the silent woods. Eiko's complexion turned ashen, her grip tightening around Chin Yumming's arm as her body trembled slightly, her voice quaking with fear. "What is that sound? It's terrifying." A shiver coursed through Chin Yumming as well, but he fought to maintain his composure, patting her hand reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. Perhaps there are just some activities happening nearby. Let us assess the situation." Though Sato Ken felt a flicker of fear, he attempted to feign calmness. "Right, it might just be a false alarm." However, as the fog began to part, revealing figures clad in ancient armor wielding spears and swords, their hearts leapt into their throats. The figures bore hollow eyes that radiated a chilling malice, as if they had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Sato Ken's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "How can this be? Soldiers from the Warring States period. Are we seeing ghosts?" Eiko, overcome with terror, covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she instinctively recoiled behind Qin Yuming. Qin Yuming's palms grew clammy with sweat. But he knew panic was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No matter what, we need to run." In the chaos, however, Sato Kin stumbled over a stone hidden in the underbrush, falling forward before he could rise. A ghostly soldier lunged at him, the cold spear piercing his heart mercilessly. Sato Kin's eyes widened in terror and despair, blood pouring from his mouth. Staining the earth beneath him, he reached out, desperate to grasp something. Choking out the words, "Run! Quickly, Kin!" Qin Yuming and Eiko screamed in horror, but there was no time for grief. The pursuing specters brandished their weapons relentlessly. Qin Yuming grasped Eiko's hand with urgency, shouting, "Don't freeze up! Run!" They fled without a second thought. Tears streamed down Eiko's face as she ran, her vision blurred, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, but fear propelled her forward. She sobbed, "Yuming-kun, are we going to die here? What on earth is happening?" Qin Yuming gasped for breath, maneuvering around branches and stones as he urged her. "We want tea. There has to be a way out. We can't give up." The path beneath them was treacherous, and they stumbled countless times, but each time, Qin Yuming quickly rose, helping Eiko back to her feet, urging her onward. The trees swayed in the wind like monstrous figures, mocking their plight with their imposing presence. As they continued, Eiko began to falter, her steps slowing, her face pale as a ghost. Breathing heavily, she murmured, "Yumingkin, I can't run anymore. Just leave me and save yourself." Qin Yuming grasped her hand firmly, his eyes resolute. "What nonsense! I want to abandon you. We'll get through this together." Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a cave appeared ahead. Qin Yuming felt a glimmer of hope and pulled Eiko toward it, saying, "Let us hide in there. Maybe we can shake them off." They hurriedly dashed into the cave, which was dark and damp, emanating a foul odor. They crouched behind a large rock, holding their breath as the sounds of the ghostly soldiers' footsteps and shouts faded into the distance, allowing them a momentary reprieve. Eiko leaned against Qin Yuming's shoulder, her body trembling uncontrollably as she spoke through tears. "Yuming-kun, it's all my fault about Sato that if I hadn't suggested coming here, none of this would have happened." Qin Yuming let out a gentle sigh and comforted, "How can this be blamed on you? No one anticipated encountering such a situation. Now, we must devise a way to escape from here. We cannot allow Sato's sacrifice to be in vain." After a while, when silence enveloped the outside, Qin Yuming cautiously peered out to ascertain their temporary safety. Once assured, he said to Huihizi, "Let us proceed swiftly and find a way out while we can." Huihizi nodded, and the two of them stealthily exited the cave. The forest was still shrouded in a faint mist, as if the terrifying gloom had yet to dissipate. Guided by instinct, they ventured in a particular direction. Treading carefully, fearful of encountering those dreadful ghostly soldiers once more, as they walked, they stumbled upon a faintly discernible path, resembling a glimmer of hope. Qin Yuming's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Huihizi, look! There is a path. If we follow it, we should be able to escape." That a flicker of hope ignited in Huihizi's eyes, and they quickened their pace. However, not long after, they heard a strange sound, akin to someone weeping softly. Mingled with the growls of some feral beast, the Huihizi's complexion turned pale once more, and in terror, she looked at Qin Yuming and said, "It's coming again. What should we do?" Qin Yuming clenched his fists, mustering courage for both himself and Huihizi, and declared, "Do not be afraid. Whatever it may be, we must confront it, and we must exercise utmost caution this time." As the sounds grew closer, they discerned a vague silhouette. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an old woman clad in tattered kimono, sitting on the ground with her face buried in her hands, weeping. Huihizi summoned her bravery and asked, "Grandmother, what troubles you? Why are you here alone, crying?" The old woman slowly lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, and in a hoarse voice, she replied, I am lost, and I have wandered for ages and cannot find my way out. And I have encountered many terrifying things." Qin Yuming felt a surge of compassion and said, "Grandmother, we too are lost and are seeking a way out. If you are willing, please come with us." The old woman nodded, trembling as she stood up, but at that moment, her gaze suddenly turned fierce. Her face contorted into a sinister smile, and her form began to distort and transform into a grotesque female ghost, extending long claws towards Huihizi. Huihizi screamed in fright, and Chen Yuming quickly pulled her behind him, grasping a branch from the ground to swing at the apparition, shouting, "You wicked spirit, do not dare harm us." The ghost let out a piercing laugh, taunting, "You cannot escape. This desolate mountain shall be your grave. Ha ha ha." Chen Yuming felt both alarmed and enraged, yet he knew he could not falter at this moment. While fending off the ghost, he urged Huizi, quickly look for something to combat her. In a flurry of panic, Huizi searched around and spotted some stones on the ground. She picked them up and hurled them at the ghost. Struck by the stones, the ghost, infuriated, intensified her assault. Chen Yuming exerted all his strength to withstand the ghost's attacks, sustaining several cuts on his body, blood seeping from the wounds, just as they found themselves in dire straits. Chen Yuming recalled having read that peachwood could ward off evil spirits. He scanned the surroundings and, to his delight, spotted a peach tree not far away. He called out to Huizi, "There's a peach tree over there. Quickly fetch some branches." Upon hearing this, Huizi dashed towards the tree and, after considerable effort, managed to break off several branches. Chen Yuming seized the branches and swung them at the ghost, shouting, "Begone, evil spirit." The ghost appeared to recoil in fear from the peach branches, letting out a wretched scream as her form gradually faded away until she vanished entirely. Exhausted, Chen Yuming and Huizi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with relief and fatigue from their harrowing ordeal. Huizi, noticing the wounds on Chen Yuming, expressed her concern, "Yuming, you are hurt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for protecting me." Chen Yuming interrupted her, smiling, "Do not say such things that we are friends, as long as we are safe. That is what matters." After resting for a while, they continued along the path, and at long last, after enduring countless tribulations, they beheld the familiar village at the foot of the mountain that I in that moment. Tears of joy welled up in their eyes, as if they had returned from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. This harrowing experience in the desolate mountains lingered in their minds like a terrifying nightmare, forever imprinted in their hearts. Moreover, the bond between Chen Yuming and Huizi had deepened through this life and death trial, becoming unbreakable. Chapter 28. The abandoned dormitory building. My name is Zhao Linliang, an ordinary high school student at Tianyun Middle School. Hailing from a distant rural area, I reluctantly chose to board at this seemingly tranquil school, which in truth harbors hidden mysteries. Upon my arrival, I was filled with anticipation for high school life, never foreseeing that the days ahead would be plagued by a series of bizarre occurrences that would disrupt my peace. Just a few days into my stay in the dormitory, I sensed something amiss. The abandoned dormitory building beside the school playground loomed like a dark corner forgotten by time, perpetually exuding an unsettling aura. Each night, as I passed the playground on my way back to the dormitory, I could faintly hear laughter emanating from within that forsaken building. The sound was like icy fingers grazing my eardrums. Imbued with an inexplicable strangeness that twisted my heart into knots, as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly to first, I assumed it was merely my imagination. After all, nighttime disturbances in the campus could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, after several such occurrences, curiosity clawed at me like a mischievous kitten, compelling me to investigate further. That night, the moonlight was dim, veiled as if behind a thin veil, and the entire campus was enveloped in a hazy stillness. Gritting my teeth, I cautiously approached the abandoned dormitory, each step feeling as if I were treading upon my own heartbeat, thudding loudly within my chest. As I neared the building, the laughter grew clearer. Yet when I arrived at the entrance, it vanished like a playful spirit, leaving no trace. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, resembling a gaping maw of a monstrous beast, seemingly eager to devour all who dared to approach. I stood there, eyes wide, straining to discern any details within, but all I beheld was a thick, impenetrable void that a chill crept over me. And as I turned to leave, I muttered to myself, "What on earth is happening? Could there truly be something unclean lurking here?" Back in the dormitory, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, the eerie laughter echoing relentlessly in my mind. The following day during recess, I pulled my desk mate Li Yang aside and whispered, "Yangzi, I need to tell you something, but please don't think I'm making it up." That Li Yang looked at me with curiosity, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "What is it? You seem mysterious. Just spill it." Leaning closer, I said in a hushed tone, "That abandoned dormitory building at our school. I keep hearing laughter from inside at night, but whenever I go to check, there's nothing there. Isn't it strange? Li Yong paused for a moment, then displayed a hint of disdain, patting my shoulder and saying, "Oh, Liangzi, you must have misheard. That old building has been abandoned for ages. It's probably just the wind playing tricks on you. Don't scare yourself unnecessarily." Frowning, I insisted, "No, it's not that. I heard it clearly." The laughter was chilling and definitely not something the wind could produce. Seeing my serious demeanor, Li Yong scratched his head and suggested, "Why not ask some other classmates? Perhaps someone knows about that building." That I agreed, finding his suggestion reasonable, and nodded. During the break, I inquired among several classmates about the building, and from an upperclassman, I received a spine-chilling revelation. With a serious expression and a glimmer of fear in his eyes, he slowly recounted, that dormitory building once experienced a terrifying fire, fierce as a rampaging demon, which engulfed the entire structure in an instant. Many students were trapped inside, unable to escape in time, and perished in the flames. Since then, the building has remained abandoned, and for reasons unknown, it has never been demolished, standing there ominously that a shiver ran down my spine. My face turning pale as I stammered. "And what happened next?" The upperclassman patted my shoulder, speaking gravely. "Afterward, numerous students reported hearing strange sounds at night near that area, and some claimed to have seen vague shadows. So, everyone keeps their distance at night. You must avoid wandering about, especially near the abandoned building. You never know if the students you encounter are truly human." Upon hearing this, a wave of cold dread surged from my feet to my head, as if countless icy snakes were slithering up my spine, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. That I felt both terrified and somewhat skeptical, pondering whether the upperclassman was merely trying to frighten me. Days passed, and although the eerie laughter occasionally echoed in my ears, I did my utmost to dismiss it, convincing myself that perhaps I was simply overthinking things. Little did I anticipate that an even more terrifying ordeal awaited me. On that fateful night, as I lay in a drowsy slumber, my phone erupted with a thunderous ring, shattering the silence of the dormitory and nearly propelling me from my bed. Rubbing my eyes, I grasped my phone and saw that it was a call from my homeroom teacher. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through me. What could my teacher possibly want at such an hour? I hastily answered the call, and my teacher's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Zhao Linliang, you must come to the office immediately. There's something urgent I need to discuss with you." That I quickly replied, "Yes, teacher, I'll be there right away." In a flurry, I dressed and flung open the dormitory door, only to be greeted by a frigid gust of wind that pierced my skin like a multitude of tiny needles, causing my face to sting. The corridor outside was eerily quiet, save for the echo of my footsteps, the sound reverberating in the desolate space, each step a haunting reminder of my anxious heart. As I made my way towards the playground, my mind was racing with questions. Why had my teacher summoned me at such a late hour? Was it because I had committed some transgression and now faced reprimand? Yet, I couldn't recall having done anything out of the ordinary. As I neared the edge of the playground, I spotted a female classmate crouched by the roadside, weeping quietly. Her sobs pierced the stillness of the night, reminiscent of a wounded bird lamenting its plight. Invoking a pang of sorrow within me, curiosity piqued, I approached her, thinking perhaps she was in distress and might need assistance. "Classmate, what troubles you? Why are you crying at this late hour?" I gently inquired. However, she seemed oblivious to my presence, continuing her weeping, her body trembling with each sob, her shoulders shaking in a pitiable manner. That I moved closer, repeating my question, and lightly placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Please, don't cry. That if you're facing any difficulties, confide in me. Perhaps I can offer some help." My touch. She finally turned her head towards me. That in that instant, I was met with a sight I would never forget, a visage of harrowing horror. Her face was marred with charred, blackened scars, resembling a tattered doll ravaged by flames. Strands of her hair hung in disarray, singed and clinging to her skin, while her eyes glimmered with an eerie light, akin to two flickering greenish flames in the darkness, sending chills down my spine. Her lips appeared grotesquely deformed, yet they moved as if attempting to articulate words, producing only a series of incoherent, ghastly sounds reminiscent of the hollow wail of wind through a broken window. Paralyzed by fear, my legs felt like jelly, unable to support my weight. I was rendered voiceless, my body frozen in place, eyes wide in terror as my heart raced violently within my chest. as if it might burst forth that my mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular impulse to flee. Yet my body remained unresponsive. Time stretched infinitely. Though it may have only been seconds, it felt like an eternity before I finally regained my senses and bolted back. The frigid air nipping at my heels as if something sinister were in pursuit, that I gasped for breath, tears welling in my eyes, a tumult of fear and indignation swelling within me, lamenting my ill fate in encountering such a ghastly occurrence. I dashed back to the dormitory, slamming the door shut behind me, leaning against it as I struggled to catch my breath, my lungs feeling as though they might burst at my roommates, roused from their slumber by the commotion. Sat up in bed, bleary-eyed and bewildered, that Yang rubbed his eyes and yawned, asking, "Liangzi, what on earth happened? You ran out and back in the dead of night, looking as if you've seen a ghost." Trembling, I stared at them, my voice quavering and laced with emotion as I recounted the horrifying encounter. Upon hearing my tale, their faces turned ashen, eyes wide with terror, that Yang gulped audibly, stammering, "Liangzi, you're not trying to frighten us, are you? Surely, such things can't be real." Another roommate, Wang Hao, trembled as he spoke. "I've heard that it's better to believe these things might exist than to dismiss them outright. Should we inform the teacher?" A cacophony of voices erupted as we debated, yet no one could reach a consensus. The strangeness of the event left us in disbelief, certain that few would take our claims seriously. That night, the atmosphere in the dormitory was suffocating, each of us lying awake in our beds, unable to find solace in sleep. That I, in particular, lay with my eyes wide open, for every time I closed them, the ghastly visage of that girl haunted my thoughts, refusing to dissipate. The following morning, I arrived at class, bearing the weight of dark circles under my eyes and an overall sense of lethargy. As soon as I entered the classroom, my classmates noticed my disheveled state and gathered around, inquiring about my well-being. After a moment of hesitation, I divulged the events of the previous night. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a frenzy of chatter. Like a pot boiling over, some classmates expressed their alarm, attributing my experience to a vengeful spirit from the abandoned building. Others dismissed it as a mere figment of my imagination or a prank designed to scare me. At that moment, the class monitor, Zhang Yu, stepped forward, her brow furrowed and her demeanor serious. "Regardless of the truth, this matter is unsettling and we must devise a plan to uncover the truth. Otherwise, none of us will find peace of mind. How about we investigate the vicinity of that abandoned building after school? Perhaps we might uncover some clues." Upon hearing her suggestion, many students hesitated, fear evident on their faces. That I quickly interjected, "Let us not go. It is far too frightening. I have no desire to relive such a terrifying encounter." Zhang Yu regarded me, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Zhao Linliang, we are in this together. What is there to fear? If there truly is a problem, addressing it sooner rather than later will grant us all peace of mind." After much persuasion from Zhang Yu, a few brave souls among us ultimately decided to accompany her and me to investigate after school. The entire day, I found myself distracted, my thoughts preoccupied with the impending encounter, a blend of fear and curiosity swirling within me as I pondered what awaited us. Finally, the school day concluded, and we set off towards the abandoned dormitory. The atmosphere was tense, each step laden with trepidation, as if we were walking on the edge of a taut string ready to snap. The evening sun cast a warm orange hue across the campus. Yet its comforting glow did little to alleviate the fear gnawing at our hearts that as we approached the vicinity of the derelict building. Our pace slowed, each of us cautiously surveying our surroundings. I was particularly anxious, my palms clammy with sweat, my heart pounding once more. Yang leaned closer, whispering, "Liangzi, do you think that thing might appear again?" I feel so unsettled that I shot him a glare and hissed, "Don't tempt fate. I have no desire to witness that again." That moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the nearby branches to rustle ominously, a sound that resonated eerily in the stillness. Akin to someone sobbing softly in despair, that we all shivered at the sound. Wang Hao, visibly shaken, remarked, "Why does this wind feel so foreboding? I have goosebumps all over." We circled the abandoned building, but found nothing amiss. Allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape our lips, Zhang Yu declared, "It seems there is nothing to worry about." Perhaps Zhao Linliang truly misinterpreted what he saw. However, her words had barely left her lips when a faint, haunting cry emanated from within the building, eerily mirroring the sobs I had heard the previous night, pitiful and chilling, echoing in the emptiness. Our faces drained of color, we exchanged terrified glances, each of us perceiving the shared dread in the other's eyes. Li Yong's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "What is happening? Is there truly a ghost?" I too felt my legs weaken, stammering, I can't be mistaken. It's the same sound, it's the very same." Despite her fear, Zhang Yu attempted to maintain composure, advising, "Fear not. Let us draw closer. Perhaps it's merely a prankster." With that, she led the charge towards the entrance of the abandoned building, and after a moment's hesitation, we reluctantly followed suit. As we reached the threshold, the crying abruptly ceased, plunging the corridor into a suffocating silence. Standing at the entrance, none of us dared to step inside. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply, illuminating the darkness with her phone as flashlight. But the interior remained obscured in shadows, offering no clarity. At that moment, my phone buzzed with a new message. Trembling, I opened it to find a chilling directive. "You should not be here. Leave now." I nearly dropped my phone in fright, exclaiming, "Look, someone sent me a message urging us to leave." Panic surged among us, prompting a frenzied retreat as we scrambled in disarray, the scene devolving into utter chaos. We sprinted back to the classroom in a frenzy, each of us still reeling from the shock, panting heavily. From that moment on, we dared not venture near the abandoned dormitory building again. The incident spread like wildfire throughout the school, and everyone returned to their dorms early, too frightened to linger on campus after dark. Whenever I recalled that terrifying night and the charred visage of the girl, a wave of dread washed over me. The secrets concealed within that forsaken building loomed like an unsolvable enigma, forever buried deep within my heart, becoming an inescapable nightmare of my high school experience. Chapter 29. The rickshaw. It was a sweltering afternoon, with the scorching sun licking the earth like a fiery tongue, warping the air along the streets in a shimmering waves of heat. Zhang Taiju stood, as usual, by the roadside, awaiting passengers. That he was tall and sturdy, his bronze skin glistening with perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks and neck like pearls released from a broken string, sparkling in the sunlight. Yet his eyes bore a glint of sharpness, ever vigilant to the movements of passers-by. At that moment, a man clad in a dark robe and topped with a bowler hat approached slowly. His face was obscured by the brim, rendering his expression inscrutable, as if he had emerged from the shadows, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. The black robe swayed gently with his steps, resembling a specter ensnared by darkness, silent yet unnervingly disquieting. The abandoned mansion in the western suburbs. The man spoke in a gravelly, husky voice, akin to distant thunder rumbling from the depths of the earth. The sound pierced Zhang Tieju's ears, causing him to shiver involuntarily, as if an icy hand had seized his heart, awakening an ominous premonition within him. Zhang Taiju paused momentarily, for the abandoned mansion was indeed a remote place, where not even a bird would dare to fly. Rarely did anyone venture there. However, despite the man's chilling demeanor, he did not appear to be a rogue who would default on payment. Thus, he forced a smile and replied, "Very well, please make yourself comfortable." Yet, beneath his cheerful facade, a sense of dread began to gnaw at him. As if he were inexorably stepping towards an unknown abyss. As they journeyed, Zhang Taiju ran with all his might, the cobblestone path echoing beneath his feet. The tune he hummed became discordant, the once cheerful melody now sounding strangely unsettling, like a wounded bird's feeble cries. The passenger remained eerily silent, adding to the atmosphere of unease. Zhang Taiju could not resist glancing back several times, only to find the man sitting quietly, his gaze fixed ahead as if entranced by some unseen force. Utterly motionless, it seemed he was not heading to a mere mansion, but rather to the very threshold of the underworld. Increasingly anxious, Zhang Taiju muttered to himself, "What on earth is this man up to? Why is he acting so peculiarly? What could possibly await him in that decrepit mansion? I hope I am not inviting trouble. Sir, what business do you have at that abandoned mansion? It's been years since anyone has set foot there, and I've heard strange noises at night, as if vengeful spirits were weeping." Zhang Taiju attempted to break the hair-raising silence. However, as the words left his lips, he felt a chill creeping up his spine, as if a cold wind was coursing through his being, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. The man remained silent for a while before slowly responding. Some matters must be resolved there. His voice was as frigid as shards of ice in the depths of winter, sending a jolt of fear through Zhang Tieju's heart. Each word felt like a heavy stone, sinking into the lake of his soul, sending ripples of unease throughout. Upon hearing this, a shiver of apprehension coursed through Zhang Taiju, yet he reassured himself that perhaps the man simply had pressing matters to attend to. Still, an unsettling feeling burgeoned within him like wild grass, refusing to be stifled. Regardless, he thought, no matter what, I will take him to his destination, collect my fare, and depart. Surely nothing grave will transpire. With this thought in mind, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at the abandoned mansion in the western suburbs. It loomed ominously, its walls entwined with creeping vines that writhed in the wind like venomous serpents poised to strike, rustling softly as if whispering the secrets of the house. The front door stood firmly shut. The brass lock rusted, its pitted surface resembling scars left by the passage of time. A miasma of decay lingered in the air, as if the scent of death had seeped from the earth itself. Choking Zhang Taiju and prompting him to cough, the man disembarked, paid his fare, and strode directly towards the mansion. Zhang Taiju, curiosity piqued, hesitated for a moment before following suit. The man's silhouette appeared even more enigmatic against the foreboding backdrop. And Zhang Taiju felt a restless itch within him. As if a small cat were scratching at his insides, he could not quell his curiosity, convinced that the mansion harbored some unspeakable secret, and feared he would regret not investigating. "Sir, it's not safe for you to enter alone. Allow me to accompany you," Zhang Taiju called out, his voice trembling slightly, revealing a blend of fear and defiance. Even as his feet moved involuntarily towards the man. The man halted, glancing back at him with a flicker of surprise that quickly faded into calmness. "And no need, you may leave." His gaze was as sharp as the winter wind, chilling Zhang Taiju to the core, as if he had been doused in icy water, the coldness spreading throughout his body. Zhang Taiju scratched his head, summoning his courage. "That I don't have any business here. Consider me a companion. Should any danger arise, I could offer some assistance." That he forced a thin smile, but it appeared stiff and out of place in the eerie setting. Internally, he regretted his meddlesome nature. After a moment of silence, the man nodded reluctantly. "Very well, then I shall trouble you." His tone remained icy, devoid of any emotional inflection. They entered the mansion, where darkness and dampness enveloped them, permeated by a noxious odor reminiscent of countless decaying corpses mingling together. Nearly inducing Zhang Taiju to retch, he pinched his nose, brow furrowed, as his stomach churned violently. The wooden floor creaked beneath their weight, each sound issuing a warning that sent shivers down their spines. He trailed closely behind the man, feeling as though he were walking on cotton, the fear swelling within him while he endeavored to maintain an outward composure, occasionally taking deep breaths to steady his trembling legs. They arrived at a room on the second floor, furnished with a dilapidated table and a few chairs, and on the table sat a candlestick, its candle flickering weakly, casting a dim light that seemed on the verge of being devoured by the encroaching darkness. Much like the unknown terrors hidden within the mansion, inching closer, the dancing candlelight cast fragmented shadows on the walls, which swayed as if animated by ghastly apparitions. Zhang Taiju stared at those shadows, feeling a chill run down his spine, scarcely daring to blink for fear that something dreadful might emerge. The man approached the table, taking a seat and releasing a deep sigh. The sound reverberated through the silent room, echoing as if countless voices were responding in agreement, sending a shudder through Zhang Taiju. It felt as though something dormant within the mansion had been roused, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Zhang Taiju stood by, bewildered, his hands nervously rubbing the fabric of his clothes, eyes darting around, his heart racing as if a rabbit were trapped within his chest, muttering to himself, "This place is too sinister. Had I known, I wouldn't have followed him in." What now? Do you know? This mansion was once the residence of a warlord, where a horrific massacre transpired. Countless souls perished here, their blood flowing like rivers. And their anguished cries seemed to echo through these halls even to this day. The man suddenly spoke, his voice low yet resonating with weight, striking Zhang Tieju's heart like a hammer. His complexion drained of color, and his eyes widened in terror. Zhang Taiju gasped, fear overtaking him. "Huh? Then why have you come here?" His voice faltered, feeling as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, rendering speech a Herculean effort. Each word felt like it drained the last of his strength, infused with profound dread, instinctively retreating a few steps until his back pressed against the wall, as if seeking some semblance of safety. The man slowly removed his hat, revealing a pallid face, his eyes reflecting pain and hatred that my family was murdered here, and I have come to seek the truth and exact my revenge. His facial muscles twitched slightly, his brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes were filled with an expression of profound anguish. The pain seemed to manifest as a blazing inferno, searing through his very soul with countless wounds. Zhang Taiju listened, his heart stirred with a mix of sympathy and astonishment. He had never anticipated that this man bore such a tragic past. The flicker of fear he had initially felt began to wane, replaced instead by compassion. Alas, this man is indeed pitiable. It is no wonder he has come to this frightening place, that if such a calamity befell my family, I would surely exhaust every means to comprehend it. He mused internally. Yet before he could ponder further, a more terrifying event unfolded at that moment. An eerie sound suddenly echoed through the room, reminiscent of someone weeping, or perhaps whispering. The sound ebbed and flowed, elusive and indistinct, as if countless spirits were drifting around them, recounting their grievances. Zhang Taiju trembled in fear, his legs weakening, that he clutched the man's clothing tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, as though grasping a lifeline. He dared not breathe, his eyes wide and round like bells, fixated on the source of the sound, his heart fervently praying, "O heavens, please do not let anything unclean come for me. I am merely a cart puller and have committed no wrongdoing." "Do not be afraid. It may merely be the wind," the man said, though his pallor betrayed his own fear, his lips quivering imperceptibly. His hand instinctively reached into his bosom, as if searching for something. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, and striking the ground with a faint sound that resonated sharply in the stillness of the room. Suddenly, the candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, so thick it felt like impenetrable ink, enveloping them and evoking the sensation of plummeting into an endless abyss where not even a hand could be seen. Zhang Taiju felt a pair of icy hands resting upon his shoulders, as frigid as if they had just emerged from a crypt, a chill racing up his spine that he screamed in terror. "Oh, there is a ghost!" The cry echoed in the darkness, yet it seemed muffled by some unseen force, vanishing into the void shortly after. All that remained was the frantic sound of his own breath, quickening with fear. The man, too, was thrown into disarray, and he drew a handgun from his coat, shouting into the darkness, "Who goes there? Step forward!" Yet his voice betrayed an unmistakable tremor, his hand shaking uncontrollably, the gun wavering in the darkness as if it might discharge at any moment. His body was tense, resembling a frightened hedgehog, bristling with fear, yet unsure how to confront the unknown terror. That moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting light upon the room. Zhang Tieju's heart raced as he discerned a woman clad in white standing in the corner, her hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. Her damp hair dripped incessantly, each drop resonating sharply in the silence, akin to the relentless beat of a death knell, striking against his fragile nerves. Her white garment bore dark crimson stains, as if she had emerged from a sea of blood, exuding a potent scent of gore that permeated the air, nearly inducing nausea. "Why have you come to disturb me?" The woman's voice was chilling, as though emanating from the depths of hell, each syllable piercing Zhang Tieju's heart like a frigid blade, causing his pulse to race perilously close to stopping, that he felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. His body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering involuntarily. The man raised his gun, his voice quaking. "Who are you? Why are you here?" His tone feigned calmness, yet the tremors betrayed his inner turmoil, his gaze filled with vigilance. Fixating on the woman, his fingers turned pale from gripping the weapon tightly. The woman slowly lifted her head, revealing a ghostly visage, her eyes brimming with boundless resentment, glimmering like two blazing infernos, seemingly intent on incinerating the two of them. "I am the vengeful spirit of one who was murdered long ago. I await my chance for retribution here. None of you shall leave alive today." Her voice crescendoed in anguish, reverberating throughout the room, as if striving to shatter the confines of the mansion and unleash all the terror contained within. Zhang Taiju collapsed to the ground, his mind a blank slate, consumed by the fear that he might meet his end this very day. His body quaked incessantly, teeth chattering in a cacophony of dread, muttering, "It is over. It is over. Why am I so unfortunate? I should not have been curious enough to follow. This is the end." His eyes reflected despair as he helplessly beheld the horrific scene before him. The man, too, appeared at a loss, his gun trembling in his grasp, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, striking the floor but swallowed by the darkness without a sound. His mind oscillated between fear and turmoil. Recalling that he had come seeking the truth, yearning for redemption, was he truly destined to perish at the hands of this vengeful spirit today, just as they remained locked in this standoff? Another flash of lightning illuminated the room, revealing a portrait on the wall. Zhang Taiju suddenly recognized that the figure in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the man beside him. "Why, you are the warlord from that time," he gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, feeling ensnared in an unimaginable nightmare from which he could not awaken. His voice trembled with shock and fear, as if he had witnessed the most extraordinary revelation. Instinctively retreating toward the wall, desperate to distance himself from this horrifying truth, the man fell silent for a moment, then slowly lowered his gun and nodded. "Indeed, I am the warlord of that era. In a moment of greed, I ordered the slaughter of everyone here. I have lived in guilt and remorse ever since that I came here to confess and seek their forgiveness." His face was etched with pain and regret. His head bowed, unable to meet Zhang Tieju's gaze, as if he bore the weight of the world's sins upon his shoulders. His once proud posture now hunched under the burden upon hearing this. The woman's eyes seemed to soften, her resentment gradually fading. She stepped forward and spoke gently. "Since you have acknowledged your wrongs, I shall forgive you, that I hope you can live well and use your remaining days to atone for your mistakes." Her voice took on a gentler tone, her expression no longer twisted with malice, as if she had truly laid down her hatred and was prepared to grant mercy to this man who had erred so gravely. The man's face shone with gratitude, just as he began to utter a response. However, the woman's countenance suddenly shifted, her previously calm demeanor contorting into a grotesque mask of fury. She lunged forward, her hand transforming into a razor-sharp talon, aimed directly at the man's chest. He let out a piercing scream, blood gushing forth in torrents, staining the ground before him, the crimson liquid blooming like a red lotus amidst the darkness. Strikingly vivid and hauntingly beautiful, his eyes widened in terror and despair, unable to fathom the sudden betrayal, murmuring, "Why? Why?" As his body gradually slumped, the light of life flickering away, Zhang Taiju watched in horror, paralyzed with fear. His legs trembling so violently he could scarcely remain upright. Yet the instinct to survive propelled him into action. He turned and fled towards the exit, shouting, "Help! There's a ghost," his voice, sharpened by terror, echoed through the corridors of the mansion. That he dashed recklessly, colliding with walls and door frames, heedless of his surroundings, driven solely by the desire to escape the horrific specter. Each impact sent jolts of pain through him. Yet such discomfort paled in comparison to the terror brought on by the ghostly woman. Meanwhile, the ghost seemed indifferent to his plight, standing rooted in place, gazing at the man's lifeless body before erupting into laughter that echoed throughout the mansion. A sound both exultant and mournful. "Ha ha! At last, I have avenged myself. You wicked souls cannot escape retribution." Her laughter reverberated through the now silent mansion, a cathartic release of long-suppressed hatred, interwoven with a hint of madness, enveloping the entire space in an even more terrifying atmosphere. Zhang Taiju ran frantically, finally escaping the dilapidated mansion, yet the horrifying images lingered in his mind. Refusing to fade, he stumbled back to his dwelling, utterly disoriented, muttering incessantly, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" Passers-by regarded him with strange glances, but he remained oblivious, hastening home as if pursued by some dreadful entity. Upon reaching home, he secured the doors and windows tightly. Curling up in a corner, his eyes vacant, his body still trembling uncontrollably, the horrific scenes from the mansion replayed in his mind, the ghostly woman's visage and the man's tragic fall. As if a relentless film looped endlessly in his consciousness. Why was he so unfortunate? Why had he encountered such horrors? Would the ghost come after him? Oh, what was he to do? He incessantly murmured within himself. growing increasingly fearful as he found himself enveloped in a profound terror. From that moment onward, Zhang Taizhu became quite unhinged, often jolting awake in the dead of night, crying and shouting at the empty air. "Don't come near! Don't come near!" His eyes were filled with sheer panic, and he flailed his arms as if attempting to ward off some invisible entity. At times, he would pace restlessly within his home, muttering incomprehensible phrases, alternating between laughter and tears, presenting a truly terrifying sight. That he could no longer earn a living by pulling a rickshaw. The once clever and industrious Zhang Taizhu had been utterly shattered by that horrifying experience. Initially, the neighbors would come to express their concern. Yet Zhang Taizhu would always gaze back with his terrified eyes, mumbling nonsensical words, terrifying them in turn. Eventually, they distanced themselves from him. During the day, Zhang Taizhu would sit at his doorstep, staring vacantly into the distance, occasionally uttering phrases about a vengeful ghost in a foreign mansion. Children passing by, unaware of the danger, would approach out of curiosity, only to be hastily pulled away by their parents, who would caution them to stay clear of that madman, lest they invite misfortune. That it seemed Zhang Taizhu was oblivious to these warnings, sitting quietly as if his soul were trapped within that abandoned mansion. Unable to escape, that as night fell, the situation worsened. When the surroundings fell silent, Zhang Taizhu would tremble uncontrollably, burying his head beneath the covers. Yet feeling suffocated, he would emerge only to catch fleeting glimpses of vague, white figures in the darkness, prompting him to scream in terror, a sound that pierced the stillness of the night and disrupted the sleep of his neighbors. Some could no longer tolerate the disturbance and would shout through the walls, "Zhang Taizhu, could you please stop? How can anyone sleep?" But Zhang Taizhu remained deaf to their cries, continuing to wail in anguish. His pitiful state evoked sympathy from anyone who beheld him, yet they felt utterly powerless to help. On one occasion, the landlord came to collect the overdue rent, knocking for an extended period before hearing Zhang Taizhu's frantic voice from within. "Who is it? Don't come in. There's a ghost." The landlord, frowning, replied loudly, "Zhang Taizhu, it's me, your landlord. You've been late on the rent for quite some time now. When will you pay?" The door opened a crack, and Zhang Taizhu peered out, his hair disheveled and his face a mask of fear. Trembling, he stammered, "Landlord, I have no money. You can see my current state. How can I earn anything? Please, just this once, let it go." The landlord, observing his disheveled and lost demeanor, felt a mix of frustration and pity. Sighing, "What misfortune has befallen you? You were once a fine man. How did you come to this? Never mind. You can defer the rent for this month, but you must recover soon." Zhang Taizhu, repeatedly mumbling his thanks, remained with hollow eyes, uncertain if he truly comprehended the words. Days passed, yet Zhang Taizhu's condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it deteriorated further. Occasionally, he would suddenly dash out of the house, sprinting down the street while shouting that ghosts were pursuing him, pleading for help. Passers-by would scatter, treating him as a complete madman. Occasionally, a kind-hearted soul would attempt to grasp him and inquire about his plight, but upon nearing, they would be pushed away by his flailing arms. As he yelled, "Don't touch me! You're a ghost too!" the well-meaning individual could only shake their head in resignation as they watched him flee. The eerie tales of the abandoned mansion began to circulate quietly among the streets, growing more sinister with each retelling. Some claimed that passing by the mansion at night, one could hear anguished screams and chilling laughter emanating from within, instilling such fear that everyone began to avoid the area after dark. Even the most daring local ruffians would steer clear. Others embellished the stories, recounting sightings of white figures flitting about the mansion's windows, resembling a ghostly banner, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. In the tea house, those fond of stories and gossip clustered together, lowering their voices to discuss the matter. An elderly man stroked his beard, his face shrouded in mystery as he remarked, "I've heard that the vengeful spirits within that mansion are filled with grievance. The massacre from years past claimed too many lives, saturating the ground with blood. How could those spirits easily forgive their enemies? That rickshaw puller was simply unfortunate to have stumbled into this turmoil, ending up in madness." That a curious young man pressed further, "What happened afterward? Is there anyone who dares to go there now?" The elder shot him a stern glance and replied, "Who would dare? That place is now a forbidden zone. Those who venture there may never return. The spirits may have settled their scores, but who knows if they harbor intentions towards others? It's best to keep your distance. The crowd nodded in agreement. And the atmosphere in the tea house grew increasingly foreboding, as if the terror from the mansion had seeped into their midst. Upon learning of the situation, Zhang Taiju's family rushed from their hometown. And upon seeing his current state, his mother fainted from grief, while his father wept openly, heartbroken as he lamented, "Taiju, what has happened to you? You were once so well. How did it come to this? Come home with me. We'll find a doctor to treat you properly." Yet Zhang Taiju could not recognize his own kin, cowering in a corner, muttering, "Ghost, the ghost is coming. Run." His family, desperate to take him home, faced his cries and struggles, the scene unbearably heart-wrenching. Ultimately, his family had no choice but to rent a house in the city, caring for him as best as they could while seeking remedies for his affliction. They consulted numerous doctors. Traditional healers felt his pulse, shaking their heads in despair, claiming his heartache was too profound for medicine to cure, while Western doctors employed strange instruments, ultimately expressing their inability to help. The family sank into despair, watching Zhang Taiju grow increasingly gaunt and listless, with no recourse but to cling to this once familiar, yet now alien relative amidst the chaos of the world, silently praying for a miracle. Yet the shadow that loomed over them remained unshakable, akin to the haunting legend of the abandoned mansion, an unsolvable enigma that weighed heavily upon their hearts. Chapter 30. Eerie Happenings in the Mountain Village in the 1960s. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth. Chen Yu, filled with aspirations for the future and a fervent desire to contribute, embarked on a journey to a remote mountain village as a sent-down youth. He followed Lu Fuxing, an old friend of his father and the village chief of the destination, their silhouettes elongated along the winding mountain path. Chen Yu stood tall, his eyes radiating the youthful vigor and curiosity that characterized his age, as he excitedly shared his visions of life as a teacher with Lu Fuxing. "Uncle Lu, I've heard that the children in that village are particularly innocent, that I must impart all my knowledge to them, so they too can glimpse the broader world." Lu Fuxing, with a warm smile, his wrinkles unfolding with each grin, patted Chen Yu's shoulder and earnestly replied, "Young Chun, that's a noble thought. Although our village is somewhat remote, those children are eager to learn, waiting for you to nurture them." As they journeyed, the melodious songs of birds echoed through the mountains, as if bidding them farewell, while the wildflowers along the roadside swayed in the breeze, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet as fate would have it, when they passed a steep slope, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds roiling in like a stampede of wild horses, swiftly enveloping the heavens. Moments later, torrential raindrops began to pelt down mercilessly upon them. The mountain path transformed into a treacherous quagmire, and Lu Fuxing, shielding his eyes with one hand, shouted above the din, "Young Chun, watch your step. It is quite slippery." Chen Yu responded, but before he could react, he saw Lu Fuxing slip, his body spinning uncontrollably like a top as he tumbled down the slope. "Uncle Lu!" Chen Yu gasped in horror, his voice cracking as he desperately reached out, grasping only icy raindrops that he watched helplessly as Lu Fuxing vanished into the curtain of rain. Panic surged within him as he bolted down the slope, calling out hoarsely, "Uncle Lu, where are you?" His cries, piercing through the wind and rain, were largely drowned out by the howling gale. Chen Yu anxiously searched near the hillside, rain cascading down his cheeks, blurring his vision. His eyes widened with desperation as he scoured through the grass and rocks for any sign of Lu Fuxing, his heart racing like a trapped rabbit, filled with dreadful thoughts. What if Uncle Lu is injured? This desolate wilderness is no place for an accident. As evening approached, the rain finally began to subside, and a faint glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, as if tearing a small aperture in the gloomy world. At the moment when Chen Yu was on the brink of despair, Lu Fuxing appeared before him, pale as a sheet, his clothes soiled and torn, limping into his line of sight. Chen Yu was both astonished and elated. His eyes reddened instantly as he hurried over to support Lu Fuxing, his voice trembling with emotion as he asked, "Uncle Lu, you nearly scared me to death. Where are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Lu Fuxing weakly forced a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, Xiao Chun, just a scrape and a sprained ankle, that it's not serious. We must continue on our journey." Observing Lu Fuxing's strained demeanor, Chen Yu felt a pang of sympathy that he scrutinized Lu Fuxing, noticing the furrowed brow and the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, clearly enduring excruciating pain, yet still intent on pressing forward. This made Chinyu respect his elder even more. The two supported each other as they continued towards their destination and finally arrived at a quaint little town that a thin mist enveloped the streets. Like playful sprites weaving around the feet of passers-by, shrouding the town in an air of mystery. Though the streets bustled with people, each individual hurried past with cold, expressionless faces, as if their souls had been drained. Chinyu couldn't help but shiver, murmuring softly, "Why does this place feel so eerie?" Lu Fuxing seemed oblivious to the odd atmosphere and led him straight into a small inn. After settling in at the inn, Chinyu met Lin Wan, the mayor's daughter. Lin Wan possessed delicate features, her eyes resembling clear springs, transparent yet tinged with a hint of melancholy that evoked a sense of compassion. She appeared particularly interested in Chinyu, frequently seeking him out for conversation, and thus their acquaintance blossomed into familiarity. One day, Lin Wan approached Chinyu, holding a poetry collection, her face alight with joy. "Chinyu, I have this delightful poetry book filled with beautiful verses. Let me read some to you." Chinyu, captivated by Lin Wan's lively spirit, nodded with a smile. "Sure, Wan Mei, I would love to appreciate it." Lin Wan settled beside him and began reciting the poems. Her voice melodious and clear, akin to a lark singing in the mountains. Seeing their harmonious interaction, onlookers often teased them that a middle-aged woman chuckled, "Oh, look at these two children, such a perfect match, just like golden boys and jade maidens stepping out of a painting." Chunyu's face flushed crimson at her words. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "Annie, please don't tease us. We are merely good friends." Lin Wan lowered her gaze slightly, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks, resembling a blossoming peach flower, vibrant yet shy. However, Chinyu's mind remained preoccupied with his mission to teach in the mountain village. Summoning his courage, he said to Lin Wan, "Wan Mei, I came here with the intention of going to the mountain village to teach those children to read. I cannot linger here for too long. I plan to set off in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's smile vanished, her eyes wide with disbelief and concern. Her lips trembled as she stammered, "Why you really have to go? Is this place not good enough for you? Can't you stay? I would miss you too much." Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over that moment. The previously bustling atmosphere around them fell eerily silent. The busy townsfolk halted their activities, turning their gazes towards Chinyu with an expression of inexplicable hostility. They slowly encircled him, their pallid faces contorted with anger, as if he had committed an unforgivable crime. Startled by this sudden shift, Chinyu instinctively took several steps back, bumping into a table in the inn. Gripping the edge of the table anxiously, his voice quivered, "What's going on here?" Yet the crowd paid no heed to his inquiry, their voices rising in unison. "You shall not leave. You cannot go." Lin Wan stepped forward, her countenance appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. She grasped Chinyu's arm tightly, her voice chilling as she declared, "You will marry me. You cannot leave, or you will regret it." Chinyu struggled to free himself, panic rising within him. "Wan Mei, what are you doing? Let go of me. We can talk this out." Just then, Lu Fuxing rushed over, his face ashen, eyes filled with determination that he forcefully pushed through the crowd, standing protectively in front of Chinyu, shouting, "What do you want? Is it a show of strength to bully an outsider? Xiao Chun is here to do good, to teach the children in the mountains that I ask this how you treat him." The crowd disregarded Lu Fuxing's words, one middle-aged man scoffing, Teaching, just an excuse that he cannot leave. He must stay." With that, he shoved Lu Fuxing. Lu Fuxing stumbled but regained his footing, unwavering as he glared at them. "You are being unreasonable. I will risk my life to ensure Xiao Chun leaves with me." After a tense standoff, the two sides clashed. Despite his age and injuries, Lu Fuxing fought fiercely, like a protective bull, entangled with the assailants, shouting to Chinyu, "Xiao Chun, run ahead. Do not look back. When you pass a large banyan tree, circle it 3 times and keep running towards the sunlight. There you will be safe." Chinyu, moved yet anxious at Lu Fuxing's predicament, gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he shouted, "Uncle Lu, be careful." He then turned and bolted towards the town's outskirts. His heart raced as the wind howled past him and the shouts of the crowd echoed behind him, as if something dreadful were pursuing him. He thought, "Uncle Lu, please don't get hurt. I cannot let your efforts go to waste, and he ran desperately until he finally spotted the large banyan tree. Its branches loomed in the twilight, resembling ghostly hands reaching for the sky. A wave of fear washed over him, but recalling Lu Fuxing's words, he steeled himself and circled the tree 3 times before dashing onward. Time seemed to stretch as he ran, but at last, he glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead. It was sunlight. Heart elated, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the light, he found himself in the mountain village, but the scene before him sent chills down his spine. The villagers were clad in coarse garments, their faces mournful, as if they were holding a grand funeral. That an ominous premonition surged within Chun Yu as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a portrait displayed at the village entrance. The figure in the photograph was Lu Fuxing. Chun Yu's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing as he grasped the shoulder of a villager, his voice trembling. "What is happening? How could this be?" The villager looked up, his vacant gaze meeting Chun Yu's, and said slowly, "Village Chief Lu fell down the slope 7 days ago. He perished on the spot. Such a good man that a wave of dizziness washed over Chun Yu. A chilling sensation creeping from his feet to his head. His body swayed as he muttered in disbelief. How could this happen? I was just with him. He brought me here." His heart was a tumult of emotions, fear, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude and guilt towards Lu Fuxing, that he recalled Lu Fuxing's care along their journey. How he had endured severe injuries, yet still went to great lengths to protect him and bring him here. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. In that instant, Chun Yu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Although the villagers still wore sorrowful expressions, their gazes softened towards him, as if conveying an unspoken message. Chun Yu wiped his tears, a surge of inexplicable courage swelling within him. He thought, Uncle Lu would not wish for me to be scared away. He had protected me to ensure I could fulfill my teaching mission. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yu stepped forward among the villagers and proclaimed, "Dear villagers, I know that Village Chief Lu is no longer with us, and you are all grieving that I share in your sorrow. However, I am here at his behest, and he always hoped I could teach the children here to read, that I cannot let his expectations down. I have decided to stay and share knowledge with the village children, to help our village flourish." The villagers paused in surprise at Chun Yu's words, gradually revealing smiles of relief. That an elderly man approached, patting Chun Yu's shoulder, his voice hoarse yet filled with warmth. "Child, your intentions are noble. Village Chief Lu will surely find peace in the afterlife, knowing you have this heart. Our village is impoverished, and we eagerly hope for cultured individuals like you to come and educate our children. In the future, we shall rely on your efforts." As Chun Yu gazed into the simple yet expectant eyes of the villagers, a warmth surged within him, and he nodded resolutely and replied, "Rest assured, sir, I shall do my utmost." From that moment onwards, Chun Yu settled in the mountainous village, embarking on his journey of teaching. That he imparted his knowledge to the children without reservation, and as he beheld their eager eyes yearning for enlightenment, he felt that his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Whenever he passed by the village entrance and caught sight of Lu Fuxing's portrait, he would silently express his gratitude in his heart, saying, "Uncle Lu, thank you, that I will remain steadfast here. You need not worry." Days turned into weeks, and through Chun Yu's tireless endeavors, the village began to transform. The laughter and joy of the children echoed through the mountains, seemingly narrating their beautiful aspirations for the future. Chapter 31. The malevolent Azura on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, imbued with a chilling aura and mysterious essence, the Chun family gathered in the ancestral hall of their old residence. The dim yellow light within flickered, striving to dispel the surrounding darkness, yet it appeared somewhat powerless. Old Master Chun sat upon a time-worn carved chair, while his descendants encircled him, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, eager to hear tales of yore. With a slight squint, Old Master Chun cleared his throat and began recounting a long-forgotten yet chilling tale. That it was a terrifying story, one that haunted my thoughts like a relentless nightmare. The vivid scenes clinging to me, leaving me perpetually unsettled. That time, I served as a company commander under a certain Colonel Lu Biao, who was under the command of General Sun Chuanfang. On one occasion, we received orders to eliminate bandits in a place called Lingxi Village. As we passed through a small village known as Lefengpo, the atmosphere exuded peace and tranquility, with villagers leading a simple and contented life. Upon our arrival, we fortuitously stumbled upon the village's Wish Festival, where men, women, and children gathered in the central square, while a group of young maidens donned vibrant attire, joyously singing and dancing, their smiles radiating pure delight, enveloping the village in a festive ambience. However, Colonel Liu Biao was a man of greed and lust. Upon witnessing this scene, his eyes gleamed with avarice, and a look of repugnance spread across his face. He bellowed, "Surround the villagers, slay the men, and seize the women." Upon hearing this, my heart constricted with dread. It was utterly inhumane. I turned to my comrades in the 2nd Battalion, and their furrowed brows mirrored my own distress. I understood that military orders were absolute, yet I simply could not bring myself to harm these innocent civilians. Thus, I could only instruct the 2nd Battalion to remain on standby, seeing our battalion unmoved. Liu Biao glared at me and shouted, "Lin Xiao, do you dare defy military orders?" Gritting my teeth, I mustered the courage to reply, "Colonel, these are defenseless civilians. We cannot commit such a heinous act." Liu Biao cursed vehemently. "What do you understand? Warfare possesses no moral considerations. Proceed or face military justice." Helplessly, I closed my eyes, tears welling in my eyes. I could not bear to witness the impending atrocity. Before long, the square was filled with gunfire and the anguished cries of villagers. Each sound piercing my heart like 1,000 needles, that I clenched my fists, my nails nearly digging into my flesh. When I finally opened my eyes, the sight that greeted me sent a shiver down my spine. The ground was awash with blood, and the villagers lay strewn about, lifeless, save for a handful of maidens who were being dragged away by soldiers, weeping bitterly and pleading for mercy. Liu Biao, however, reveled in his triumph, casting a sidelong glance at me. Sneering, "Lin Xiao, your compassion renders you incapable of greatness." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he ordered the troops to withdraw. Upon returning to the city, Liu Biao audaciously reported to superiors that our mission had achieved a resounding victory. Claiming captives as spoils, and the higher-ups, lacking scrutiny, readily believed his fabrications, rewarding him with substantial silver and supplies that my heart seethed with anger. I could not align myself with such depravity. Yet, mere days later, I learned that Liu Biao's regiment had met with disaster. Except for our 2nd Battalion, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th Battalions, totaling over 2,000 men, perished overnight. Rushing to the military camp, I was horrified by the scene before me. Soldiers lay lifeless in grotesque positions, their faces frozen in terror, as if they had encountered a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Some contorted in unnatural shapes, as though torn apart by an insidious force. Others bore eerie smiles, their expressions unsettling amidst the grim atmosphere. That I end the camp, I encountered an old Taoist priest, his face grave, his brow furrowed in deep concern. That I in hushed tones, he remarked, "This is the vengeance of vengeful spirits. And not just any spirits. It is the wrath of a powerful malevolent entity, a Shura, born from the collective resentment of countless wronged souls." That my heart sank at his words, the realization dawning upon me that the Shura's origins were undoubtedly tied to the villagers and maidens who had suffered unjustly at Lefengpo. That night, I found myself alone in the camp, the eerie silence pressing down on me, save for the flickering oil lamp casting faint light, as if on the verge of being consumed by the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, extinguishing the lamp with a soft puff. Startled, an ominous premonition gripped me that I hastily groped in the darkness, attempting to reignite the lamp, when faintly, I discerned a haunting melody, a sorrowful lament emanating from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down my spine. Straining my ears, I realized the mournful song originated from the training grounds. Drawing a deep breath, I summoned my courage, seizing my weapon and making my way toward the training ground. As I stepped into the center of the field, I beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her back to me, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring her face. She softly hummed that eerie tune as she slowly turned to face me. The moment her visage was revealed, I nearly cried out in terror. Her face bore no features, only a blurred mass of flesh, blood streaming down in a steady flow, each drop landing on the ground with a distinct, haunting sound, echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. She glided toward me, murmuring, "Return my life to me. Return my life to me." Overwhelmed by fear, I raised my weapon and fired, but the bullet passed through her form as if she were but air, inflicting no harm. Undeterred, she continued her slow advance, and in a panic, I turned to flee. Yet, after running for what felt like an eternity, I realized I was trapped in the training ground, as if an invisible barrier confined me. Just as despair threatened to consume me, I spotted the old Taoist priest, brandishing a peachwood sword, chanting incantations, his expression stern as he charged toward the female specter. The Taoist and the ghost clashed violently. Her piercing shriek resonated in my ears, reverberating painfully within my skull. Although the Taoist powers were formidable, the spirit's wrath was overwhelming, and gradually he began to falter. Suddenly, the female ghost broke free from his grasp and lunged toward me. In terror, I squeezed my eyes shut, fully expecting my demise. Just then, a flash of golden light cut through the darkness. Trembling, I opened my eyes to find the Taoist had struck the ghost with his peachwood sword. She let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing into the shadows. Panting heavily, the Taoist approached me and said, "The spirit's vengeance is too potent. I have merely postponed her return. She will undoubtedly return. And when she does, she will be even more formidable than I in a state of anxiety." I implored, "What shall we do, Taoist?" Furrowing his brow, he replied, "I must seek talismans to counter her. You must remain vigilant. Do not venture outside at night. Understand?" With that, he hurriedly departed. From that day forth, I lived in constant fear, unable to close my eyes in slumber. Yet one fateful night, exhaustion overcame me, and I succumbed to sleep that in my dreams, I once more beheld the specter. Standing at my bedside, her featureless visage radiating endless hatred, whispering, "Why did you not save us? You are one of the murderers that I desperately sought to awaken," but my body felt paralyzed, unable to break free from this nightmare. As the ghost lunged toward me, a sudden crowing of roosters shattered the oppressive silence. Jolting me awake to the light of dawn, that I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, relieved it was merely a dream. Yet I knew deep down that this ordeal was far from over. Days turned into weeks, and still, the Taoist had not returned, and my sense of unease grew ever more intense than on that fateful evening. As I dined within the confines of my home, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. Hastily, I set down my utensils and opened the door, only to behold a contingent of soldiers bearing a coffin. Making their way towards the military camp, that I intercepted one soldier and inquired, "What is happening?" The soldier, his face marked by alarm, replied, "We discovered this coffin beyond the city walls, adorned with strange and ominous runes. It appeared rather sinister, so we deemed it prudent to bring it back." As I gazed upon the coffin, an inexplicable dread washed over me, a foreboding sense that something foul was afoot that moment. The coffin began to tremble violently, producing a series of loud thuds, causing the soldiers who bore it to drop it in terror and scatter in all directions that I too wished to flee. However, my feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, rendering me immobile. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin creaked open, and a thick, dark smoke billowed forth. Within the haze, a figure began to materialize, a ghostly woman. With malevolent eyes that seemed to burn with fury, she glared at me and bellowed, "You shall all perish. You must pay for your wicked deeds." With that, she lunged towards me, claws outstretched. In despair, I shut my eyes, resigning myself to the belief that my fate was sealed, and I awaited her claim on my life. Just as all hope seemed lost, a blinding light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the ghostly figure. The apparition let out a pained wail and vanished once more. When I cautiously opened my eyes, I found the old Taoist priest had returned, cradling a compass that emanated a golden glow. The radiance was so intense that it felt as though the malevolent energies surrounding us were being dispelled. The priest explained, "This is a talisman I unearthed from a mysterious ancient cave, specifically designed to subdue such malevolent spirits that a wave of relief washed over me. For it seemed salvation had finally arrived." The priest placed the compass at the center of the military camp, its light casting away the shadows and rendering the oppressive atmosphere significantly lighter. From that moment onward, the ghostly woman did not reappear. Yet, deep down, I understood that she had not been vanquished entirely. She was merely subdued by the compass that I remained uncertain of when she might return, and whether we could ever truly conquer her. This lingering dread clung to my memory like an unshakable fog, resurfacing at night to awaken me in a cold sweat. Thus concludes my tale. Heed my words, one must never engage in heinous acts, for retribution is an inevitable consequence. Chapter 32. The Wandering Spirits at Midnight in the enigmatic town of Muyu. There resided a young physician named Su-Yi, tall and handsome. His eyes resembled tranquil lakes, radiating warmth and kindness, yet the scars of past romantic tribulations lingered in his heart, casting a shadow of sorrow. His relationship with his former girlfriend, Qin Wan, had been tumultuous, marked by relentless arguments that battered the fortress of their affection, ultimately leading to their regrettable separation, leaving Su-Yi to wander in solitude. One frigid winter night, as snowflakes cascaded from the heavens like feathers, cloaking the town in a thick veil of white, Su-Yi, after finishing his shift, wrapped himself tightly in his overcoat and strolled home along a dimly lit, winding stone alley. The silence of the alley was punctuated only by the crunch of snow beneath his feet, resembling a solitary melody in the cold night that that moment. A faint yet melodious sound of a pipa drifted through the air, weaving its way into Su-Yi's ears. The enchanting notes possessed an almost magical quality, compelling him to halt, curiosity igniting within him as he followed the sound. Not far ahead, he stumbled upon an old courtyard, its crimson door slightly ajar, from whence the pipa's melody emanated. Gently pushing the door open, he beheld an ancient osmanthus tree trembling in the wind and snow, its branches laden with snowflakes that occasionally tumbled down, reminiscent of an elderly man helplessly sighing. Beneath the tree sat a woman garbed in a pale blue qipao, her graceful figure accentuated by her long, jet-black hair cascading down her waist as she played the pipa. Her complexion was as fair as jade, yet her eyes bore an indelible sorrow, akin to a tragic beauty emerging from the pages of an ancient painting that if sensing his presence. The woman paused her playing, lifted her gaze to meet Su-Yi's, and with a slight bow, spoke in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, tinged with shyness. "Sir, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Chu Yao. I have just moved here and was merely indulging in a moment of inspiration, unaware that I had disturbed you." Su-Yi quickly waved his hand, a warm smile gracing his face as he replied, "Not at all. Your music is truly enchanting, though it carries a hint of melancholy on this snowy night. I am Su-Yi, residing nearby, drawn here by your melody." Chu Yao offered a faint smile, though it quickly faded, replaced by an expression of sorrow. "Mr. Su, this winter night is indeed cold. If you don't mind, would you care to come in for a cup of hot tea to warm yourself?" After a moment of hesitation, Su-Yi, moved by her pitiable demeanor, nodded in agreement and followed her inside. The interior was adorned in a quaint, antiquated style, with furniture that exuded an air of nostalgia. The dim light flickered in the breeze, casting an array of shadows upon the walls, imbuing the room with an aura of tranquility and mystery. Su-Yi sat, cradling the steaming cup of tea she offered, the warmth enveloping his hands and dispelling some of the chill that clung to him. Chu Yao sat across from him, her gaze distant as if lost in a profound reverie. Su-Yi, intrigued, gently inquired, "Miss Chu, you seem burdened by thoughts. If you wish to share, it may lighten your heart." Startled, she seemed to awaken from her reverie, biting her lip as she hesitated before finally speaking. "Mr. Su, to be candid, I hail from afar. My family has encountered misfortune, leaving me all alone. My heart feels as frigid as this winter night." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. Su-Yi, touched by her plight, quickly reassured her, "Please do not despair, Miss Chu. Life is fraught with challenges, yet enduring them will lead to brighter days. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help." Chu Yao looked at him with gratitude, nodding slightly. "Mr. Su, you are truly kind. Encountering you in this foreign land is indeed a stroke of fortune." From that day forth, Su-Yi frequently visited the courtyard to see Chu Yao. Their bond blossoming as they grew closer, he discovered that she was not only talented but possessed a kind heart, deepening his affection for her. In turn, Chu Yao began to feel her long-frozen heart thaw in response to Su-Yi's genuine and considerate nature. However, as their companionship flourished, Su-Yi also began to notice more peculiarities about Chu Yao. Tea times, while they conversed, her expression would suddenly shift, her eyes filled with terror as she recoiled in fear, as if something dreadful lurked in the shadows. Whenever Su-Yi inquired, she would hastily dismiss it, her gaze betraying profound fear and helplessness. One evening, as the crimson hues of sunset bathed the town in an eerie glow. Sui arrived at the courtyard only to be met with the sound of soft sobs emanating from within. Alarmed, he rushed inside to find Chu Yao curled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Her face streaked with tears that Sui knelt beside her, grasping her shoulders with concern. "Chu Yao, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you?" She looked up at him, her eyes wide with fear and helplessness, her voice quivering as she stammered. "Sui, I am so afraid. They have come for me again." That Sui, bewildered, furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is after you?" "Fear not. I am here." Chu Yao bit her lip, hesitating as if mustering the courage to reveal a truth that weighed heavily upon her. "Sui, I have kept a secret from you. I am no longer among the living. That my family was killed by a band of wicked men, and my spirit lingers here, seeking justice." Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. Instinctively taking a step back, his grip on her shoulders loosening. Chu Yao, witnessing his reaction, felt a flicker of despair cross her features, a bitter smile forming as she murmured, "I knew you would fear me upon learning the truth. Perhaps it was foolish of me to hope for acceptance." With that, she turned away, tears streaming down her face once more. Seeing her in such anguish, Sui felt a surge of guilt wash over him. Regaining his composure, he grasped her hand anew, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Chu Yao, I apologize. I was merely taken aback that I am not afraid of you, regardless of whether you are human or ghost. I firmly believe in your inherent goodness. Rest assured, given the immense injustice you have endured, I shall undoubtedly assist you in seeking retribution." Chu Yao lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with emotion and surprise. With a quivering voice, she asked Sui, "Are you truly willing to help me?" Sui nodded earnestly, declaring, "Indeed, I stand by my word." Once, the Chu family was renowned for their literary heritage, well respected in distant lands. By chance, Chu Yao's father uncovered a nefarious crime syndicate deeply entwined with local officials, engaging in heinous acts such as human trafficking and smuggling antiquities, armed with irrefutable evidence. Upon learning this, the syndicate, in a desperate bid to obliterate the evidence and secure their future, orchestrated a massacre of the Chu household on a moonless, tempestuous night. Chu Yao witnessed her family fall one by one into pools of blood, and she too met a tragic end, consumed by hatred. Yet, unwilling to let the malevolent escape justice, her spirit lingered in the courtyard, guarding the hidden evidence, yearning for the day when the truth might finally be unveiled. Upon discovering Chu Yao's tragic fate, Sui felt a surge of indignation and sympathy that he resolved to delve into the matter, determined to restore justice for the Chu family. That he began to leverage his connections in the town, discreetly gathering intelligence about the crime syndicate. However, he soon sensed an unseen presence watching him, as if countless eyes were fixed upon him. Each time he walked the streets, an eerie chill would creep up his spine, suggesting an ominous force was trailing him. Yet he found nothing upon turning back to at night. While resting at home, he could always hear sinister whispers wafting through the window, as if someone were recounting a terrifying tale right next to him, sending shivers down his spine. That on one occasion, while he was in his study organizing the clues regarding the crime syndicate, the lights began to flicker violently. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled through, sending papers soaring into the air like a flurry of white butterflies in a chaotic escape. Sui, filled with terror, scanned the surroundings only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting across the wall, its twisted form reminiscent of a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Exuding an aura of pure evil, he shouted, "Who goes there? Who is it?" But only the increasingly chilling wind responded. Meanwhile, in the town's police station, a certain officer named Sun Hao, known for his slick tongue and lustful inclinations, had heard of Chu Yao's beauty and devised a scheme to take advantage of the situation. One day, seizing an opportunity when his colleagues were absent, he stealthily slipped out of the station. Making his way to the courtyard where Chu Yao resided, as he arrived at the entrance, night had fully descended, enveloping the surroundings in eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, as if warning him of impending doom. Yet blinded by desire, he pushed open the creaking door, a wave of cold air washing over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily, but he pressed on regardless. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faint glimmer of moonlight, casting indistinct shadows that obscured his vision. Cautiously, he ventured inside, muttering to himself, Where could that little beauty be hiding? Once I find her, I shall make my advances. Just as he reached the threshold of the house, he felt an abrupt chill at his neck, as if a pair of icy hands were resting upon him. Terrified, he trembled, attempting to scream, but found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. That in a desperate struggle, he turned to see a ghastly, pallid face nearly pressed against his, eyes filled with malice, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. It was the ghost of Chu Yao. She gazed at him coldly, her voice echoing from the depths of hell, chillingly stating, "You shameless wretch, how dare you covet my essence? Today, you shall taste my wrath." Sun Hao, petrified, fainted away, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate graveyard shrouded in thick mist, flickering ghostly lights surrounding him, resembling eerie eyes watching his every move. Overcome with terror, he scrambled to flee, forever haunted by the experience. Abandoning any further wicked intentions, Su Yi and Chu Yao persisted in their quest for the truth. Yet with each step forward, the obstacles and horrors intensified. The courtyard seemed a haunted dwelling, filled with mournful cries at night. And bloodstains would occasionally appear in the corridors, while mirrors reflected unsettling apparitions, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. One day, as Su Yi and Chu Yao were deliberating their next steps and gathering more evidence, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash, a blast of frigid air surging in, ruffling their hair wildly. Su Yi sprang to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Yao. Eyeing the entrance warily, a man donned in a black mask strode in, radiating a palpable aura of malice, brandishing a glistening dagger. With a menacing tone, the man sneered, "You truly are oblivious to your peril, daring to investigate our affairs. Today marks your demise." Although fear gripped Su Yi's heart, he feigned composure, replying, "With the countless misdeeds you have committed, do you not fear retribution? We shall expose your villainy to the world." The man laughed derisively, retorting, "You think you can stop us? Dream on." With that, he lunged towards Su Yi. They engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Su Yi was a doctor, lacking great physical strength, he fought with all his might to protect Chu Yao. She watched anxiously, longing to assist yet feeling powerless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cried out, "Su Yi, be careful." Just as the man's dagger was poised to strike Su Yi, Chu Yao summoned an arcane force. Thrusting the man away violently, he crashed against the wall, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Panting heavily, Su Yi turned to Chu Yao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Chu Yao. Had it not been for you, I would have been in grave danger." With concern etched across her face, Chu Yao replied, "Su Yi, our situation is perilously dangerous. They will not let us go easily, yet we cannot abandon our quest." Su Yi nodded resolutely, affirming, "Yes, I understand, we must endure. Your family's injustice cannot remain buried forever." After this harrowing encounter, Su Yi became more cautious. He reached out to several like-minded friends, each possessing a strong sense of justice, to devise a strategy. They resolved to split into smaller groups, gathering evidence against the crime syndicate from various angles, intending to consolidate their findings and present them to a more authoritative body. Among Su Yi's friends was Lu Yiming, a man often regarded as eccentric, professing knowledge of supernatural matters and claiming to possess various mystical skills. Initially, upon hearing Su Yi's intention to assist the ghost Chu Yao, he saw an opportunity to showcase his abilities and perhaps gain some benefit from Su Yi, concocting a web of lies to deceive him. Feigning mystery, Lu Yiming told Su Yi, "This matter is quite intricate. The ghost's resentment is profound, that if we do not perform a ritual to alleviate it, not only will your search for evidence become increasingly perilous, but it may also endanger those around you. Fear not, I possess a solution, yet it requires rare and costly artifacts." That Su Yi, fixated on aiding Chu Yao, did not question further and handed over a portion of his savings to Lu Yiming for these so-called artifacts. However, after several days without any noticeable effect, with the courtyard still plagued by hauntings and dangers unabated, Su Yi grew suspicious. That he confronted Lu Yiming, demanding, "Yiming, why have those artifacts failed to produce results? I entrusted you with my money. Are you deceiving me?" Lu Yiming, sensing his lies unraveling, flushed with embarrassment, stammering, "Perhaps the ghost's resentment is simply too strong to contain at the moment. Give me a little more time, and I assure you I will resolve this." As their investigation deepened, Lu Yiming bore witness to the terrifying dangers Su Yi and Chu Yao faced, and he saw the deep-seated resentment and helplessness in Chu Yao's eyes. His heart began to shift. Particularly during one gathering to discuss their next steps, an ominous atmosphere enveloped them. The furniture trembled violently, as if an invisible force wreaked havoc. Chu Yao, striving to protect her companions, exerted her dwindling spiritual energy, becoming increasingly translucent. Witnessing this, Lu Yiming was filled with remorse, realizing the folly of his previous actions, and he was moved by Su Yi and Chu Yao's unwavering determination. He silently resolved to do everything in his power to assist them. Approaching Su Yi, Lu Yiming spoke sincerely. Su Yi, I regret my earlier actions. I should not have deceived you that I was blinded by folly. Now, I genuinely wish to aid you. Although I may lack great abilities, I will do everything within my means to find a way to confront those evildoers and alleviate Chu Yao's resentment. Su Yi gazed at his earnest demeanor. Although a flicker of resentment lingered in his heart, he acknowledged that an additional ally could bolster their strength. Then he nodded and remarked, I hope your intentions are genuine this time. Chu Yao has already endured too much suffering. We cannot afford to disappoint her any further. From that moment forth, Lu Yiming truly appeared transformed, diligently visiting various elders reputed to possess knowledge of the supernatural, poring over ancient texts in pursuit of ways to counteract the malevolent sorcery behind the criminal syndicate and to aid Chu Yao in her liberation. That he toiled tirelessly each day, yet not a single complaint escaped his lips. On one occasion, Lu Yiming gleaned a potentially useful lead from an elder living in seclusion deep within the mountains, that he spoke of a relic capable of dispelling evil forces concealed within an abandoned temple to the west of the town. If they could locate it, perhaps they could break the current impasse. Lu Yiming excitedly rushed to share the news with Su Yi and Chu Yao, and the three resolved to venture together to the decrepit temple. That day, the sky loomed ominously overhead, resembling a vast, gray shroud that pressed down upon them, stifling their breath. They navigated the winding, rugged mountain path, the silence enveloping them, save for the echo of their footsteps reverberating through the desolate terrain. Exuding an indescribable chill, upon arriving at the temple, they beheld its dilapidated state. The vermilion paint on the entrance had long since peeled away, revealing the rotting wood beneath, as if it were narrating tales of time's passage. The surrounding weeds towered higher than a person, swaying in the wind and producing a rustling sound, akin to hushed whispers. Furrowing his brow, Su Yi cautioned, this place emanates a palpable malevolence. We must tread carefully. Lu Yiming nodded, retrieving several talismans from his pocket, distributing them to Su Yi and Chu Yao. Take these. While they may not guarantee our safety, they should offer some measure of protection. With utmost caution, they stepped into the temple, where a pungent odor of mildew permeated the air and cobwebs clung to every surface, the dim light rendering the path nearly invisible. Lu Yiming, employing the techniques he had learned from the ancient texts, began to search for the relic within the temple. Suddenly, Chu Yao exclaimed, Look, there seems to be something glowing over there. Su Yi and Lu Yiming followed her gaze, and indeed, in a corner, a faint glimmer flickered. They hurried towards it, and upon closer inspection, discovered an intricately designed box from which the light emanated through its seams. With great excitement, Lu Yiming reached out to grasp the box, but at the moment his fingers brushed its surface. A shadow darted from the side, lunging at him. Startled, Lu Yiming instinctively recoiled. Su Yi, witnessing this, rushed forward without hesitation, yanking Lu Yiming aside just as the shadow missed its target, revealing itself to be a black cat. Radiating an eerie aura, its emerald eyes glimmered in the darkness, emitting a low growl that seemed to warn them to keep their distance. Frowning, Chu Yao whispered, This black cat is likely no ordinary creature. It must be compelled by that malevolent force to protect the box. That Su Yi clenched his teeth, picking up a wooden stick from the ground, gripping it tightly as he fixed his gaze on the black cat. No matter the cost, we must seize that box. Lu Yiming steadied himself, reaching into his pocket for more talismans, reciting incantations as he hurled them at the black cat. The talismans soared through the air, tracing arcs imbued with a faint glow before adhering to the cat's form. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing on the ground as tendrils of black smoke erupted from its body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yiming dashed forward and swiftly retrieved the glowing box. Upon grasping the box, the lights softened as if responding to their presence. Lu Yiming exhaled in relief, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. It seems this is the one. We should hasten our departure, for this place is no longer safe. The trio hurried towards the temple's exit, but as they reached the threshold, a fierce wind howled, nearly blinding them. The air was rife with chilling cries, sending shivers down their spines. The once clear sky rapidly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, as torrential raindrops began to pelt down. This is bad. They must have sensed that we acquired the relic and will not let us escape easily. We need to return and devise a plan to utilize this artifact, Sui shouted, rain streaming down his cheeks, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Upon returning to the courtyard, they gathered around a table. Scrutinizing the enigmatic box, Lu Yiming attempted to pry it open, and after considerable effort, the lid creaked ajar. Inside lay a translucent pearl, emanating a gentle radiance, as if it contained boundless power, dispelling much of the ominous presence that had pervaded the room. Chu Yao gazed at the pearl, her eyes alight with wonder. This pearl possesses formidable spiritual energy. It may indeed aid us in combating those evildoers and alleviate the resentment weighing upon me. Lu Yiming scratched his head, contemplating. However, we must still ascertain how to wield it effectively. I shall delve into the ancient texts once more to uncover any relevant information that I in the days that followed. Lu Yiming immersed himself in various ancient tomes, tirelessly seeking clues regarding the pearl's application. Meanwhile, Sui continued to gather evidence against the criminal syndicate alongside other allies, while Chu Yao discreetly monitored the movements of the nefarious individuals. Remaining vigilant against any potential attacks that at long last, Lu Yiming emerged, brimming with excitement, having discovered a crucial detail in a particularly obscure text that I found it. The pearl must be placed atop the ancient well at the center of our town during the full moon. Harnessing the moonlight to unlock its full potential, at that moment, we can shatter the malevolent sorcery and restore your freedom. Chu Yao. While exposing the crimes of the syndicate, Sui and Chu Yao exchanged glances, their hearts racing with a blend of anticipation and trepidation, for this was the turning point they had long awaited. Soon, the night of the full moon arrived. The sky resembled a vast expanse of black satin, adorned with a resplendent moon casting its cool glow. Sui carefully cradled the box containing the pearl, with Lu Yiming and Chu Yao following closely behind as they made their way to the ancient well at the town center. As they proceeded, the surrounding atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Even the usual sounds of chirping insects had vanished. Their footsteps echoed in the deserted street, each step resonating with an unsettling weight. Upon reaching the well, Sui gently placed the box on the edge, and the pearl's radiance intensified, merging with the moonlight to form an extraordinary luminescent veil that gradually expanded outward. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and a group of masked figures clad in black encircled them from all directions, brandishing weapons and exuding an air of menace and determination. You thought that finding some treasure would enable you to overthrow us. How naive. Today marks your demise. The leader of the black-clad figures snarled. Sui shielded the pearl protectively, glaring at them defiantly. You have committed countless atrocities and will inevitably face retribution. Today is the day of your reckoning. Lu Yiming stepped forward, brandishing several talismans inscribed with runes. With this relic in our possession, your sorcery will be rendered ineffective. Surrender now and spare yourselves. Yet the black-clad figures paid no heed, charging at them with weapons drawn. Sui, although a physician by trade, fought valiantly to protect their hope. Lu Yiming evaded their assaults, waiting for the right moment to launch his talismans, striving to incapacitate their foes. Chu Yao watched anxiously from the sidelines, wishing to assist but fearing her spectral powers would disrupt the pearl's efficacy. Suddenly, she spotted a black-clad figure sneaking up behind Sui. In a moment of desperation, she dashed forward, using her spiritual energy to intercept the lethal blow. Chu Yao, Sui gasped, witnessing her form grow increasingly ethereal, as if she might vanish at any moment. I'm fine, Sui. You must succeed, Chu Yao uttered weakly, her voice nearly lost in the air. Meanwhile, the pearl's glow intensified, enveloping the area around the ancient well in a radiant veil. The black-clad figures, illuminated by the light, appeared to lose their strength, collapsing to the ground in agony as the malevolent aura surrounding them dissipated. Just as they believed victory was within reach, the pearl began to tremble violently, its light flickering erratically, as if a more formidable force sought to suppress it. At a deep, ominous rumble emanated from the well, suggesting that something dreadful was striving to emerge. Sue-yi turned anxiously to Lu Yiming, exclaiming, "Yiming, what is happening?" Lu Yiming, equally terrified, stammered, I have no idea. The ancient text did not mention this. The unknown, terrifying force continued to swell, causing the air around them to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. Chu Yao gritted her teeth, mustering her final reserves of energy to drift towards the pearl, murmuring, "No matter what, I cannot allow this to end in failure." But just as she neared the pearl, a shadow erupted from the well, ensnaring Chu Yao and vanishing into the darkness. The brilliance of the beads suddenly dimmed, and everything around descended into a profound silence and darkness, leaving Sue-yi and Lu Yiming standing dazedly in place, gazing at the ancient well. Filled with despair and anxiety, their hearts plummeted as the flickering hope they had just kindled was extinguished by the abrupt turn of events. Their eyes reddened, and Sue-yi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, oblivious to the pain, his mind consumed with worry for Chu Yao's safety. She can't just vanish like this. Can she? It's all my fault. If only I had understood more about the bead, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Lu Yiming lamented, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion, his face etched with regret. Taking a deep breath, Sue-yi endeavored to compose himself. He turned to Lu Yiming, his gaze resolute. Now is not the time for self-recrimination, and no matter what, we must find Chu Yao and ensure she does not fall into danger. At that moment, a peculiar wave emanated from the ancient well once more, followed by a gentle light rising slowly. Within that radiance, the figure of Chu Yao gradually materialized, appearing more vibrant than before. Her previously ethereal form now significantly solidified. That Sue-yi was taken aback yet elated, quickly stepping forward to inquire with concern. Chu Yao, are you all right? What just happened? Chu Yao shook her head slightly, a complex expression gracing her face as she replied. The shadow we encountered was a female ghost trapped here for a millennium. She has been sealed beneath the ancient well, tortured by the passage of time, and was on the brink of dissipating. However, sensing our determination to combat evil and understanding my plight, she imparted all her ghostly power to me in her final moments before completely vanishing. That a glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she gently raised her hand, feeling the unfamiliar yet potent force within her. Now, I possess sufficient power to ensure that those who perpetrate evil will face the consequences, honoring the spirit of that millennium-old ghost. Listening intently, Lu Yiming was overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed at Chu Yao, sincerely proclaiming, "Then we must not let her sacrifice be in vain. Let us use this newfound strength to expose the crimes of the syndicate." Without further delay, the trio, armed with the revitalized bead, set forth towards the lair of the criminal organization. Along the way, a soft aura enveloped Chu Yao, and the malevolent spirits that had once sought to wreak havoc sensed her formidable spiritual energy, retreating in fear and daring not to approach. Upon arriving at the heavily guarded mansion where the syndicate lurked, they noticed the tight security and numerous hidden sentinels. Yet emboldened by their cause, Chu Yao waved her sleeve lightly, unleashing an invisible force that immobilized the sentinels, rendering them unable to move or even cry out. As Sue-yi and Lu Yiming successfully entered the mansion, but the occupants, alerted to the anomaly, rushed out only to be met with the sight of Chu Yao radiating immense spiritual power, causing their faces to blanch in terror as many began to recoil. "You have committed countless atrocities. Today marks your reckoning," Chu Yao declared, her voice resonating with undeniable authority. With that, she formed a seal with her hands, and the bead soared into the air, emanating a blinding light that enveloped the entire mansion. The members of the criminal syndicate found themselves drained of all strength beneath the brilliance, collapsing to the ground as their past misdeeds unfolded like a film before everyone's eyes. Those officials complicit with the syndicate were not spared from the influence of this spiritual power, becoming immobilized in their respective abodes, their faces reflecting sheer horror as hidden evidence of their transgressions was revealed. As if an invisible hand was exposing their crimes to the public, as the evidence surfaced, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. Sui had previously contacted trustworthy police acquaintances, informing them of the Night S operation. The police swiftly arrived, apprehending the syndicate's members and the implicated officials. Witnessing the villains being handcuffed and taken away filled Su Yi, Lu Yiming, and Chu Yao with a profound sense of relief. Once the dust settled, Chu Yao stood beneath the moonlight, a serene smile gracing her face. She turned to Su Yi and Lu Yiming, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thanks to you, I could avenge this great wrong. My wish has been fulfilled, and it is time for me to depart from my rightful place." That a wave of reluctance washed over Su Yi as he stepped forward, softly saying, "Chu Yao, I truly hate to see you go. Please don't forget us." Chu Yao nodded slightly, tears welling in her eyes. "I will never forget you. That I hope your days ahead are filled with peace and joy." With that, her figure gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the tranquil night. Su Yi and Lu Yiming gazed in the direction of her disappearance, lingering in silence. Chapter 33. Strange Tales from the Laboratory deep within the campus of Guangming Medical University. An old experimental building stood quietly, resembling a silent elder who had witnessed countless nights of knowledge exploration. The anatomy laboratory on the top floor exuded a chilling air of mystery, as if it were a forgotten corner of time. Seldom visited by students after dark, that Su Xiaoxia, a diligent student majoring in anatomy at the university, possessed an insatiable thirst for medical knowledge. Her dedication well known among her peers and professors. On this particular night, the moonlight poured through the mottled leaves, casting a silvery glow on the campus paths, enveloping the entire area in tranquility. Yet Su Xiaoxia remained wholly absorbed in the anatomy lab, fervently preparing for an upcoming challenging dissection exam. Inside the laboratory, the lighting was dim and gentle. Su Xiaoxia sat at a desk surrounded by various cadaver specimens, their shadows dancing across the walls like a silent audience, quietly observing her every move. Her eyes were fixed on a thick anatomy textbook, her brow occasionally furrowing in concentration before relaxing again, her focused expression suggesting that the world outside had faded away, leaving only the book and the knowledge she sought to conquer. Her pen moved tirelessly across the pages of her notebook, akin to an indefatigable dancer, leaving behind traces of knowledge in its wake. Occasionally, she softly murmured the complex names of human bones, then compared them to detailed anatomical diagrams in the textbook. Rising to the side of a nearby cadaver, she delicately traced her fingers over its various parts, muttering, "The pathway of this blood vessel is from here to there." Yes, comparing it with the illustration makes it clearer. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, time seemed to lose its value for her, completely forgotten in her fervor. As darkness deepened outside, the campus lights flickered on, resembling isolated stars adorning the quiet night. Meanwhile, the lab administrator, after a customary patrol of all floors, assumed that all students had departed and habitually locked the main door. The echo of the lock reverberated through the empty corridor. Yet Su Xiaoxia, engrossed in her study of a muscle's attachment point, remained oblivious to the sound that signified her entrapment. Time slipped by, and eventually, Su Xiaoxia felt her eyelids growing heavy. Prolonged concentration had left her eyes sore and swollen, as if countless grains of sand were irritating them. Rubbing her eyes and stretching her stiff body, she resolved to pack her belongings and return to her dorm for a good night's sleep. However, when she approached the door and tugged at the handle, it refused to budge. She froze for a moment, her heart racing like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of confusion through her mind. Instinctively, she pulled harder, her face reddening as she muttered, "What on earth is wrong with this door?" But it remained steadfastly shut, like a stubborn guardian resolutely preventing her escape. That a wave of unease surged within her. She yanked at the door again, shouting, "Is anyone there? Please open the door." Her voice echoed in the silent corridor, met only with a hollow response. As if mocking her predicament, it dawned on her that she might indeed be locked inside. Fear enveloped her like a rising tide, overwhelming her senses. Her eyes widened in terror, her formerly rosy lips now pale, involuntarily retreating a few steps until her back pressed against the door, which had become her sole refuge. Her hands clenched the fabric of her clothes tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, breath coming in rapid, heavy gasps, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Her panicked gaze darted around the room. The once benign cadaver specimens now appeared to her as monstrous figures poised to pounce and devour her whole. She felt as if the fingers of those corpses were subtly quivering, as if they were beckoning something, and it appeared that their eyes were quietly opening, peering at her from the dark corners. Their gaze was cold and eerie, sending chills down her spine. That moment. An ethereal voice echoed in the stillness of the space, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Frigid and elusive, almost whispering directly into her ear, sending a shiver of cold air creeping down her neck. Su Xiaoxia was so frightened that her legs weakened, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, her books and notes scattering around her. Tears streamed from her eyes, swirling in her sockets before cascading down her cheeks, soaking the floor beneath her. She wished to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. It felt as though her throat was blocked by some unseen force, leaving her frozen in place, her mind blank, consumed by an endless tide of fear, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. After what felt like an eternity, the voice resonated once more, this time tinged with a hint of warmth and apology. As if it had realized it had frightened Su Xiaoxia. "My dear girl, I did not mean to alarm you. I simply wished to converse." That Su Xiaoxia continued to tremble, too terrified to respond, her body curling tighter as she buried her head in her arms, resembling a startled ostrich attempting to hide from the horrors surrounding her. Sensing her silence, the voice gently resumed, imbued with a sense of resignation. "Do not be afraid. Dear girl, I harbor no ill intentions that I end life. I was just an ordinary worker, rising early and toiling late, hoping to earn a little more to provide a better life for my family." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxia cautiously lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes searching the surroundings, yet finding no one. With a quivering voice, she stammered, "Who are you? Where are you?" The voice sighed softly, as if reminiscing about painful memories, and continued, My name is Li Dashin. There was a time in my life when I was plagued by unbearable stomach pains, akin to a knife twisting within me, that I sought medical help, hoping to quickly remedy my ailment so I could continue to support my family. However, the doctor, whether due to negligence or some other reason, misdiagnosed my early-stage liver cancer as a gastric ulcer and sent me away with some medication. The tone grew agitated as he recounted this, and the air around them seemed to chill further, causing Su Xiaoxia to tremble uncontrollably, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, her teeth chattering. The spirit, noticing her renewed fear, hastily apologized again. "Oh, dear girl, I did not mean to frighten you once more. I have harbored a grudge against that misdiagnosis, and speaking of it stirs my emotions. Please do not take it to heart." That Su Xiaoxia stuttered. What happened next? The ghost continued. "After taking the medication, my pain only worsened, and I could no longer bear it, so I sought another hospital. To my dismay, the doctor informed me that I was already in the late stages of liver cancer. With the cancer cells having spread, there was nothing to be done. That moment, it felt as if the sky had fallen. I was still young, with a wife and children to support. What would become of them if I were to leave?" The ghost's voice was heavy with sorrow and helplessness, and Su Xiaoxia felt a surge of sympathy, her fears slightly abating, her body trembling less violently. Wiping her tears, Su Xiaoxia summoned her courage to say, "That's truly tragic that I saw what happened to you." The ghost interjected, "Indeed. Not long after, I left my family behind. As I departed, a fire of unwillingness burned within me, but I could do nothing but watch my life flicker away. After my passing, I thought, rather than becoming mere dust, I might as well donate my body to the hospital, thus contributing to society and perhaps aiding in the training of future doctors. And that is how I ended up here." Listening intently, Su Xiaoxia felt a mix of emotions swirling within her. In a hushed tone, she confessed, "I see. Today, when I was dissecting you, I accidentally severed your tendon that I truly did not mean to. I was just so nervous. I am deeply sorry." The ghost chuckled softly, its laughter echoing in the stillness, surprisingly devoid of menace, saying, "Dear girl, I understand you are learning. Who does not make mistakes? I truly do not mind, so do not be too hard on yourself. I am quite grateful for your earnest approach to your studies. Unlike that irresponsible doctor who misdiagnosed me." Su Xiaoxia felt a wave of emotion wash over her at this statement. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a mixture of guilt and gratitude, and replied, "Thank you for your forgiveness. That I promise to be more diligent in the future. I will never be so careless again. That I will strive to master anatomy and become a responsible doctor, ensuring such tragedies do not recur." The ghost expressed reassurance. "Yes, dear girl, I believe you will succeed, that I in fact. It comforts me to see students like you so dedicated to learning, though I am no longer among the living. If my body can help you gain knowledge, then my existence has not been in vain. That Su Xiaoxia nodded fervently, declaring, "Rest assured, I will cherish this opportunity to learn. However," she added, "I am now trapped here and do not know when I can leave." The ghost contemplated for a moment before responding, "Do not fret. When dawn breaks, the caretaker will surely come to open the door. For now, let us regard this night as a chance to converse." It has been a long time since I have spoken so much to anyone. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxia felt a measure of calm settle within her. She began to converse with the ghost, exchanging thoughts on anatomical knowledge and light-hearted anecdotes from life, gradually shedding her fear and instead feeling a peculiar sense of kinship with this invisible companion. Unbeknownst to them, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Beams of sunlight streaming through the window into the laboratory, their golden rays resembling countless warm hands gently caressing the surroundings, dispelling the shadows and terrors of the night. The sunlight spread. The ghost's voice gradually faded, as if it had always been a part of the darkness, returning to where it belonged with the arrival of dawn. Su Xiaoxia stood up, scanning her surroundings, but could no longer find any trace of the voice. A sense of loss washed over her, yet she felt as though the night had been a marvelous dream. She collected her scattered books and notes, tidied her belongings, and stood quietly at the door, awaiting the caretaker's arrival. From that day forward, Su Xiaoxia approached each dissection class with a newfound reverence. Each time she entered the anatomy lab, she recalled that night and her conversation with Li Dashin, recognizing that those who donated their bodies possessed honorable pasts and selfless spirits. Her resolve to become an excellent doctor solidified, determined to use her knowledge to safeguard the health of every patient, ensuring such tragedies would never unfold again. In her subsequent studies, Su Xiaoxia became increasingly diligent, often sharing her story with her classmates, urging them to cherish each learning opportunity and respect the contributions of every donor. With a sense of responsibility and mission, she continued to advance along the path of medicine. That extraordinary night in the dissection room transformed into a cherished and unforgettable memory, continually inspiring her pursuit of her dreams. Chapter 34. Midnight. On a night shrouded in clouds, Cheng Xianxian arrived at a place known as Feitian Village, dragging her weary body. She had heard of the unique, ancient charm of this locale, with its quaint, time-worn residences rumored to cradle countless stories of the past, and the wildflowers swaying beside the country paths seemed to whisper tales of bygone tranquility and beauty, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Cheng Xianxian had pre-booked a stay at an inn named Inu, hoping to spend a pleasant and unforgettable holiday there. She stepped into the commercial building housing the inn. The dim yellow light flickered erratically in the corridor, occasionally emitting a crackling sound akin to a dying insect struggling for life, as if it might extinguish entirely at any moment. The walls bore patches of peeling paint, revealing the mottled bricks beneath, emanating an air of age and decay, as if time had left behind scars that could never heal. Cheng Xianxian furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping in, yet she consoled herself, thinking that perhaps the exterior was simply worn down, and the interior would be acceptable. Gritting her teeth, she sought out the hotel-style apartment she had reserved. Upon opening the door, a wave of cold air rushed over her, enveloping her like a stream of icy water, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The room was adequately furnished, yet it exuded an indescribable aura of eeriness. The white walls appeared almost ghostly under the dim light, resembling the pallid face of a long-sick individual, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The bed, indeed, was soft. However, as Cheng Xianxian leaned in for a whiff, she detected an unsettling undertone of decay mingling with the scent of laundry detergent. This odor felt akin to an invisible hand, tightly gripping her heart, intensifying her discomfort. Suppressing her unease, Cheng Xianxian began to gather her belongings. While organizing the bedside table, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a crumpled note, its corners worn as if repeatedly crumpled and eroded by the passage of time, rendering it fragile. Scrawled upon it, in a childlike, uneven handwriting, were the words, "Jump, jump, she smiles at you from above." Cheng Xianxian surmised that it was likely penned by a child of a previous occupant. Yet, the ink varied in shades, suggesting that something had disturbed the child during the writing, causing uneven strokes. This thought sent an inexplicable chill down her spine, as if a cold draft crawled up her back, prompting her to shiver, her heart racing like a frightened rabbit. She shook her head, attempting to dispel these bizarre notions, and sat at the edge of the bed, intending to plan her travels for the following day. With her phone in hand, she diligently searched for travel recommendations, her gaze fixed upon the screen, her fingers gliding incessantly. Yet an unsettling sensation loomed, as if unseen eyes were watching her, akin to a hunted prey ensnared by a predator. With no escape in sight, she occasionally glanced around, but found nothing amiss, only to reassure herself that she was being overly sensitive, though the thread of unease lingered stubbornly within her. Before she knew it, the clock struck midnight. Cheng Xianxian set her phone down with a sigh of relief, preparing her attire for the next day's excursion. She meticulously selected a pair of sunglasses, polishing the lenses repeatedly, while muttering, "Tomorrow, you shall help me look cool. Not a single flaw must be present." With that, she retrieved a vibrant red dress, holding it against her to compare, a smile of anticipation gracing her features as she envisioned herself wearing it along the quaint paths of Feiqian village. Surely a sight to behold. Once everything was arranged, she inhaled deeply, extinguished the light, and lay down, closing her eyes in hopes of swiftly drifting into slumber, whispering to herself, sleep now, sleep now. Surely it is just today's fatigue causing these errant thoughts." However, the moment her eyes fluttered shut, peculiar noises pierced the stillness of the night. Thud, 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 thud. The sound resonated sharply in the deep of night, seemingly emanating from the ceiling, each thump echoing like a hammer striking the floor, as though an unseen force were rhythmically pounding against her heart, quickening her pulse. What on earth is this? It's the dead of night. How can it be so noisy? Is there no peace to be found? Cheng Xianxian murmured irritably, her brow furrowed, frustration and helplessness etched across her face. She turned over, pulling the blanket over her head in an attempt to block out the vexing din, yet the sounds continued to seep into her ears like a mischievous sprite that refused to be shooed away. In desperation, she sat up, checking her phone for the reviews of the inn she had booked, muttering to herself, "How strange that no one mentioned the noise from above. Why am I the only one experiencing this? What terrible luck!" Anxiety gnawed at her as she hastily messaged the front desk via WeChat, detailing her plight of being unable to sleep due to the disturbance. After sending the message, she fixated on her phone screen, hardly daring to blink, fervently wishing for a prompt reply, repeating, "Please respond quickly. How am I to sleep like this?" Yet after waiting and waiting, the screen remained devoid of new notifications that a glance at the time revealed it was already past 1 in the morning. It dawned on her that such inns typically did not operate with a 24-hour front desk, and the owner likely did not reside nearby. Even if she could reach them, resolving the issue would not be immediate. Frustrated, she tossed her phone onto the bed, cradled her head in her hands, and lamented, "Oh dear, what am I to do? Had I known, I would not have chosen this place. It's utterly exasperating." After enduring a while longer, the noise not only persisted but grew increasingly pronounced. Cheng Xianxian felt as though her head might explode from the cacophony, akin to a time bomb ticking away in her mind, threatening to obliterate her sanity. She could not withstand this any longer. If it continued, her plans for tomorrow would be utterly ruined, perhaps even leading to her complete breakdown. In a fit of temper, Cheng Xianxian disregarded her previous reservations. Gritting her teeth, she decisively donned her clothes while muttering, "Humph, I shall see who is making such a ruckus in the middle of the night. How inconsiderate." With that, she resolved to investigate the source of the disturbance upstairs. Upon opening her door, she was met with an even dimmer hallway, the flickering lights pulsating as if trembling in fear, as though foretelling the onset of some ominous event. Cheng Xianxian swallowed hard, feeling as though a stone lodged in her throat, gripping her phone as if it were her last lifeline. With every ounce of caution, she ascended the stairs towards the upper floor. The corridor was eerily silent, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness, each step resonating in her chest, hastening her heartbeat. That an unsettling feeling crept over her, as if something were trailing behind her, akin to a cold serpent stealthily slithering in her wake. Yet when she turned to look, there was nothing there. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, cascading down her cheeks, her hands trembling involuntarily. She repeatedly reassured herself in her mind, "Do not fear. It must just be someone playing a prank. There is nothing to be afraid of." Finally reaching the door corresponding to the room above, Cheng Xianxian took a deep breath, raising her hand to knock. Yet her hand hesitated midair, caught in a moment of indecision, as if two voices were quarreling within her. One insisting, "Knock, knock, it's best to clarify and return to sleep," while the other cautioned, "Do not knock. What if something sinister lies beyond? How frightening!" Just as her hand was about to connect with the door, the strange banging abruptly ceased, plunging the hallway into an eerie silence, so profound that she could hear her own rapid breaths, which sounded jarringly out of place in the stillness, as if she were the only living thing in that void. "Why has it gone silent all of a sudden?" Cheng Xianxian whispered, confusion and fear etched upon her face. With wide eyes, she cautiously pressed her ear to the door, straining to discern any sounds from within. Yet apart from her own heartbeat, there was nothing. She hesitated, contemplating whether to continue knocking, when a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, making her shiver and nearly drop her phone. She quickly steadied it with her other hand, muttering, "Oh dear, that startled me. This wind is rather eerie." Just as she contemplated turning back down the stairs, the banging resumed without warning, more ferocious than before, as if whatever lay behind the door was aware of her presence and sought to terrify her. The sound was reminiscent of an enraged thunder god wielding his hammer, intent on breaking down the door. Cheng Xianxian's face blanched, her lips quivering as she widened her eyes in terror. Turning on her heel and sprinting downstairs, shouting, "Help! There's a ghost!" she dashed with fervor, feeling as though something pursued her from behind, akin to death itself, relentlessly chasing her. Yet she dared not glance back, fearing that a single look might reveal something horrifying. Upon reaching her room, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, leaning against it, gasping for breath, her legs trembling as if they might give way beneath her. Terror clouded her features, remnants of fear still flickering in her eyes as she repeated, "This is too terrifying, too terrifying. What on earth is happening?" Gasping for air, Cheng Xianxian pondered the peculiarities of the inn, her mind a tangled mess that she could not untangle. She patted her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart, yet it remained stubbornly unyielding. Just as she began to regain her composure, the temperature in the room plummeted sharply, and she could clearly see her breath manifesting as white wisps, resembling ethereal specters drifting through the in a panic. She scanned the room, noticing dark red stains appearing on the walls, resembling blood, slowly seeping out, vaguely outlining a human shape, as if someone trapped within the wall was desperately trying to escape. The scene was utterly chilling to Cheng Xianxian could not restrain herself from letting out a piercing scream. Her voice, laced with terror, had taken on a shrill quality. She covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight of the wall, yet curiosity compelled her to peek through her fingers. Her mind racing with thoughts. What on earth is this? How could it be like this? Surely, I haven't stumbled upon a ghost, have I? She longed to open the door and escape this dreadful place, but it felt as though some unseen force was pressing against it, rendering it utterly immovable. Despite exerting all her strength, she pulled at the door while crying out, "Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I want to get out." At that moment, a faint, eerie laughter echoed from above, sharp and grating, infused with a chilling malevolence that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself, as if countless malevolent spirits were mocking her plight, sending shivers down her spine. Amidst the laughter, a nursery rhyme emerged, and Cheng Xianxian clamped her hands over her ears, collapsing to the ground in despair, tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably as she murmured, "No, no, please let me go. I haven't done anything wrong." "Who are you? Why are you haunting me?" Cheng Xianxian called out, her voice quaking with fear. She raised her head, her eyes filled with dread and desperation. Yet all she received in return was the increasingly loud laughter and the thunderous banging that seemed intent on breaking through the ceiling, each sound mocking her helplessness. Suddenly, a dark crimson silhouette began to drift down from the wall, slowly approaching Cheng Xianxian. She widened her eyes, desperate to discern what it was, but the figure remained indistinct, only revealing the form of a little girl dressed in a tattered white dress, stained with dirt as if it had not been washed in ages. Her long hair obscured much of her face, leaving only her eerily glowing red eyes visible, glinting like sharp knives that pierced deep into Cheng Xuanxuan's heart. "That I am so lonely. Will you play with me?" An ethereal voice whispered in Cheng Xuanxuan's ear, burrowing directly into her mind, causing her head to throb painfully. She clutched her head, shaking it in agony, crying out, "Go away! I don't want to play with you. Don't come any closer. Please don't come near me. I don't know you." Cheng Xianxian shrieked in terror, backing away until her back hit the bed, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Her body pressed tightly against the bed. Her hands flailed as if trying to ward off some dreadful specter, her expression contorted in horror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as the little girl was about to reach her, a sudden crowing of a rooster pierced the suffocating silence, ringing out loud and clear amidst the eerie atmosphere, as though it were a clarion call of justice, shattering the bizarre scene. With the sound of the rooster, the little girl's figure abruptly halted, then began to drift back towards the wall. The laughter, the banging, and the dark crimson stains on the wall gradually faded, and the temperature of the room slowly returned to normal. Cheng Xianxian slumped onto the bed, gasping for breath, her clothes soaked with sweat as if she had just escaped from the gates of hell. Her complexion was pale as a ghost, her eyes hollow and devoid of life. Her body trembling incessantly as she muttered, "It's finally over, thank goodness. But what on earth just happened?" She dared not linger a second longer in that place, yet the fear of encountering something equally terrifying outside held her captive in turmoil. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to rise, her legs still trembling, and steadying herself against the wall, she took tentative steps towards the door, thinking, "Whatever happens, I must leave this place. I cannot bear to stay any longer." As dawn broke, faint rays of morning light streamed through the window, and Cheng Xianxian, trembling, stood up. She gazed at the beams of sunlight as though they were a lifeline, her heart slightly calming. She was uncertain whether the horrors of the previous night had been real or merely figments of her imagination. Nor did she understand the origins of the little girl or why she had appeared there. Her mind replayed the events of the night in a loop, filled with confusion and dread. Cautiously, she opened the door, peering out with trepidation. The corridor was eerily quiet, the dim yellow light no longer flickering, as if everything from the previous night had been a mere nightmare. Yet, Cheng Xianxian knew deep down that it was no dream. Her heart began to race once more. Biting her lip, she steeled herself to step outside. As she reached the corridor's entrance, she was suddenly met with a sight that widened her eyes in horror, nearly causing her to scream again. She saw disembodied heads flitting by, devoid of bodies. Some bore expressions of agony, as if enduring immense suffering, while others appeared ashen, their hollow eyes staring vacantly ahead, as if they hailed from another realm. They floated like specters in the air, flickering in and out of sight, sending chills down her spine. Cheng Xianxian covered her mouth in fright, tears welling up in her eyes once more, her body instinctively retreating until her back collided with the wall. Trembling, she stammered, What is this? Why is this happening? Where on earth am I?" Despair enveloped her as she felt ensnared in an eternal abyss of terror, unsure of how to proceed, left helplessly standing there, watching the dreadful heads flicker before her, awaiting the arrival of an unknown fate. Yet, those heads seemed disinterested in approaching her, merely hovering at a distance as if observing her, or perhaps awaiting something. An indescribable air of unease filled the corridor, and Cheng Xianxian found it increasingly difficult to breathe, her heart in silent prayer for this ordeal to end swiftly. That moment, she felt a tugging at her clothing, causing her to crouch down in fright, curling into herself as if that would shield her from the unending horror. Her eyes widened in terror, bloodshot and filled with panic and despair. Her lips trembled, unable to articulate a coherent thought, only managing to emit faint, pleading sounds of "Please, don't come any closer." Frantically, Cheng Xianxian scanned her surroundings, the corridor still hauntingly silent, save for those floating heads that flickered in and out of view. Yet the sensation of being pulled was all too real, as if invisible hands were reaching from the darkness, intent on dragging her into the void. "Who are you? Please, I beg you. Let me go. I haven't done anything wrong." Cheng Xianxian cried out, her voice trembling, echoing in the corridor, but there was no response. Only the cold, unyielding gaze of the heads, their hollow eyes seemingly draining her last vestiges of courage. Shaking, she raised her hands in an attempt to swat away the unseen force tugging at her. Yet each time her hand reached out, it met only the chilling embrace of empty air, that icy sensation seeping into her very core, intensifying her tremors, that I must leave this place. I will escape. Cheng Xianxian gritted her teeth, mentally rallying herself. With newfound resolve, she steadied herself against the wall and slowly rose, her legs weak as cotton, threatening to give way at any moment. Yet she forced herself to move towards the staircase. With each step, she felt as though she were wading through molasses, the weight of her limbs heavy as lead. The sensation of her clothing being tugged, it grew stronger, accompanied by the faint sound of fabric being torn, echoing like the harbinger of death, amplifying her racing heartbeat to the brink of bursting. Finally reaching the staircase, just as she intended to descend, she was met with an impenetrable darkness enveloping the once brightly lit stairwell. The shadows seemed alive, writhing slowly, and from within came muffled wails, as if countless tormented souls were lamenting their fates. Cheng Xianxian's complexion turned ghostly pale, standing at the stairwell's edge, caught in a dilemma. Tears streaming down her face, she glanced back. The head still floated nearby, and she realized that retreat was not an option, nor was advancing. Yet remaining there meant certain doom. Enough of this. I must plunge forward. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, summoning every ounce of courage, biting her lip as she charged into the dark staircase. Her hands gripped the railing tightly, her steps frantic and hurried, nearly stumbling several times. But she could not afford to dwell on such fears. Her mind was singularly focused on escaping this horrific place. However, she found herself running for what felt like an eternity, the staircase seemingly endless. Though it was merely a few flights, it felt like an infinite abyss, her strength waning rapidly, her breath becoming labored and heavy, as if a vice were clamping down on her mouth and nose, suffocating her. What is happening? Why can't I escape? Cheng Xianxian cried out in despair, her voice hoarse, yet it continued to reverberate within this bizarre space. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, the force that had been tugging at her clothing suddenly vanished. Immediately, the surrounding darkness receded like a tide, and to her astonishment, she found herself standing in the lobby of a hotel. The morning sunlight streamed through the entrance, bathing her in warmth, almost leading her to believe she had escaped danger. She gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the exhilaration of having survived, and was about to dash toward the door when a frail voice called from behind. "My dear girl, where are you off to?" Cheng Xianxian turned abruptly, her gaze landing on an elderly man clad in an antiquated robe, his gaunt face squinting at her from behind the reception desk. With caution, she regarded the old man, and her voice trembling, stammered, "I want to leave this place. It's too frightening." The old man furrowed his brow slightly and replied slowly, "Frightening? My dear, you may have encountered something you ought not to have. This hotel harbors a past shrouded in mystery." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xianxian's anxiety surged, and she hastily inquired, "What past? Please tell me." The old man sighed and began to speak languidly. "Many years ago, a great fire broke out here, and many souls perished without escape, trapped within these walls. Since then, strange occurrences have been reported. Alas, those restless spirits seem unwilling to depart, lingering in this place." Cheng Xuanxuan's eyes widened in terror as she gasped. "Then the little girl I saw last night and those severed heads, are they the souls of the deceased?" The old man nodded, a hint of resignation gleaming in his eyes. "That it is indeed possible, my dear. That you have survived thus far is a testament to your fortune. However, should you choose to leave without addressing this, those entities may continue to haunt you. They do not wish to remain trapped here, ever longing for the company of the living. This." Cheng Xianxian shivered in fear, her voice cracking as she pleaded, "What should I do? I do not wish to be tormented by them." The old man pondered for a moment before slowly suggesting, "I do possess a method, though its efficacy is not guaranteed. You must venture to the storage room on the top floor, locate a copper bell left from the time of the fire, and at midnight, hang it beneath the old locust tree behind the hotel. Speak sincerely, beseeching those tormented souls to find peace, and perhaps they will release you." Cheng Xianxian hesitated, her face etched with doubt. "Will it truly work? I'm too afraid to ascend to the top floor after last night." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "My dear, this is your only opportunity. Should you refuse to go, I am afraid I cannot assist you." Biting her lip, Cheng Xianxian resolved that death was inevitable, so she might as well try. "All right, I will attempt it." "Thank you." With newfound determination, she steeled herself and made her way toward the staircase. Though this time her steps felt heavier, her heart laden with dread for the unknown horrors that awaited her. Would this supposed method truly free her from the clutches of terror? With great difficulty, Cheng Xianxian ascended the staircase. With each step, her heartbeat quickened, her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, and the nightmarish images of the previous evening flooded her mind. The eerie visage of the little girl, the floating heads, and the seemingly endless staircase all haunted her relentlessly. Finally reaching the top floor, she was met with a pungent, musty odor permeating the corridor, the dim light casting everything in shadowy silhouettes. Cautiously, she navigated the hallway, frequently glancing over her shoulder. Fearing that something might suddenly appear at last, she located the door to the storage room that appeared dilapidated and was cloaked in dust and cobwebs. As if it had been untouched for ages, Cheng Xianxian inhaled deeply, her hands trembling as she grasped the doorknob. After a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed the door open. With a creak, the hinges emitted a sound that pierced the silence, causing her to flinch. Inside, the room was cluttered with various items, worn furniture, scattered boxes, and an assortment of indistinguishable relics, all jumbled together, leaving only a narrow pathway. With trepidation, Cheng Xianxian ventured inside, her eyes darting among the clutter in search of the fabled copper bell. She muttered under her breath, "Bell, oh Bell, where are you? Please, reveal yourself." Yet the sheer volume of debris proved overwhelming. After rummaging for what felt like an eternity, her efforts yielded nothing, and panic began to set in as beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. Just as despair began to creep in, she caught a glimpse of a glimmering copper hue in a corner. Her heart leapt with hope as she hurried over, brushing aside some tattered fabric. And indeed, a beautifully antiquated copper bell came into view, its surface marred by patches of rust that seemed to whisper tales of its long history. Cheng Xianxian gingerly lifted the bell, cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure. Relief washing over her as she thought, "At last, I have found it. Perhaps I truly have a chance to rid myself of those dreadful entities." Clutching the bell, she cautiously descended the stairs, awaiting the stroke of midnight. Time dragged on, each passing second a trial of patience, until at last, darkness enveloped the world once more, and the clock struck 12. That Cheng Xianxian, bell in hand, made her way to the old locust tree behind the hotel. Beneath the moonlight, the tree cast eerie shadows, its branches swayed in the breeze, emitting a rustling sound, as if whispering secrets. Summoning her courage, she approached the tree, rising on her toes to hang the bell. But suddenly, the air around her chilled, and that piercing, mocking laughter echoed in her ears. "Jump, jump, she smiles at you from above." The familiar nursery rhyme sent a tremor through her hands, nearly causing her to drop the bell. "No, please, I beg of you, spare me," Cheng Xianxian cried out, her voice laced with terror, yet the laughter only grew louder, threatening to engulf her entirely. Out of the shadows of the old locust tree emerged indistinct figures, those vengeful spirits, manifesting as disembodied heads, floated menacingly towards her, their eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. Cheng Xianxian stumbled backward, her back colliding with the tree trunk, trapping her with no avenue of escape. Clutching the bell tightly, she shut her eyes and cried, "I have done as you asked. Please let me go. I do not wish to be tormented any longer." Yet the spirits showed no signs of relent, continuing their slow advance. Just as Cheng Xianxian believed her doom was imminent, the copper bell suddenly radiated a strange light, growing ever brighter, forcing the spirits to halt in their tracks, their forms quivering in fear of its brilliance. Emitting anguished cries, opening her eyes in astonishment, Cheng Xianxian beheld the scene before her, a flicker of hope igniting within her. She swiftly raised the bell, speaking earnestly, "Oh, tormented souls, I understand your suffering, but I bear no ill will towards you. I beseech you to find peace, to release your burdens, and cease your wandering." With each heartfelt word, the bell's glow intensified, and gradually, the spirits began to dissipate, their sharp laughter and agonized wails muted, until they completely vanished. Restoring tranquility to the night, the bell's luminescence faded. Cheng Xianxian exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. She gazed at the bell in her hands, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, relief for having narrowly escaped, yet sorrow for the lost souls. After a moment of respite, Cheng Xianxian rose, determined to leave the haunting village of Fakian, wishing never to cross paths with the spectral hotel again. She hastened towards the village's edge. But as she walked, an unsettling sensation crept over her. She felt as though a pair of eyes were watching her from behind, sending chills down her spine. Unable to resist, she glanced back, only to see a shadowy figure lingering in the distance. Seemingly moving closer, as if drawn by some enigmatic force, Cheng Xuanxuan's eyes widened in horror, fear surging anew within her. She quickened her pace, fleeing desperately while silently praying, "Please, do not follow me. I beg you. Allow me to escape this nightmare." Chapter 35. Late night in the office. My name is Wu Monli, and I am a clerk at a medium-sized e-commerce company. Our office is situated in an aging building on the outskirts of the city. Standing there like a weary elder, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. The hallway lights are perpetually dim, flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment, plunging one into complete darkness than on this particular day. Our company secured a significant project, and every department was bustling about like ants on a hot pan, frantically racing to complete their tasks. As night fell, my colleagues gradually departed, dragging their fatigued bodies away, while I remained behind, reluctantly staying late to finish some important documents. The entire company fell into an immediate hush, with only the sound of my keystrokes echoing in the vast office, each tap resonating within my heart, heightening my anxiety. IT felt as though this silence concealed some unknown peril, quietly observing me. That I sat at my workstation, the dim glow of the computer screen resembling a solitary candle flickering in the dark, appearing so diminutive and fragile in the expansive space. Occasionally, I glanced around, and the familiar desks and chairs under the dim light transformed into grotesque monsters, glaring at me with predatory intent, sending shivers down my spine. Alas, what a day of misfortune it has been, having to work overtime as I organized documents. I muttered softly to myself, my brow furrowed and my face etched with reluctance, yearning to finish swiftly and return home. Just as I endeavored to concentrate and complete my tasks, a sudden cacophony of rushing water erupted from the direction of the restroom, shattering the stillness like a thunderclap, causing me to shudder violently. My hands hung suspended above the keyboard, my eyes widened in alarm, fixated on the restroom, my heart racing at the thought. It's late at night. I am the only one here. How could there be flushing sounds? Could there be someone else present? Yet I had heard no word of anyone else working late. My heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from my throat, and cold sweat began to bead down my spine. Soaking my shirt, hesitation gripped me, as if two little voices were battling within my mind. Point one urged, "Don't go. It could be frightening, perhaps just a malfunction. Just finish your work and head home." The other insisted, "No. What if something truly is amiss? It would be wise to check for peace of mind." Ultimately, curiosity prevailed, and gritting my teeth, I slowly rose, my legs trembling uncontrollably, each step feeling as if I were treading on air. So light and unsteady. Vigilantly, I advanced, sensing the surrounding darkness come alive, as if invisible tendrils were poised to pull me into an endless abyss. As I approached the restroom, the chill intensified, and my breaths grew rapid and labored, as if a great weight pressed upon my chest, suffocating me. When I finally reached the restroom door, the rushing water abruptly ceased. The silence within was so profound that I could hear the frantic beating of my heart. A stark contrast in this desolate environment, like a warning bell tolling within me. That I swallowed hard. My throat constricted as if a fishbone were lodged within, and I hesitantly reached out to press the switch on the wall. The light flickered to life, illuminating the restroom with a harsh, pallid glow that momentarily blinded me. Cautiously, I approached each stall, every step feeling as though unseen eyes were watching me, sending chills down my spine. I leaned close to the first stall, peering inside, my face a mask of tension and fear, my hands instinctively clutching at my clothing, silently praying, "Please, let there be no strange occurrences." Yet, the stall appeared unremarkable. Everything seemingly in order, though my dread only deepened, as if something lurked in the unseen corners, waiting for me to lower my guard. And I methodically checked the other stalls, each yielding the same results, nothing out of the ordinary. I reassured myself. Perhaps it was merely a plumbing issue, an overactive imagination, that I turned to leave, but as I took a few steps, my foot brushed against something on the floor. That I looked down to find a delivery box, oddly positioned there, My mind went blank, a sudden chill racing up my spine. I distinctly remembered that this box and tea been there when I arrived. My eyes widened, my complexion drained of color, my lips trembling uncontrollably. What on earth was happening? Where had this box come from? Was there truly something sinister lurking in this restroom? My legs felt like limp noodles, shaking violently, threatening to give way beneath me. I longed to flee this terrifying place, yet my gaze remained fixed on the delivery box, my mind flooded with nightmarish images from horror films, unable to divert my attention. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, my trembling hands betrayed my inner fear. Gritting my teeth, I slowly extended my hand, hoping to move the box aside, reasoning it might simply be something left behind, nothing dire. However, the instant my fingers brushed the box, it stirred on its own, emitting a peculiar rustling sound, as if something inside were struggling to escape. That I let out a terrified scream, the sound reverberating through the silent office, piercing and jarring, as if it might bring the entire building crashing down. Without a moment's thought, I turned and sprinted towards the exit, glancing back repeatedly, convinced something unseen was pursuing me. Countless eyes in the darkness watching my every move, sending terror coursing through me. I frantically reached the door, yanking on the handle, but it felt as if it were jammed by some unseen force, refusing to budge. Despair overwhelmed me, tears brimming in my eyes as I pounded on the door, crying out, "Help! Help!" My voice trembled, laden with desperation and fear. Just as I succumbed to despair, the door creaked open and I bolted through, as if liberated, racing down to the street below. The streetlights cast a soft, warm glow, the occasional passing car humming reassuringly. This ordinary scene now offered me profound solace that I stood at the roadside, gasping for breath, glancing back at the office building, feeling as though everything that had transpired was a nightmare. Yet the vivid terror reminded me it was all too real. Daring not to return home, fearing the malevolent entity might follow me, I settled at the nearby convenience store, remaining there until dawn. Throughout the night, my mind replayed the eerie scenes. The moving delivery box, the impenetrable door. Insomnia plagued me, my fear blossoming like wild weeds, resisting all attempts to quell it. The next day, after much deliberation, I resolved to return to the office. For my belongings remained at my workstation, and I yearned to uncover the truth of last night's events. That I entered the office with trepidation, discovering my colleagues had already arrived, the atmosphere once again vibrant with chatter and laughter. Yet, as I surveyed the familiar surroundings, a shiver ran through me, the cold dread still clinging to me. That I recounted my harrowing experience to a few close colleagues, who initially dismissed my claims, attributing my fears to fatigue and hallucination. "Monli, you must be exhausted. You probably just imagined it," joked a colleague, Xiao Li, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed, Monli, though the building is a bit old, there's never been any talk of supernatural occurrences. That you're likely just scaring yourself," chimed in another, Xiao Wang, patting my shoulder in an attempt to comfort me. Flushed with frustration, I waved my hands insistently. "I am not lying. I distinctly heard and saw that delivery box in the restroom, and it moved on its own. It was terrifying." My eyes were wide, earnest, and I gestured passionately, desperate for them to believe me. Seeing my seriousness, my colleagues began to waver in their skepticism, and soon we decided to investigate the restroom together. As we approached, my heart raced with anticipation and dread, torn between hope and fear of what we might find. That if the box was gone, perhaps I had indeed frightened myself. Yet if it remained, I dared not contemplate the implications. Upon reaching the restroom door, to my shock, the delivery box was still there. The color drained from everyone's faces, and Shaoli, who had been so skeptical just moments before, now stood agape, stuttering, "This is real." Xiao Wang recoiled, his complexion pale, his voice trembling. "This is too eerie." Monli wasn't lying to AT that moment. Our oldest colleague, Sister Zhang, approached, her expression grave as she regarded the box. Fear flickered in her eyes, and her brow furrowed with concern as she lowered her voice. "I've heard that something happened in this building before. An employee vanished while working late one night, and despite extensive searches, they were never found. Since then, whispers have circulated about strange sounds and sightings within the office at night. Perhaps this delivery box is the remnant of the missing employee, whose restless spirit lingers here, devoid of a resting place, Upon hearing Zhang Jie's words, everyone inhaled sharply, and I was so frightened that my body trembled, sensing the air around us had turned icy, as if a pair of frigid hands were crawling up my spine, sending shivers across my skin. The delivery box lay there silently, exuding an aura of mystery and terror, making it seem like a ticking time bomb, ready to unleash something far more dreadful at any moment. "What shall we do now?" Xiaoli asked with a quivering voice, his gaze fixated on the box, unwilling to look away. "Perhaps we should call the police and have them investigate this situation," Xiao Wang suggested. While he voiced this idea, he himself was far from assured, as the strangeness of the matter weighed heavily on his mind. Could the police truly handle such supernatural occurrences? The group engaged in a flurry of discussion. Yet no one dared to approach the ominous box at that moment. Zhao Gu, usually the boldest among us, stepped forward, furrowing his brow. A hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes, but he feigned calmness and declared, "What is there to fear? I refuse to believe in ghosts, and I will see what lies within this box." With that, he slowly moved toward the delivery box, and we all held our breath, our eyes glued to him. The bathroom enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Zhao Gu's footsteps. Upon reaching the box, Zhao Gu crouched down and stretched out his hand toward it, just as his fingers were about to make contact. A sudden chill swept through the room, causing the lights to flicker ominously. The erratic illumination cast eerie shadows upon our faces, prompting us to scream in terror. Zhao Gu recoiled suddenly, his complexion paling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his voice quivered. This is too sinister." After the gust of chill passed, the lights returned to normal, yet our hearts were laden with fear. No one dared to mention opening the delivery box again. "We must devise a solution. We cannot continue to work in peace with this box here," Zhang Jie said anxiously, her face etched with worry as her hands nervously fidgeted with her clothing, betraying her inner turmoil. "Perhaps we should seek out someone knowledgeable in such matters. It could be harboring some malevolent entity. Consulting a master to exorcise it might be prudent," I cautiously proposed, hoping to resolve this terrifying ordeal swiftly and restore normalcy to our company. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as the only viable course of action. Subsequently, the company leadership, upon learning of the situation, sought out a renowned feng shui master after conducting some inquiries. Upon his arrival, the master traversed various corners of the office, holding a compass and murmuring incantations, his somber demeanor leaving us too apprehensive to interrupt. Upon reaching the bathroom door and spotting the delivery box, his expression subtly shifted, his brow furrowing deeper. "The resentment here is profound. This delivery box is not ordinary. The IT likely contains the obsessions and grievances of certain individuals, which is why it remains here, disturbing the balance between the realms of the living and the dead," the master stated slowly, his gaze deep and serious, eliciting an instinctive trust in his words. "Master, please devise a remedy. We are thoroughly frightened by this predicament." The company leader implored, his face a mask of concern, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The master nodded, instructing us to prepare incense, candles, and yellow paper, and then set up a ritual altar at the bathroom entrance. Armed with a peachwood sword, he chanted complex spells while circling the delivery box, the sword slicing through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound as if battling an unseen force. As the master's incantations grew more fervent, the delivery box began to shake violently, emitting a low buzzing sound as if something inside was struggling against confinement. Terrified, we recoiled, retreating to a safe distance, our eyes wide in disbelief as we witnessed this bizarre spectacle, all silently praying for the master to subdue the malevolent presence. After a considerable time, the commotion from the delivery box gradually subsided, eventually falling silent. The master concluded his chanting, exhaling deeply and wiping the perspiration from his brow. "For now, I have managed to suppress it, but the root of this matter must be thoroughly investigated. You should inquire about the history of this office building to uncover what truly transpired with the missing employee. Only by addressing the source can this danger be entirely eradicated." We nodded in agreement. Though fear still lingered in our hearts, we felt a slight alleviation of the eerie atmosphere that had enveloped the company. In the days that followed, we resumed our work while simultaneously seeking information about the building's past. After much effort, we unearthed some details. The missing employee was named Lu Hui, that he had been diligent in his work. But once, a significant project under his supervision went awry, resulting in severe reprimands from the leadership and the looming threat of dismissal. That fateful night, he had stayed late at the office, striving to rectify the project as failure. Yet thereafter, he vanished without a trace. To it's possible he harbored resentment, feeling wronged, which is why he lingers here, unwilling to depart. Zhang Jie sighed, her expression filled with sympathy. What should we do now? We cannot allow him to remain in this state indefinitely. It is rather pitiable, I remarked, my brow furrowed with concern for Lu Hui, imagining his despair that must have led to such a tragic fate. After deliberation, we resolved to conduct a ritual in his memory within the company, hoping to grant his spirit peace and release his lingering attachments. That on the day of the ritual, an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the office as we sincerely prayed for Lu Hui, wishing for his swift passage to liberation and eternal bliss. Strangely, since that ritual, no further eerie occurrences transpired within the company, and the delivery box vanished without a trace, as if everything had returned to normal, though I still recalled that terrifying experience during late nights at the office. The fear had dissipated. After all, we had helped Lu Hui find his resting place, restoring tranquility to our workplace. Chapter 36. The Tomb Robbers Chronicle. I am a tomb raider, and my name is Qin Jun. I have been in this line of work for several years, accompanied by my steadfast partner, Zhang Wu, through thick and thin. Both of us were lured into this morally dubious profession by the allure of heavy gold and silver treasures. Yet little did we know, the experiences we encountered would cling to us like a nightmare, leaving us in perpetual trepidation. It was a frigid winter night, the biting wind howling like a frenzied beast, mercilessly sweeping across the land and tearing at all it encountered, its sting akin to a blade slicing through flesh. The night sky was devoid of stars, the darkness resembling a vast black satin shroud, pressing down heavily as if to engulf the entire world in its limitless gloom. That we arrived at a place known as Dark Soul Ridge, where the mountains emanated an inexplicable eeriness. The trees around us grew crooked and gnarled, their withered branches creaking in the wind, resembling a congregation of skeletal old men groaning in agony, or desiccated hands clawing at the air, as if attempting to drive away intruders disturbing the peace of the departed. With our heavy gear slung over our shoulders, Zhang Wu and I trudged along the rugged, desolate mountain path, our necks hunched against the cold. Zhang Wu frequently glanced around, his eyes wide with apprehension, as he whispered to me, Qin Jun, something feels off about this place. It's too eerie. Should we turn back? Although I too felt a sense of unease, the thought of abandoning our endeavor after coming this far gnawed at me. The toil we had already endured would be in vain, and the prospect of uncovering a priceless treasure was too enticing to dismiss. Thus, I shot him a glare and mustered my resolve, saying, what is there to fear? We've faced great storms before. We can't let this scare us away. Perhaps this time we'll unearth a grand treasure that ensures our comfort for life. Despite my efforts to sound composed, my palms were slick with cold sweat, each droplet feeling like a serpent slithering across my skin. After much effort, we finally discovered the entrance to the ancient tomb. Concealed amidst the overgrown grass, the entrance was coated in moss, dark green and almost black, as if it were the grime accumulated over the passage of time. Clinging tightly to the stone, scattered around were fragments of broken pottery, lying haphazardly like forgotten orphans, silently recounting tales of days gone by. I leaned closer to the entrance of the cave and inhaled deeply. A wave of decayed air assaulted my senses, mingling with a chilling draft that seemed to penetrate the very marrow of my bones. That I felt as though countless icy hands were creeping in through my pores, gradually infiltrating my body, attempting to siphon away my warmth. Zhang Wu wielded a flashlight and directed its beam into the gaping maw of the cave. The dim, yellowish light appeared feeble amidst the profound darkness of the tomb passage, barely illuminating the damp walls, from which beads of moisture perpetually oozed, dripping onto the ground with a rhythmic tap. Each sound reverberated in the silence, striking our hearts like a hammer, inciting a sense of unease. Zhang Wu swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing conspicuously, resembling a small ball bouncing within his throat, his voice quavering slightly as he remarked, Qin Jun, this place seems unusually sinister. We must tread carefully. That I nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the validity of his words, yet feigning bravado, I replied, indeed, caution is the key to longevity. However, Once we locate the treasure, we shall make our swift exit. That I in truth, I too silently prayed that no mishap would befall us, hoping this venture into the tomb would unfold smoothly. After clearing the entrance, we crouched low and ventured into the tomb passage. The corridor was narrow and dimly lit, the stench of decay growing more pungent with each step, nauseating us as it resembled the scent of long-perished food, intermingled with an indescribable metallic odor that churned my stomach. Zhang Wu trailed closely behind, nearly pressing against my back. I could sense his rapid breaths, warm and trembling against the nape of my neck. His flashlight trembled in his grip, casting shadows that danced erratically along the walls, occasionally revealing grotesque patterns that resembled monstrous apparitions, as if they were poised to leap forth from the stone. As we continued onward, we encountered a bend in the passage, and upon turning, a stone door loomed before us. The door was adorned with a myriad of bizarre runes, their crooked forms exuding an air of mystery, as though they were a cryptic language from another realm that sent shivers down my spine. Zhang Wu leaned closer, his eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized the runes, his brow furrowed in worry. As if he could crush a fly with the intensity of his frown. Swallowing nervously, he stammered, "Chenjun, these runes appear rather formidable. Should we reconsider our approach and refrain from entering?" Doubts began to creep into my mind as well. The runes indeed seemed ominous. Yet the thought of the riches that might lie beyond the door ignited a wildfire of greed within me, an insatiable desire that I could not suppress. Gritting my teeth, I feigned composure and declared, having come this far, retreat is not an option. Perhaps they are merely intended to frighten us. Let us devise a means to unlock this door. Yes, I spoke. I reached out to trace the intricate patterns upon the stone, seeking any mechanism to open it. My palms slick with perspiration, my heart racing with trepidation, fearful of triggering something best left untouched. After considerable effort, we finally discovered the mechanism to unlock the stone door. A small protrusion cleverly concealed beneath a carved floral design, easily overlooked. With utmost care, I pressed the button, and with a resonant groan, the stone door began to creak open, the sound echoing through the silent corridor like a heavy sigh from the ancient tomb, a warning that we were trespassing upon sacred ground, that a more intense wave of cold, mingled with the stench of decay, rushed forth, causing us to cough violently. The echoes of our coughs seemed jarringly loud, shattering the eerie stillness that enveloped the chamber. Beyond the door lay a burial chamber, furnished with several enormous coffins, their once vibrant lacquer now chipped and faded, revealing the rotting wood beneath, fragile enough that a mere touch could reduce it to dust. The surrounding walls were adorned with eerie murals, depicting figures with twisted expressions and hollow gazes, their eyes coldly fixated upon us, the unwelcome intruders. Their stares pierced us like icy daggers, sending chills racing down my spine. Zhang Wu shuddered violently, his body trembling uncontrollably as he unconsciously drew closer to me. Whispering, "Chenjun, I have the unsettling feeling that the figures in these paintings have come to life, watching us intently, that we should hasten our search for the treasure, and leave." That I nodded in agreement. Yet my eyes scanned the chamber like a radar, determined to uncover something of value. That I thought to myself, I cannot leave empty-handed. I must find something precious. Carefully, I began to navigate toward the corners of the chamber, meticulously inspecting every possible hiding place for treasure, my focus narrowing to a singular purpose, as if the entire world had dissolved into this singular quest. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, as if an icy hand had reached out from behind, crawling up my spine and causing me to shudder involuntarily. The dim candlelight in the chamber flared to life, casting a ghostly blue glow that illuminated the room as if it were a haunted realm. The hue of the flames instilled a sense of dread, reminiscent of infernal fire, exuding an inexplicable malevolence. Zhang Wu's face turned ashen, the color draining from his features until he resembled a blank canvas. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and the flashlight clattered to the ground. With wide eyes filled with terror, he exclaimed, "Chenjun, what is happening? Could there truly be ghosts here?" I too was seized by a wave of fear, an ominous premonition swelling within me, as if an invisible hand had gripped my heart, hastening my breath. Nevertheless, I feigned calmness, insisting, "Do not panic. Perhaps it is merely a mechanism in the tomb that has been triggered. Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily." Yet, despite my words, my legs trembled uncontrollably, and my fists clenched instinctively, ready to flee at a moment's notice. But before I could finish my thought, the coffins began to shake violently, emitting a creaking sound that reverberated through the stillness of the chamber, as if the entities within were protesting their confinement, struggling against the bonds that had held them captive for eons. Zhang Wu and I exchanged terrified glances, our feet seemingly glued to the ground, unable to move. Our eyes widened in horror, fixated on the quaking coffins, our minds racing with dread, utterly blank except for the thought that we were doomed. With a resounding crash, the lid of one coffin was suddenly flung open, and a billowing cloud of black smoke erupted forth, within which a shadowy figure began to materialize, clad in tattered ancient garb. Its clothing appeared as if it had been ravaged by countless claws, fluttering in the air with an eerie semblance of life. Its hair hung wildly, obscuring much of its face, while the exposed portions were marred with blood and decay. Revolting to behold, its eyes glowed with a ghastly green light, resembling two sinister blades, fixated upon us, while it emitted a low, chilling growl that echoed like a lament from the depths of the underworld, raising the hairs on my body and sending shivers coursing through me. Ghost. Zhang Wu could no longer contain his terror, his voice cracking. Imbued with a sobbing tone in a panic, he turned and fled toward the stone door. Scrambling as if pursued by some ferocious beast, his steps faltering that I yearned to follow, but my legs felt like jelly, utterly devoid of strength. Panic and fear clawed at my insides, and I silently cursed myself for faltering at such a critical moment. The malevolent specter drew closer, and with each advancing step, an unbearable chill enveloped me, as if it sought to freeze my very soul in despair. I shut my eyes, convinced that my fate was sealed, regretting my decision to enter this accursed place, but if only I could survive this ordeal. I swore never to engage in such tomb-raiding activities again, in the midst of my hopelessness, I suddenly heard Zhang Wu's voice from the stone door, shouting, "Qinjin, run! I'll hold it back!" I opened my eyes wide, witnessing Zhang Wu brandishing a rusted ancient sword, its condition nearly beyond recognition. Yet he clung to it as though it were a lifeline, charging toward the ghoul. "You foul spirit, do not harm Qinjun!" he yelled, fear mingled with determination in his expression, as if he were prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, the moment the ancient sword made contact with the specter, it disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air, and Zhang Wu was hurled away by an unseen force, crashing heavily to the ground. With a sickening thud, he coughed up blood, the crimson droplets splattering on the floor. Stark against the pale stone, that he lay there, clutching his chest in agony, his face etched with pain and despair. Seeing this, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through me. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival. I scrambled toward the stone door, reaching Zhang Wu's side, and crouched beside him, urgently asking, "Zhang Wu, are you all right?" He weakly shook his head, murmuring, "I fear I am beyond saving. Do not worry about me. Just run." Every soul that escapes counts. That a wave of warmth surged through my eyes, tears swirling within their confines, stirring a tumult of emotions, both poignant and sorrowful, that I exclaimed loudly, "What nonsensical talk is this? If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together, that I will help you up, and we shall run together." With that, I exerted all my strength to lift Zhang Wu, draping his arm across my shoulder. And we sprinted deeper into the tomb path. The malevolent spirit relentlessly pursued us from behind, its mournful wails reverberating through the entire corridor, as if threatening to shatter our eardrums. That sound pierced like a sharp spear, jabbing repeatedly at our heads, inducing an excruciating headache. We ran desperately through the tomb, yet the path seemed endless, devoid of any visible exit. The presence of the evil spirit drew ever closer. I could almost feel its icy claws grazing my back, sending chills coursing down my spine. Fear gripped my heart as I pondered whether this day would mark my end. "Qinjun, have we truly stirred up great trouble? Why does this ghost refuse to let us go?" Zhang Wu cried out amidst his frantic pace, his face etched with terror and despair, tears streaming down his cheeks, mingling with the dust to create grimy streaks that my own fear was palpable. Suddenly, I recalled tales from seasoned tomb raiders who claimed that in such dire circumstances, glutinous rice could repel spirits. Hastily, I rummaged through my bag and produced a small pouch of glutinous rice, a remnant from our previous expedition, kept in reserve for emergencies. Little did I know it would be needed today. I scattered the rice behind us, murmuring, "May the deities bless us. Let this glutinous rice prove effective." Strangely, upon encountering the rice, the malevolent spirit emitted a cry of anguish, momentarily halting its pursuit, as if genuinely harmed by the offering. It writhed in place, unable to chase us for the time being. Seizing the opportunity, we quickened our pace, and though Zhang Wu was injured, he grit his teeth and bore the pain, keeping up with my frantic run. I glanced around, my heart fervently yearning to glimpse an exit, repeatedly whispering, "Exit. Where are you? Please reveal yourself soon that I cannot ascertain how long we ran." My legs felt as though they were leaden, each step a monumental effort. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, resembling a beacon in the darkness, offering us hope. It was the direction of the exit. With every ounce of strength, we charged towards it, our speed akin to flames licking at our heels. And at last, we escaped the horrifying ancient tomb. Once outside, we collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though we had narrowly evaded the clutches of death. Zhang Wu lay on the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet, feebly uttering, "Qinzhen, we have truly snatched a life back from the jaws of death." That was terrifying that I too felt a lingering trepidation as I patted my chest. Replying, "Indeed, that was perilously close. We nearly did not return." However, this ordeal was far from over. Upon returning home, each night, we were haunted by strange sounds, sometimes resembling soft weeping in our ears, the cries filled with endless sorrow, and at other times echoing the ghost's low, chilling growls, laden with a sinister aura that sent shivers down our spines. Furthermore, we frequently suffered from nightmares in which the ghost lunged at us with bared fangs, intent on dragging us back into the tomb. Each time I awoke from these nightmares, drenched in cold sweat, my heart raced as though it might leap from my throat. My fear deepened, convincing me that this was no trivial matter. I resolved to uncover the origins of that ancient tomb, perhaps discovering a means to break the curse. Thus, I began inquiring, speaking with several elders who had once traversed this line of work, as well as those knowledgeable in feng shui and the intricacies of ancient lore. Eventually, I learned from an elderly feng shui master that within the tomb lay the remains of a princess who had unjustly perished centuries ago. Betrayed in life, she endured immense torment, dying a tragic death. Her vengeful spirit, filled with bitterness, would curse anyone who disturbed her rest. The old master regarded me with a gaze filled with pity and resignation, shaking his head, saying, "You have provoked something you should not have. Pray for your safety." These words chilled me to the bone. That I returned home and relayed this information to Zhang Wu, whose face paled in terror. "What shall we do, Qinzhen? Are we truly out of options?" I too felt uncertain, but attempted to reassure him. "Do not fear. We will think of a solution. There may be some truth in what the old master said." Yet deep down, I recognized this as mere self-soothing. The dreadful curse loomed over us like a heavy cloud, casting a shadow of fear upon our lives, leaving us in constant trepidation of when the hidden ghost might re-emerge, and how the terrifying curse would ultimately manifest. After several days of enduring this anxiety, Zhang Wu and I found ourselves devoid of ideas, the relentless fear threatening to drive us mad. Fellow practitioners informed us of two notable figures in Zhangjiago, Zhang Qiling and Wu Xie. These two were legendary within the tomb raiding community, renowned for their vast knowledge and formidable skills. Perhaps they could assist us in escaping our dire predicament. Without hesitation, Zhang Wu and I gathered our belongings and hastened towards Zhangjiago. Throughout the journey, Zhang Wu kept his head down, brow furrowed, sighing occasionally. "Qinzhen, do you think they will truly be able to help us? After all, we have brought this trouble upon ourselves. They may not wish to involve themselves with us." I too felt uncertain, but mustered the courage to respond. "Regardless, we must try. We have no other options that if this continues, we shall surely be tormented to death by that ghost." Eventually, we arrived in Zhangjiago, inquiring at various locations until we located a humble courtyard frequented by Zhang Qiling and Wu Xie. The courtyard appeared ordinary, yet exuded a serene ambience, as if harboring untold stories. With trepidation, we knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, it creaked open, revealing a youthful man with a refined countenance and keen eyes. It was Wu Xie that he scrutinized us for a moment before asking, "Who are you? And what brings you here?" I quickly donned a smile, recounting our harrowing tale in detail. As I spoke of the malevolent spirit and the dreadful curse, my voice quivered, fear evident on my face, my hands gesturing unconsciously to emphasize the urgency of our situation. Beside me, Zhang Wu nodded fervently, his eyes filled with hope, eagerly awaiting Wu Xie's response. As Wu Xie listened, his expression grew increasingly serious. Once I finished, he pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "What you are dealing with is indeed complicated. However, you must understand that tomb raiding inherently disturbs the resting dead, and the consequences can be dire." My heart sank at his words. Fearing he might refuse to help, that I hastily interjected, "Wu Xie, we know we were wrong, but it is too late for regrets now that if you and Zhang Qiling do not assist us. We truly have no way out. Please, for the sake of our shared profession, lend us a hand." That I tugged at Wu Xie's sleeve, my demeanor utterly humble, almost kneeling in desperation. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from within, exuding an air of cool detachment. It was Zhang Qiling. His deep-set eyes seemed to harbor infinite stories, casting a glance at us that felt both indifferent and penetrating, leaving me inexplicably anxious. Wu Xie turned to Zhang Qiling, speaking softly, "Brother, what do you think of their situation?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Qiling finally spoke, "Let them in. They should elaborate on their circumstances." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu and I felt as though a great weight had been lifted from our shoulders. We hurried inside, following them into the room. Once seated, I took a deep breath and recounted every detail of our experience within the tomb, including the symbols along the corridor, the appearance of the coffin, and the visage of the ghost, striving to provide a thorough account. Zhang Wu occasionally interjected, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes betraying his lingering fear. Wu Xie listened attentively, jotting down notes, his brow furrowing and relaxing as he murmured, "These symbols sound like some ancient sealing spell, but how could it have been triggered?" Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling remained silent, his expression inscrutable, yet I sensed he was deep in thought. After we finished, a heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere stifling. Eventually, Wu Xie broke the silence, looking at us intently. "From your descriptions, it is clear that the individual buried within is indeed a spirit of profound resentment. To dispel this curse will not be an easy task." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu nearly broke into tears, his voice trembling. "Wu Xie, we must at least try. We cannot bear to be tormented by that malevolent spirit any longer. You two possess extraordinary abilities. Surely you can devise a solution." Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, speaking slowly. "We could attempt to seek out ancient records pertaining to that tomb. Perhaps we can uncover the source and learn how to break the curse." I hastily inquired, "So where shall we begin our search?" Wu Xie rose to his feet, pacing the room for a few moments before responding, "We must first visit places rich in ancient texts, such as the local old library or those venerable private collections, and perhaps fortune will smile upon us, allowing us to uncover clues about the ancient tomb or the wronged princess." Zhang Wu and I exchanged glances, both sensing a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Despite our awareness of the formidable challenges ahead, at least we now had a direction. Thus, we embarked on a grueling journey in search of ancient texts. Following Wu Xie and Zhang Qiling, as we traversed the landscape, we scoured through mountains of ancient tomes at each stop, our eyes growing weary, our bodies aching from exhaustion. Yet, the thought that our lives hung in the balance propelled us to persist through the pain. However, after several days, we remained empty-handed. Zhang Wu's spirits sank lower with each passing moment, often retreating to a corner to lament. "It seems there is no hope left. We are destined to fall victim to that curse." "Chen Zhen, I deeply regret following you into this ordeal, that I felt a pang of discomfort as well, but I endeavored to console him. Do not lose heart, Zhang Wu. This is merely the beginning, that we will surely find a lead if we hold on a little longer." Wu Xie and Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, expressed little complaint, diligently searching every conceivable location, though their solemn expressions indicated the gravity of our predicament was far more daunting than they had anticipated. Just as despair threatened to consume us, in a secluded private library in a small town, Wu Xie suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I've found it. There appears to be a record regarding that ancient tomb." We hurried over, and there, on the yellowed pages, were inscribed faint, indistinct characters and patterns, seemingly concealing crucial information that could unravel the curse upon us that we gathered around the ancient text, holding our breaths, our eyes fixed intently on the obscure script and illustrations. Wu Xie meticulously deciphered the text, murmuring softly, his brow furrowed at times, then relaxing, as if engaged in a strenuous battle with the ancient symbols. Zhang Qiling leaned closer, his gaze deep and focused. His long fingers delicately traced key sections on the page, as if he had begun to glean some hints. Zhang Wu and I, anxious and tense, awaited impatiently, our hearts racing, hoping to discover a means of salvation within the ancient tome. After a considerable time, Wu Xie lifted his head, a grave expression upon his face, and slowly articulated. The text states that the reason the wronged princess's resentment lingers is that her injustice has never been rectified. Moreover, among her burial goods lies a cursed token. As long as that token remains in the tomb, her bitterness will continue to haunt those who disturb her rest. That I quickly interjected. What is this token? We must locate and destroy it. Wu Xie shook his head, a look of resignation crossing his features. The text does not specify the exact appearance of the token, only that it is related to her beloved in life and is intrinsically linked to her death. To discern its nature, we may need to return to the tomb once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu's face drained of color, his voice trembling. Return to the tomb? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? We barely escaped the gates of hell. Though fear gnawed at my insides, I recognized this was our only glimmer of hope. Gritting my teeth, I replied, Zhang Wu, we have no other options that if we do not return, we shall simply await our demise at the hands of the curse. Either way, we face death. We might as well take a chance. Zhang Qiling regarded us with steady resolve, his demeanor calm and unwavering, and stated softly, I will protect everyone, ensuring we avoid danger while searching for the token. That Wu Xie nodded in agreement, patting our shoulders reassuringly. Fear not. With Xiao Gu here, we shall prepare and set forth. Thus, we once again gathered an array of tools and protective charms, our hearts heavy with trepidation as we made our way towards the foreboding ancient tomb. Along the way, the biting wind howled, rustling the desolate grass by the roadside, as if heralding an ominous dirge for our journey. Upon our return to the tomb's entrance, the familiar stench of decay and foreboding enveloped us. Zhang Wu and I trembled. Yet seeing Zhang Qiling and Wu Xie's determined figures ahead, we steeled ourselves and ventured inside. The tomb passage remained dark and damp, with the sound of dripping water echoing sharply in the silence, each step feeling as though we were treading upon our very hearts. Zhang Qiling led the way, his flashlight beamed steady as he remained vigilant of our surroundings, while Wu Xie followed closely, occasionally referencing the ancient text to ascertain our direction. At long last, we reached the burial chamber, where the coffin lay undisturbed, yet the chilling aura felt even more oppressive. Zhang Wu and I instinctively sought refuge behind Zhang Qiling and Wu Xie, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhang Qiling approached the coffins, scrutinizing every detail around him. Suddenly, his expression sharpened as he pointed towards a hidden compartment beneath one of the coffins. That Wu Xie understood immediately and hurried to assist. Together, they pried open the compartment, revealing a delicately crafted box adorned with intricate runes, emanating an air of mystery and danger. This must be it. The runes bear a resemblance to those described in the ancient text. The token is likely contained within, Wu Xie whispered. Just then, the temperature in the burial chamber plummeted, an icy chill piercing through us. Almost instantly, the familiar malevolent specter reappeared, emitting a chilling wail as it lunged towards us. Be cautious, Zhang Qiling shouted, swiftly positioning himself in front of us, wielding an ancient black gold dagger that had materialized in his hand, striking at the apparition. The specter appeared to hesitate, wary of Zhang Qiling. Yet it continued to circle us, searching for an opportunity. Seizing the moment, Wu Xie opened the box, revealing a jade pendant marred by what seemed to be traces of blood, radiating an aura of profound resentment. Gritting his teeth, Wu Xie wrapped the pendant in prepared talisman paper and hurled it towards the corner of the chamber, while reciting an arcane incantation that as the pendant struck the ground. The malevolent spirit let out a final, defiant wail before dissipating into the ether, and the oppressive atmosphere of the tomb gradually lifted, returning to a semblance of tranquility. Zhang Wu and I collapsed to the ground, Overwhelmed by a mix of relief and exhilaration, that Wu Xia wiped the sweat from his brow. Exhaling deeply. The curse should be lifted now. We must leave this place at once. Zhang Qiling nodded silently, sheathing his dagger and leading us from the tomb. Once outside, sunlight bathed us in warmth, a sensation I had never before appreciated so dearly. Zhang Wu and I expressed our profound gratitude to Zhang Qiling and Wu Xia, vowing never again to engage in the illicit pursuits of tomb raiding, but instead to cherish life. Chapter 37. The haunted classroom in a remote mountain hollow stood a school named Anyue Middle School. This institution, having stood the test of time, bore walls weathered with age, concealing countless untold stories, particularly in the classroom of Senior 3-5, which perpetually exuded an inexplicable aura of foreboding on this particular evening. The dying rays of the sun barely filtered through the windows, illuminating the classroom where students diligently prepared for the impending Gaokao, the final examination. Class leader Lu Qin sat beside the podium, occasionally glancing at his peers, his eyes reflecting genuine concern for the collective. He silently mused that in these final moments, if they all exerted their efforts, they would surely gain admission to their desired universities. The classroom was enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustle of pens against paper, interspersed with the occasional sound of pages turning. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted as the classroom door was flung open by an unseen force. The sound reverberating through the stillness, causing every student to jump, their pens nearly slipping from their grasp. What on earth is going on with this door? The wind can't be that strong, grumbled Zhang Yu. Seated by the door, as he stood up to pull it open, he grasped the doorknob tightly, exerting all his strength to pull it. Yet the door remained obstinately shut, as if something heavy were pressing against it from the outside. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Yu's forehead, and anxiety crept into his expression, a sense of unease swelling within him. Zhang Yu, are you capable of doing this? Are you trying to scare us? Teased Li Hao from the back row, attempting to lighten the suddenly tense atmosphere. However, his slightly trembling voice betrayed his own underlying trepidation. Zhang Yu turned, a mix of helplessness and panic etched on his face. I assure you, I have no time for jokes. This door seems to be broken and won't budge. It's eerie. At this, the classroom erupted into chaos, students abandoning their books and pens to crowd around the door, each offering suggestions and pulling in unison. Some reddened faces strained against the effort, while others anxiously scanned their surroundings. Yet the door remained steadfastly closed, as if mocking their futile attempts, and the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. In the midst of the commotion and confusion, Lu Qin's phone suddenly chimed, the sound jarring against the cacophony that he hastily took out his phone and discovered a message had appeared in the class group chat. Though he could not discern the sender's identity from the dark and indistinct avatar, nor could he make sense of the ominous string of garbled characters that constituted the name. The message itself gripped everyone's hearts like an icy hand. Complete the task, or face death if not finished within 30 minutes. The first task was for Chun Yu to consume an entire box of chalk from the desk. Lu Qin's hands trembled involuntarily as he widened his eyes, furrowing his brow tightly, a wave of intense foreboding washing over him. Taking a deep breath to feign calmness, he read the message aloud. The classmates were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, attempting to dispel the dark cloud that loomed over their hearts. Ha! Who is this? How boring. Such a prank, especially at this time. It's just chaos, remarked Lin Yu, the class beauty, covering her mouth as she laughed, her beautiful face betraying a hint of concealed panic deep within her eyes. Exactly. It's probably some coward who can't study properly and wants to scare us deliberately. Let us just ignore them. It's surely just a joke, chimed in Zhao Feng, the athletic committee member, who usually exuded confidence. Yet as he spoke, his lips quivered slightly, and he swallowed hard, clearly not as composed as he pretended. However, Lu Chun felt far less at ease, his brow furrowed, and his gaze remained fixed on the phone screen, a sense of strangeness gnawing at him. After all, the inexplicable locking of the classroom door was already unsettling. Observing his classmates' efforts to act nonchalant, he refrained from voicing his concerns, silently fixated on the phone as each second cruelly ticked away, each moment weighing heavily upon his heart. Yet, the horrifying event unfolded without warning. As the 30-minute mark struck, Chen Yu, who had been quietly discussing problems with his desk mate, suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. Devoid of color, he clutched his throat tightly, as if gripped by invisible iron claws, emitting ghastly choking sounds as his body began to convulse uncontrollably. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and filled with terror, as if he were witnessing a ghastly specter from the depths of hell, lunging toward him. "Ah, Chinyu, what's wrong?" His desk mate Su Yao screamed, her voice cracking, causing the classroom to erupt into chaos. The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by panicked shouts, the clatter of overturned desks and chairs, and the muffled sobs of girls struggling to contain their fear. Everyone rushed to help, but Chinyu's convulsions intensified, his body twisting grotesquely. His feet kicked wildly against the floor, as if battling some invisible force. Moments later, he collapsed lifeless, his eyes wide open, unblinking, as if his soul had been wrenched from him, leaving behind a cold shell exuding a chilling stillness. The classroom was instantly engulfed in a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy, frantic breaths of his classmates, as if time itself had frozen. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, no one could fathom that the seemingly trivial message had indeed heralded such a horrifying demise. That moment, another message popped up in the class group chat. The same eerie garbled avatar flashing once more, stating, "Second task. Zhao Feng, headbutt the wall until it bleeds." Zhao Feng's face drained of color, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his lips trembled violently, resembling leaves caught in the wind. "What kind of twisted game is this? I refuse to participate. This is absurd," he protested, though his voice quivered with unmistakable fear, his legs rooted in place as if weighed down by lead. "Zhao Feng, don't. What if it's true? Look what happened to Chinyu." Lu Qin urged anxiously, his eyes red-rimmed with worry and fear that he understood that the situation had spiraled beyond reason, yet he desperately wished to avert any further tragedy. As time languished in the suffocating atmosphere, each passing second felt like a razor's edge hovering over their hearts, threatening to descend with dire consequences. Suddenly, Zhao Feng appeared as if possessed, moving mechanically towards the wall. His movements devoid of self-awareness that he paused momentarily before raising his head and forcefully crashing it against the hard surface, the sound echoing ominously in the eerily silent classroom, each impact resonating like a hammer against the students' hearts, sending shivers down their spines. "Zhao Feng, stop. Please cease this madness," his classmates cried out, rushing forward in an attempt to restrain him, but he continued to strike the wall relentlessly, as though entranced. Soon, blood began to trickle down his forehead, staining his face crimson, yet his hands hung limply at his sides, trapped in a mechanical rhythm of self-destruction. Finally, Zhao Feng collapsed against the wall, utterly spent, his face smeared with blood and tears, his gaze vacant as he muttered, "Why? Why me?" The classroom had transformed into a hellish purgatory, fear surging like a tidal wave, engulfing everyone entirely. The lights flickered ominously, casting erratic shadows on the terrified faces of the students, distorting their expressions and enhancing the eerie atmosphere. In a corner, a chilling breeze whispered, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down their spines, as though countless eyes lurked in the darkness, watching them with malevolent intent. "What on earth is happening? Are we haunted?" whimpered the timid Lin Yu, tears streaming down her face, trembling violently as she clutched Lu Chen's arm, her fingers turning white from the pressure, as if he were her sole anchor in this tempest of dread. Lu Chen bit his lip, striving to maintain composure, though his voice quavered with a hint of desperation. "I don't know, but something sinister is at play. Everyone, let us remain calm and think of a solution." Yet, despite his words, who could truly remain unafraid in such a dire situation? The classmates huddled together, forming a protective circle, each one vigilantly scanning their surroundings, their bodies trembling with fear, their eyes filled with trepidation and helplessness. Moments later, a third task emerged in the group chat. "Li Hao, break each of your fingers one by one until they are all shattered." Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of horror. His hands involuntarily clenched and unclenched, his voice trembling as he protested, "This is too cruel. How can I do this? It's like asking for my life." But as the memories of Chun Yu and Zhao Feng's tragic fates flooded his mind, his legs quaked uncontrollably. After much hesitation, he slowly extended his hand, grasping one finger, gritting his teeth, shutting his eyes tightly, and with a decisive snap, the sickening sound echoed throughout the classroom. Li Hao screamed in agony. tears streaming down his face as his hands, seemingly possessed, reached for another finger, then another, until severed digits lay strewn across the floor, blood pooling around him. His face turned ashen, sweat cascading down his brow. His body on the verge of collapse, as if he would faint at any moment. Before the students could fully comprehend Li Hao's torment, the fourth task materialized. Su Yao, cut off your tongue with scissors. Halfway is sufficient, that Su Yao's face drained of color as she shook her head violently, tears and snot staining her face. That no, please, I can't. I beg you, let this end. I don't want to die. Yet, the merciless countdown resumed, and seeing her classmates' terrified and helpless expressions, Su Yao, in desperation, grasped the scissors with trembling hands. She slowly brought them to her mouth, her eyes wide with terror and despair. Just as the blades approached her tongue, she could bear it no longer and, with a clatter, dropped the scissors, collapsing into a fit of sobs. But in that instant, it was as if something had seized her throat. Her body went limp, her legs flailing, her hands desperately trying to pry away the invisible grip. Her complexion flushed crimson, yet no sound escaped her lips. Moments later, she slumped to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lifeless, her demise a horrific sight that sent her classmates recoiling in terror. The fifth task was even more horrifying. Zhang Yu, gouge out one of your eyes and place it on the podium. Zhang Yu's stomach churned violently at this message, nearly causing him to vomit. His face turned an ashen gray, furrows deepening on his brow, the veins on his forehead bulging as he muttered, "This is impossible. This is utterly twisted. I can't do it. I simply can't." Yet the specter of death loomed over him, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes reflecting his inner struggle and despair. After much hesitation, he slowly grasped the pencil lying on the desk, bringing it toward his eyes. Just as the tip was about to touch his eyeball, he suddenly broke down in tears, the pencil slipping from his fingers to the floor. However, immediately thereafter, his body seemed to be under the control of an unseen, formidable force. He picked up the pencil once more and fiercely plunged it into his eye. A harrowing scream shattered the profound silence of the classroom. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his eye, writhing in agony on the ground. After a moment, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and tremulously approached the podium, placing the gouged-out eye atop it. He then collapsed beside the podium, his gaze vacant, intermittently emitting pained groans. The sixth task soon followed. Lin Yu, carve a cross into your face with a blade, and do so until complete. Lin Yu, terrified, sat paralyzed in her seat, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word for a long time. She gazed at her classmates, their eyes filled with fear and urgency, realizing she had no other choice. Trembling, she reached for the blade on the desk, her hand shaking uncontrollably as if sifting through grain. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not sob loudly, fearing the countdown would hasten. Gradually, she brought the blade closer to her face, closed her eyes, and resolutely made a cut. That a sharp hiss escaped her as blood immediately welled up, causing her entire body to shudder with pain. Yet she gritted her teeth and continued to carve, again and again, until her face was adorned with crimson crosses, the blood trickling down her cheeks, staining her clothes. She appeared as if she had just emerged from a pool of blood, utterly disheveled, staring blankly ahead as if her soul had departed that moment. The classroom was suffused with the stench of blood, fear, and despair. The lights flickered erratically, occasionally accompanied by a chilling creak, as if the classroom itself were groaning in pain. Or perhaps something lurked in the shadows, quietly approaching. The students were in utter disarray, some covered in blood, others with blank expressions. They huddled together, seeking solace in one another, their eyes filled with dread of the unknown, their bodies trembling as if trapped in a nightmare from which they could not awaken. The seventh task swiftly emerged, the chilling garbled avatar flashing once more, the message displayed. Lu Chen must kiss Zhou Yao. Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere in the classroom became palpably tense. Liu Chen's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness as he instinctively glanced at Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao, in turn, clutched her boyfriend Lin Yu's arm tightly, terror and shyness etched on her face, retreating slightly behind him, her body trembling, her gaze pleading as if begging for this dreadful task to befall someone else. Lin Yu immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Yao, his eyes wide as saucers, glaring furiously at Lu Chun, his expression brimming with anger and warning. He shouted, "You dare, Lu Chun, if you so much as touch her. I will not let this go." His voice resonated with defiance, "that I care not for the source of this torment. Just keep your hands off her." Lu Chen's face was a mask of bitterness as he waved his hands helplessly, his voice tinged with desperation. "Lin Yu, do you think I want this? But you saw what happened before. If I don't comply, I will die. I don't wish to perish. We are already in dire straits. I care not for your reasons. Just do not lay a finger on Zhou Yao. We can think of another way. There must be a way to evade this absurd task." Lin Yu's eyes reddened. His voice charged with emotion as he tightened his protective grip on Zhou Yao, as if ready to fight anyone who approached, though his body trembled slightly, betraying his own fear that Liu Chun, frantic, began to pace in place. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he glanced at Lin Yu's resolute expression and the incessantly ticking countdown on his phone, feeling as though he were trapped in a hopeless situation. Muttering repeatedly, "What do I do? What can I do?" As the countdown numbers dwindled, Lu Chen's face turned ashen. It was as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, lifting him off the ground, leaving him suspended in the air, struggling against an unseen force. His hands clawed at the air in a futile attempt to break free, his throat emitting a rasping sound, his eyes wide with terror and despair as he managed to choke out a few words. "Help me." The classmates screamed in terror, retreating in panic, yet none dared to approach to assist, helplessly watching Lu Chun writhe in agony in midair. Lin Yu's eyes were also wide with shock and regret. He wanted to rush forward, but the fear of that unknown terror paralyzed him. His hands clenched tightly into fists, nails digging into his flesh, filled with self-reproach and dread. Moments later, Lu Chen's struggles grew weaker until he fell silent, his body limp, as if the invisible force had carelessly discarded him, his lifeless form thudding to the ground in a horrific state, his eyes still wide open, seeming to accuse the cruelty of his fate. The entire classroom was shrouded in an oppressive silence, broken only by the heavy, frantic breaths of the students, all trembling in fear, unable to comprehend that Lu Chun had lost his life merely for failing to complete the task. Suddenly, a line of blood-red words appeared on the blackboard, the blood seemingly still oozing, exuding a nauseating metallic scent, appearing particularly eerie under the flickering lights. The words read, "20 years ago, your indifference led me to die in this classroom in anguish. Now, I demand that each of you pay the price with your lives for the suffering I endured." Confronted with this shocking proclamation, terror and confusion filled the hearts of the students, exchanging fearful glances but too frightened to speak, as if sound itself might summon something even more dreadful. "When did we ever cause someone's death? Who could this possibly be?" Li Hao stammered, his eyes fixed on the blackboard, not daring to look away, terrified that the bloodied words might transform into something horrific and lunge at him. That moment, he had completely forgotten the pain from his severed finger, consumed by dread of this unknown, vengeful spirit. Lin Yu strained to recall, but no such incident came to mind. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Just as the students fell into contemplation, the temperature in the classroom plummeted suddenly, their breaths turning into white mist, a layer of frost forming on the windows, where faint handprints could be discerned, as if something was pressing against the glass, seeking to enter, observing their every move, sending chills down their spines. Without warning, a chilling laughter echoed from the back of the classroom, sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate the eardrums and stab at the very core of their beings, causing their souls to tremble. The students turned in terror, yet saw nothing but an endless abyss of darkness, as if it sought to consume them whole, countless eyes watching them coldly from the shadows, evoking the sensation of being stripped bare and cast into an icy wasteland, utterly devoid of escape. "It's coming! It's coming! We're going to die!" Zhou Yao had completely broken down, covering her ears, crouching on the ground. Her body curled up as she muttered incessantly, tears streaming down her face, her once pristine makeup now a disheveled mess of blood and sorrow. Though Lin Yu was gripped by terror, witnessing his girlfriend's despair compelled him to suppress his own fear. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Let us charge for the door. We might break free." With that, he led the way toward the exit, his classmates summoning their last reserves of courage to follow. Yet, the door, which had once seemed mere steps away, now felt impossibly distant. No matter how they ran, it felt as if they were treading in place, the surrounding darkness thickening, pressing in on them like a tangible force. The eerie laughter grew nearer, echoing in their ears, each sound striking at their frayed nerves that in their moment of despair, Linyu suddenly noticed a vague figure materializing in the corner of the classroom. The apparition was clad in a tattered, blood-stained school uniform, long hair hanging damply, obscuring its face, rendering it unrecognizable, save for a pair of eyes glowing with a sinister red light, staring coldly at them, exuding boundless resentment and murderous intent. You cannot escape. Your indifference led to my unjust demise. Now, you shall all accompany me. A chilling voice reverberated through the classroom, as if it were emanating from the very depths of hell. Every word imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. The students collapsed in terror, their pleas for mercy stifled, as if something had lodged itself in their throats, leaving them voiceless, their eyes wide open, watching the vengeful spirit draw closer. With every step it took, the cold intensified, as if the very air around them was freezing, their bodies growing numb, their consciousness beginning to fade. Just as the vengeful spirit was about to touch Linyu, a blinding light suddenly burst into the classroom from outside, pure and radiant, infused with a mysterious and potent energy. The vengeful spirit seemed to be overwhelmed with terror, letting out a piercing wail before abruptly retreating. Under the radiant light, its form became increasingly ethereal, and after struggling for a moment, it vanished from sight. The illumination faded along with it, causing the classroom to revert to its former stillness and darkness. Yet, the atmosphere of dread lingered in everyone's hearts, refusing to dissipate. What was that just now? Are we saved? Li Hao asked weakly, his eyes still reflecting fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pain from his severed fingers began to resurface. Yet it paled in comparison to the terror residing within him. Lin Yu shook his head, equally perplexed by the recent events, sensing that this nightmare was far from over. I am uncertain, but let us not lower our guard. We must devise a way to escape this place. His voice was hoarse and deep, imbued with profound fatigue and concern. His gaze swept over his classmates, witnessing their disheveled and despairing appearances. His heart was filled with bitterness. Little did they know, the vengeful spirit had merely been temporarily repelled by the mysterious light. It still lurked within the shadows, biding its time for the next opportunity to claim the lives of these students. At that moment, the classroom was hauntingly silent, with only their heavy breaths echoing in the oppressive stillness. Each person remained vigilant, glancing around cautiously, unwilling to let their guard down, yet that unknown fear hung over them like a dense fog, obscuring any glimmer of hope for escape. Suddenly, the classroom lights extinguished entirely, plunging them into darkness that in an instant, a rhythmic ticking sound began to resonate in the room, reminiscent of dripping water, yet in the oppressive silence. It felt particularly sinister, as if heralding the countdown to the next wave of horror. The students' hearts raced, tightening in their throats as they huddled together, their bodies trembling from fear. None could fathom what awaited them in the next moment. And the tightly shut door remained an insurmountable barrier between life and death. The cursed classroom felt akin to a frigid tomb, slowly dragging them into an abyss of despair. Chapter 38. The Tale of the Ghostly Marriage, Part 1. My name is Chunni. Ever since I can remember, my body has felt like a dilapidated old house, riddled with drafts, causing my parents to frequently rush me to the hospital. The acrid scent of disinfectant in that hospital has become the most familiar, yet loathsome odor in my life. Each time I lay sick in bed, staring at the ceiling, I felt a profound sense of helplessness and bitterness, pondering why I was so weak and when I could be as lively as other healthy children. My parents were equally distressed about my frail health, scouring for remedies far and wide. Yet despite trying various medications and receiving countless injections, my condition showed little improvement that in our somewhat conservative and superstitious small county. All sorts of mystical beliefs proliferated like weeds in people's minds. Observing my sickly appearance, my parents eventually succumbed to the persuasion of those around them and decided to consult a fortune-teller reputed to possess knowledge of fate. The fortune-teller resided in a secluded alley on the outskirts of the county, in a house that was both low and ancient, as if it would collapse with a gust of wind. Upon entering, The dimly lit interior revealed rays of sunlight struggling to filter through the grimy window panes, illuminating the swirling smoke that enveloped the room, lending it an air of enigmatic mystery. Seated behind a rickety table, the fortune-teller wore a faded robe, and his deeply etched wrinkles resembled gorges. His murky eyes squinted slightly, exuding an inscrutable cunning. My parents cautiously stepped inside, my father wearing a forced smile, his voice tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. "Sir, could you please take a look at my child? He is always ill, and it's causing us great distress." With that, he gently nudged me forward. The fortune-teller raised his eyelids slightly, scanning me with a gaze that felt like a hook. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. This child is quite frail, with a weak spirit, akin to a flickering candle flame swaying in a tempest. If not careful, it could easily attract malevolent entities. Ordinary methods may not suffice to safeguard him." Upon hearing this, my parents' faces turned ashen, my mother's eyes reddening as she implored, "What should we do, sir? You must help us." The fortune-teller stroked his sparse beard, creating an air of mystery as he paused before continuing. "There is a way, though it is rather unconventional. Please tell us. We are willing to try anything that will restore our child's health." My father urged, his hands anxiously rubbing together. "Find a female ghost for your child to wed, that if she is willing and possesses a kind heart, she can act as a guardian. However, should you select the wrong spirit, the consequences could be dire, potentially inviting calamity," the fortune-teller whispered, his voice imbued with an unsettling chill that pierced the air. My parents exchanged glances, their eyes rife with hesitation and fear. Yet upon seeing my frail form, they ultimately steeled themselves, deciding to follow the fortune-teller's advice. It was a gloomy evening, the sky painted with ominous hues reminiscent of spilled crimson paint, casting an eerie pallor across the landscape. The wind howled as it swept through the overgrown cemetery on the outskirts of town, producing mournful sounds, as if countless wronged souls were weeping softly. The gravestones stood in disarray, some leaning drunkenly, while others were cloaked in moss, resembling a layer of ominous green garments. My parents and I trudged through the cemetery, each step tightening the knot of anxiety in my throat, my legs feeling as heavy as lead. My mother clutched my hand tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat, yet she feigned calmness to reassure me. "Don't be afraid. We are here with you." But I could sense the tremor in her voice. My father lit incense at the graves of young women one by one. Each time, his hands trembled violently, the sticks wavering precariously in the wind, as if they might extinguish at any moment. He recited the words he had memorized beforehand, beseeching the spirit to protect me, his voice sounding especially frail in the stillness of the cemetery, quickly drowned out by the howling wind. More often than not, the incense would barely catch a spark before being snuffed out by an unforeseen gust, and with each extinguished stick, my parents' expressions grew increasingly grim, despair spreading through their eyes like a tidal wave. Just as they were on the verge of surrender, my mother's gaze was suddenly drawn to a slightly dilapidated grave in the corner. The gravestone appeared aged, the inscriptions barely legible, as if time itself sought to erase its existence. The surrounding weeds thrived abundantly, nearly engulfing the gravestone, swaying in the wind like a horde of menacing creatures. After a moment's hesitation, my mother bravely approached, peering closely at the grave of a young woman. Turning back to my father, her eyes shimmered with a mix of anticipation and fear. My father took a deep breath, joining her to light the incense once more. This time, their movements were especially reverent, their whispered prayers more earnest. The incense burned defiantly against the wind, its small flame flickering in the dimness, like a beacon of hope amid the darkness. My parents fixated on the incense, holding their breaths, until it gradually burned down to its end, and at the very moment the last spark extinguished, they felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. A mixture of shock and joy flooding their hearts. My father bowed repeatedly toward the void, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. His voice, now hoarse, brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you for agreeing to protect our child. Rest assured, we will forever remember your kindness." In that instant, a cold breeze swept through, and a gentle voice seemed to resonate in the air. The voice was soft yet possessed a magical quality, instilling a sense of calm within my previously tumultuous heart. From that moment forth, I came to have a ghostly wife. Her name was Zhao Minmin, although I had never laid eyes upon her. A unique bond began to form within me, as though she had become an indispensable part of my life. That I in school, I was naturally an introverted child, and with my frail health, I often found myself solitary, lacking friends. However, somehow, the news of my ghostly wife spread among the students, creating quite a stir in the class. The glances directed at me morphed into a mix of curiosity, fear, and, predominantly, unabashed mockery. During recess, a group of mischievous boys encircled me, with the ringleader, Wang Chong, a burly lad known for his bullying antics. Approaching with a sly grin, he raised his voice deliberately, taunting, "Hey, Chinny, I heard you have a ghostly wife. Ha! Does she come to find you at night? Maybe she'll even hug and kiss you. That must be a wonderful experience." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly made a grimace, causing those around him to erupt in laughter. That MY face instantly flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. And I felt a mix of shame and anger swelling within me. That MY fist clenched tightly, my nails digging painfully into my flesh. Yet I dared not confront them, lowering my head and biting my lip, wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide within. Humph, who knows? One day you might be taken away by that female ghost, and then no one will come to your rescue. Ha ha! Another boy chimed in, adding to the mockery. The sound of laughter pierced my ears like sharp knives, ruthlessly stabbing at my heart. That MY eyes brimmed with tears, and I fought to hold them back. Feeling utterly wronged, I thought of how unwell I already felt, and why they had to ridicule me further. That night, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, as the cruel words of my classmates echoed relentlessly in my mind, filling me with both rage and fear. Just as I was drifting off into slumber, I was jolted awake by a strange noise outside my window, reminiscent of nails scratching fiercely against glass. A chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. Terrified, I sat up abruptly, wrapping myself tighter in my blanket, my eyes wide as I peered out into the darkness. That in the faint moonlight, I discerned a dark shadow swaying outside, its form grotesquely contorted, resembling a crumpled piece of cloth, as if it were devoid of bones, inching closer to the window with each movement, emanating a bone-chilling cold that froze the air around me. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt constricted, no sound escaping my lips, leaving me to watch in horror as the shadow drew nearer. That MY heart raced, threatening to leap from my throat, my mind blank with panic, fearing that the taunts of my classmates might indeed come true. Just as the shadow was about to press against the window, a gust of frigid wind howled past, as if it had a mind of its own. Lunging at the shadow recoiled violently, as if struck, and then vanished without a trace. Gasping for breath, I understood that Zhao Minmin had intervened. An overwhelming wave of gratitude surged within me, mingled with guilt for putting her in such a predicament. "Minmin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do," I silently expressed in my heart, hoping she could somehow hear my appreciation. Days passed, and Zhao Minmin continued to watch over me from the shadows. And I gradually grew accustomed to her presence. Whenever I faced danger, a silent call to her would invariably transform peril into safety, deepening my reliance on her. I often imagined her appearance, envisioning her as a gentle and kind-hearted girl. However, the tranquility of those days did not last long. That on the eve of my 18th birthday, strange events began to unfold in rapid succession, as if the still surface of a lake had been disturbed by a barrage of stones, sending ripples that concealed great danger beneath. That it was a stifling summer night, the air thick with humidity, suffocatingly oppressive. That I walked alone through the dimly lit alleyway on my way home, the flickering streetlights casting an eerie glow, their buzzing sound suggesting they might extinguish at any moment, plunging me into an abyss of darkness. That an inexplicable sense of dread gripped me, prompting me to quicken my pace, eager to leave this unsettling place behind. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped me from behind, piercing like countless cold needles plunging into my flesh. That I involuntarily shuddered and instinctively tightened my clothing, glancing back, yet saw nothing. Yet the chill deepened, as if invisible hands were gripping my clothes, intent on dragging me into an icy abyss. That MY blood felt as if it were freezing in my veins, my teeth chattering uncontrollably. Just as I was about to flee, I found my feet ensnared. Unable to move, that I struggled fiercely, but the grip tightened, resembling a cold constrictor coiling around me. That moment, A sinister laugh echoed through the alley, resonating from the depths of hell, sharp and jarring, sending chills down my spine. Each laugh like an explosion in my ears, leaving my head ringing. A mere mortal, protected by a female ghost. But today, you shall not escape. A shrill voice taunted, and in an instant, a grotesque specter materialized before me. Its face was smeared with blood, dripping incessantly onto the ground, emitting a foul stench that mingled with the acrid smoke rising from the puddles. Its eye sockets were dark voids, glowing with a ghastly red light, resembling two flickering flames of hellfire, while a stream of putrid black liquid dripped from its mouth, corroding the earth beneath it, as if even the ground could not withstand its malevolence, that I was nearly paralyzed with fear. My legs trembling, and had I not been ensnared, I would have collapsed to the ground, that I, in my despair, I summoned all my strength to cry out, Min 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 Min, save me. My voice cracked with desperation, echoing through the stillness of the alley, filled with terror and helplessness. Just as the specter reached out with its elongated claws, a fierce wind surged, carrying Zhao Minmin's cold voice. Dare to harm him, and you shall not succeed. Gradually, Zhao Minmin's figure emerged, clad in white, her form graceful, her beauty ethereal, yet imbued with an icy demeanor, akin to a solitary plum blossom in winter, resolute and unwavering. Her gaze was filled with determination and steadfastness, as if she would not waver in the face of even the mightiest foe. Seeing her, the specter let out an even more piercing laugh. Ah, so it's you, the meddlesome one. Today, you shall all perish. And with that, it lunged at Zhao Minmin, initiating a fierce battle between the two. The alley filled with a palpable darkness. The wind howled ferociously, and the walls bore the marks of struggle, as if countless malevolent spirits were writhing within. Zhao Minmin moved with grace, skillfully evading the specter's attacks, her form flitting through the air like a delicate white butterfly, while beams of white light emanated from her hands, striking at the specter like sharp swords. Each time a beam struck, the specter let out a pained howl. Yet it remained relentless, merely pausing momentarily before attacking again, growling, "Once I consume your soul, I will grow stronger, and none of you shall escape." I watched in anguish, my eyes glued to the struggle, my hands clenched tightly, sweat pooling in my palms, feeling utterly powerless as I witnessed Zhao Minmin fighting valiantly to protect me. That a mix of fear and guilt churned within me, realizing it was because of me that Zhao Minmin found herself in such peril. What would I do if something happened to her? Gradually, Zhao Minmin's form began to appear more ethereal, and I understood she was exhausting her strength. Overcome with urgency, I cast aside my fear and cried out, "You villain, do not harm Minmin." My voice trembled with anxiety and fury, yet I could not afford to hesitate. Perhaps my cry ignited the specter's rage, for it abruptly turned towards me, lunging with blinding speed, leaving me no time to evade. In that critical moment, Zhao Minmin summoned every ounce of her strength, unleashing a brilliant light that surged towards the specter, enveloping it entirely. The specter emitted a chilling scream, writhing in the brilliance, its form twisting and contorting as if consumed by flames, until it finally dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Zhao Minmin, too, appeared to have expended all her energy, gently descending beside me, her form growing increasingly transparent. I hurriedly reached out, desperate to grasp her, but my fingers closed around nothing but air, as if the most precious thing in my life was slipping through my grasp. My heart raced and tears streamed down my cheeks. "Minmin, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Zhao Minmin gazed at me weakly, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet that smile pained me more than tears. She softly whispered, "I am fine, just need some time to recover. Do not be afraid." But before she could finish, her form faded completely from my view. From that day forth, I would call out to Zhao Minmin in the emptiness, day and night, in crowded places or in solitude, longing for her to return to my side. I often found myself seated by the window, gazing at the sky, silently pondering her whereabouts and how she was faring. "Minmin, please come back. I miss you so much. Without you, I feel an emptiness in my heart. I promise to take better care of myself and not let you worry about me anymore." I murmured to the air, my eyes brimming with longing and anticipation, hoping that my sincerity would reach her, bringing her back to me. Whenever something delightful occurred, I would instinctively share it with her in my heart, as if she were ever present beside me. I am aware that she must still be silently watching over me from some distant place, and the bond between us has grown even deeper amidst this heart-stopping battle. It is a feeling that transcends the realms of existence. Though invisible and intangible, it is deeply rooted in the recesses of my heart, becoming the most precious presence in my life. The days continue to unfold, yet I know my life is transformed in profound ways because of Zhao Minmin. I look forward to the day when I can truly meet her, express my gratitude, and share more moments with her, for even if separated by the veil between worlds, our friendship shall never fade. Chapter 39. The Tale of the Ghost Marriage, Part 2. Upon entering university, I felt as though I had broken free from the shackles of my former frail existence, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, ushering in an entirely different life. The pale visage of my past, marked by weakness, has been replaced by a strong and robust physique, with my remarkable basketball skills flowing as effortlessly as a gentle stream. I have made quite a name for myself on campus. Every time I step onto the sun-drenched basketball court, I feel as if I am a general preparing for battle, with the basketball as my most formidable weapon. On the court, I run, leap, and shoot with abandon. The ball dances like a magical sprite under my command, tracing exquisite arcs in the air before landing perfectly in the hoop. The resounding clang of the rim echoes like a triumphant symphony, accompanied by the crescendo of cheers and applause from the girls on the sidelines, their voices rising and falling like waves. Their gazes are fixed upon me, brimming with admiration and infatuation. This sensation of being the center of attention envelopes me like a fine wine, intoxicating me without my awareness, causing the insecurities buried deep within me to gradually dissipate amidst the excitement and adulation. Yet, even amidst this seemingly vibrant and bustling university life, there remains a soft, secret corner of my heart where Minmin resides. Despite not having seen her manifest before me since entering university, my unwavering conviction has never wavered. I am certain she has been silently guarding me, like an everlasting beacon of light illuminating every corner of my life, dispelling the shadows that linger. It was a sunlit afternoon, as if washed clean by rain, on the tree-lined path of the campus, where the verdant trees stood like expansive umbrellas, casting a patchwork of varying shades of shade. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering like fragments of gold upon the ground, glimmering with an enchanting, dreamlike sheen. Having just concluded a basketball game as fierce as a battlefield skirmish, I strolled along the shaded pathway, cradling the ball and sharing laughter with my teammates. Beads of sweat clung to my forehead, trickling down my cheeks, and I casually wiped them away with the towel draped over my shoulder, feeling a sense of exhilaration after the game, mingled with the pride of being in the spotlight. Chani, those three-pointers you made today were simply phenomenal, as if they had eyes effortlessly swooping into the basket. The guys on the other side were left utterly speechless. My teammate Xiao Li exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he patted my shoulder, as if to transmit his admiration through that single gesture, his eyes sparkling like two tiny stars. Haha, it wasn't as miraculous as you say. Just a stroke of luck, really. My shooting touch happened to be on point. I responded modestly, though a smile crept onto my face, and I felt a twinge of pride for my performance that day. As we bantered and laughed, a girl approached us from a distance. She wore a delicate blue dress, the hue reminiscent of a clear spring sky, fresh and elegant. Her silky black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and as the gentle breeze brushed against her, the strands danced joyfully in the air, enhancing her gentle and enchanting aura. That I in her hand, she clutched a letter tightly. The pink envelope resembled a peach blossom ready to bloom, radiant yet bashful, adorned with a small, exquisite bow, as if whispering the innocent romantic secrets of a young girl's heart. Her face bore a soft blush, as if kissed by the evening glow, and as she approached, her shy demeanor resembled a flower quietly unfurling in spring, captivating yet imbued with a palpable tension and shyness that was easily discernible.